Chapter 1318 SSS Rank Reward. Chapter 1318 SSS Rank Reward. When the NPC administrator heard that Surephone was there to complete his Tier 2 promotion procedures, he retrieved a crystal ball and placed it atop the table. Lord Protector, we need to test your power first. Please place your hands on the crystal ball, the administrator said respectfully without hesitation. Surephone did as he was instructed. Although the system would upgrade players' attributes and physique once they completed their Tier 2 promotion quest, players wouldn't get access to all of the Tier 2 benefits right off the bat. Players first needed to register and get themselves tested at the Adventurers Association. Only after proving that they had completed their promotion quest would players be recognized officially as Tier 2 players. As Surephone placed his hands on the crystal ball, golden sparkles flew from the orbit. Is confirmed that your physique has reached the Tier 2 standard. Lord Protector, please follow me. The administrator nodded after confirming Surefang's upgrade. He then led Surephone out the lounge's back door. Surephone wasn't particularly surprised. The crystal ball was only a tool to check whether a player's physique had reached Tier 2 without the bonus of weapons or equipment. The next part was key and would determine what kind of benefits players received after reaching Tier 2. Only after players had officially obtained their Tier 2 class would they be recognized as an adventurer in God's domain and qualify to receive personal commissions. This was one of the major differences between Tier 1 and Tier 2 players. To independent players, this gap would determine how successful they would be in God's domain. The administrator led Surephone to the Adventurers Association's arena. The arena wasn't particularly large, with less than a 30-yard radius. However, numerous magic arrays enveloped the arena, and dense mana choked the area. Surefang's weakened state even subsided temporarily, his attributes recovering to their peak. Lord Protector, we will test your strength next to determine which rank you can reach. This will also help determine which commissions are most suitable for you. Please display your strongest abilities, the administrator explained. Let's begin. Surephone nodded. This wasn't the first time he had taken the test. After officially becoming a Tier 2 player, players could accept private commissions from the Adventurers Association. There were many Tier 2 commission quests. However, players could only accept a limited number of such quests each week. This limit was relative to one's adventurer rank. To put it simply, the stronger one was, the more quests they could accept. They could also accept more difficult quests. The first strength assessment was the most convenient for players when they became high-ranking adventurers. If one wished to raise their adventurer rank later, they would have to fulfill certain conditions first, and doing so would take a considerable amount of time. Even after completing their promotion quests, many players in the past had chosen to train for some time before taking their first strength assessment. Overall, 6 ranks divided adventurer players: Bronze, Mysterious Iron, Secret Silver, Fine Gold, Dark Gold, and Epic. Once mainstream players reached level 50, players would start determining strength based on this adventurer rank. This was just like how players judged each other's combat standards based on their achievements in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. However, unlike the Trial Tower, which only judged one's combat techniques, the adventurer ranks were determined by a player's overall strength. Commission quests would also vary based on players' adventurer ranks. Bronze rank adventurers could accept F rank and E rank commissions. Mysterious Iron adventurers could accept up to D rank commissions, Secret Silver up to C rank, Fine Gold up to B rank, and Dark Gold up to A rank. Meanwhile, Epic adventurers could accept all commissions, including kingdom-level quests and S-rank commissions. There was no limit to the number of people who could qualify for the first 5 ranks. However, each kingdom could only have a maximum of 10 epic adventurers. Once these 10 slots had been filled, players who wanted to rise to this rank needed to pass the epic rank assessment. The Adventurers Association would also hold a competition each month. In this competition, players that passed the epic assessment could challenge any one of the 10 reigning epic adventurers. If they won, they would take that person's place. The epic adventurer that lost would be demoted to Dark Gold rank. If the challenger failed, however, they would have to wait another month before issuing another challenge. In the past, the names on this short list had changed practically every month. Aside from those monster-like players by becoming an epic adventurer, players received the highest benefits the Adventurers Association had to offer. They could accept the highest number and difficulty of Tier 2 commissions. This was why Shurfeng had rushed to the Adventurers Association as soon as he had completed his Quest 3 as his strength commission quests would be available in every Kingdom's Adventurers Association in the beginning. Once these quests were accepted, they would no longer be available. Even if the player that accepted the quest failed it, no other players could pick up the quest. Moreover, these quests offered astonishing rewards. The rewards of these first 3 SSS rank quests could practically rival that of legendary quests. Fortunately, these 3 SSS rank quests weren't as difficult as legendary quests. They were roughly on par with epic quests. This was a kind of bonus offered to the players who became epic adventurers before the rest of the player population by the time Shurfeng had completed his Tier 2 promotion quest in the past. Plenty of players had already obtained their Tier 2 class. However, none of those players had become epic adventurers. Even the most powerful player in Star Moon Kingdom had only achieved Fine Gold rank. Only after some time had someone reached epic rank and discovered the 3 SSS rank commission quests. However, Shurfeng had only reached secret silver rank. He had watched enviously as others got to challenge the SSS rank quests, but he was much stronger than his past self. He had to try for epic run cause. Shurfeng reached the arena's center. The senior administrator activated a magic array. The instant the magic array activated, a humanoid monster appeared before Shurfeng. The monster wore pitch-black armor, and through the monster's helmet, Shurfeng saw glowing, blood-red eyes staring right at him. Dark Knight, Illusion Lord. Level 53. HP 2, 000, 000/2, 000, Lord Protector, you may begin. The administrator side as a Tier 2 strength assessment. Shurfeng needed to be capable of taking down a Tier 2 monster at the very least. If he couldn't even kill a Tier 2 monster, he would not qualify to become a Tier 2 class. As soon as the administrator finished speaking, Shurfeng took a step forward and vanished void steps. Compared to Shurfeng's previous status as a Tier 1 player, his physique was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 20 yards and appeared beside the Dark Knight, the abyssal blade in his hand lightly slicing at the monster Shadow Blade. Before the Dark Knight could defend itself, 9 pitch-black sword lights descended on it immediately. The Dark Knight's HP fell rapidly. 11,049. Minus 10,918. Minus 21,849. Suddenly, the Dark Knight lost nearly 1/10 of its HP. Only now did the Dark Knight react and brandished its greatsword at Shurfeng cross-slash. 2 slashes crisscrossed as they flew at Shurfeng. However, rather than dodge, Shurfeng countered the attack with a simple swing with Killing Rayboom. Shurfeng instantly sliced apart the Dark Knight's cross-slash. The swordsman's momentum didn't slow in the slightest as it struck the Dark Knight's helmet. The strike forced the monster to retreat by 3 steps. The difference between the opponent's strength was obvious. There was simply no comparison. In less than 30 seconds. The Dark Knight transformed into particles of black light and disappeared. From beginning to end, it hadn't even been able to counterattack. Congratulations, Lord Protector. You have passed the bronze rank assessment and officially become a Tier 2 Swordmaster. Do you wish to continue the strength assessment? The NPC administrator congratulated. Continue. Shurfeng roared. Chapter 1319, Epic Adventurer. Chapter 1319, Epic Adventurer. Lord Protector, if you wish to continue, I must warn you, the administrator said as he adjusted the magic array and created another Dark Knight. The last test was only meant to determine if you have reached the Tier 2 standard. The following tests will determine your rank as an adventurer. This will also determine the rank of the commission quests you'll be allowed to accept. The next tests will be far more difficult. If the Dark Knight kills you inside the magic array, your soul will be damaged, and you'll suffer a weakened state for some time. Moreover, the stronger the Dark Knight is, the longer the weakened state will last. Are you sure you wish to continue? Continue. Shurfeng answered without hesitation. He He was very familiar with the consequences. The Bronze assessment was the lowest rank for Tier 2 players. The following assessments were the real challenge. Completing the Tier 2 promotion quest was already difficult. Most experts were only capable of passing the Mysterious Iron assessment. One could say that the Mysterious Iron assessment was a dividing line between expert and elite players. As soon as Sherfone gave his answer, the administrator injected a stream of mana into the Dark Knight. Immediately, the Dark Knight's eyes released a bright, red glow, its aura growing stronger. Dark Knight, Illusion Lord. Level 53. HP 3,000/3,000,000. This time, rather than wait for Sherfone to attack, the Dark Knight took the initiative to use charge at Sherfone. Upon arriving before Sherfone, the Dark Knight swung its silver greatsword. This Dark Knight was far superior to the last in both speed and strength. Boom. As it landed, the greatsword created a crack in the ground that extended for over 10 yards. However, this frightening, destructive power hadn't hit Sherfone. The silver greatsword had only landed beside Sherfang's feet. Meanwhile, a blue longsword pierced through the Dark Knight's heart, causing a critical damage of -25. 274. The crimson radiance from within the Dark Knight's helmet brightened. Tightening its grip on its greatsword, the Dark Knight twisted as it swung its weapon horizontally. Whirlwind slash. Dang! A crisp clang echoed throughout the arena. The abyssal blade had stopped the silver greatsword in its tracks, holding it away from Sherfone. Meanwhile, the sacred sword in Sherfang's other hand descended on the Dark Knight. Once more, Sherfone had easily been capable of killing a lord of the same level when he had been a Tier 1 player. Now that he had been promoted to a Tier 2 swordmaster, killing such an opponent would be a piece of cake in less than a minute. The Mysterious Iron rank Dark Knight faded into particles of black light and disappeared. Another Dark Knight quickly took its place. However, this monster was slightly different. Instead of a greatsword, it wielded two double-edged axes. Its aura was also far more violent. Dark Warrior, Illusion, High Lord. Level 53. HP 4,000/4,000,000. Lord Protector, do you wish to continue? The administrator asked again. Continue. Sherfone nodded. He was very familiar with the Dark Warrior before him when he had become a Tier 2 player in his previous life. He had faced this Dark Warrior during his first assessment. Afterward, he had spent a lot of time and effort to improve his weapons, equipment, and techniques before he had defeated the Dark Warrior and became a secret silver adventurer as Sherfone declared his intent. The Dark Warrior roared and dashed towards Sherfone like a wild beast. When only 10 yards separated the two combatants, the Dark Warrior threw one of its axes at Sherfone. An explosion shook the arena as the axe tore through the air, flying straight for Sherfang's heart-death throw. Immediately after, the Dark Warrior raised its other axe before pushing off of the ground. The monster shot forward like a bullet and followed closely behind the axe it had thrown. It was clear that the Dark Warrior intended to take advantage of the moment Sherfone dodged its axe to strike. In terms of combat techniques, the Dark Warrior was undoubtedly stronger than the prior Dark Knights. Only before the thrown axe could reach Sherfone, a blue streak of light struck the weapon and sent it flying off course. The Dark Warrior was stunned. Sherfone then used his abyssal blade to block the Dark Warrior's axe. Meanwhile, with Killing Ray now unoccupied, Sherfone lightly slashed the sacred sword across the monster's massive form, leaving behind one deep furrow after another on the latter's armor. The senior administrator, who watched quietly from a safe position, was stunned. He hadn't been surprised to see Sherfone overwhelm the Lord-ranked Dark Knights with his strength. However, Sherfone achieved the same feat against a High Lord of the same level. To Sherfone, however, this was only a matter of course. Currently, he wielded numerous epic items as well as 2 fragmented legendary items. He also had the Blade Saint class, one of the 10 great saint classes. If his strength couldn't rival that of a High Lord of the same level after reaching Tier 2, that would be strange. According to Sherfang's estimates, his current strength and speed should be equal, if not close, to a great lord of the same level. Even without using his skills, he could easily deal with a high lord of the same level. Only, it would take some time to finish off his opponent after a minute and a half. Without suspense, Sure Feng defeated the Dark Warrior then. The fine gold ranked Dark Warrior appeared. It was similarly a high lord, though it possessed a few more skills than the secret silver ranked Dark Warrior. Its basic attributes were also slightly superior, and its combat standards could rival a player who had reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor. It also had 5 million HP in the past. Only a handful of Star Moon Kingdom's players had defeated this terrifying monster in their first assessment, however, against Sure Feng, who had an advantage in terms of strength, speed, and techniques. The Dark Warrior only lasted 2 minutes before collapsing to the ground as the fine gold-ranked Dark Warrior died. A Dark General wielding a spear took its place. The Dark General also had a long sword hanging from its waist. Dark General, Illusion, Great Lord. Level 53. HP 6,000/6,000,000. This was the gatekeeper that had prevented every player in Star Moon Kingdom from becoming a Dark Gold adventurer during their first assessment come. Sure Feng invited the Dark General as he activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons slash this time. Sure Feng chose to use his doppelganger to distract the Dark General while he dealt damage from the sides. Although his doppelganger lost some HP each time it blocked an attack, the Dark General lost HP at a much faster rate eventually. When a doppelganger was almost out of HP, both Sure Feng and his doppelganger used Flame Burst. After receiving 30 devastating strikes, the Dark General lost of its remaining HP. With its final struggle, the Dark General took Sure Feng's doppelganger with it to the grave as the Dark General disappeared. The magic array covering the arena went berserk as it devoured mana from its surroundings and diverted it to the center of the arena. Gradually, a 3-meter-tall knight decked out in golden armor and dual-wielding 2 crimson greatswords formed. King of Darkness, Illusion, Grand Lord. Level 53. HP 8,000/8,000,000. Although Sure Feng had known about the epic assessment's difficulty, he was a little shocked as he met the King of Darkness for the first time. Were this not an assessment, but an actual Grand Lord of the same level, he could simply turn tail and run. After all, a Grand Lord's HP and battle recovery alone were enough to overwhelm him. After Sure Feng rested, he started the challenge. Immediately, the King of Darkness waved its 2 great swords. 3 level 53 Lord-ranked Dark Knights then appear by its side. Though, unlike the previous Dark Knights, these only had 800,000 HP each. However, as these Dark Knights died, the King of Darkness could summon them again. Moreover, each Dark Knight's death would heal the King of Darkness for 400,000 HP. To ordinary players, the King of Darkness was an unreasonable opponent. However, Sure Feng had prepared for this fight. Immediately, he stabbed the Abyssal Blade into the ground. Abyssal Curse. Suddenly, the ground transformed into a dark swamp that trapped the King of Darkness and the Dark Knights. But contrary to Sure Feng's expectation, Abyssal Curse hadn't decreased the King of Darkness's attribute. Sure Feng no longer held back as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. His strength attribute instantly surpassed that of the King of Darkness. He then activated Instant Strike and appeared before the Grand Lord. Phantom Kill. 9 Dragons slash. His doppelganger also activated Instant Strike the moment it appeared, its attack speed and damage skyrocketing. Sure Feng and his doppelganger then launched a barrage of attacks at the King of Darkness. Sure Feng dealt over minus 90,000 damage with each strike, minus 200,000 with a critical hit. As for his doppelganger, it dealt nearly minus 80,000 damage. Sword lights descended on the King of Darkness like rain. The Grand Lord's HP vanished at a rate visible to the naked eye in 3 short seconds. The King of Darkness's HP fell to 50%. It raged as it broke free from Abyssal Curse's binding, brandishing its twin greatswords. In response, Sure Feng cast Abyssal Bind on the King of Darkness, not giving the Grand Lord a chance to counterattack. Although Abyssal Bind couldn't restrict the King of Darkness for 4 full seconds, Surefeng only needed 1 or 2 seconds Thundering Flash, Thunder Flame Explosion, Dragon Breath, Flame God's Fury. One skill after another mercilessly collided with the King of Darkness. Once the Grand Lord had 1/3 of its HP, any additional damage Surefeng dealt caused a part of its golden armor to turn black. At the same time, the Grand Lord's aura seemed to grow stronger. The 9 pitch-black chains that bound the King of Darkness began to shatter. It was obvious that the King of Darkness had a passive skill that boosted its attributes. As it lost HP, the King of Darkness was already life-threatening. The Grand Lord's frightening, destructive power even shocked Surefeng when the King of Darkness was nearly free from its bindings. Surefeng and his doppelganger used flame bursts simultaneously. From miniature suns illuminated the arena. Although the King of Darkness eventually freed itself and blocked some of the 30 devastating strikes, each of Surefeng's strikes that hit dealt over -200,000 damage, -400,000 for critical hits. Even though the Grand Lord had blocked a fraction of the attacks, Surefeng finished off the King of Darkness by the time Flame Burst ended. As the King of Darkness died, the sound of a system notification reached Surefeng's ears. System, congratulations. You have become Starmoon Kingdom's first epic rank adventurer. Your name will be known throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Please retrieve your reward from the Adventurers Association's Association Leader. Chapter 1320. A quest that determines the fate of a country. Chapter 1320. A quest that determines the fate of a country. Retrieve a reward from the Adventurers Association's Association Leader. Surefeng smiled bitterly as he read the system notification. Association Leader was the highest position in the Adventurers Association. The Association Leader of White River City's Adventurers Association wasn't the same as the city's magistrate. Normally, a city magistrate couldn't leave the city under their management. In contrast, the association leaders left their cities frequently, so they were extremely difficult to meet. Although it had been referred to as a reward, in reality, it was a considerably high difficulty quest. Once the King of Darkness vanished, Surefeng heard another system notification. System, do you wish to leave your name on the epic list? Surefeng instantly clicked yes. However, he altered the name he registered with, using Black Flame. Once he entered his name, it appeared on a massive pillar at the edge of the arena. Any player that came to the Adventurers Association for their Tier 2 assessment would see it. The senior administrator excitedly approached Surefeng, holding a dark purple emblem. This was proof that he had become an epic adventurer in Starmoon Kingdom. There were only 10 such emblems in the entire kingdom, and it was definitely an honor to receive one Lord Protector. Congratulations on becoming an epic adventurer. This purple star emblem is proof of your identity. You can accept any Tier 2 commission quests without restrictions as long as you reveal it. The senior administrator carefully handed the emblem to Surefeng, reverence filling his gaze as he looked at the swordsman. Only 10 epic adventurers could exist in Starmoon Kingdom at a time. The position could practically rival the association's 4-star adventurers. As Surefeng received the emblem, emotion overwhelmed him. In the past, even the dark gold ranked emblem had been far out of his reach, much less the purple star emblem. The purple star emblem provided more than access to quests. He would also have access to many other privileges in the Adventurers Association. For example, when players accepted commission quests, they needed to pay a deposit fee. Players with the purple star emblem enjoyed a 50% discount on these fees. The Adventurers Association would also prepare one S-rank quest for epic adventurers once a week. The Tier 2 commission quests were available throughout the country, but there was a limited number. As players accepted these quests, fewer would be available. Multiple players couldn't accept a single commission quest unless it were specifically a team-based quest. Moreover, depending on the difficulty ranking, the number of available commission quests would change. For example, Fine Gold adventurers were allowed to accept a maximum of B-rank commission quests. However, there were very few quests available to Fine Gold adventurers. They'd be lucky if they got their hands on a C-rank commission. It was even more difficult for Dark Gold adventurers. In addition, the Adventurers Association did not update the commission quests at regular intervals. The updates were random. Hence, nobody knew when high-rank quests would resurface. As a result, the competition between high-ranking adventurers became even more intense. Epic adventurers were the only exception, as they would be granted a designated S-rank quest. Each week commission quests were different from public quests. Take epic and legendary quests, for example. If the players who accepted these quests failed to complete them within the stipulated time frame, they would suffer a severe penalty, but players wouldn't be punished for failing the Adventurers Association's commission quests. Players only needed to pay a deposit before accepting a commission quest. This deposit was generally in the form of coins or magic crystals, and the more difficult a quest was, the higher its deposit would be. When a player completed a commission quest, their deposit would be returned to them alongside the corresponding rewards. On the other hand, if a player failed, they wouldn't get their deposit back. One could say that the deposit replaced the punishment for failure. Hence, players generally prefer to challenge a high-difficulty commission quest, as the most they would lose was some coins or magic crystals. Compared to the potential rewards, the loss was nothing. I wish to accept a commission. May I see a list of the available quests? Shifeng asked the administrator. That won't be a problem. Please follow me. The administrator nodded, following which, the administrator led Shifeng to the second floor's VIP reception room and retrieved a list of commissions. Handing it to Shifeng, there sure are quite a few high-rank quests available. Shifeng was inwardly astonished. When he had come in search of commissions in the past, he had rarely found D-rank commissions, much less C-rank. Even when some had been available, they had generally been very difficult. However, he was now the only person in Starmoon Kingdom to complete a Tier 2 promotion. He had no competition. The number of available quests was staggering. There were 22 S-rank commissions available at the moment, which only epic adventurers could accept. As for A-rank commissions, which only Dark Gold adventurers and higher could accept, there were 458 available. B-rank commissions numbered 5,163. As for the commissions below B-rank, needless to say, there were far more. All of these commissions were available throughout the various cities in Starmoon Kingdom. Shifeng was simply amazed. B-rank commissions already offered bountiful rewards. Even the most common B-rank commission would award a piece of secret silver equipment of the same level, with more difficult quests awarding fine gold weapons and equipment of the same level. After reaching level 50 and beyond, it would be extremely difficult to obtain secret silver equipment, not to mention fine gold equipment. However, these factors weren't the most important aspect of commission quests. Once players completed a commission quest, the Adventurers Association would award a corresponding number of contribution points. Although players could exchange these points for weapons and equipment, players could also purchase valuable Tier 2 skill books. When players reached Tier 2 in God's Domain, they would no longer be able to learn basic Tier 2 skills from their class instructors as they had during Tier 1. Normally, players could only obtain Tier 2 skills by completing quests or from loot and treasure chests. One of the most frequently used methods to obtain Tier 2 skill books was through the Adventurers Association. Tier 2 skills were much stronger than Tier 1 skills. Whenever Tier 2 players obtained a Tier 2 skill, or upgrading their Tier 1 skill to Tier 2, their combat power would increase significantly. Many players had rushed to the Adventurers Association to compete for commission quests every day in the past. As the game progressed, the Adventurers Association would become even more popular. Sure enough, these 3 quests are still the available SSS rank commissions. Shifeng quickly located the 3 most difficult quests available throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Normally, S-rank commissions were considered kingdom-level quests. In other words, success and failure could affect an entire kingdom. Needless to say, these were incredibly difficult quests. Only powerful epic adventurers could hope to challenge them. SS-rank quests were obviously more important than S-rank. Normally, these quests could affect 2 or 3 kingdoms, or an empire. SS-rank commissions could determine a country's rise or fall. Normally, encountering such a quest heavily relied on luck. Now, however, 3 of these quests were available, and they were Revenge of the Fallen, Undead Resurrection, and Ancient Orc Empire. These 3 quests had been very well known in Starmoon Kingdom in the past. However, not a single player had completed any of these quests. It had been one of the Starmoon Kingdom's regrets, as any one of these quests could lift the kingdom to prominence in the past. There had been a country called the Golden Sands Kingdom. Due to the kingdom's epic adventurers completing the first 3 SSS rank commissions the system offered, the kingdom had grown to become the Golden Sands Empire. Not only had the kingdom annexed its 2 neighbors during its promotion, but it also grew to occupy several massive, neutral maps. This incident had shocked God's domain. Nobody had ever thought that epic adventurers had that kind of ability. Of course, those epic adventurers had only completed the SSS rank commissions due to them being as difficult as upper-rank epic quests. One of the reasons that Sure Feng wanted to become an epic adventurer so quickly in this life was that he wanted to promote Starmoon Kingdom to Starmoon Empire. Chapter 1321, National Weapon. Chapter 1321, National Weapon. The 3 SSS rank commissions were crucial to Starmoon Kingdom's upgrade. If Starmoon Kingdom were upgraded to an empire, as the kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing, would rise with it. This developmental method was much easier than contesting with other guilds for territory. There were many other benefits to be had when a kingdom upgraded to an empire, as well. One of them was the acquisition of the neutral maps surrounding the kingdom. God's domain's neutral maps occupied more area than all of the empires and kingdoms combined. Every one of these neural maps was a high-level area. Many among them were also high-resource maps. Once players reached level 50, they would gradually migrate to these neutral maps. Maps above level 100 were extremely rare in kingdoms. Empires did not fare much better in this regard. Hence, it was only a matter of time before players turned towards neutral maps to continue their development. Meanwhile, when a kingdom upgraded, it would annex these maps, and the new empire would claim the areas. It would then become much easier to level in these maps due to the NPC cities that would emerge in the past. Every NPC city constructed in a neutral map had a minimum player population of 3 million. Among them, the NPC city in the Shallow Hills, one of the neutral maps the Golden Sands Empire had claimed, had reached a player population of over 10 million during its peak. This gave the epic adventurer guilds, who completed the SSS rank commissions, a massive windfall. This was due to the new city's lands. To purchase those lands, players needed a certain amount of reputation in the former kingdom or noble status in the new NPC city. It had become impossible for non-native guilds to purchase the lands within a short amount of time. Meanwhile, due to the neutral map's high-level environment, the new city's lands had been far more valuable than lands in cities near low-level maps. Sure Feng had been planning this since he joined God's domain in this life lore protector. There is a very large variety of commissions available. If you are unsure of which to choose, I can offer a recommendation based on your preference and requirements. The senior administrator suggested after Sure Feng's long moment of silence. Thanks for the offer, but I've made my decision. I'll choose the Ancient Orc Empire, Sure Feng said as he pointed to the quest name on the list. Although Starmoon Kingdom's past players had known about the 3 SSS rank commission quests, no one had known about the quest contents aside from the player who accepted them. After carefully reading through the quest contents, Sure Feng concluded that the Ancient Orc Empire was the easiest among the 3. Based on his current abilities, completing the other 2 would be impossible. Revenge of the Fallen required him to kill 5 Fallens that hid within Starmoon Kingdom. The Fallen within Starmoon Kingdom would not be as easy to deal with as Baron Woka. The system wouldn't suppress them. A Fallen at its peak had the strength to destroy an entire city. Moreover, these Fallens hid all over Starmoon Kingdom. Just finding them would be a difficult task. It was no wonder why nobody had completed the commission in the past. Undead Resurrection wasn't easy either. He needed to gather 3 extremely rare items: the Book of Undead, the Bone Staff, and the Ancient Contract. Of these items, Sure Feng had only heard of the Book of Undead. However, this item was located in the level 80 neutral map, Slumbering Tomb. It was the gathering place for undead. The Book of the Undead was even guarded by the tier 4 mythic rank Skeleton King. Sure Feng had no hope of obtaining the book, and he had never heard of the other 2 items before. He did not even know where to start looking for them. That only left the Ancient Orc Empire. Once, the powerful Orc Empire had its imperial capital in the level 75 neutral map, Morning Battlefield, which was situated between Starmoon Kingdom and Purple Thorns Kingdom. However, After countless wars, the imperial capital had become a battlefield. Powerful orcs currently gathered in the ruins, hoping to restore the glory they once enjoyed and conquer the several surrounding kingdoms. These orcs have been a thorn in these kingdoms' sides for a long time. Now, the ancient Orc Empire Commission's task was to destroy the alliance between the various orc tribes. In order to destroy this alliance, Shurfong was required to locate the Orc Empire's founding emperor's weapon, the Disintegration Axe, and prevent it from falling into orc hands. If the orcs got their hands on this weapon, they would be able to gather the orcs scattered across God's domain. If they succeeded, God's domain's various kingdoms and empires would be in trouble. Fortunately, the Disintegration Axe had been very famous in the past. Shurfong knew the weapon's whereabouts. Otherwise, he would have been forced to choose the Undead Resurrection Commission instead. Lord Protector. This commission will require a 6,000 gold deposit. However, as you're an epic adventurer, you're only required to pay half. Are you sure you wish to accept this commission? The senior administrator asked. Shurfong handed 3,000 gold over without hesitation. As a result, however, he was almost broke. Although Stone Forest Town had earned quite a lot of money while he had been busy, most of that money had been reinvested in the town and guild's development. Part of the money had also been used to purchase Diamondwood. There wasn't much left. He also needed to save funds for his future city's development and construct the 4 Towers of Elements after his rampant slaughter of demonic beasts in the moon god space. Shurfong had a total of 989 7 luminary shards. Although he had wanted to grind a little more, as he obtained more shards, their drop rate decreased. Fortunately, he had enough to synthesize 40 units of 7 luminaries crystals and construct the 4 Towers of Elements. Once the towers had been constructed, his city would be safe from players. However, constructing a high-end building like the 4 Towers of Elements cost an astronomical number of coins. Based on Shurfang's initial estimates, the other materials alone would cost around 90,000 gold. Once Shurfong accepted the commission and was about to return to the Candlelight trading firm, Blackie contacted him. Has something happened? Shurfong asked when he saw Blackie's grim expression. Guild leader, we lost again. Blackie replied quietly, what? Even Aqua and Summer were defeated? Shurfong was slightly stunned. He had sent Aqua Rose and the others to the battle arena. He had a very clear understanding of Aqua Rose and alluring Summer's strengths. Both were fully geared in top-tier equipment. In addition, not only were they refinement realm experts, but the 2 women had also grasped a portion of the secret spell-casting technique with their strength. No one throughout Starmoon Kingdom should be their match. Only the Superpowers Peak experts should be able to offer a challenge. Restoring Zero Wing's reputation should be a piece of cake for them. Well, no. The other side suddenly asked to change the rules of the competition and is now seeking to melee combat. Skills, spells, and tools are not permitted. So, only Cola, Shadow Sword, and Flying Shadow were able to fight. However, all 3 were defeated. That evil fire kid still hasn't made a move either, Blackie explained. Currently, the people in the battle arena are starting to badmouth us, saying that Zero Wing doesn't have any capable experts. Many guilds have sent spies to rub salt in our wounds. If we don't stop those guys now, the prestige we've worked so hard to gain will most likely. Guild leader, what I'm trying to say is that we should send in Big Sis Fire. She can definitely defeat those punks. This is interesting. Even Cola and Flying Shadow's techniques were no match for them. Shurfang's lips curled up, his interest in Evil Fire growing first. Evil Fire had challenged him, the guild leader of Zero Wing, publicly. He then went to Stone Forest Town a day before the competition to make a name for himself. With this, Shurfong would have no choice but to accept Evil Fire's challenge. Guild leader, should I ask Big Sis Fire for help? Blackie asked. Anxiously, Fire Dance had been busy dealing with important guild affairs. Moreover, Shurfong had already stated that without his permission, nobody was to disturb Fire Dance. However, they had no choice but to involve Fire Dance, the number 2 melee expert in Zero Wing, to teach those challengers a lesson now that trouble was knocking on their door. Unfortunately, involving Shurfong wasn't an option. If their guild leader fought a bunch of nameless challengers, it would humiliate Zero Wing and its members. After all, Zero Wing was no longer some small upstart guild. It was Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild now. I'll make a trip myself. Sure Feng smiled as he shook his head. Chapter 1322, Unlocking a New Function. Chapter 1322, Unlocking a New Function. Stone Forest Town. When Sure Feng stepped out of the guild residence, the sight before him was 4 in rows of 1 and 2-story houses had stood before the guild residence previously. Now, various virtual shops occupied both sides of the street. There were also advanced hotels, restaurants, bars, and other establishments. The street was now as busy as White River City's most popular areas. There was no lack of expert players that had exceeded level 40. Some players even roamed the street atop mounts aside from adventurer players. Quite a few lifestyle players chatted merrily on the street. Many wandering merchant NPCs hawked their wares from temporary stalls along the main street. The NPC traffic was just as shocking as the number of players. The lively scene made Stone Forest Town look like a city rather than a town. Sure Feng was surprised after just a few days. Stone Forest Town had undergone such a massive transformation. If the town continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it could be promoted to an advanced town. If Sure Feng hadn't already started his city's construction, Stone Forest Town could have served as Zero Wing's main headquarters. As Sure Feng slowly made his way to the battle arena, he eavesdropped on the conversations throughout Stone Forest Town. More experts are gathering in the battle arena each day. Before this, I could have easily ranked among the daily tournament's top 100 and earned the consolation prize. Now, I can't even get within the top 300. That's right. Only our team leader can hold his rank in the top 100 now. However, I heard that Zero Wing plans to extend the consolation prizes to cater to the top 300 soon. The top 100 contestants will get priority in purchasing exotic stamina potions from the Candlelight trading firm. They'll even get a 10% discount, but they will be limited to 3 bottles. Priority in purchasing the exotic stamina potion? That's great. Candlelight only sells a limited number each day, and the various large guilds and second-hand dealers usually claim them. That's right. Fortunately, we have our team leader. We'll be able to buy 3 exotic stamina potions every day. As long as we stockpile, we'll be able to explore those high-level maps. Our income will be amazing. I heard that the Sharp Edge Adventurer team went on an expedition earlier, venturing into the core of the Ghost Ruins and making a fortune. I've also heard that they're already preparing to buy their second private house in Stone Forest Town. All that's left is to wait until Zero Wing sells more. They made that much money? I heard that the private houses auctioned for more than 600 gold. I'm guessing that they'll be far more expensive during the next auction. Of course, they came across a fine gold treasure chest during their expedition and obtained a secret silver-ranked combat boots designed from it. They sold it in the auction house for a fortune. The exotic stamina potion is awesome. Practically nobody explores those distant maps. I wish we could get a private house in Stone Forest Town. We'd be able to participate in the Battle Arena's daily tournament every day. We could also purchase special tools from the wandering merchants. That's right. Unfortunately, our leader is still hesitant. He's unsure of whether or not we should equip each team member with a mount first. The players' eyes sparkled as they discussed Stone Forest Town's private houses. No one had thought much of the town's private houses previously. After all, there were transport carriages that traveled to and from other NPC towns, saving them plenty of time. However, these players realized that there was a world of difference between the teams that owned a private house and those that did not. Not only could the teams that owned private houses send their strongest expert to the battle arena, but they could also purchase various items from the wandering merchants when the NPCs restocked. Most importantly, team members could accumulate the double EXP buff. They also had the option of using their private houses as warehouses. It seems people are starting to realize the benefits of private houses. However, this is only the beginning. Sure Feng's confidence in his plans grew as he listened to the public's growing interest in Stone Forest Town's private houses. In reality, private houses offered more than just easy teleportation for their owners. Their companions could also utilize this function. Unfortunately, only a small number of players could teleport at a time. Moreover, The cooldown between each teleport was considerably long. In addition, private houses needed to reach a certain rank before this function would be available. To put it simply, private houses could be upgraded like guild residences, private rooms, and shops. In fact, player-constructed private houses were much easier to upgrade. It simply depended on whether or not the house's town had reached the required standard to unlock the group teleportation function. This was also why players preferred to purchase private houses in large guilds, towns, and cities. First, it granted them some security. Players wouldn't have to worry about other guilds invading and capturing the town. Second, large guilds, towns tended to develop quickly. This, in turn, meant that the private houses could be upgraded very quickly. Currently, Stone Forest Town was an intermediate town. Owners could already upgrade their private houses. Unfortunately, the town had yet to unlock the group teleportation function. Two conditions needed to be met to unlock this function. The first condition was a player population of over 300,000. For Stone Forest Town, meeting this requirement was a piece of cake. The second condition was the town's security. This condition was a little more complex. The town needed a sufficient number of defensive structures and a certain quality of the NPCs guarding the town. Once these conditions were met, the town would unlock the group teleportation function. Stone Forest Town had already met the requirement for defensive structures. The only problem remaining was the quality of the NPC guards. Although the guild could recruit NPC guards, it couldn't nurture them. Hence, the quality of the NPCs depended on the town's standard and luck. It would take time to meet the requirement. Fortunately, things had changed. Shifeng had intended to use the Heroes chapter in his new city. After reviewing the situation, though, Shifeng decided that this was a good opportunity to develop Stone Forest Town. Before Shifeng had realized it, he had already reached Stone Forest Town's most popular location, the Battle Arena. A large crowd of players was trying to squeeze into the Battle Arena, now the size of Jinhai City's city center sports arena. The scene wasn't any less lively than the White Tiger Dojo's friendly competition. Meanwhile, in the Battle Arena's fourth-floor tournament hall, players filled the stands as they constantly cheered on the fighters on the stage. Among them, many were level 40 and above experts. At this moment, the fight on the stage reached its conclusion. The victor was a cloaked berserker. However, the spectators hadn't cheered because the match was so exciting. Rather, their cheers were due to another Zero-Wing expert's defeat. Sure enough, Turtle Dove isn't a match for them. Blackie sighed as he watched the stage. Both Rampant Blade and Yi Wumian had fought as well. However, their opponents had been too strong. Neither had lowered their opponent's HP below 50%. Only Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword had reduced their opponent's HP to nearly half. The unknown challengers were ridiculously strong. Haha. It seems Zero-Wing's experts only amount to this much. They're only slightly stronger than those first-rate guild peak experts we challenged before. Zero-Wing, just send whatever expert you've got. I'll accept the loss if you can get my HP below 50%. A 2-meter-tall, cloaked berserker said, laughing. Damn it. They're looking down on Zero-Wing. Shadow Sword slammed his palms on the guardrail, wrathful flames burning in his eyes. If Big Sisfire were here, she would beat them to a pulp. Zero-Wing's other members nodded in agreement. Fire Dance was the undisputed number 2 melee expert in Zero-Wing. Only the vice guild leader Gentle Snow could put up a fight against her. No one else could even offer a challenge. Suddenly, a familiar figure slowly approached the stage. When Blackie and the others saw this figure, their jaws dropped. Guild leader. Chapter 1323. Overwhelming. Chapter 1323. Overwhelming. Blackie, Aqua Rose, and the other core members of Zero-Wing and the spectator stands blinked in surprise. Guild leader. You gonna fight? Turtle Dove, who stood by the stage, could not help but ask in surprise as Shifeng walked towards her. Shifeng wasn't wearing his black cloak, his appearance on display for all to see. However, even with an identification skill, players would only see his name, nothing else. MHM. I want to see their true strength for myself. Shifeng nodded, although Blackie had sent him some of the opponent's battle videos. Flying Shadow and the others hadn't been able to force them to exhibit their true strength. They hadn't used anything unique, so it wasn't easy to relate them to God's Domain's past Experts Guild leader. You need to be careful. When I fought him, I had the feeling that I couldn't exert my full power. It was as if all of my attacks had struck a ball of cotton. The technique he used to finish me off was particularly mysterious. When I watched the battle videos of when he had used the same technique during the previous rounds, I only saw him move. There were no after images or anything. But when I had faced him myself, it felt as if he had been everywhere around me. Ghost steps. Hearing Turtle Dove's experience, the only combat technique that came to Shifeng's mind was ghost steps. Like void steps, ghost steps was an advanced footwork technique. The technique made it difficult for opponents to predict the user's attack trajectory. In the past, very few people in God's Domain had used this technique. However, of the players Shifeng could remember, none resembled the man on the stage. Yifeng? It seems that Zero Wing is finally taking us seriously. Evil Fire, who sat in the VIP stands, said, smiling as he watched Shifeng according to his knowledge. After Black Flame, the next strongest experts were Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Yifeng, and Violet Cloud. Is he strong? The menacing-looking man carrying a blood-red shield on his back and holding a hammer asked curiously and wavering. Based on Evil's reaction, he must be. It's a pity that it is still Tiger's turn to fight. If that player had just waited a little longer, it would have been my turn, a gorgeous, graceful woman said as she toyed with the pitch-black dagger in her hand. The woman wore the Light of Darkness set equipment, a level 45 dark gold set equipment for assassins. Sighing, she continued, watching from the sidelines is really boring. Flower's right. We shouldn't have agreed to such long intervals. Thanks to that, Tiger's getting all the good fights. The other group members nodded in agreement. They were fully aware of how strong the Berserker, Mighty Tiger, was. He was already level 44. He could easily rank among the top 10 on an Empire's ranking list. Although he didn't wear level 45 Dark Gold set equipment, he had 2 pieces of growth-type equipment on him and had already upgraded both to the Dark Gold rank. They were much stronger than ordinary Dark Gold equipment. Their attributes were also suitable for Berserkers recently. Mighty Tiger had also his growth-type weapon, Howling Tomahawk, to epic rank, raising his combat power to a whole new level. Even their team leader had said that, with Mighty Tiger's standards, he could already challenge the top 200 experts on the God's Domain experts list. Moreover, that was without using Ghost Steps, but what about Star Moon Kingdom? Aside from Black Flame, who ranked 51st on the God's Domain experts list, the kingdom didn't have a single player in the top 200. If anything, only Fire Dance, who had risen to the 215th position in the latest update, was worth their attention. As long as Tiger defeats Yifeng, we just need to defeat Fire Dance or Gentle Snow. After that, I doubt that Black Flame will be able to just stand by. He'll be forced to accept your challenge tomorrow, Evil. Unwavering Hand said as he shifted his gaze to Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing core members. Evil, make sure to give it your all. The leader has a very favorable view of you. You will be representing our adventurer team in its debut fight. You can't lose. Big Brother Unwavering, I thought you were aware of my abilities. Just sit back and enjoy the fight tomorrow, Evil Fire said, smiling. He paid no attention whatsoever to Black Flame's title of Sword King. He only had one goal, to rank among the top 10 on the God's Domain experts list. Meanwhile, an uproar shook the spectator stands. Crap. Isn't that Yifeng, Zero Wing's honorary elder? After losing so many matches, it seems Zero Wing had finally decided to get serious. That Berserker's winning streak will come to an end. That's not certain. The previous Zero Wing experts were defeated so easily. Although the rumors about Yifeng's feats are impressive, that doesn't mean he can defeat that Berserker. That's right. None of Zero Wing's experts could reduce the Berserker's HP to below 50%. This is also a melee battle. They can't use any skills, spells, or tools. This shows how high the Berserker's combat standards are. Even if he is going up against Yifeng, I'm willing to bet that he has more than a 60% chance of winning. If anything, I don't think anyone but Black Flame and Fire Dance can put up a fight. I guess that's true. Although the rumors about Yifeng say that he is very powerful, his battle records are old. Now that everyone's been playing God's Domain for so long, their combat standards have improved significantly. I don't think that Yifeng can win that easily. The audience discussed the upcoming fight heatedly. Meanwhile, members of the various large guilds were eager to watch the fight. They hoped to watch Zero Wing humiliate itself. Meanwhile, on the stage, Mighty Tiger glared at Shifeng. He asked, "What? You want to be my opponent?" "That's right," Shifeng answered calmly, nodding. "The previous fights were over before I could even warm up. They were boring. Hopefully, you don't disappoint me as well." Mighty Tiger laughed as he glanced at Flying Shadow and the others, who sat in the spectator stands. He had gained some insight about Shifeng from Evil Fire, rumored to be as strong as Fire Dance, who was ranked 215th on the God's Domain experts list. He should serve as a decent opponent. Flying Shadow and his companions gritted their teeth when they heard Mighty Tiger's comment. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Despite having the advantage in terms of basic attributes, they had been defeated. This proved that Mighty Tiger's combat techniques were superior to theirs. "How do you want to set the rules of the match?" Shifeng asked calmly, unperturbed by Mighty Tiger's provocation. "Same as before. No spells, skills, or tools are allowed. We'll compete using only our techniques." Mighty Tiger set the duel's rules and sent Shifeng a duel request. "If you're not used to melee battles, I can only use 70% of my HP against you. You'll win if you take me down to 30%. Hearing Mighty Tiger's terms, the spectators gasped. They hadn't expected Mighty Tiger to be so bold. However, Mighty Tiger earned his arrogance. After all, none of Zero Wing's experts had reduced his HP to below 50%. "That's fine. Let's begin," Shifeng said nonchalantly. Once both sides had agreed to the duel, a timer appeared above the stage. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Let's see how strong you really are. As the duel began, Mighty Tiger retrieved the two axes from his back and dashed toward Shifeng like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Shifeng could feel the berserker's icy killing intent lock onto him. It was clear that the berserker wasn't like the players who only fought in games. When Mighty Tiger was 10 yards away from Shifeng, his footwork changed. Sure enough, he's using ghost steps, Shifeng thought when he saw Mighty Tiger's body suddenly split into two identical clones, both moving in different directions. Very quickly, the two clones split into 4 and so on. It was as if Mighty Tiger had used a skill to create doppelgangers or illusions. To players who could not use skills or spells, this was an extreme disadvantage. Tiger is taking this too seriously. He's using ghost steps right off the bat. Yifeng won't even have a chance to display his skills, Unwavering Hand said, shaking his head from the audience's viewpoint. It seemed as if Mighty Tiger had approached Shifeng head-on before turning abruptly and circling to his opponent's side. When Shifeng and Mighty Tiger collided, a blue light flashed on the stage as Mighty Tiger turned to launch a follow-up attack. His vision started to grow dark. He then noticed a flower of blood bloom across his chest. Before he had realized what had happened, he collapsed to the ground behind Shifeng. What just happened? Everyone was confused as they stared at Mighty Tiger's corpse, none of them knowing what had just happened, following which the victor's name appeared above the stage. Yifeng. Chapter 1324, Sword God's Weapon. Chapter 1324, Sword God's Weapon. Tiger lost? What just happened? How did Tiger die so quickly? Was Tiger even attacked? He used ghost steps. How could he get hit in a melee battle? Can someone explain to me what just happened? Falling Flower stared at Mighty Tiger's corpse in astonishment from the VIP stands. She was practically shouting as she questioned the companions who sat beside her from start to end. Her eyes hadn't left the stage. She had been focused on the combatants. However, when Mighty Tiger had circled to Shifeng's back and was about to land a blow, he died instead. Just what had Shifeng done during that brief moment? Meanwhile, the players in the spectator stands were even more confused. Mighty Tiger had already been so fast that they couldn't keep up with him. Now, the battle had ended before they could understand what had happened in act. Is Zero Wing trying to hype up the competition? No, that's not right. Even if this is an act, the system recognized it as an official duel. It won't declare a victor until one of their HPs hits 0. But How could anyone eliminate over 30,000 of a Berserker's HP in an instant? The match confused every spectator, so much so that they had forgotten to cheer. The tournament hall was utterly silent as everyone stared at the stage. What did the guild leader do? Blackie had to ask with his eyesight. He had barely been able to keep up with Mighty Tiger's movements. He hadn't seen anything when Shurfeng had attacked. Is this a Tier 2 class? Aqua Rose was stunned as she looked at Shurfeng. Big sis Aqua. Do you know what happened? Flying Shadow asked eagerly. No, I just reacted. When that Berserker circled the guild leader, I saw a flash of blue light. The guild leader must have attacked him. It seems that the Berserker failed to react in time. After watching the recording in slow motion, I saw a guild leader use a standard slash. His attack speed wasn't on par with his instant strike. This speed isn't due to high attack speed. He just used his reaction speed. The guild leader's reaction speed has already surpassed the level that our eyes can keep up with. Aqua Rose explained after giving the matter some thought. The guild leader really is a monster. Realization dawned on Flying Shadow when he heard Aqua Rose's explanation. He had thought that after training arduously for so long, he had shortened the distance between Shurfeng and himself. However, the gap had continued to widen. Meanwhile, after the duel, Mighty Tiger resurrected below the stage. When he looked up at Shurfeng, fear, respect, and confusion filled his gaze rather than bewilderment. He was surprised that Shurfeng had seen through his ghost steps. His team leader had told him that even the top 100 experts on the God's Domain experts list wouldn't be able to see through his ghost steps, much less Shurfeng, who had never seen the technique before. However, Mighty Tiger couldn't believe that was true. Shurfeng must have seen ghost steps many times. Ghost steps was a special technique that combined footwork, killing intent targeting, and aura concealment to create the illusion that enemies surrounded the opponent, while in reality, only one of those enemies was real. It was a combat technique that specialized in dealing with experts. Experts had very sharp senses, and they would often react instinctively. It was an amazing technique. Against an ordinary player, however, the technique's effects would be minimal aside from being a peak expert. Shurfeng was a Tier 2 swordmaster. His physique far exceeded Mighty Tiger's. When dealing with abnormal speed, Shurfeng only needed to focus, and Mighty Tiger's movements would play in slow motion in his mind, yet Mighty Tiger had dared to come within 5 yards of him. The Berserker had been asking for a swift ending in the end. Shurfeng had triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect, which allowed him to kill Mighty Tiger instantly. Who else wants to fight? That boring battle wasn't even a good warm-up, Shurfeng quipped, smiling as he glanced at Evil Fire's group U. Mighty Tiger nearly choked when he heard Shurfeng's come in unwavering hand, and the others also wore grim expressions, hesitation lingering in their eyes. Shurfeng's performance had thoroughly stunned them, sure enough. The rumors about Yifeng weren't credible in the least. How was this supposed to be an expert on fire dance's level? Yifeng was practically on the same level as Black Flame. He might even be superior to the guild leader. Zero Wing has truly earned its fame. No wonder it became Starmoon Kingdom's mythical guild. Evil Fire's fighting spirit soared as he watched Shurfeng. Evil, you need to think this through. If you fight Yifeng, you'll most likely have to expose your trump cards. You'll have a tough time when you head to the Black Dragon Empire to challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Unwavering Hand warned his companion. I understand. Don't worry. In any case, I have a match with Black Flame tomorrow. It'll be a fair contest if he knows about my abilities. Evil Fire smiled nonchalantly. He then approached the stage with long strides. Evil Fire wore a suit of black scale armor. He also carried a dark purple greatsword that was as tall as he was. Blue runes decorated the sword's blade. The surrounding mana flowed towards the greatsword automatically, causing arcs of blue electricity to dance around the blade and crackle from time to time. Overall, Evil Fire looked like a demonic beast, his aura pulling an involuntary shiver from the audience. With each step Evil Fire took, his aura grew slightly more intense. The audience felt a heavy pressure weigh down on them. Moreover, he had removed the concealment on his weapon and equipment's glow effect, as well as his level 45. How is this possible? Even the #1 player on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list is only level 44 right now. Strong. So strong. No wonder why these people dared to challenge Zero Wing. Zero Wing is in trouble. Why does it feel like I should be running for my life when I look at him? Crap. He has 3 pieces of epic equipment on him. The glow effect on his greatsword looks unique as well. What rank is that weapon? The audience gasped when Evil Fire removed the concealment. Evil Fire's items hadn't only stunned the independent players watching. Blackie and the others from Zero Wing were astonished as well. Evil Fire's equipment could already rival that of Fire Dance and Gentle Snow Phone. However, didn't pay any mind to his opponent's equipment. Rather, the Berserker's dark purple greatsword attracted his attention. Why does he have the Storm Warblade? Surephone could not help his growing confusion. The Storm Warblade was one of God's Domain's 36 famed swords. Moreover, it was a higher rank than the Sacred Sword Killing Ray. The two-handed weapon ranked 14th among the 36 famed swords. This greatsword had been very famous in the past. The weapon was the reason that the sword god, Celestial Pole, had become so famous. The weapon had made its debut when Celestial Pole had been a Tier 3 player. Celestial Pole had only switched to a different weapon after reaching Tier 6. The fact that Celestial Pole had used the Storm Warblade until Tier 6 showed that the greatsword's attributes were frighteningly high. Yet now, a player whom Surephone had never heard of wielded the Storm Warblade. It was baffling. Do you want a melee battle as well? Surephone asked as Evil Fire stepped onto the stage. Now, you are quite strong enough to face me in an official duel, Evil Fire said, shaking his head. Proudly, he continued, I don't want you to hold back. Otherwise, the battle will end too quickly. Although Surephone had already displayed overwhelming power, it didn't affect Evil Fire. Evil Fire was still confident that it wasn't possible for him to lose Surephone then sent Evil Fire a duel request, following which the timer above the stage began to count down. Chapter 1325, Difference in Tiers. Chapter 1325, Difference in Tiers. Above the stage, the duel's timer counted down. Second after second, tension gripped the audience in the spectator stands. Their focus was glued to the stage. It was the first time a match of such high standards had occurred in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Not even the major tournament, which was held once every 15 days, could hold a candle to this upcoming match. After all, Surephone, who had killed today's undefeated champion instantly, stood on one side. On the other side stood Evil Fire. Although Evil Fire had yet to fight, his weapon, equipment, and frightening aura were enough proof of his strength. There was also the fact that Evil Fire's group treated him like a leader. All these factors suggested that Evil Fire was far stronger than Mighty Tigers. However, while nobody knew what kind of outcome to expect, they knew that they would miss the clash between these two players if they didn't pay close attention. When the timer reached 0, Evil Fire unsheathed the Storm Warblade from across his back and shouted. Arcs of blue electricity danced across his body. The intensity of his aura increased considerably. Right now, he seemed like a ferocious, prehistoric beast. Evil Fire had just used his Berserk skill, Lightning Beast Rampage. It was a super rare Berserk skill that increased its user's strength, attack speed, movement speed, and HP by 100% for 90 seconds. Let us begin. Evil Fire's gaze sharpened as his near-tangible killing intent enveloped Surephone. It seemed as if Surephone was the only person in Evil Fire's world. In his mind, the audience members below the stage and crowding the building didn't even exist. Why is his killing intent so powerful? The approaching Berserker surprised Surephone. His mind constantly warned him of an imminent threat, and he couldn't help but focus on his opponent with his current strength. He could even go toe-to-toe against the Grand Lord. Only Tier 4 mythic monsters might be able to give him a challenge. Yet Evil Fire achieved the same by activating a Berserk skill. For a moment, Surephone even felt as if Evil Fire had surpassed a Tier 4 mythic monster. It was unbelievable. Even the audience struggled to breathe, their expressions becoming indescribably grim. So strong. His aura alone is so powerful. Zero Wing's in danger. Many expert players looked at Evil Fire with fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, Evil Fire left an afterimage behind him as he used charge against Surephone. his speed increasing tremendously as he approached his opponent like a violent gale. When Evil Fire was only 10 yards away from Sure Feng, he adjusted his footwork like Mighty Tiger. Evil Fire turned and circled around Sure Feng. He used the same strategy as Mighty Tiger. Only, this time, not even the experts in the audience could keep up with Evil Fire's speed. Mighty Tiger, who had returned to the VIP stands, could not help but laugh. "Ha ha! Yi Feng must be stunned. I'm not the only one who knows how to use ghost steps. And Evil is way better than I am. Even our team leader had to be careful against Evil. He could only mesmerize his enemies with his ghost steps. However, Evil Fire's ghost steps could force his opponents to focus on him and nothing else, causing his enemies to make all sorts of mistakes. It did not even matter if his opponent's attributes were higher than his after all. One's attributes were only useful if they hit their target. If they couldn't land a hit, all the strength in the world would be useless. Furthermore, Evil Fire had activated his Berserk skill. His strength and speed were both superior to Sure Feng's. The duel would end the moment Sure Feng made the slightest error. When Evil Fire was within 8 yards of Sure Feng's side, his footwork changed once more. Unlike Mighty Tiger, Evil Fire didn't circle to Sure Feng's back. Instead, he charged at Sure Feng's side, swinging his greatsword and sending a purple arc towards the swordsman's neck. Beheaded. Suddenly, Killing Ray appeared in the Storm Warblade's attack trajectory so fast. Evil Fire was stunned to see the sacred sword. He had not even noticed Sure Feng swing his blade, although Sure Feng's reaction speed surprised him. He didn't falter. On the contrary, Evil responded with a sneer. While Evil Fire found it surprising that Sure Feng had seen through his ghost steps and executed a proper defense, Sure Feng hadn't activated his Berserk skill when the match had begun. Even if Sure Feng activated a Berserk skill now, he would still have an absolute advantage in terms of strength over the swordsman. Even if Sure Feng blocked the attack, the impact would knock back the swordsman. He could then continue his fierce assault and force Sure Feng to use his life-saving skills. Once Sure Feng expended the skill, he could easily kill the swordsman Dang. However, the instant the two famed swords collided, Evil Fire's expression changed. How did he use a Berserk skill? Evil Fire was surprised to feel the sensation in his arms as his greatsword struck Killing Ray. It felt as if he had hit an indestructible wall. Rather than forcing the sacred sword back, the impact, his hands tingled nearly numb. His HP had also fallen by over 100 points. In contrast, Sure Feng remained unharmed, still standing in his original position. However, before Evil Fire could understand what had happened, Sure Feng's Abyssal Blade was already moving towards Evil Fire's rib scram. When Evil Fire noticed the Abyssal Blade's approach, he knew that he couldn't block the attack. Despite his awkward posture, he forcefully executed Whirlwind Slash. Using the AoE skill to block the attack, he had already upgraded his Whirlwind Slash to Tier 1, level 10, and it was only a level away from Tier 2. The strength he could exhibit while using the skill was 50% higher than his normal attacks this time. Sure Feng was forced to take a step back as he received the attack. Seeing this, Evil Fire immediately pulled away from Sure Feng. He had been forced to move awkwardly when he had executed Whirlwind Slash. Although he had managed to deflect Sure Feng's blade, he was not in a good position to launch another attack. He needed to readjust his stance before doing so. 10 yards separated Sure Feng and Evil Fire once more, both fighters observing each other quietly. Although both sides had already clashed twice, the encounter had only lasted a brief moment. The clash had occurred so quickly that both fighters were 10 yards away from each other before the audience could react. The tournament hall fell silent. Impossible. He saw through Evil's ghost steps and blocked the attack. Is he even human? Mighty Tiger's eyes nearly fell from their sockets as he looked at Sure Feng previously. After activating his Berserk skill, Evil Fire had relied on this same attack strategy to kill a superpower's peak expert, yet Sure Feng had deflected the move effortlessly. The swordsman had even forced Evil Fire to use Whirlwind Slash. Excitement filled Evil Fire's gaze as he watched Sure Feng. He felt as if he had just found a worthy rival. You really can't trust rumors. I never expected Zero Wing to have such an impressive expert. Since you blocked my previous move, you must rank within the top 100 on the God's Domain's expert list. Evil Fire could not help but praise his enemy. However, I told you that this duel would end very quickly if you hold back. This is my last warning. This will be the first time I try this next move. I had planned to save it for Black Flame, but I've decided to test it out on you first. Saying so, silver divine runes began to surface on Evil Fire's arms and forehead, giving the Berserker a sacred feeling. Evil Fire's aura also grew stronger divine warrior. Shurfeng was shocked to see the silver divine runes on Evil Fire's forehead in God's Domain. Aside from the 10 great saint legacies, which he had only learned about in this life, there were the 16 great peak legacies. These were the strongest among peak legacies. One of them was the divine warrior. As Evil Fire used ghost steps once more clones appeared around Shurfeng. To the audience, Evil Fire had just left long-lasting afterimages behind him. Before anyone had realized it, Evil Fire arrived a short distance away from Shurfeng's side. It seemed as if 2 Evil Fires graced the stage die. Evil Fire tightened his grip on the Storm Warblade as he swung it at Shurfeng. The great sword created a powerful gale as it sliced through the air. It seemed as if the great sword had split the air as it descended on Shurfeng. Chapter 1326, A Moment of Splendor. Chapter 1326, A Moment of Splendor. So fast. Although Evil Fire's ghost steps hadn't confused Shurfeng, Evil Fire moved so fast that he could only catch a glimpse of the Berserker's afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Evil Fire had reached his side while under the effects of twofold Berserk. Evil Fire's strength was on par with a Great Lord. Moreover, he had surpassed an ordinary Great Lord as the purple glow descended on him. Shurfeng intercepted it with Abyssal Blade. Although Shurfeng's attack speed could not outstrip Evil Fire's, his Tier 2 physique gave him godlike reaction speed. Before Evil Fire had begun to swing his greatsword, Shurfeng had already started swinging the Abyssal Blade parry. When the Storm Warblade collided with the Abyssal Blade, a loud boom shook the tournament hall, the resulting impact scattering the dust on the stage suddenly. A figure flew out of the dust cloud and slammed into the ground over 10 yards away. This figure was none other than Shurfeng. The Abyssal Blade in Shurfeng's hand still vibrated from the impact. Sure enough, he has the strength of a strength-based Great Lord, the same level, Shurfeng thought when he felt his hand numbed. No wonder why he is so confident against me. Meanwhile, the audience members in the spectator stands were stupefied. Is he a monster? What kind of strength is this? Was his strength just as high as Yifeng's? Due to Evil Fire's attack, the air above the stage seemed as if it had split in half. It looked like a cracked mirror. What? He can use twofold Berserk as well. Blackie's jaw dropped. Just who are these people? As far as they knew, twofold Berserk was Shurfeng's trademark move. By activating twofold Berserk, he could gain the strength to fight opponents of a higher tier for a short time. Against players without twofold Berserk, he had an overwhelming advantage throughout Zero Wing. No one, aside from Shurfeng and Gentle Snow, could block Evil Fire's attacks. Even Fire Dance was no exception. Blackie found it truly hard to imagine that a group of independent players would not only possess so many skilled fighters, but also have someone in possession of a peak legacy. Not even most first-rate guilds had players with peak legacies. The majority of those guilds' legacies were limited to basic and advanced rank. Yifeng is doomed. Evil's Divine Warrior Hidden class is a peak legacy famed for its destructive power. Not only does its legacy Berserk skill increase strength, agility, and endurance by 120%, but it also boosts the user's reaction speed and movement speed by 100%. It's one of the strongest Berserk skills available. Even if Yifeng has the attributes of a Great Lord of the same level, this is still a one-sided fight. Falling Flower's words were tinged with admiration as she watched Evil Fire after their team leader had obtained the Divine Warrior Legacy item. Everyone in the team had attempted to obtain the legacy. Unfortunately, only Evil Fire had succeeded in the end. As long as players with peak legacies had a little talent, they would qualify to reach the peak of God's Domain. Whether or not the player in question succeeded would depend on luck and effort. Once the dust settled on the stage, Evil Fire charged at Sure Feng again. However, he didn't use ghost steps this time. Instead, his dash was straightforward without techniques. He also completely disregarded his defenses as he reached his opponent. Evil Fire used Cross Slash, which could even injure a Tier 3 Great Lord, against Sure Feng against one of the publicly acknowledged strongest peak legacies in God's domain. Sure Feng couldn't be careless Heavenly Dragon's power. Suddenly, golden scales covered Sure Feng's body dragon's authority. Suddenly, Sure Feng exuded an aura that froze the space above the stage, creating an eerie silence. The change forced Evil Fire to slow slightly. However, he quickly reacted by activating a control removal skill. Although he couldn't dispel Dragon's authority suppression, holding it off for 2 or 3 seconds would be enough with only 8 yards separating the fighters. Evil Fire adjusted his attack method abruptly, changing his Storm Warblade's trajectory. In the next moment, 4 purple arcs flew at Sure Feng. All 4 arches moved at the same pace and targeted Sure Feng's blind spots. This is 4 extreme slashes. Sure Feng could not help his surprise when he saw this move. The Extreme Slash was Miracle Dragon's trademark move, unavailable to outsiders, although Evil Fire used the same technique as Miracle Dragon, who could easily execute 6 extreme slashes. Executing 4 extreme slashes was impressive. Sword's Orbit. Dang, dang, dang. Sure Feng blocked all 4 slashes perfectly before they were within 5 yards. Stunned, Evil Fire stopped his advance. How is this possible? How is his strength higher than mine? Evil Fire stared at Sure Feng in shock. Not only had his slashes failed to damage Sure Feng, but he had also lost over 800 HP. Although he had more than 150,000 HP in total, the fact that he had lost in a direct confrontation was unbelievable. However, Sure Feng did not intend to give Evil Fire any time to think as the Abyssal Blade soared toward the Berserker's next Shadow Blade. Suddenly, 9 shadow weapons appeared around Evil Fire, surrounding him. Each shadow could exert 120% of Sure Feng's strength. The attack was already close to that of a Grand Lord as Evil Fire realized the precariousness of his situation. His gaze turned serious, and he shouted suddenly. Countless wind blades formed around Evil Fire's body. The wind blades then flew out in all directions, shattering Sure Feng's shadows. The swordsman was forced to stop his assault as he used Defensive Blade to protect himself. Even so, Defensive Blade's block count was insufficient to stop all of the wind blades. Once the block counts were exhausted, each wind blade dealt around minus 3,100 damage. In total, Sure Feng had been struck 11 times, his HP decreasing by over 34,000 inches the blink of an eye. Sure Feng had lost 1/10 of his HPIs. This the Storm Warblade Storm Assault? What a terrifying weapon. Without Heavenly Dragon's powers defense and HP boost, I would have been forced to activate Absolute Defense. Evil Fire, who was enveloped in flowing, purple-hued air, had surprised Sure Feng. Once again, the Storm Warblade had 2 major skills. The first was Storm Assault. When activated, the skill created hundreds of wind blades that the user could control to attack any targets within 30 yards. Each wind blade possessed 110% of the player's strength. However, they could only cause 50% of the player's damage. The skill had a duration of 5 seconds and a cooldown of 15 minutes. However, the current Storm Warblade before Sure Feng was incomplete. Evil Fire couldn't control hundreds of wind blades yet. Though controlling dozens of wind blades wasn't a problem, the second major skill was called Storm Domain, and it was the cause of the purple whirlwind enveloping Evil Fire. When activated, the skill allowed the user to suppress any target within a 50-yard radius using powerful wind. Moreover, the closer the target was to the storm's epicenter, the stronger the suppression would become. Due to these 2 active skills, players who wielded the Storm Warblade were extremely powerful in melee combat. I had never thought that I'd be forced to use my final trump card before my match with Black Flame. Admiration filled Evil Fire's gaze as he looked at Sure Feng. He hadn't only dared to challenge the top 10 experts on the God's Domain expert list just because of his twofold berserk. Another important reason, the Storm Warblade in his hands. Fortunately, since I've used that trump card, this battle is over. Saying so, Evil Fire dashed towards Sure Feng and executed 4 extreme slashes yet again. At the same time, over 50 wind blades flew at Sure Feng from all directions. However, when Evil Fire was still 12 yards away from Sure Feng, the latter vanished and reappeared before Evil Fire Tier 2 Taboo skill. Instant Strike. Sword's Orbit. Even with Storm Domain Suppression, Sure Feng created a beautiful galaxy around him and bombarded Evil Fire with 1 star after another. Not only had Sure Feng shattered Evil Fire's 4 extreme slashes, but the resplendent stars also pierced Evil Fire's body, each star devouring over 90,000 HP before Evil Fire could react. His vision darkened and his body collapsed to the ground. The screen above the stage revealed the victor's name: Yifeng. Chapter 1327. Impossible competition. As the system announced the duel's victor, silence fell over the tournament hall, followed by the gasps. What's going on? Hadn't the berserker, Evil Fire, had the advantage? Are those 2 monsters? They are so fast. I didn't even have time to react. Is this a fight between peak experts? The sudden reversal and end of the duel befuddled the ordinary players present. However, some of the experts who had watched the match had a rough understanding of what had happened, although it was impossible for the naked eye to keep up with Sure Feng and Evil Fire's fight. They could watch the recording in slow motion, gaining a clear view of what had occurred. Evil Fire's attributes can definitely rival that of a Tier 3 Great Lord. If we fought, he'd most likely annihilate our 100-man team. Yet he couldn't block Yifeng's attacks. Just how strong is Yifeng? Is Zero Wing a guild of monsters? Unlike ordinary players, expert players could judge a player's strength accurately. Hence, they were aware of how powerful Evil Fire was. The Berserker was definitely a peak expert, an existence they looked up to and sought to become, yet Yifeng so easily defeated such an expert. The spectating experts even began to wonder if they had made a mistake in their judgment of Evil Fire's strength. Meanwhile, among those present, no one was more excited about the outcome than Zero Wing's members. Zero Wing's members looked at Sure Feng with reverence. The guild's many consecutive losses had frustrated them. However, they hadn't been able to do anything about it. After all, the fighters they had dispatched were guild experts. If not even the guild experts were a match for Evil Fire's group, then what hope did the elite and normal members have? However, as soon as Sure Feng had ascended to the stage, he had turned the situation around. First, he had killed Mighty Tiger, today's reigning champion, in a single move. Then, he destroyed a monster like Evil Fire in the blink of an eye. Zero Wing's members were both stunned and exhilarated. Meanwhile, the other guild's members who had badmouthed Zero Wing had fallen mute. Just who is this guy? Even our team leader has to dodge Evil's attacks when he uses twofold Berserk and the Storm Warblade skills. Yet that guy faced him head-on. Is he even a player? He can't be an NPC in disguise, right? Falling Flower stared at Sure Feng with wide eyes. No matter how many times she looked at the swordsman, she could not believe the match's outcome. She had experienced Evil's Storm Domain personally. Even 10 yards away from Evil Fire, the tremendous pressure had suppressed her. If she moved any closer, she'd be lucky if she could use 50% of her attack speed and reaction speed. It seems Zero Wing is not as simple as we had thought. We'll need to adjust our plans, Unwavering Hand said somberly as he glanced at Sure Feng. But first, we need to notify the team leader. The other group members nodded. Wearing morose expressions, they had planned to challenge the #1 guilds in the various kingdoms and empires to increase their adventurer team's fame. Yet before they had even challenged Zero Wing to an official match, Sure Feng had shut them down. As soon as Evil Fire resurrected below the stage, he ran up to Sure Feng, who was descending the stairs. Do you have some business to discuss? Sure Feng asked, smiling. If Evil Fire had fought him before he had completed his Tier 2 promotion, he would have likely been forced to use twofold Berserk and many of his trump cards. After all, despite looking like an unrefined savage, Evil Fire was a bona fide flowing water realm expert. Zero Wing didn't have a single expert, aside from himself, that had a chance of defeating the Berserker. Reaching the flowing water realm by the age of 20 was a miraculous feat. He would definitely be considered a genius in any superpower. If given enough time, Evil fire could reach the apex of God's domain. I'd just like to say a few things. I lost this match. I won't challenge Black Flame until I can defeat you. It won't be long before I issue another challenge. I will win, and then I'll challenge Black Flame to an honorable duel. Confidence shone in Evil Fire's eyes as he spoke with sure foam. While he had suffered a miserable loss, he had gained just as much. He had only recently obtained the Storm Warblade. He hadn't had a lot of time to get used to the weapon. Most importantly, he was close to completing the 4th phase of an epic quest. After he visited the Secret Land and obtained the skill that could counter Sure Fang's godlike speed, he could definitely put up a good fight against the swordsman. Challenge me? Sure Fang could not help but laugh. Allow me to refuse. I don't have that much time on my hands. What? Are you afraid? Evil Fire ridiculed the swordsman. You don't have to provoke me. I really don't have that much time, Sure Fang said, chuckling as he shook his head. If every person were like you and challenged me once every 2 or 3 days after their defeat, I might as well stop playing this game. If you really want to challenge me, I'll make you a deal. Defeat either Flying Shadow or Shadow Sword. If you succeed, I'll accept your challenge. How about it? Are you kidding me? Although they are skilled, they can't even beat Mighty Tiger, who's just at the refinement realm. How could they possibly defeat me? Evil Fire growled angrily. I don't mean right now. 7 days. In 7 days, you can challenge either one of them. As long as you defeat one, I'll accept your challenge, Sure Fang said, laughing. If you don't feel up to it, you can always give up. It'd be easier for me. 7 days. Evil Fire gave Sure Fang a cold look. You think they can grow strong enough to defeat me in just 7 days? What a joke. Since you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Sure Fang offered as he turned to the distant Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword. If you defeat either of them in 7 days, you'll win. If not, I will. If you win, you could tell me to do one thing. If I win, you'll have to do something for me. What do you think? If I win, I'll make you leave Zero Wing. Are you willing to do that? Evil Fire said, scoffing of course. Sure Fang nodded seriously. Fine. You better not regret this. Evil Fire glanced at Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword. Although he did not know what kind of trick Sure Fang was trying to play, those two wouldn't be able to defeat him in God's domain, even if they had another 10 years to train as Evil Fire left. Aqua Rose walked over to Sure Fang Guild leader. Have you lost your mind? Aqua Rose said, clearly angry. In her eyes, Sure Fang was simply too irresponsible. He had actually agreed to such a bet. What if he lost? You're fully aware of how strong Evil Fire is. Snow is likely the only one, aside from you, with the strength to fight that man. Even Fire would be forced to run and dodge if he used twofold Berserk. Although Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword have improved very quickly, there's still a long way from reaching the refinement realm. How can they possibly defeat Evil Fire in 7 days? Relax. God created the world in 7 days. I should be able to do this much, Sure Fang said, chuckling at Aqua Rose's wrath. Evil Fire was a bona fide genius. Although he had not heard about the Berserker in the past, with Evil Fire's status as an independent player, it would be a huge waste not to poach such a talent if he wanted to recruit a prideful expert like Evil Fire. This was the quickest and most effective method. It might have been impossible to train Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword to defeat Evil Fire in just 7 days before. But the situation had changed. Seeing Sure Fang's confident smile, Aqua Rose could not help but sigh and give up her attempt to persuade him. All she could do now was assign as many resources as possible to Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword, helping them improve as much as possible. Once the duel had ended and everyone prepared to leave the tournament hall, Sure Fang walked onto the stage once more. Immediately, he attracted everyone's attention. What? Is there going to be another match? The money I spent to watch today's fights were worth every coin. Everyone grew excited when they saw Sure Fang on the stage. Although the majority of these players couldn't keep up with battles between experts of Sure Fang's level, such fights were an eye-opener. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to watch the competition today. On behalf of Zero Wing, I have 2 announcements. Starting tomorrow, Zero Wing's Candlelight Trading Firm will sell a limited number of Stone Forest Town's private houses each day. Zero Wing has also activated the private house upgrade system. From now on, owners can upgrade their houses. The players in the venue gasped and cheered like raving lunatics. Many of those present contacted their companions to convey the shocking news. The news spread like the plague, causing a commotion throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1328, Kingdom in an Uproar. Chapter 1328, Kingdom in an Uproar. Shortly after Shurfeng had made his announcement, a commotion erupted on the Starmoon Kingdom's forums. Zero Wing is selling private houses again? Even when I offered 1,000 gold, no one was willing to sell their houses. Now that Zero Wing has finally decided to sell more, I have to get one. Stone Forest Town will most likely become even more popular. I've heard that the adventurer teams with private houses have improved considerably since the purchase. These teams have almost cleared out the rare tools sold in Stone Forest Town. Wonderful. Our adventurer wasn't able to attend the previous auction. This time, we'll get our own private house. Players are going to fight over Stone Forest Town's houses. I hadn't expected Zero Wing to activate the private house upgrade system. It really makes you wonder how Zero Wing did it. I've looked it up. Currently, Stone Forest Town's private houses are only 1 star. After one upgrade, each house can register another 10 players. These 10 players can then teleport to and from the house, although it does have a 1-day cooldown. The house's owner can teleport without a cooldown. This won't do. I need to go borrow some money right away. Initially, everyone was overjoyed to hear that Zero Wing had decided to sell more of Stone Forest Town's houses. However, after gaining a clearer understanding of the private house upgrade system, many adventurer teams began to look at the houses as potential gold mines after the upgrade system activated. These private houses seemed tailor-made for the various adventurer teams. Now, by owning one of these private houses, an adventurer team could explore further and return an entire team to Stone Forest Town at a moment's notice. Enjoying the town's various benefits, Stone Forest Town wasn't the least bit inferior to Red Iron Town, which Heaven's Burial developed with everything it had ever since Heaven's Burial had gained access to Evernight City. It had established Evernight City's teleportation array in a high-resource map, not far from Red Iron Town now, that a guild had. Gained access to Evernight City. It was much easier for players to venture to the city. Players only needed to complete some corresponding quests to gain access themselves. Later, they could travel between Red Iron Town and Evernight City easily. Players would be able to reach high-level and high-resource maps relatively quickly. The only downside was that, unless one was a member of Heaven's Burial or owned a private house in Red Iron Town, they could only teleport from Evernight City to Red Iron Town, not the other way around. Even so, Red Iron Town grew steadily. Wandering merchants had already begun to visit the town. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's private houses were much cheaper than Stone Forest Town's. This tempted many independent experts and adventurer teams to invest as long as they bought a house in Red Iron Town. Their development would be reliant on Heaven's Burial. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial would undoubtedly construct teleportation arrays connected to Evernight City in other towns in the future. Using Evernight City as a waypoint, players could then freely teleport to any of Heaven's Burial's guild towns. This would be very convenient. Many players considered purchasing a house in Red Iron Town. However, after Zero Wing's announcement, the various adventurer teams in Starmoon Kingdom changed their minds. After all, Stone Forest Town was now far stronger than Red Iron Town for a time. Even adventuring teams in Starmoon Kingdom's neighboring kingdoms and empires were tempted as they secretly collected funds. Only 2 players occupied a secluded bar in the Apocalypse Empire's capital. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The man had a dignified appearance, and although he seemed young and well-groomed, there was a look in his eyes that spoke of a variety of life experiences. He was clearly older than he looked. As for the woman, to put it simply, she was an absolute beauty. She had long, flowing hair that fell to her thin waist, and her every action could easily mesmerize both men and women. 2 glasses of purplish-red wine had been placed before these players. Despite being untouched, mana constantly gathered around the purplish-red liquid. The liquid also gave off a faint red glow, giving it an attractive appearance. Its aroma could make anyone salivate, tempting them to drink it if sure foam were present. He'd be shocked to see this wine. The wine within the 2 glasses was none other than one of the Apocalypse Empire's 5 great wines, Tears of Purgatory. Not just anyone could obtain this beverage. It would only be awarded to those who obtained the key to the Purgatory barrier and cleared it. Although Tears of Purgatory wasn't as effective as Soul Water, it wasn't far off either in the past. Wine-collecting players had even been willing to pay 1,000 gold to purchase a single bottle. However, Surephone would be more surprised to see the woman at the bar, the Midnight Tea Party's vice commander, Endless Scar's old ghost Heartless. "Why did you come looking for me so suddenly?" Endless Scars asked the man, looking to be in his 30s across from her. Smiling faintly, she continued, "Or are you here to tell me that your apprentice has lost? Little girl, why do you insist on calling me old ghost? Am I really that old?" Heartless Sword rolled his eyes. "Well, I'm right, aren't I? Zero Wing isn't as simple as you assume." Endless Scars paid no attention to Heartless Sword's grumbling. "Since your apprentice, Evil Fire, has lost, according to our agreement, I am allowed to invite Black Flame to join our operation, yes? This doesn't count. Yifeng defeated Evil Fire, not Black Flame." Heartless Sword said, shaking his head. "Old ghost, do you really think that your apprentice can defeat Black Flame, Starmoon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert?" Endless Scars said, chuckling. "Or do you think that one defeat isn't enough?" Heartless Sword turned pale when he heard Endless Scars' comment. He had seen the battle video himself. The gap between the fighters' strength was incredibly massive. Even if Black Flame weren't as strong as Yifeng, they couldn't be that different. "Forget it. I give up. I won't continue to argue with you. I'll agree to your request." Heartless Sword helplessly gave in to Endless Scars' demand. "However, I'm not the only one involved. You'll have to get the others' approval as well. Although, I doubt that they'll agree. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you agree, I can easily convince the others to fall in line," Endless Scars said, smiling. She then finished her Tears of Purgatory before leaving the bar. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's residence in Starmoon City, an uproar shook the guild-damnable Zero Wing. "They dare to ruin my good fortune." Singular Burial cursed as he read the latest statistics report on Red Iron Town. He could have made a fortune by selling Red Iron Town's private houses. He could then use the money to support the guild's development. Now, however, Zero Wing had ruined his plans. Initially, he had over 400 interested buyers. Now, less than half remained. "Guild leader, should we lower the price a little?" Daybreak Fog suggested. "Currently, they sold the town's houses for between 300 and 400 gold. If they dropped the price to between 200 and 300 gold, they should attract more buyers." After all, Stone Forest Town's private houses had already climbed to 1,000 gold. "No need. I had intended to let Zero Wing survive for a bit longer, but I've changed my mind. Notify Abandoned Wave immediately. We are going to teach Zero Wing who truly owns Starmoon Kingdom." Chapter 1329, Rank Upgraded. Chapter 1329, Rank Upgraded. The roundtable meeting room fell silent after hearing Singular Burial's command guild leader. Although Abandoned Wave has created more monsters in the Frozen Scar, they're not fully grown yet. They will need at least 2 or 3 more days before they reach maturity. If we declare war on Zero Wing now, everyone attempted to persuade Singular Burial to be patient and wait a little longer. "What's there to worry about? You've witnessed these evil beasts' strength for yourselves. Even before reaching maturity, they're terrifying creatures. The only reason that we're helping Abandoned Wave create evil beasts is to prevent every guild in Starmoon Kingdom from working together against us. We'll just use the evil beasts to raid Stone Forest Town. It'll be a piece of cake. We won't even need to dispatch our forces to the raid. Abandoned Wave can take care of it easily without our help. At most, the other guilds will suspect that we're related to Abandoned Wave and his beasts. Without concrete proof, they won't work together to challenge us. When Abandoned Wave captures Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's members and the independent players in the town will become sacrifices for the army. Abandoned Wave can then nurture even more evil beasts. Even if the various guilds discover our relationship, it will be too late to do anything about it, right? See to the necessary preparations right away. Everyone grew excited as they listened to Singular Burial's reasoning. If Heaven's Burial secured Stone Forest Town, the two towns would provide a stable source of coins and magic crystals for the guild. With the help of the monster army, it would only be a matter of time before they took control of Starmoon Kingdom. At that point, only God's Domain's various superpowers would pose any threat. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons exploded into action. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town, Shurfeng discreetly returned to Zero Wing's residence after the competition in the battle arena in the guild hall's basement. Shurfeng carefully took the hero's chapter from his bag. He placed it on a magic array in the center of the hall and began to chant an incantation as the hero's chapter sat within the array. The hall's mana surged towards it suddenly. Balls of light appeared in the center of the array. These balls of light began to gather and form a humanoid shape, as if they were constructing a body. Once the shape was complete, the hero's chapter transformed into divine runes that entered the body hopefully. The hero isn't too weak. Shurfeng silently prayed as he watched the body gradually take shape inside the magic array. The heroes summoned with the hero's chapter shared the same starting point. However, their growth potential varied like personal guards. Only, heroes typically had very high growth potential. Even the weakest among them could reach level 180, tier 5, while some could climb as high as level 200, tier 5. Even in the past, Shurfeng had never heard of a hero reaching tier 6 god rank. However, it was rumored that if one gathered a sufficient number of heroes' chapters, they could summon a tier 6 hero to defend their town or city. Unfortunately, nobody had succeeded, so Shurfeng did not know if the rumor were true. Time passed quickly. After the balls of light vanished, a robust man in black robes and wielding a blood-red greatsword appeared before Shurfeng. It seems my luck is still quite good. At least I didn't summon the weakest kind of hero. Shurfeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief after he checked the hero's attribute panel. There was a 60% chance to summon the most common hero when using the hero's chapter. Such hero's growth was limited to level 180. Tier 4. There was a 30% chance to summon a hero with good potential. The combat power of such heroes could reach the peak of tier 4. They could also reach level 200. Only 10% of the heroes summoned could reach tier 5. The hero standing before Shurfeng was among the 30% with good potential. It also had the Barbarian hidden class. The Barbarian was an advanced class. Its strength was even higher than Berserkers. Amongst the many advanced classes, its strength ranked among the top 3. Gilbert, Hero, Great Lord, Barbarian. Level 63. HP 40, 000, 000, /40, 000, 000. Growth potential, 84. In God's domain, heroes were not actually considered human, although they were. They had human parents, but had received the God's blessings, which increased their life ratings. Hence, they were far more powerful than ordinary human NPCs. They could even rival archaic species of the same tier. Every large guild that had obtained a hero's chapter in the past hadn't hesitated to summon one to protect their guild cities. After summoning Gilbert, Shurfeng designated him as the commander of Stone Forest Town's army, giving him control of the 2,000 NPC guards the town employed. Aside from their personal strength, heroes were powerful managers. One hero was more than enough to manage every NPC guard in an advanced town, not to mention an intermediate town like Stone Forest Town. With this, players wouldn't have to be responsible for the town's security. Shortly after summoning Gilbert, Shurfeng heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. Stone Forest Town, which is under your management, has achieved C-rank security. Activating private space upgrade system. Once a private space has been upgraded, players can enjoy even more benefits. System. Stone Forest Town is the first town to achieve C-rank security in Starmoon Kingdom. Do you wish to allow the Adventurers Association to enter and garrison the town? There's also such a reward. Shurfeng was ecstatic. Players couldn't construct the Adventurers Association, Lifestyle Association, War God's Temple, Library, or the bank. Similarly, there were no designs for these establishments. Only after a player town reached a certain rank would these establishments occupy the town. Practically every player in the game visited the Adventurers Association. For example, normally, the Adventurers and Lifestyle Associations would only occupy a town after it upgraded to advanced rank and B rank security. As for the War God's Temple, Library, and Bank, they would only occupy small cities or above with B rank security. These 5 establishments had an even greater function in player towns and cities than in NPC cities. Take the Adventurers Association, for example. As long as the establishment occupied a player town, players would be able to accept commission quests unique to the kingdom and commission and rare quests unique to the town. As the town flourished, more quests would become available. The chance of high-ranking commissions appearing would also increase. Some players had even received SSS rank commissions in a particular player city in the past. However, that player's city hadn't been just any city. It had been the Secret Pavilion's main city. If Stone Forest Town could attract the Adventurers Association now, it would become far more popular with players. Independent players would no longer have to return to NPC cities to turn in their quests. They could simply do so in Stone Forest Town. Following which, Sherfong agreed to allow the Adventurers Association to occupy Stone Forest Town. He only needed to choose a location for the building. As for the construction fees, the system covered it fully. He didn't have to pay a single coin without hesitation. Sherfong placed the Adventurers Association near both the Candlelight trading firm and the private housing area. The players that had purchased private houses in Stone Forest Town also received a corresponding system notification. Suddenly, a 3-story building rose in Stone Forest Town's crowded central district. The building took shape as players watched. What is Zero Wing constructing this time? That can't be it. If it were a player-constructed building, it wouldn't complete so fast. The system must be generating this. Could it be a shop for wandering merchants? That might be the case. Based on my research, once a town reaches a certain point in its development, it'll gain a mysterious shop. I hear that it offers plenty of valuable items. Isn't that just another benefit for the players who own houses in Stone Forest Town? How are we supposed to compete with them now? Normally, I have to waste hours traveling to and from Stone Forest Town when I go out to grind. Anyone that owns a house can simply teleport back. After discussing the possibilities for about 10 minutes, the players stared at the finished building. A signboard hung near its door, advertising 2 words: Adventurers Association. Chapter 1330, Number 1 Town. Chapter 1330, Number 1 Town. The construction of the Adventurers Association, which had 3 floors and took up the area of a large football field, stunned players in the central district. The Adventurers Association? Why would the Adventurers Association be here? I'm not seeing things, right? Everyone shuddered when they saw the Adventurers Association. None of them were able to believe what their eyes were seeing was true. The Adventurers Association was becoming more important to God's Domain's players. The association's daily quests were many players' main source of income. This was the main reason that players couldn't venture too far from NPC towns and cities. Now that an Adventurers Association occupied Stone Forest Town, many of these players could break free from this restriction. They could now level up and earn money far more conveniently. Thinking up to this point, many players curiously entered Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association crap. It's real. As the crowd entered the first floor hall, they discovered that the hall's furnishings were exactly the same as the Adventurers Association in NPC towns and cities. Many NPCs were busy publishing new quests on the quest board. The only difference was the number of quests available. There were far more quests available here than in other towns and cities. Adventurers Association's quick look. There are daily town quests and several high-ranking quests. A player that had immediately checked the quest area exclaimed. These words attracted a lot of attention, and many players headed towards the quest board for a closer look. This is awesome. The daily town quest rewards are even better than daily quests in NPC towns and cities. Moreover, the quest locations are all near Stone Forest Town. We can easily complete these quests in 2 hours, even faster if we had mounts. Everyone's eyes shone as they read the daily town quests. Normally, the daily quests in NPC towns and cities required more than 3 hours to complete. Of course, the main reason for this was the long distance between quest objectives. Completing the quest itself only took half an hour or so. Most players would pick up local quests while completing their dailies to increase their leveling efficiency. Only after they completed the local quests would they return a hand in their daily quest news about Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association spread through the town quickly. As a result, many players who had intended to return to their respective NPC cities to turn in their daily quests surged towards Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association. Instead, Star Moon Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar. Players with houses in Stone Forest Town are going to have an even easier time. With the Adventurers Association located beside the residential district, they can pick up and turn in quests easily. Hopefully, when the private houses go up for sale tomorrow, the price won't be too high. Our team has only managed to gather 1,000 gold after much difficulty. That can't be certain. The private houses in Stone Forest Town were already quite valuable thanks to the town's high mana density. Even while resting in a private house, players can accumulate the double EXP buff faster than in one-star guild residents' private rooms. Now, not only can Stone Forest Town's private houses be upgraded, but there is also the Adventurers Association nearby. Don't forget about Stone Forest Town's current development speed either. With the Adventurers Association, it won't be long before Stone Forest Town becomes an advanced town. At that point, the town's private houses may cost as much as those in major NPC cities. Indeed, if we fail to get a house now, by the time Stone Forest Town becomes an advanced town, purchasing one will be even harder. Due to the Adventurers Association, many adventurer teams that originally held a wait-and-see stance promptly sold off all their unnecessary rare materials, weapons, and equipment to collect money. Some teams even purchased coins in bulk with credits, deeply afraid that they wouldn't have enough money to buy Stone Forest Town's private houses when they became available. At the same time, many of the hesitant adventurer teams in the neighboring kingdoms began to take action, swarming towards Stone Forest Town. After all, Stone Forest Town had massive advantages over other player towns. It could definitely be considered the #1 town in Star Moon Kingdom and the several neighboring countries. If they could enjoy the benefits Stone Forest Town had to offer, migrating across counties would be worthwhile. Meanwhile, back in Zero Wing's residence in Stone Forest Town, Sherfong charged Gilbert to manage the town's NPC guards after summoning him. He then used a return scroll and returned to White River City's Candlelight trading firm. Every intermediate and above alchemist in the Candlelight trading firm had gathered in the top floor's special alchemy room. Any of Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds, even the guild's upper echelons, would treat these alchemists like VIPs. Meanwhile, 150 such players had gathered. Among them, more than half of the advanced alchemists in the kingdom were present. These alchemists had already waited for over 20 minutes, but they didn't show the slightest sign of anger or resentment. In fact, they brimmed with excitement and joy. This is wonderful. The guild had always called upon the forgers and engineers. Now it's finally the alchemist's turn. I wonder why Big Sis Melancholic has called us here. Does the trading firm plan to select alchemists for Titan City? That's possible. The last group that entered Titan City should return soon. This gathering might be to select the candidates for the next batch. Based on what I've heard from those that entered the holy city of Titan, it is a holy land for experience. You can gain tons of knowledge in Titan City. There are even tutorial videos and instructions from masters and grandmasters. One round trip can almost guarantee a promotion from intermediate rank to advanced rank. The insight that advanced lifestyle players gain in the holy city can also help one reach master rank. It's that amazing. Of course, just look at the last Candlelight auction. The super guilds and super first-rate guilds went crazy just to get a single slot. I wonder how many slots have been allocated for alchemists. As the various alchemists conversed, the room's door abruptly opened. A man and a woman then walked into the room. Immediately, everyone in the alchemy room snapped to attention, anxiety and reverence filling their gaze as they looked at the man who had just entered. What's going on? Guild leader Black Flame is here in person. Is Candlelight searching for alchemists to cultivate? Everyone was astonished to see the cloaked man. Despite this man's lack of aura, These players couldn't help but shudder in his presence when the alchemists realized that Blake Flame had made a personal trip to meet them. Anticipation gripped their hearts. Not only was the man before them Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert, but he was also the kingdom's #1 forger. Although it had been a long time since he had displayed his forging skills, his abilities were obvious based on the level 50 fine gold set equipment that had sold during the previous auction. In the Candlelight trading firm, even Cream Coco and a handful of other advanced forgers who were approaching their master rank promotion could only forge level 50 secret silver set equipment. The other advanced forgers couldn't even produce level 50 mysterious iron set equipment. Moreover, the man before them was the guild leader of the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. With even a sliver of his resources, these advanced lifestyle players would be set for life. If the trading firm nurtured them, they'd have an even higher chance of becoming master alchemists in the future. Not to mention, the Candlelight trading firm had already set a standard of asked Melancholic to gather you here today for 2 reasons. The first is that I will be changing the benefits alchemists are offered. I also want to help several talented alchemists become master alchemists. Although Shurfeng hadn't been very loud, every one of his words caused these players' hearts to pound. When these alchemists had heard that Shurfeng wanted to help them become master alchemists, they felt as if they had heard the word of God. If any of Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds, and even those in the several neighboring kingdoms, had said this, they would assume it was a joke. But it was a different story if these words came from Shurfeng's mouth. Chapter 1331, Frightening Candlelight Trading Firm. Chapter 1331, Frightening Candlelight Trading Firm. Every player in the room grew restless upon hearing Shurfeng's announcement. Countless alchemy players in God's domain dreamed of becoming master alchemists. Even super guilds would try desperately to poach a master alchemist nowadays. More players flooded to God's domain. A portion of those players, who found themselves unsuited for combat, began to develop their lifestyle classes instead. In addition, as quite some time had passed since God's domain launch, the game already had a considerable number of advanced alchemists. As a result, advanced alchemists weren't as valuable as they had been. In fact, their value would continue to decrease as time passed. Even super guilds, which had always been a hub for talented players, had never viewed advanced alchemists as important. Meanwhile, based on their knowledge, although more advanced alchemists emerged in God's domain each day, even now, there wasn't a single player who would become a master alchemist. If they could reach master rank, they would enjoy instant fame and glory. From then on, they wouldn't have to worry about money. They could even find an opportunity to climb to the peak of life, becoming an upper echelon in a powerful guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Any of the upper echelons would receive a salary that could even rival a major company's upper management. In fact, as Zero Wing continued to develop, their salaries would increase. After all, God's domain was becoming more popular throughout the world. The virtual gaming industry was already quite large, and now that countless corporations were investing in God's domain, it could grow to become one of the top few global industries. Just the thought of becoming an upper echelon in Zero Wing excited these alchemist players. I'll talk about the new benefits first. Shurfeng smiled when he saw the excited expressions. This new benefit should motivate you to work harder and improve faster. Hence, only Candlelight's top 10 alchemists will enjoy these benefits. First off, the 4th to 10th ranking alchemists will have access to secret silver alchemy tools provided by the guild. Saying so, Shurfeng retrieved pile after pile of alchemy tools. He had obtained these tools from the Moon God's alchemy and research rooms. Unfortunately, he hadn't obtained an equal number of each tool. As a result, while the 4th place would receive a complete set of secret silver alchemy tools, lower ranks would receive incomplete sets. Even so, the 10th ranked alchemist would receive 3 secret silver tools. Meanwhile, when everyone saw these secret silver alchemy tools, they gasped, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Guild leader, did you rob several large guild warehouses? Melancholic smile could not help her shock when she saw the large pile on the table. Even bronze alchemy tools were rare on the market, each selling for more than 50 silver. Moreover, these tools would be purchased immediately. Mysterious iron alchemy tools were even rarer. On average, Alchemy tools of such rank sold for more than 3 gold. As for secret silver rank, they sold for more than 10 gold. However, it was practically impossible for one to find any secret silver alchemy tools on the market. They normally only appeared in auctions, and oftentimes, they would sell for 25 gold or more. Even the Candlelight trading firm had fewer than 10 secret silver alchemy tools. The guild had only obtained them after completing various large-scale quests or from fine gold rank and above treasure chests, yet Shifeng had over 40 tools. As the alchemists still reeled from the sight before them, Shifeng revealed the Ocean's Glow set, a set of dazzling, fine gold alchemy tools that gave off a faint blue light. Relax. This fine gold rank Ocean's Glow set is only for the third-ranked alchemist, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the alchemist drool. These players were speechless. Third place would get an entire set of fine gold alchemy tools. As expected of our guild leader. You are so awesome. If the other trading firms knew about this, they would faint. I doubt that even super guilds have an entire set of fine gold alchemy tools. Excitement overwhelmed these lifestyle players. If they could get their hands on the Ocean's Glow set, it would increase their chances of becoming master alchemists considerably. Yet this was only the benefit for the third-ranked alchemist. In God's domain, players needed to invent new items of certain quality to become master lifestyle players. Unfortunately, inventing a master rank potion had a much lower success rate than simply crafting one. It was extremely important to have a good set of alchemy tools if one wished to become a master alchemist. A set of fine gold alchemy tools was more than enough to change their fate, as everyone dreamed of using the Ocean's Glow set and reaching life's peak. Shifeng revealed another pile of alchemy tools. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Those are dark gold rank. No, they aren't just dark gold alchemy tools. Look, those two sets share the same motif. Those tools are clearly a set. Some of the players with sharp eyesight quickly noticed these alchemy tools' specialty, and they nearly cried out in shock. If everyone had been surprised by the Candlelight trading firm's foundations before, they were now devastated. They had never even heard of a single dark gold alchemy tool in Starmoon Kingdom before. If one had to estimate such a tool's value, it wouldn't even be worth several pieces of top-tier dark gold equipment. No one would even be willing to trade such a set for several pieces of epic equipment. A set of fine gold alchemy tools could already help an advanced alchemist reach master rank. A set of dark gold alchemy tools, however, could increase an alchemist's chances by at least 10%. A few epic weapons and pieces of equipment could never rival the value of such a set. If word of these two sets of dark gold alchemy tools got out, alchemy enthusiasts would swarm the Candlelight trading firm. After all, alchemy tools were alchemist weapons. A quality weapon could increase a person's strength significantly. Not to mention a top-tier weapon. Second place will get to use a set of dark gold alchemy tools. As for Candlelight's chief alchemist, they will get to use the Green Jade set. These are the new benefits every alchemist in the trading firm will be offered, Shifeng explained. As for the second reason I want to talk to you today, it is to provide help to a few talented alchemists reach master rank. However, before I do so, I will need you to sign a core members agreement. I'm sure you're aware of the standard agreement, so I won't go into detail. If you want the opportunity to gain the guild's full support, you can register with Melancholic. Once you sign the agreement, you will be tested. Whether or not you're accepted depends on you. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, dozens of alchemists crowded around Melancholic Smile to register for the test without hesitation. As these alchemists fought over the core member contracts, a woman, who had listened from a corner, approached Shifeng. The woman was a classical beauty and gave off a serious vibe. She also wore the golden, five-leaf-shaped advanced alchemist insignia. This classical beauty was none other than Silent Wonder. Melancholic Smile had already told Shifeng that Silent Wonder standards could rank among the top 3 in Candlelight. Not only was she fast, but her success rate was also quite high. The girl had a very high chance of becoming a master alchemist in the future if not for Silent Wonder's insistence on retaining her freedom and retaining her official member status. Shifeng would have sent her to Titan City with the last batch of Lifestyle Players Guild leader Black Flame. Can I ask you a question? Silent Wonder asked. Of course. Sure Feng nodded. Are official members eligible for the top 10 spots as well? When Silent Wonder posed this question, anxiety was clear in her eyes. She had already realized how extraordinary Candlelight's foundations were. However, she had never imagined that they were quite this frightening. Even super guilds trading firms couldn't compete with Candlelight. Both the dark gold tools and the fine gold set tempted her. With access to one of those sets, she was confident that becoming a master alchemist was only a matter of time. However, not even a super guild would share such treasures with an official member, much less Zero Wing. But she had to ask. If she really had no hope, she was prepared to trade one of the treasures she had obtained from a secret land. Chapter 1332. There is no strongest, only stronger. Chapter 1332. There is no strongest, only stronger. Hearing Silent Wonder's question, many of the other alchemists shifted their gazes towards Sure Feng. Concern flashing in their eyes, the Candlelight trading firm constantly expanded, increasing the number of lifestyle players it recruited. Among them, many advanced rank and talented alchemists preferred freedom over restriction now. However, the Candlelight trading firm had suddenly offered benefits that could even tempt master alchemists. Much less advanced alchemists like themselves. Official members are also Candlelight members, so of course they are included, Sure Feng said. Smiling, he was fully aware of everyone's concerns. However, the alchemy tools he had revealed were only the tip of the iceberg. They were only meant to lure more alchemists to join Candlelight. Previously, he hadn't had the capital to do so, but things had changed. Meanwhile, to foster more talented alchemists, he could not limit the competition to the trading firm's senior and core members. Hearing this, Silent Wonder released a deep sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Zero Wing to be so generous as expected of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Candlelight is incredible. Other trading firms simply can't compare. It seems that my decision to join Candlelight was the right one after all. The competition between alchemists will become more intense. Many of the other advanced alchemists grew excited. At the same time, though, they felt a significant amount of pressure if news of how even official members qualified to compete for the top 10 spots went public. Even alchemy fanatics who value their freedom would join the Candlelight trading firm. After all, they would only be required to complete the firm's daily tasks as official members. They were not required to do anything else. When they wanted to leave, they only had to pay a small severance fee. The number of alchemists rushing to join the Candlelight trading firm would be staggering. I heard that your alchemy standards are quite good. Are you sure that you're not interested in taking part in the core member selection? Sure Feng asked Silent Wonder, quietly. Thank you for your kind intentions, guild leader, but I am quite satisfied with my current situation. Silent Wonder understood what Sure Feng had meant. However, she rejected the offer without hesitation. Now that she had the opportunity to compete fairly, she was confident of obtaining one of the top 3 positions. Even if the other advanced alchemists had the trading firm's full support, this outcome wouldn't change. Once she had the help of those alchemy tools, she could become a master alchemist. Hearing Silent Wonder's response, Sure Feng said nothing more. He was very familiar with the woman's personality. Practically every upper echelon in the various large guilds in the past had known about God's Domain's top great grandmaster alchemists. Despite super guilds relentlessly sending invitations, offering tempting promises, Silent Wonder had given the same reply. Guild leader, why don't we make some changes to the new benefits? When Melancholic Smile saw Silent Wonder and several other advanced alchemists' lack of interest in becoming core members, she had a suggestion. Let's only offer the Green Jade set as a benefit for core members. This way, we should be able to convince more advanced alchemists to truly join Candlelight. Although giving every one of Candlelight's alchemists a chance to compete for a set of dark gold alchemy tools was effective in attracting capable alchemists to join the firm, it wasn't an incentive to become a core member. Melancholic Smile's suggestion was a wise one. If they tweaked the new benefits now, it would encourage the previously hesitant alchemists to sign the core member contract. After all, even a master alchemist would be hard-pressed to refuse access to a set of dark gold alchemy tools. Relax. Do you think the benefits I've set will be easy for official members to obtain? Sure Feng responded, chuckling. If they can get their hands on the set, it'll be my loss. They can't obtain them? Melancholic Smile was confused. since Shifeng had already promised that official members could participate in the competition. That meant that everyone would be competing fairly using their alchemy abilities. Currently, Silent Wonder and several other alchemy fanatics who had not signed up to become core members were considerably skilled. Melancholic was certain that Silent Wonder, in particular, would rank among the top 3. If Silent Wonder worked harder and got lucky, it would not be impossible for her to obtain first place. So, how could she possibly not gain access to the new benefits? However, Shifeng did not bother to explain. While talent was important, resources couldn't be overlooked. Although players value their resources, they did not truly understand just how important external resources were to their development following, which Shifeng held the alchemists that had signed the agreement back, while the rest returned to their work. A total of 96 alchemists had chosen to stay behind. Among the 54 alchemists that left, the ratio of advanced alchemists was considerably high. Fortunately, more advanced alchemists have signed the agreement than Shifeng had expected, since everyone present has decided to fight for the opportunity to become a master. Let's start the test. Shifeng then took a thick book from his bag and placed it on the table. Immediately, everyone felt the mana in the room flow towards the book. What is that? These players were surprised as they looked at the tome on the table. They had all seen powerful items before. However, this was the first time they had seen a book cause such a phenomenon. This test is slightly unique. I'm not going to test your alchemy success rates. Rather, I'm going to test your learning capabilities, Shifeng said, smiling as he gestured to the book on the table. Learning capabilities? Everyone was confused. Even Melancholic Smile could not figure out Shifeng's intentions. Was he trying to test everyone's memory? I believe you've all learned many basic alchemy techniques from Candlelight's database, so you should have a clearer understanding of those techniques than I do. Shifeng then held up a slightly tattered book and displayed its attribute panel. This book holds the record for a somewhat unique alchemy technique. You can call it a secret alchemy technique. This secret alchemy technique is several times more effective than the basic techniques you've already learned. If you can learn this technique within a fixed time, you'll pass the test. Anyone who passes the test will qualify to read this moon god's secret record. Saying so, Shifeng revealed the moon god's secret record. The moon god's secret record? Isn't that one of the legendary alchemy scriptures? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the ancient tome in Shifeng's hand. None of them could believe their eyes. These players were all alchemists that frequently read various materials about alchemy in God's domain. They were all familiar with the items known as the 5 great alchemy scriptures. However, these items were nothing but dreams and legends to these players. They had assumed that they would never get to read one. How could they not be shocked when Shifeng took out the moon god's secret record? The moon god's secret record could help one reach the pinnacle of alchemy. Even Grandmaster alchemists dreamed of obtaining such a treasure. Only now did everyone understand why they had been required to sign the contract before taking the test. If news of such a treasure leaked, it would shake the very foundations of the alchemy world. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile, who stood to his side, was utterly speechless. Only now did she understand why Shifeng had been generous enough to let every alchemist in Candlelight compete for those alchemy tools compared to the secret alchemy techniques and Moon God's secret record. Those tools were worthless now that you've seen the Moon God's secret record. Whether or not you qualify to read will depend on you. Ascension of the Reborn Swordmaster. Chapter 1333. Appearance of Guildmount. Chapter 1333. Appearance of Guildmount. Everyone's eyes shone as they stared at the moon god's secret record, having completely forgotten about the secret alchemy technique following which, under Melancholic Smile's management, everyone lined up to learn the secret alchemy technique. Learning a secret alchemy technique was different from reading other books. As long as players clicked to learn the technique, the system would automatically download a copy of the module while providing explanations and image tutorials. However, players could only go through the learning module once. Once they have done so, the system would automatically delete it. If players wish to go through the module again, they would need to click to learn the secret alchemy technique once more. It was a considerably convenient learning method. You have 3 days and only 12 chances to read the secret alchemy technique. Whoever learns the technique in that time will pass. You may then borrow the moon god's secret record from Melancholic Smile. As everyone stood in line to learn the secret alchemy technique, Sure Feng explained the test's rules. 3 days? The alchemists gasped when they heard their time limit. Guild leader, isn't this test a little too difficult? Melancholic Smile blurted out in surprise. They had collected all sorts of basic techniques from the holy city of Titan, and currently, these techniques were available to all of the Candlelight trading firm's official members. However, Candlelight's alchemists, on average, needed 1 or 2 days to learn each of these basic alchemy techniques, while some needed 3 or 4 days. Meanwhile, the secret alchemy technique was far more difficult than those basic techniques. If the basic alchemy techniques were considered individual musical notes, then the secret alchemy technique would be considered a complex movement. One could just imagine how difficult it would be to play such a movement skillfully. Yet, Sure Feng had only given these alchemists 3 days to learn the secret alchemy technique. Even if they spent all 3 days online, many would likely fail. I know that this is considerably difficult, but if you can't even accomplish this, why should the guild invest in you? Moreover, this test venue will be the basic meditation room. I believe you're all very familiar with that room. You will be allowed to use it for the next 3 days, so work hard. Saying so, Sure Feng left the alchemist test to Melancholic Smile, while he took an advanced horse carriage to Zero Wing's residence in White River City. This time, he had only revealed one basic secret alchemy technique. Any alchemist with some skill could master it in time. It was only a matter of how fast they could accomplish the task. As God's domain had developed in the past, various secret lifestyle techniques had been discovered. As a result, players had encountered far more opportunities to learn these techniques. The discovery of these techniques also changed the way lifestyle players were judged, as rank and number of learned recipes grew less important. Rather, lifestyle players were judged by the number of secret lifestyle techniques they had grasped. Even a slightly capable lifestyle player had learned at least 2 or 3 basic secret techniques. As far as Sure Feng could remember, the dividing line had been a 3-day learning period. Any player that could learn a basic secret technique in 3 days had been considered talented. Their chances of reaching the master rank had also been considerably higher than others. Hence, he had set the test time limit to 3 days. White River City streets bustled with activity. Due to the activation of the flying transportation feature, allowing players to travel to the Eclipse Gate, more players rushed to White River City to level up. As Sure Feng glanced out of the carriage window, he saw plenty of players riding various mounts. Although the majority of these players rode common mounts, which NPC merchants sold, it was still an enviable sight for ordinary players. After all, NPC merchants sold common mounts for 40 gold each. It was not a price ordinary players could afford. In the case of independent players, only experts could afford a mount at this stage of the game. It seems I'll have to hurry things up a little. A sense of urgency welled within Sure Feng as he watched players atop their mounts. Mounts were a powerful leveling tool for players. God's Domain's maps were simply too massive. As players reached higher levels, they would have to travel farther to grind monsters and level. As a result, travel would take up most of their time in the game. Even a common mount could save players at least half of their travel time. Naturally, this allowed players to increase their leveling speed. Although he had already become an epic adventurer and had accepted an SSS rank commission, he was still a long way from upgrading Starmoon Kingdom to an empire. Moreover, the initial 3 SSS rank commissions were the Adventurers Association's gift to every country. Encountering another SSS rank commission would depend on one's luck. He had to complete as many commissions as possible right now. If other epic adventurers in Starmoon Kingdom claimed the other SSS rank commissions, it would be a massive loss for him. The first thing he needed to do was complete the Ancient Orc Empire commission. He could also use this opportunity to help the main force members to level up. When Sure Feng reached the guild residence, he was greeted by a long line of players queued up outside the entrance. Taking a quick glance, he noticed quite a few level 40 and above expert players. There were even some relatively strong adventurer teams in the mix. Not long ago, Sure Feng wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing happening. Any of the various large guilds would target capable adventurer teams in Starmoon Kingdom for recruitment. However, these adventurer teams had their pride and usually refused to join a guild. These adventurer teams might not have abundant resources like guilds, but by raiding large-scale team dungeons and completing various rare quests, these adventurer teams could get their hands on valuable weapons and equipment that even made large guilds' normal members jealous, since Feng had announced the sales of Stone Forest Town's private houses. More than 1,000 players had joined the guild. This significant increase had surprised even Feng to other large guilds. This number might not be substantial. In Zero Wing's case, however, it was astounding. Zero Wing was famous for having the highest recruitment standard in Star Moon Kingdom. Anyone that joined the guild had either great potential or was stronger than other large guilds' elite members. Hence, an increase of 1,000 members in Zero Wing was the equivalent of a large guild suddenly gaining over 1,000 elite members. At this rate, Zero Wing would have an extra 10,000 elite members by the end of the day. Even for first-rate guilds, this was unthinkable. After all, a first-rate guild normally only had 100,000 plus elite members. By gaining 10,000 elite members in a single day, Zero Wing would catch up to a first-rate guild's elite member count within 2 weeks, of course. This situation wouldn't continue for so many days, but Zero Wing shouldn't have a problem gaining an extra 30,000 elite members in a short amount of time. At that time, Zero Wing would finally have enough elite members to truly rival a first-rate guild with so many elite members. Not only could Feng alleviate the pressure on the branch guild in Lakeheart City, but he would also have enough manpower to defend his new city. He wouldn't need to reallocate manpower from Stone Forest Town, as Feng was about to enter the guild's warehouse to clear out his bag and prepare the necessary items for his trip to the morning battlefield. He received 2 system notifications. System, congratulations. You have finished taming the 5-star mount, Thunderwolf. Please visit the stable system. Congratulations. Master Tamer Owen, who is under your employment, has been promoted to Grandmaster Tamer. Chapter 1334. Flocking to Zero Wing. Chapter 1334. Flocking to Zero Wing. The 2 system notifications momentarily stunned. Feng, the taming's done already? Feng was confused. A 5-star mount was not easy to tame. Even Owen had estimated that he would require 25 days to complete the task. However, the mount had been tamed much sooner than expected. Now that the Thunderwolf had been tamed, Zero Wing could finally activate the guild mount system. Guild members could start purchasing the Thunderwolf in the guild stable. Unlike the mounts NPCs sold, guild members only needed to pay 25 gold for a guild mount, with the price difference of 15 gold. Not only could guild members obtain their mounts sooner, but the Thunderwolf's movement speed also rivaled that of bronze mounts. Zero Wing's development speed would even surpass first-rate guilds with abundant funding. The most surprising news, however, was Owen's promotion to Grandmaster Tamer. Although the Tamer class was not a particularly popular one, even Star Moon Kingdom's king would have to treat a Grandmaster Tamer with respect. Grandmaster Tamers would also become targets for countless guilds seeking their employment. Unlike Master Tamers, Grandmaster Tamers could strengthen the wild beasts they tamed, and they required far less time to complete the task. At the same time, they could help players upgrade their guild mounts much more easily. If a Master Tamer had a 15% chance of upgrading a guild's common mounts to bronze rank, a Grandmaster Tamer success rate was at least 30% immediately. Feng hurried to the guild stable. The guild stable hadn't changed, as Feng hadn't activated the guild mount system yet. Guild members had no reason to approach the stable. There were only a dozen or so NPCs managing the place. The only difference was that right now, Owen stood guard before a large cage, inside of which obediently lay the Thunderwolf. However, the Thunderwolf was much smaller than when Feng had captured it, but this wasn't unexpected. After all, the Thunderwolf had been a lord, while the current Thunderwolf was a common monster. Now, it was only a means of transportation. Lord Count, I have tamed the Thunderwolf as you requested. The process also gave me a lot of experience and insight, so I wish to return and examine what I've learned. I hope that Lord Count will allow this. Owen was extremely excited. He was clearly ecstatic over his promotion to Grandmaster Tamer. He wanted to return to his workshop immediately and take note of his experiences and insight, of course. "Grandmaster Owen, if you need any help in the future, just say the word," Shifeng said, nodding. The request didn't particularly surprise him. Owen's promotion to Grandmaster rank had surprised him, though. It had never happened in his previous life, fortunately. Shifeng had established a contract with Owen early on. Hence, the NPC would not leave Zero Wing due to his promotion. Only, Owen's monthly compensation had changed drastically initially. Owen's monthly salary had only been 200 gold. Now, it had increased to 3,000 gold. Moreover, unlike a master tamer, a grandmaster tamer wouldn't regularly visit a guild stable to check on the mount it had teamed. Instead, Shifeng was required to pay Owen a visit if he wanted the NPC to do something for him. Fortunately, players could easily take care of small matters, such as upgrading a guild mount, by the stable's front counter. Owen wasn't required to visit. The NPC tamers managing the stable would follow Owen's procedures during the upgrade process. Hearing Shifeng's reply, Owen immediately turned and left, leaving Shifeng and the caged Thunderwolf to their own devices. After Owen left, Shifeng clicked on the cage, and line after line of data appeared before him. Shifeng then chose to set the Thunderwolf as the guild's mountain god's domain. Not any tame mount could become a guild mount. A guild could only possess a limited number of mounts. This limit would increase as the guild rose in rank and upgraded its stable. Currently, Zero Wing could only own one type of guild mount. Even if it tamed others, it could only select one, while the remaining would be kept in reserve. After Shifeng set the guild mount, the system announced another notification. "System, do you wish to open the stable to the Thunderwolf mount?" Shifeng accepted without hesitation. He had waited for this moment for a long time now. The sooner he allowed the Thunderwolf into the stable, the more of an advantage Zero Wing would have. Once Shifeng opened the stable to the Thunderwolf, NPC tamers began to appear outside of the stable, each NPC leading one lively Thunderwolf after another. These Thunderwolves' appearances differed slightly in the color of their fur, eyes, and such. Overall, though, they were all majestic. As these Thunderwolves appeared, they attracted the attention of nearby players. What's going on? Why are there monsters going into the stable? Are those our guild mounts? These players couldn't help their growing curiosity as they watched the majestic Thunderwolves enter the stable, and they started to discuss their various guesses. After all, it had been quite some time since Zero Wing's stable had been built. However, no one had seen any activity in the stable. Naturally, these players would wonder now that so many Thunderwolves occupied the building. Immediately, curious guild members entered the stable to find out what was happening. As soon as they heard the NPC's answer, they were shocked. "Those are guild mounts." "Crap, this guild mount is awesome. Its base movement speed is 120%. It's much stronger than the common mounts in the city. It can practically rival a bronze mount's speed. Ha ha ha, our guild mount looks so cool." If the players from other guilds find out about this, they will die from envy. "My patience is finally paid off. I've long since saved up 25 gold. I'm going to get that purplish-black Thunderwolf. Its color scheme will match my weapons and equipment perfectly. Scram, I got my eye on that one." For a time, the stable exploded with activity. The guild members that had already saved 25 gold to purchase a mount, afraid someone would snatch the Thunderwolf, they had set their sights on. News of the Thunderwolf immediately spread throughout Zero Wing. This information also reached Starmoon Kingdom's official forum. Zero Wing's guild mount makes its first appearance. Pictures and videos available. "Crap, that mount looks so cool. It only costs 25 gold, too. This won't do. I must join Zero Wing. Zero Wing is so amazing. I just looked it up in the library. It turns out that the Thunderwolf is an extremely rare, high-ranking wild beast in God's domain. How did Zero Wing get its hands on this mount?" The forums were in an uproar over Zero Wing's new mount. Expert players who had already purchased a common mount envied and admired Zero Wing. Members, some of the adventurer teams, and independent experts that had hesitated to join Zero Wing changed their minds immediately, determined to join the guild. Not only was the Thunderwolf cheap, but it also had superior attributes and an impressive appearance. Moreover, the mount could be upgraded before anyone knew it. The line of players outside of Zero Wing had doubled. More players joined the line by the minute. The guild recruiters were stupefied, however. In Heaven's Burial's residence in Starmoon City, when Singular Burial received the news, he felt an indescribable pressure weighed down on him. Zero Wing. Singular Burial fumed. If not for his collaboration with Abandon Wave, Heaven's Burial wouldn't be a match for Zero Wing. What a pity. Even if you release your guild mounts now, it is too late to change anything. Relay my commands. Instruct Ghost Shadow to lead the Ghost Shadow Legion to White River City. As soon as Abandon Wave's people take action, have them destroy Zero Wing's stable. Chapter 1335, Darkness Strikes. Chapter 1335, Darkness Strikes. Inside the guild leader's office. Daybreak Fog and Heaven's Burial's several other upper echelons were stunned by Singular Burial's command. They hadn't expected Zero Wing's guild mounts to inspire such a firm decision in God's domain. The guild structures inside NPC cities could be destroyed. If one wished to rebuild a structure, they would require a new design to do so. However, these structures were generally protected by defensive magic arrays. They weren't easy to destroy normally. A guild structure's defensive magic array could absorb up to 15 million damage as, for a crucial structure like the stable, the guild would employ a far more powerful magic array to protect it. Inside a 2-star guild residence, the strongest magic array one could establish to protect its stable could absorb up to 30 million damage, while the weakest magic array in a 3-star guild residence could absorb up to 40 million damage. Taking into account the stable's own durability and defense, it would take a considerable amount of time to destroy the building. In addition, White River City was a major NPC city. An attack at night might have a chance of success, but now they had been ordered to attack the stable during the day. The NPC guards patrolling the city were incredibly diligent. Even the slightest disturbance would attract a large number of these NPC guards. White River City was also Zero Wing's main headquarters. There are now fewer than 3,000 or 4,000 members stationed in Zero Wing's residence at a time. The guild had also hired tons of NPC guards to defend the residence. If they attacked, these players and NPCs would respond immediately unless they invested several times the number of players Zero Wing had. It would be impossible to destroy the stable under such tight security. The Ghost Shadow Legion only had 2,000 members. Although these players were all elites or experts, there were plenty of elites and experts defending Zero Wing's residence guild leader. Although Zero Wing's guild mount poses a threat, we're talking about an assault in White River City. Even if we dispatch the entire Ghost Shadow Legion, it won't even be enough to get through Zero Wing's main entrance, Daybreak Fog persuaded. I suggest that we follow the original plan and take things one step at a time. First, we'll secure Stone Forest Town. Then, we'll kill the Frost King. Even with their guild mounts, we can whittle Zero Wing down. Such a forceful assault isn't necessary. The other upper echelons expressed their agreement. Zero Wing had a massive advantage over the other large guilds, which did not possess guild mounts. As time passed, this gap between Zero Wing and its competitors would only widen. It was wise to deal with this situation as quickly as possible. However, Heaven's Burial was an exception with the evil Beast Army. Heaven's Burial could flatten any guild town it wanted. To a large guild like Zero Wing, losing a town meant losing an important income source. It would impact the guild's development if Zero Wing lost its guild town. How could it possibly compete with Heaven's Burial? I understand your concern. Singular Burial could not help but laugh. Sending the Ghost Shadow Legion into action isn't profitable, but aren't you jealous of Zero Wing's stable? Of course we are, guild leader, but so what? Constructing a stable requires a design. Yet we haven't even found a lead to the stable design. We might not have had the opportunity to build a stable in the past, but now we do. Saying so, Singular Burial revealed a thick, ancient tome and displayed it before everyone. Book of Replication consumable. Saves a copy of a building for 10 days. When used, creates an exact replica of the building. Cannot be used if copied building exists. After Daybreak Fog and the others read the introduction text, they wore shocked and ecstatic expressions. With this Book of Replication, they could copy and destroy Zero Wing's stable, obtaining one for Heaven's Burial when Abandon Wave attacks. Zero Wing's members will flock to Stone Forest Town's defense. As a result, The guild's main headquarters will be left unguarded. That's our opportunity, Singular Burial said, smiling. Don't we have 8 gnome cannons? Give them all to the Ghost Shadow Legion. With 8 gnome cannons, the magic array protecting Zero Wing's stable can only last a few volleys at most, regardless of how powerful it is. Hearing this, the upper echelon's eyes shone with excitement. It wasn't possible for the Ghost Shadow Legion to destroy the stable by itself. However, employing the gnome cannons against Zero Wing's defenses wouldn't be a problem, although they would undoubtedly lose all 8 cannons and many members of the Ghost Shadow Legion. The losses would be worth stealing Zero Wing's stable, however. As a preventive measure, lead the 3rd Legion to White River City Fog. You can hand the 8 gnome cannons over to Ghost Shadow while you're at it. Destroy Zero Wing's stable once Ghost Shadow copies it. I want to see how Zero Wing intends to hold its position as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild after losing both Stone Forest Town and its stable. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Daybreak Fog turned and left the officer. Wing might have many experts, but after today, it would be Heaven's Burial's era in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, many adventurer teams and guild players lay siege to the Bloodring Bandit Group at the border between the Stoneclaw Mountains and the Limestone Hills. The Bloodring Bandit Group was one of the dark forces residing in this area. The group consisted of level 45 and above half-orcs. Among them, powerful chieftains and lords ambushed passing players and NPCs. Occasionally, even great lords patrolled the area, however, due to the Bloodring Bandit Group's frequent robberies against NPC merchant fleets. NPC merchants have placed a high bounty on their heads, including the fact that the Bloodring Bandits had a chance of dropping the Bloodring set, a level 45 fine gold set equipment, and a recipe for the Mad Demon Potion. Many players had joined the crusade against the Bandit Group. Level 45 fine gold set equipment might not be considered top-tier equipment to first-rate guilds, but independent players dreamed of such equipment. Moreover, level 45 fine gold set equipment generally only dropped in large-scale hard-mode team dungeons. Raiding the Bloodring Bandit Group was much easier than raiding a large-scale dungeon. Moreover, the Mad Demon Potion was a powerful concoction that, when consumed, allowed players to enter a berserk state, increasing all attributes by 30% for 20 seconds. It also only had a 1-hour cooldown. Hence, the recipe was highly sought after by the various large guilds. If the Mad Demon Potion recipe dropped, it could even sell for enough to make powerful adventurer teams and guild teams jealous. Because of these reasons, the various adventurer teams and guilds around Starmoon City had targeted the Bloodring Bandit Group. However, even now, not a single guild or adventurer team had defeated One-Eyed Clyde, the Bloodring Bandit Group's commander, a level 49 Grand Lord, but one of Zero Wing's 50-man teams had arrived. Leader, One-Eyed Clyde's resting place is ahead. Good. This time, we have a magic array we purchased from the guild to suppress Clyde. If we coordinate our AoE skills and spells properly, we'll kill him. If the recipe drops, we'll all be riding Thunderwolves tomorrow. A level 41 ranger said. Hearing this, everyone grew excited, following which, under this level 41 ranger's command, the team of 50 slowly approached One-Eyed Clyde's stone house. Just before the team reached the house, however, numerous figures exited the building. Why are other monsters here? The team was surprised to see the one-horned humanoid monsters emerge from the house. However, the ranger team leader, who had extremely sharp eyesight, paled when he saw these monsters. Inside the dimly lit stone house lay a 3-meter-tall, armored corpse. This corpse belonged to none other than One-Eyed Clyde. Fresh blood still flowed from his body. However, the ranger couldn't detect any other players within his eagle eye's range. The ranger also detected traces of green blood on these humanoid monsters. It was half-orc blood. Seeing this, the ranger thought back to the frightening monsters he had encountered during Stone Forest Town's last siege crap. Everyone retreat. Chapter 1336, Stormy Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1336, Stormy Stone Forest Town. The sudden command to retreat confused the members of Zero Wing. Only 8 one-horned humanoid monsters stood before them. Although their levels were a little high, all above level 50, even the strongest among them was only a lord. They also had less HP than monsters of the same rank and level. Taking these monsters on wouldn't be impossible for this team from Zero Wing. Even so, everyone listened to their team leader and immediately retreated. Do you actually think you can escape? A cloaked figure suddenly emerged from the stone house. This cloaked man's entire body had been wrapped in bandages. Sneering, the man said, "Just stay here and sacrifice yourselves." Although the cloaked man hadn't been particularly loud, everyone had heard him clearly, and they shuddered involuntarily. The team's rangers were more shocked than their companions. They had kept eagle eyes active, which allowed them to perceive all players and monsters within a certain range. Yet they had failed to detect the one-horned monsters, and the cloaked man, even as he stood before them before the team, could put some distance between themselves and these new enemies. The humanoid monsters smiled sinisterly as they dashed forward. They were so fast that they left afterimages in their wake with just a few steps. The evil beast had crossed 30 yards and caught up with the retreating Zero Wing members so fast. "Do you really think we're afraid of you?" Realizing that they couldn't outrun these evil beasts, 3 level 40 shield warriors and 1 level 41 guardian knight turned to stop the monster's approach. Voice of anger. Justice roar. With their Zoe taunt skills activate, the 8 evil beasts couldn't attack other players for a short time. Foolish. The cloaked man sneered. In the next moment, the evil beast's claws emitted a faint, gray fog. The evil beast then launched a barrage of attacks against the shield warriors and guardian knight. The instant the evil beast's claws collided with the 4 MT's shields, the sharp claws passed through them as if they didn't exist and slashed the MT's helmets. These MT's instantly lost over 13,000 HP, a large fraction of their totals, after a single attack. Before the healers in the rear could react, these MT's took several more hits in the blink of an eye. For MT's, each with nearly 40,000 HP, died. Their companions were stunned, however. Several calm elementalists and rangers had reacted quickly and responded with attacks of their own immediately. Dozens of arrows and spells flew towards the 8 evil beasts. However, like agile assassins, the evil beasts dodged most of the attacks and blocked the rest. As a result, they survived the volley, remaining unharmed. Most surprisingly, the distance between these monsters and the team had shortened suddenly. A level 54, Lord-ranked evil beast jumped into the crowd of players. It brandished its claws at the nearby healers, the gray fog extending and transforming into sharp blades. A gray arch, extending to 15 yards, tore through Zero Wing's rear line with a single attack. The cloth armor classes with low defense, aside from a few elementalists that had responded quickly and used blink to escape, died instantly. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the team of 50 had died. The level 54 Lord strength made the surviving Zero Wing members tremble, run, scatter, and run. The ranger serving as the team's leader shouted in the team chat. Hearing this, these players gritted their teeth as they split up and ran. With this, the 8 evil beasts wouldn't be able to catch them. However, the evil beasts were incredibly fast. Despite splitting up, most of the team died. Only a few assassins and players with instantaneous movement magic scrolls escaped Death Brother Wave. Are you just going to let them get away? Flame Blood, wearing a black cloak and wielding a blackwood staff, approached from the nearby forest. Glancing at the fleeing Zero Wing members, he could not help but ask, "If you let them get away, they will warn Zero Wing. Capturing Stone Forest Town will become more troublesome." "That's exactly what I want," Abandoned Wave, who was covered in bandages, said, sneering. "I want Zero Wing to amass its combat power in Stone Forest Town. Only then will Stone Forest Town be worth destroying." "Right. How are the preparations going?" "The evil beast army has gathered. They're standing by not far from here," Flameblood said, smiling. "Is it really necessary to dispatch all of them? We're talking about 500,000 evil beasts, and that's not including the evil demon army under your control. With this army, we can annihilate 2 or 3 Stone Forest towns simultaneously." Not many evil beasts had taken part in the prior battle for Stone Forest Town. However, this time was different. Not only were more evil beasts participating in the siege this time, but each one was also stronger than before. Even the weakest evil beast was a level 60 elite. Their army had nearly 40,000 level 60 plus chieftains, 3,000 plus lords, 200 plus great lords, and 40 plus grand lords. However, this wasn't the most important factor to ensure Zero Wing's destruction and avoid any mishaps. They had even dispatched 5 level 70, mythic-ranked evil beasts in the face of such a force. Stone Forest Town's defenses were a joke. They also had the evil demon army, which abandoned Wave and spent his time carefully nurturing. Although the army was not particularly large, with only 6,000 or so evil demons, the threat it posed could likely rival that of the 500,000 evil beast army. Good. We'll make our way to Stone Forest Town and show Zero Wing's people what despair tastes like, abandoned Wave said. Laughing, he had waited for this moment for a very long time. Zero Wing was the reason his plan to take control of Starmoon Kingdom had failed. This time, however, he wouldn't give Zero Wing a chance. As long as he annihilated Stone Forest Town and proved his strength to the corporation, he could reclaim his position in the Blackwater Corporation. Elsewhere, the sudden appearance of the evil beast army had attracted the attention of Starmoon Kingdom's various powers. After all, the numbers and strength of this evil beast army were not to be taken lightly. The army could easily trample any guild town. If players weren't careful, they could get caught in the devastation. This was especially true for the guilds based in Starmoon City. Although they had been aware of quite a few evil beasts operating near the city and had suffered many losses as a result, they had never imagined that the threat would be so great. What? You're saying these evil beasts are marching towards Stone Forest Town? This is interesting. Against so many monsters, even Zero Wing could fall. Ha! Even the heavens are helping us now. If Zero Wing loses Stone Forest Town, their guild mounts will mean nothing. After the various powers investigated the evil beast army's movements, they celebrated now. The threat of Zero Wing would vanish. Meanwhile, the players in Stone Forest Town were panicking. Why are these monsters heading here? Damn it, what should we do? Our adventurer team just spent a ton of gold to buy a house. Are we going to lose it just like that? Thank goodness. Zero Wing won't start selling houses until tomorrow. If we had rushed it, buying a house would have been worthless. What a pity. Such a good town is going to be destroyed just like that. I wonder if Zero Wing can protect the town against so many monsters. I highly doubt it. You should have seen the monster army. Any player that it comes across will die. One of my assassin friends tried to record the monster army's march. In the end, however, the monsters discovered and killed him. They are ridiculously strong. Moreover, any player they kill can't log into God's domain for some time. My assassin friend is dying with regret. The town's players discussed the situation heatedly. Many had already prepared to flee. There were also some that considered staying behind, and others who wanted to watch the upcoming battle. After all, monsters didn't often siege a town. The atmosphere in Zero Wing's residence in White River City was tense. The guild's upper echelons had gathered in the residence's meeting room to discuss the current situation, trying to figure out how to deal with the evil beast army. There were simply too many monsters this time. Although Stone Forest Town had far more powerful static defenses than before, protecting the town against such a massive army would still be difficult. However, they were hesitant to mobilize the guild's members, as any player those evil beasts killed would be barred from logging into God's domain for a short time. Meanwhile, the evil beast army moved ever closer to Stone Forest Town. If they weren't prepared, Stone Forest Town would be doomed. Yet their guild leader had instructed them to stay here. One could just imagine how anxious they were suddenly. The doors to the solemn meeting room swung open, and Sure Fong slowly entered. Chapter 1337, Unfathomable Guild. Chapter 1337, Unfathomable Guild. Noticing Sure Feng's entrance, the players in the meeting room began to calm down. Sure Feng was followed by a man and a woman. This situation confused everyone present. Most of the people in the room were unfamiliar with the man behind Sure Feng. They could tell he was a lifestyle player of high standards based on his attire. As for the woman, they knew her well, as she was none other than the Candlelight Trading Firm's manager. Melancholic smile. Thus far, Sure Feng hadn't invited Candlelight's people to take part in any of Zero Wing's meetings. Hence, everyone was surprised to see these representatives. However, With the situation as it was, they weren't in the mood to welcome these two to Zero Wing's upper echelon meeting. Instead, they focused on Sure Feng, who sat in the guild leader's seat. Guild leader, the situation in Stone Forest Town is quite dire. Based on our investigation, we are likely facing more than 500,000 monsters, many of which are chieftains and lords. Even if we dispatch all of our guild's forces, the likelihood of fending off these monsters is slim. I suggest that we offer a reward to the town's adventurer teams and independent players and request their help. This way, we can make up for the numbers we lack. Our chances of winning will also increase considerably. Aqua Rose's suggestion earned the approval of many of her comrades. Stone Forest Town's player population far exceeded 500,000. Moreover, the average standard of the players in the town was considerably high. If Zero Wing offered an appropriate reward and offered players a small discount on the town's houses in exchange for their help, they would likely tempt many players into action. With so many players in addition to Stone Forest Town's defenses, they may be able to protect the town. At most, they would have to pay a huge price to do so. It was likely that the guild's development would stagnate for a considerable amount of time. However, paying such a price was better than losing Stone Forest Town entirely. After all, Zero Wing had invested too much into the town to lose it now suddenly. Gentle Snow spoke up. Guild leader, we've discovered some hidden ruins in the Black Dragon Empire and obtained over 600 intermediate thunder bombs. Although they're not as powerful as the mana pulse bombs, they can rival tier 3 spells. They have an effective radius of 20 yards and can paralyze the targets they hit for a short time. They can also amplify the effects of the defense turrets. Aside from these thunder bombs, we have also obtained 2 advanced gnome cannons that are roughly equal to the defense turret's firepower. Originally, I had planned to use these items to capture a town, but defending Stone Forest Town must be our priority. The other upper echelons were astonished to hear General Snow's report. Tools of war were extremely useful and highly sought after by the various large guilds. However, they were also extremely rare, and very few guilds actually got their hands on them. They had never imagined that Gentle Snow would secure so many of these items. They had assumed that Gentle Snow had been struggling in Lakeheart City. After all, there were plenty of first- and second-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. It was even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territory. Without the home ground advantage, stabilizing a branch guild in the Empire would be miraculous. However, it seemed that they had severely underestimated Gentle Snow. Sure Feng was similarly surprised. He hadn't expected Gentle Snow to be capable of capturing a town in the Black Dragon Empire so soon. Moreover, based on her expression, it would seem that she was very confident in succeeding. Guild leader, give us the command. We can't stand to just sit still. We're all determined to stop these monsters from stepping foot into Stone Forest Town. Even we're slaughtered. Many of the other upper echelons voiced their desire to join the fight at this point. Requests to take part in the upcoming war flooded the guild chat. Even the guild's normal members, who were not required to take part, wanted to defend the town, with some already forming their own team. Zero Wing had defeated many guilds to become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. How could it abandon Stone Forest Town and accept defeat at the hands of a mere monster army? I understand your sentiments. Sure Feng could not help but laugh when he heard everyone's opinions. However, Zero Wing has not fallen so far that we need to resort to such methods. I've only called you here to tell you to continue your duties. The 40,000 elite and expert members stationed in Stone Forest Town are enough to defeat the monster army. But before everyone could argue, however, Sure Feng stood and continued. Let me introduce you. This is Melancholic Smile. I believe you're familiar with her by now. This gentleman here is Candlelight's chief engineer, Burning Abyss. He has had a hand on many of our precious engineering tools. Both will participate in our guild meetings from here on out. Whenever I'm not around, Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm will be able to work together. Sure Feng's announcement confused his commanders. They couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. The monster army was quickly approaching Stone Forest Town. Yet Sure Feng's goal for this meeting was to tell them to continue their tasks and introduce Candlelight's managers. First, Melancholic, tell everyone about your recent results, Sure Feng said as he implied that the others stay silent. He then let Melancholic Smile take charge of the meeting after Candlelight obtained the miniature ballista design. We invested a lot of time into manufacturing miniature ballistas each day. Thus far, we have manufactured 73 miniature ballistas. We have also successfully researched the exploding arrow. The arrows rival Tier 2 spells, and any engineer can craft them. Moreover, both the arrow's production success rate and speed are considerably high thus far. We have produced 200,000 exploding arrows. We've secretly moved these arrows to Candlelight's warehouse in Stone Forest Town. They can be retrieved and used at any time. In addition, if Candlelight's 200-plus engineers who have learned the exploding arrows design produce them quickly, they can craft 4,000 arrows per hour. As everyone listened to Melancholic Smile's brief report, they were stunned into silence. Even Aqua Rose, who was very familiar with the ins and outs of Zero Wing, was dazed when she heard this. It was obvious that she struggled to process the information. 73 miniature ballistas, 200,000 exploding arrows that could rival Tier 2 spells. These players began to doubt that their guild was actually Zero Wing. Not even super guilds had this kind of weaponry. Apocalypse Empire, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in the Imperial capital. Over 100 players had gathered in the residence's top-floor lounge. Every one of these people was a level 43 or above expert. They were the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's core upper echelons. Among these people, there were some that even Pavilion Masters like Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor couldn't command and had to treat with respect normally. These people were scattered across the various branch guilds. Today, however, the Great Pavilion Master had summoned them here, although many of these players were pleased to be here. Phoenix Rain, who sat in a corner, wore a serious frown. Why would so many monsters attack Stone Forest Town? Phoenix Rain's expression darkened as she read the latest report. Her subordinates had since Stone Forest Town had only begun to develop properly after many challenges. Even leisure players had begun to move into the town, while real-world companies' virtual stores had begun to rake in profit. If Stone Forest Town were destroyed now, all of Zero Wing's effort would go to waste. Nine Dragons Emperor, who had also heard the news, strode over to Phoenix Rain with a smug look. Laughing, he said, "What a pity. All of your investment in Zero Wing was for nothing. I'm sure the guild elders will also be very interested to hear about this. The outcome has yet to be decided. Don't celebrate so soon." Phoenix Rain snapped. Ignoring Nine Dragons Emperor, she turned and left to contact Sher Feng. The Great Pavilion Master had ordered her to complete a particular quest, so she couldn't mobilize too many players to assist Zero Wing. However, she could lend Zero Wing 7 or 8 gnome cannons and a large stock of special ammunition. Chapter 1338, Defensive Siege Battle. Chapter 1338, Defensive Siege Battle. After Phoenix Rain left, Nine Dragons Emperor returned to quietly sipping wine from his glass martial dragon. The burly man exuding chilling aura from behind Nine Dragons Emperor asked quietly, "Pavilion Master, should I use this opportunity to send some people to destroy Zero Wing's residence in Lakeheart City? The quest is about to start. There's no need to waste the manpower. In any case, it is only a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbles." Nine Dragons Emperor replied, smiling faintly as he watched Phoenix Rain's departing figure with so many monsters assaulting Stone Forest Town. He wasn't even certain that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's full force could protect the town, much less Zero Wing's. Without Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to help Phoenix Rain. Meanwhile, standing in another corner in the lounge, Phoenix Rain waited a while before contacting Sher Feng. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, to what do I owe this pleasure?" Sher Feng asked. He could not help but poke fun at Phoenix Rain when he saw the woman's anxious expression due to Phoenix Rain's sudden call. He had been forced to end the meeting early and find a reception room to remove his black flame disguise. Only then did he accept the call. "Do you really have to ask?" Phoenix Rain rolled her eyes. Getting straight to the point, she retorted, "Who doesn't know about Stone Forest Town situation right now? Although I can't supply any manpower, I can lend you a few war weapons." War weapons? Sher Feng hadn't expected Phoenix Rain to be so generous. All of the large guilds treated war weapons like priceless treasure. They wouldn't even think of using these items if they could avoid it. much less lending them to someone else. They only put these items to use during crucial moments. Let's forget about the weapons. How many magic crystals do you have on hand? You don't need the weapons? Phoenix Rain was slightly surprised. She couldn't understand what Sherphone was thinking. War weapons could be a saving grace during a monster siege. Yet based on Sherfang's reaction, it was obvious that he wasn't interested. I've already spent most of the magic crystals that I borrowed from Zero Wing. Right now, I only have around 50,000 or so left. If you need them, I can have Blue send them over right away. But that's all I have. 50,000. After pondering for a brief moment, Sherfone said, "That should be barely enough. Thank you for the help, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Regarding the 300,000 magic crystals that you've borrowed, we'll write off the interest." Phoenix Rain had wanted to respond, but as soon as Sherfone finished speaking, he disconnected the call. Blue Phoenix walked over and asked, "Big Sis Rain, how did it go? Should I send some people to retrieve the gnome cannons from the guild warehouse?" "No, just take 50,000 magic crystals to Stone Forest Town," Phoenix Rain said, waving her hand. "No?" Blue Phoenix was surprised. "We're talking about tools of war. They can definitely help defend the town. Is Zero Wing really so confident of protecting Stone Forest Town against so many monsters?" "I doubt that Zero Wing would fool around with Stone Forest Town," Phoenix Rain said, uncertain. "Hopefully Zero Wing can defend it. As a preventive measure, take the gnome cannons and special ammunition with you." Zero Wing was going up against more than 500,000 monsters, and even the weakest among those monsters was a level 60 elite. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wouldn't be able to guarantee the town's safety. She found it truly hard to believe that all Zero Wing needed was a few magic crystals. Understood. Blue Phoenix nodded before leaving the lounge. A horde of evil beasts had surrounded Stone Forest Town. Looking at these monsters, the Zero Wing members stationed atop the town's ramparts felt their knees grow weak. The players that had come to watch the battle were just as shocked. There was a great discrepancy between the information they had received and what lay before them. While the reports had stated that the weakest monsters within a monster army were level 60 elites was true, these level 60 elites did not make up the majority of the army. They weren't even a quarter of the enemy's forces. Rather, most of the monsters in the army were level 60 plus special elites. Even from afar, one could easily find one level 60 plus chieftain out of every 10 monsters. Such a beast could serve as a party dungeon's final bosses for the number of tier 2 lords in the army. That was even more frightening. The enemy also had hill-sized great and grand lordsits over. Stone Forest Town is beyond salvation now. Even from here, I can count more than 200 great lords. The great lords are nothing. They can be defeated. You should be worried about the level 65 plus grand lords and mythic monsters. I'm pretty sure those monsters can obliterate Stone Forest Town without help. How does such a powerful monster army exist? Even if every player in the town joins the fight, we can't stop these monsters. Upon seeing the enemy's forces, some players who had intended to stay to watch the war dismissed the notion. With such a massive gap in strength, this was no longer a war. It would simply be a one-sided slaughter. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't even get the opportunity to flee once the battle began. Ha! Abandon Wave's army is truly impressive. Even if Zero Wing sends in every member, its struggle will be futile. Singular Burial was elated as he watched the live stream a subordinate had sent from inside Stone Forest Town. With such power, they could proceed to take control of the Star Alliance's towns once they finished with Stone Forest Town. After that, Heaven's Burial wouldn't have any competition in Starmoon Kingdom Guild Leader. I just received news that Zero Wing isn't taking any action against the monster army. The elite members that were already in the town are the only ones stationed there. There are only 40,000 players, the subordinate recording the live stream reported. He then shifted the camera angle towards Stone Forest Town's interior. Zero Wing's members crowded at Stone Forest Town's ramparts. However, there weren't many. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't even have nearly 100,000 players. They're giving up? Singular Burial roared with laughter when he saw this. What a pity. I had hoped to use this opportunity to deal a blow to Zero Wing. As expected, Black Flame's decision is a bold one. It's no wonder how he developed Zero Wing to its current glory. If it were up to him, he would defend his town with everything he had. However, from a logical viewpoint, giving up the town was the best decision. Otherwise, the guild would suffer additional losses while reaching the same outcome. Meanwhile, Stone Forest players realized that Zero Wing intended to give up on the town. No one dared to linger as they used their return scrolls to flee. How boring. So Zero Wing doesn't even have the courage to put up a fight. Abandoned Wave clicked his tongue when he saw the lack of reaction in Stone Forest Town. He had really wanted to watch Zero Wing's final struggle. Since that's the case, let's end this. Following which, Abandoned Wave swung his hand forward. Immediately, the evil beast army surrounding Stone Forest Town began their assault as they surged towards the town. Seeing the evil beast army approach, the Zero Wing members on the ramparts grew nervous. With just 40,000 elite players, just how were they supposed to face an army of 500,000 monsters? However, just as the evil beast army was 3,000 yards away from Stone Forest Town's walls, one miniature ballista after another appeared on the ramparts. 3 players controlling each weapon atop the magic tower. Shi Feng smiled as he looked at Stone Forest Town's defenses. Following which, he commanded, "Let's kick their asses." Chapter 1339, Slaughtering the Monster Army. Chapter 1339, Slaughtering the Monster Army. A sea of evil beasts surrounded Stone Forest Town. The monster army stretched out as far as the eyes could see. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's members, hiding in Stone Forest Town, secretly live-streamed the siege. This allowed the players throughout Starmoon Kingdom to watch the battle in real time. There are so many monsters. This is the first time I've seen so many in one place. Can Zero Wing really face these monsters with so few people? By the looks of it, Zero Wing should be giving up on Stone Forest Town. After all, these monsters are simply too strong. Guild towns have no way to fend off such a horde at this stage of the game. The players who bought houses in the town and applied for membership to the battle arena are out of luck. Zero Wing is just going to sacrifice such a large town? They're not even going to try to defend it? If that's the case, who would be dumb enough to invest in their towns in the future? You have a point. In any case, I won't be buying a house in Zero Wing's towns in the future. The guild is too unreliable. The spectacular sight of the monster army shocked the players watching the live stream. At the same, they voiced their discontent about Zero Wing's decision to give up on Stone Forest Town. Despite being Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing wasn't even brave enough to face the monster army. The players who had wanted to join Zero Wing began to hesitate. Some Zero Wing members even began to withdraw from the guild. Did you think you can reduce your losses just by giving up Stone Forest Town? Singular Burial sneered as he read the recent forum posts. I want to see just how long you all can endure. Zero Wing's determination had put a wrench in his plans. However, if he uploaded the live stream of the siege battle to the forums, he could force Zero Wing into making a decision. Either Zero Wing chose to conserve its strength and give up Stone Forest Town, or would try to defend the town with all its might at the cost of reducing the guild's overall strength. While the former option was a good choice, it would also damage the guild's carefully built reputation. Most likely, the results would halt the guild's development for some time if Zero Wing wanted to continue developing. Its only choice was to protect Stone Forest Town with everything it had. It did not hope that Zero Wing would mobilize all of its members to protect the town. It would be enough if the guild moved a portion of its members in White River City. At that time, Zero Wing would lose both Stone Forest Town and its stable. If that happened, Heaven's Burial would take Zero Wing's place as the #1 guild of Starmoon Kingdom. Just as the players discussed the live stream on the forums, the evil beast army began its assault. The earth trembled as the monsters swarmed towards Stone Forest Town. The players watching were stunned. They finally understood what Zerd tactics truly were. With so many monsters, even Stone Forest Town's defense turrets and magic towers were utterly inadequate defenses. It was no wonder why Zero Wing had given up Stone Forest Town. The guild might have expected this outcome, huh? What are Zero Wing's members bringing out? Aren't those miniature ballistas? It seems that the guild did prepare. So what if they are prepared? The defense turrets and magic towers can't even slow down the monster army. What could a few miniature ballistas do? When a monster army was less than 3,000 yards away from Stone Forest Town, some of the spectators noticed quite a few miniature ballistas emerge atop the ramparts. And they couldn't help but laugh. Although the miniature ballistas were easy to move, their power was subpar at best. Moreover, their AoE wasn't as large as the defense turrets. The miniature ballistas might be useful against players, but against so many high HP monsters, they were simply a joke. However, before these people could finish their words, something else occurred on the ramparts that stunned the watching players. There were nearly 20 miniature ballistas on each wall. With all four walls, Zero Wing had almost 80 miniature ballistas protecting Stone Forest Town. How is this possible? Those are miniature ballistas we're talking about. The large number of miniature ballistas stupefied the spectators. The various large guilds watching the live stream were particularly shocked. Ordinary players might not understand how precious war weapons like the miniature ballistas were, but the major powers understood their importance well. Although the miniature ballista could not rival the gnome cannon's firepower, it wasn't easy to obtain. Not even super guilds could collect nearly 80 miniature ballistas. Yet Zero Wing had. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Zero Wing's members began to load the ballistas with 2-meter-long arrows. Crimson runes danced across these arrow shafts. It was obvious that these weren't arrows you could purchase from NPC merchants. Following which, explosions filled the air around Stone Forest Town. In the next moment, flaming arrows flew from the town's ramparts, raining down on the approaching evil beast army. Boom, boom, boom. Rings of fire erupted among the monster troops as the arrows struck, each covering a 15-yard radius. The miniature ballista's attacks were no less devastating than the defense turrets. The explosions forced back the evil beasts on the front line as they received heavy injuries. The elite-ranked evil beasts had lost over 1/3 of their HPS after the first volley of arrows. The defense turrets and magic towers launched their attacks as well. When a magic towers attacked, the 7-colored beams they fired struck the heart of the monster army. The attack, which could rival Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells, instantly killed all of the monsters below. Lord Runka's 3 7-colored beams cut through the evil beast army. Over 8,000 evil beasts died instantly, tearing large holes in the enemy formation due to the miniature ballista's short cooldown. Another volley of exploding arrows rained down on the evil beasts as soon as the defense turrets and magic towers finished their attacks before the army had even reached 2,500 yards of Stone Forest Town. Over 30,000 evil beasts had died. Stone Forest Town's frightening defenses stupefied the spectating players. This is insane. These are Stone Forest Town's defenses? Zero Wing is amazing. They have so many miniature ballistas. If not for these monsters' numbers and strength, the guild might annihilate the monsters before they even reach the walls. How is this possible? Why does Zero Wing have so many miniature ballistas? Singular Burial balled his fists as he glared at the live stream. However, although he was very surprised and confused, he quickly recovered as he sneered and said, "Although I didn't expect such a trump card. So what? This army isn't like the last one you faced." While the miniature ballistas had claimed many of the evil beasts below Lord rank, this war would be as good as over once the monsters reached the ballistas. Interesting. And here I thought you had given up. Let's see how you deal with this. Abandoned Wave, who stood at the very rear of the evil beast army like a coward, sneered. He then waved his hand, and immediately another large wave charged forward. This time, however, there were far fewer evil beasts in the charge. However, these were higher quality monsters, with the majority being chieftain rank and above. Even the Grand Lords had joined in the charge. These monsters were too large to have taken part in the initial charge. But now that less of their companions occupied the field, the Grand Lords could easily dodge the attacks from the town's static defenses as these chieftain rank and above evil beasts inched closer to Stone Forest Town. Before anyone had realized it, 2 mana pulse cannons had appeared above one of Stone Forest Town's magic towers. Larger than the basic mana pulse cannon, these 2 weapons were none other than the intermediate mana pulse cannon Sherfone had obtained from the fallen arc target the densest areas of the monster army. Fire. Chapter 1340. The intermediate mana pulse cannon's might. Chapter 1340, The Intermediate Mana Pulse Cannon's Might. The instant the intermediate mana pulse cannons activated, two pitch-black, magic arrays formed above the magic tower as they absorbed the surrounding mana. The intense mana fluctuation immediately attracted attention. What's that? What an intense feeling. What's Zero Wing trying to do? Players in town were shocked by the pressure they felt from the magic tower. This was especially true for magical class players, who were far more sensitive towards elemental mana. Currently, the magic arrays above the tower felt like black holes as they devoured a massive amount of mana. Is this another attack from the magic tower? Abandon Wave was not particularly surprised to see this. In response, he gestured with a hand immediately. The evil beast army charging forward began to spread out. He had long since familiarized himself with the magic tower's attacks. After all, these defensive structures were the reason he had suffered in the previous war. However, he had full control of the evil beast army this time. Although the magic tower's AoE was vast, if the monsters spread out, the magic towers wouldn't be as much of a threat as the players on the ramparts watched. They shook their heads and sighed. These monsters' reaction time is too fast. Although the magic tower's attacks are powerful, they won't be very effective with how spread out the monsters are. As the players discussed their thoughts, the two intermediate mana pulse cannons finished their channeling time. In the next moment, the cannons fired two black beams, reaching the center of the evil beast army in the blink of an eye. As the beams struck the ground, two pillars of black light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. This phenomenon was nothing like the magic tower's prior attacks. As the black pillars rose, they expanded radius of 100 yards. 200 yards, 300 yards. The pillars of light devoured more evil beasts as it spread. The pillars only stopped after achieving a 500-yard radius. Any monster below chieftain rank was turned into ash instantly. Although the chieftain-ranked evil beasts survived initial contact with the pillars, the attacks that eventually claimed their lives as well. Only Lord-ranked evil beasts and above survived the attacks. What were those attacks? They even killed chieftains in one move. This is insane. So, this is Zero Wing's foundation. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the Armageddon before them. Shocked by the black pillar's destructive power, even the evil beast army had halted its advance. Just what did Zero Wing do? How did the AoE grow so large? Abandon Wave stared at the pillars of black light, which had yet to fade. With wide eyes despite having spread out, the two attacks had killed over 15,000 evil beasts. Among them, over 2,000 chieftains had died, while the lords had less than half of their HP remaining. Although the higher-rank evil beasts hadn't lost a significant amount of HP, they were severely injured, reducing their combat power drastically. Such frightening, destructive power was simply unheard of. Such attacks could deal a devastating blow to his evil beast army. If he allowed several more of those attacks to land, the consequences would be unimaginable. Singular Burial wasn't the only one shocked. Every major power witnessing this was astonished. With such frightening war weapons, who would dare attack Stone Forest Town in the future? Fortunately, the town's current enemy was a monster army. No amount of players would be enough to capture Stone Forest Town. This won't do. I won't be able to sustain the losses if this continues. Abandon Wave had lost his complacent attitude. Immediately, he took a dark gray crystal ball from his bag and started chanting, "Go! Destroy the magic towers." In the next moment, the 5 level 70 mythic-ranked evil earth dragon's crimson eyes began to glow. With large strides, they approached Stone Forest Town rapidly. Although the evil beast army was relatively easy to create, chieftain-ranked evil beasts and above were difficult to produce. Not only did their creation depend on luck, but he also needed to sacrifice monsters of a sufficiently high rank and level. Moreover, he only had a chance of created mythic-ranked evil beasts by killing high-ranked evil beasts. It was utterly impossible to nurture a common evil beast to mythic rank. He wouldn't have minded losing these high-rank evil beasts in a normal slugfest. But it was a different story if Zero Wing simply slaughtered them the moment the evil earth dragons moved. Stone Forest Town's players felt death loom over them at this stage of the game. One mythic monster was more than enough to destroy a guild town, much less 5. Although Zero Wing had protected the town against mythic monsters before, it had only faced 3 during that battle. They had also only been level 65. Even so, those 3 mythic monsters had ravaged the guild. It had come very close to losing Stone Forest Town. Evil Earth Dragon, Dark Creature, Mythic, level 70. HP 210, 000/210, 000/000. Currently, the Evil Earth Dragons weren't suppressed as they had been during the previous war. Not only were their attributes terrifyingly high, but they also had a higher intellect and were easily capable of evading the miniature ballista's attacks. Moreover, the Evil Earth Dragons could shake off the exploding arrows as if they were nothing. Their battle recovery alone was enough to dishearten even the strongest player, although Stone Forest Town launched a constant stream of attacks. These attacks only eliminated the evil beasts below Great Lord rank. To Great Lords and above, the magic towers and basic mana pulse cannons were a minor concern, and the intermediate mana pulse cannons had a long 3-minute cooldown. 3 minutes might not be long in a player-fought war, but it was more than enough time for Great Lords and above to end this battle in the end. Before the intermediate mana pulse cannons cooldown ended, the 200-plus Great Lords, 40-plus Grand Lords, and 5 Evil Earth Dragons stood before Stone Forest Town's walls, although Stone Forest Town had already upgraded to intermediate rank and was protected by very tall walls. These walls weren't half as tall as the Evil Earth Dragons. Before the mythic monsters, Stone Forest Town's ramparts were easily crossed hurdles. It seems Zero Wing is truly finished. There are so many powerful monsters. This is insane. Even a 500-man elite team is unlikely to stop a level 65 Great Lord. If those 200-plus Great Lords work together, Zero Wing's 40,000 members won't even serve as a warm-up. When the spectators had watched Zero Wing reveal so many powerful war weapons, they had held onto some hope of success. However, they realized how futile Zero Wing's attempts were as the evil beast stood before the town's walls. Go, my servants. Sacrifice every life form in the town for the almighty evil god. Abandoned Wave commanded. Laughing, he had been worried about the intermediate mana pulse cannons, but now that the monster stood before the ramparts, the war was as good as over. Roar. Deafening roars filled the air as the Great Lord ranked evil beasts leaped towards Stone Forest Town's ramparts. Had been waiting for this. You will be excellent test subjects. Standing atop the magic tower, Surephone casually retrieved the movement type, defensive magic array he had obtained from the fallen Arkansas. He then inserted 5,000 magic crystals into the array and cranked it up to maximum immediately. A crystal-like barrier expanded and enveloped Stone Forest Town. Boom. 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 Suddenly, these evil beasts slammed into an invisible, steel-like wall 10 yards from the ramparts. Unable to proceed farther. What's this? A magic barrier. Zero Wing's members, who had prepared for an arduous battle, were confused when they saw the evil beast army stop. Not even the 5 Evil Earth Dragons were able to move an inch closer to the town. Chapter 1341. Trump Card Appears. Chapter 1341. Trump Card Appears. The barrier managed to block mythic monsters. Impossible. What kind of barrier is this? How much strength has Zero Wing kept hidden? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the beasts halted. Every large guild in Starmoon Kingdom had a few trump cards. They obviously had something as important as a defensive magic array. However, it was unheard of for a player-owned magic array to stop a mythic monster attack. The combined attacks of all 5 Evil Earth Dragons' claws barely shook the crystal-like barrier. There wasn't a single crack on the barrier. The array's strength rivaled those used in NPC cities in God's domain. Even the most ordinary NPC city had a magic array that could stop Tier 4 monsters. Every major NPC city like White River City had a defensive magic array that could even hold off Tier 5 monsters. This was also the reason that Aside from special circumstances, monster sieges against the NPC cities were almost certain to fail. Monsters could only successfully siege NPC towns. Why wouldn't they be surprised to see that Stone Forest Town had an array that could rival in NPC cities? The Zero Wing members breathed a sigh of relief when a magic barrier appeared. If they faced these evil beasts head-on, they would die instantly. All members prioritize killing Great Lord rank monsters and below. Aqua Rose barked out commands through the guild chat when she read the description of the movement-type defensive magic array. She thought it could only block the Great Lord attacks. She had never thought that it could hold off a Tier 4 mythic monster due to the presence of the defensive magic array. Zero Wings members started to regain their confidence. They began to bombard the evil beasts before them. Level 40 players might not normally pose a threat to level 65 Great Lords, but the 3 magic towers boosted their basic attributes by 30%. God's Domain's recent system upgrades also continuously weakened the effects of level suppression. Zero Wings members still managed to deal several hundred damage to the level 65 plus Great Lords, even with a gap of over 20 levels. Those with equipment with the Ignore levels attribute dealt minus 1,000 damage. On average, several hundred damage might not be much to the Great Lords, which had over 60 million HP. The accumulated damage of hundreds or even thousands of players attacking at once was frightening. The Great Lords were taking hundreds of thousands of damage every second, greatly exceeding their battle recovery. It was definitely possible to kill all the evil beasts attacking Stone Forest Town. Given enough time, there were also the miniature ballistas and Tier 2 NPC guards pitching in from the sides. All these factors combined reduced the Great Lord-ranked evil beasts' HPs at a rate visible to the naked eye. Evil beasts below Great Lord rank were even easier to deal with. They could be finished off with a brief burst of concentrated fire. Damn it, how did Zero Wing get such a powerful defensive magic array? Abandoned Wave gnashed his teeth as he looked at the scene. The magic barrier remained completely intact, even after numerous attacks from so many evil beasts. At this rate, the evil beasts he nurtured were simply EXP for Zero Wing. He reluctantly manipulated the dark gray crystal ball in his hands once again. You might be able to block normal Tier 4 attacks, but what about Tier 4 destructive spells? The 5 evil earth dragons abruptly stopped attacking the magic barrier as the crystal ball glowed. Then they widened their mouths. The mana around the evil earth dragons started rampaging as it gathered in front of their mouths. 5 black beams shot out of the evil earth dragons' mouths. Shortly later, Tier 4 spell, Evil Energy Roar. The black beams shook the barrier violently. The other evil beasts attacking the barrier backed away from the powerful impact. Momentarily, it blocked the attacks. Abandoned Wave was shocked by what he saw. The Evil Energy Roar rivaled the intermediate mana pulse cannon's might. Its AoE was much small, though. No, there are cracks on the barrier. Once the Evil Energy Roars ended, Abandoned Wave could clearly spot numerous cracks on Stone Forest Town's barrier. But the cracks were being repaired quickly enough to see with the naked eye. As expected of a Tier 4 spell, its might is truly frightening. Surefone took a look at the movement-type defensive magic array beside him. The 5 evil energy roars had depleted its energy by more than half. That was only one wave of attacks. All defensive magic arrays needed to be supplied energy. The more damage the magic array absorbed, the more energy it consumed. The magic array's endurance limit was the other important factor affecting the energy depletion rate. The movement-type defensive magic array he had obtained from the Fallen Ark had a Tier 3 endurance limit. As long as an attack's standard exceeded Tier 3, the energy depleted from such an attack would increase exponentially. Each of the evil Earth Dragon's normal attacks had already depleted the magic array's energy by a frightening rate of 1%. This 1% was enough to hold off the combined attacks of the 200-plus Great Lords for a considerable amount of time. After the evil energy roars, the magic array's energy had decreased by nearly 70%. Restoring the magic array's energy cost 5,000 magic crystals each time. Currently, he only had around 60,000 crystals on hand, and That was including the 50,000 crystals Phoenix Rain had returned. In addition, firing the intermediate mana pulse cannons cost 2,000 magic crystals per shot. While the basic mana pulse cannons cost 1,000 crystals per shot, he could only restore the magic array's energy a limited number of times. Sure enough, it isn't invincible. I want to see just how long you last. Seeing the cracks on the magic barrier, a sinister smile appeared on Abandoned Wave's face. He then controlled the Grand Lords to assault the magic barrier with their most powerful skills, although he did not have a good understanding of Stone Forest Town's magic barrier. He could guess the barrier's limit based on the cracks. Normally, a barrier would only show signs of damage when an attack exceeded its limit. When that happened, the defensive magic array would lose a significant amount of energy once the magic barrier's energy had been depleted. His evil beast army would storm Stone Forest Town and slaughter the players in it. As Abandoned Wave controlled his Grand Lords, they rampaged, hurling one high-tiered skill after another at the barrier before them. The magic array lost energy with each hit. For a moment, it even began to show signs of shattering. Seeing this, the Zero Wing members on the ramparts grew increasingly nervous. Once the magic barrier broke, their lives would be on the line. Sure enough, using such a method to fight mythic monsters is a little far-fetched. Shurfeng sighed when he saw the magic array's energy levels fall below 10%. He then contacted Blackie and asked, "Blackie, how are the preparations on your side?" "We're ready. We're just waiting for your command," Blackie said, grinning. "Although it is a little wasteful to use them here. It's about time we show our enemy that they aren't the only ones with Tier 4 forces." Shurfeng then commanded, "Summon the divine beasts. It's about time we refresh their memory." Following Shurfeng's command, 3 massive, golden magic arrays appeared above Zero Wing's residence, each array enveloping nearly half of the town. Immediately, 3 golden dragons that were over 100 meters tall emerged from these magic arrays. The divine dragons hovered in the sky as they flapped their massive wings. They released deafening roars that echoed throughout Stone Forest Town and its surrounding area as they overlooked all life forms like kings. Chapter 1342. Divine Dragon's Power. As the 3 divine dragons appeared, silence descended on the battlefield. Any who bathed in the divine dragon's aura, including both Stone Forest Town's players and the evil beasts attacking the magic barrier, looked up at the creatures as if they were staring at King's Impossible. This definitely can't be real. 3 golden dragons? How much power has Zero Wing hidden? Zero Wing is too strong. It seems that the dragon summonings during the previous war hadn't just been due to luck after all. Sure enough, Zero Wing isn't Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild for nothing. Which guild in Starmoon Kingdom could possibly be a match for Zero Wing's foundations? Damn it, why did I leave Stone Forest Town so quickly? I threw away the chance to watch such an interesting battle. Although the players who watched the live stream couldn't experience the battlefield's atmosphere personally, they were still shocked to see 3 divine dragons hovering over Stone Forest Town. Current players, Tier 4 mythic monsters, were invincible. Not many had been optimistic about Zero Wing's chances of protecting Stone Forest Town, however. Now that Zero Wing had summoned 3 of its own mythic monsters, it had a fighting chance. How was this possible? Singular Burial was momentarily stunned when he saw the 3 divine dragons. He couldn't believe his eyes. He, too, had been present during the last war. During that battle, he had assumed that Zero Wing had obtained a summoning scroll for the divine dragon by chance, only allowing the guild to summon it once. As a precaution, he and Abandoned Wave had prepared for the possibility that Zero Wing could summon another divine dragon. Yet Zero Wing had just summoned 3 of them. Before everyone could react, the 3 divine dragons flapped their wings, creating a strong gale. They then vanished, transforming into streaks of golden light as they reappeared above Stone Forest Town's ramparts, spreading their massive jaws. Each of the divine dragons created a golden magic array. Divine Dragon's Breath. Immediately, 3 golden tornadoes swept across the evil beast army. As these tornadoes encountered 3 of the evil earth dragons, they threw the creatures hundreds of yards away. Any evil beast below Lord rank died instantly. This is so awesome. This attack must have killed at least 1,000 evil beasts. Blackie, who controlled one of the divine dragons, was astonished when he saw the destruction the golden tornado left in its wake. As the tornadoes danced across the battlefield, only death followed. This phenomenon continued for 500 yards. After watching Alluring Summer control the divine dragon during the last siege, he understood that the mythic monster was very powerful, but he only realized just how powerful the divine dragon was after controlling one for himself, seeing 5 level 65 great lords charging towards him. Blackie sent a tail swipe at them. The attack sent the 5 great lords flying over 30 yards away, a damage of over -1 million appearing above each of their heads. Blackie's divine dragon then lashed out with its claws, turning over a dozen elite evil beasts into dust. The divine dragon's power was simply devastating. Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud controlled the other 2 divine dragons. Arriving before 2 evil earth dragons, the divine dragons swiped their massive claws. Reacting quickly, the evil earth dragons responded in kind. Boom. The instant the claws collided, the impact pushed the nearby elite evil beasts back. As for the 2 evil earth dragons, they were forced to take 2 steps backward. It was clear that the divine dragons surpassed them in terms of strength. Immediately, Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud attacked their respective opponents' abdomens with tail swipes. The collision threw the evil earth dragons over 40 yards away. Although Blackie, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud couldn't control the divine dragons as they did their own bodies, their combat techniques and experience far surpassed the evil earth dragons. In a one-on-one fight, they could easily suppress their opponents. The divine dragon's overwhelming display of power stirred a bloodlust in Stone Forest Town's players. Every one of the mythic monster's actions could destroy the surrounding terrain. Monsters below Lord rank couldn't even approach to the divine dragons. Although the divine dragon's combat standards were not high, they caused a much larger common than a player-fought battle. If not for the defensive barrier protecting them, no one doubted that the resulting shockwaves would be more than enough to destroy the town. By summoning the 3 divine dragons, Zero Wing had turned the tide of Where's this our guild's power? This is too amazing. All hail Boss Blackie. Victory will be ours. Every Zero Wing member was ecstatic. They had never realized how powerful their guild was. Seeing this, the players that had chosen to withdraw from the guild turned pale. Use this opportunity to kill the great lord monsters and above. Don't let any of them get away. Sure Phone commanded. Although the divine dragons were very powerful, each one cost 88 magic array scrolls to summon. The materials required to create the divine beast descent magic array scrolls were also extremely precious. Each scroll cost over 10 gold to produce. However, the production cost was secondary. To produce the divine beast descent magic array scrolls, one needed a special material called mana essence. It only dropped from 50-man or more team dungeons. It was a precious item to every large guild, and creating a set of divine beast descent magic array scrolls required 88 mana essences. Even though Zero Wing now had a lot of members, it had barely collected enough mana essence for 3 sets. Zero Wing had invested everything in this war. Hence, it was of utmost importance that they recuperate some of their losses through these evil beasts' deaths. Unfortunately, evil beasts did not drop weapons or equipment. They only provided some EXP and materials. The most valuable loot, the evil energy crystal, only dropped from chieftain rank and above monsters. Compared to the cost of the 3 sets of divine beast descent magic array scrolls, these items were barely worth anything. The only consolation was the soul orb, which allowed him to absorb souls from great lords and above. He could absorb the souls from any of the great lords his guild team killed. With so many great lord ranked monsters in a single location, this was a rare opportunity. 3 divine dragons. Abandoned Wave's mouth twitched as he watched the divine dragons slaughter his evil beasts. It had taken a lot of effort to obtain each of his great lord-ranked evil beasts. Yet Zero Wing's members were farming them for EXP. Good. Very good. I want to see just how many you can kill. Once your magic barrier shatters, Stone Forest Town will meet its doom. Abandoned Wave steeled his heart now that he had revealed so many evil beasts to the public. The various large guilds would undoubtedly prepare countermeasures against the creatures. If he failed to destroy Stone Forest Town this time, it would be very difficult to nurture another large army. Although Zero Wing's prowess exceeded his expectations, the town's weakness was obvious. As long as he shattered the town's defensive barrier, the evil beast army would storm the town. Abandoned Wave commanded his monsters to attack the town's defensive barrier. He even instructed his 5 evil earth dragons to ignore their divine cousins, intending to trade the dragons' HP for the magic barrier's energy, following which the magic barrier's energy drained. At the same time, Sure Foam replenished that energy. At the rate at which he poured magic crystals into the array, he didn't dare use the intermediate mana pulse cannons. Again, the intense slugfest stupefied every spectator while the evil beasts assaulted Stone Forest Town's barrier and ignored their enemies' attacks. The latter threw everything it had at the evil beasts. Under Zero Wing's fierce assault, the army continued to lose monsters. The initial 500,000 decreased to 400,000 and then to 200,000. Even 2 of the 5 evil earth dragons had died. When the evil beast army had less than 100,000 monsters remaining, Stone Forest Town's magic barrier shattered under 3 remaining evil earth dragons' evil energy roars. Chapter 1343, Town Battle. Chapter 1343, Town Battle. It shattered. Abandoned Wave released a sigh of relief when he saw the magic barrier disappear. Stone Forest Town's defenses had truly exceeded his expectations. To destroy the defensive magic array, he had lost over 400,000 evil beasts. Had he expected such losses, he would have waited to attack. At the very least, he would have only moved after readying 6 or 7 evil earth dragons. Finally, success. Singular Burial, who watched the Stone Forest Town battle from Heaven's Burial's main headquarters, wiped sweat from his forehead as he watched the magic barrier shatter. Had the barrier lasted a few more minutes, the operation may have failed. Although the evil beast army had attacked the barrier madly, their numbers had continued to decrease as the fight drug on. Even the 3 remaining evil earth dragons had less than 1/3 of their HPs remaining. Had the evil earth dragons all died before the barrier broke, the threat of the evil beast army would have decreased drastically. Such a sturdy defensive magic array was simply unheard of. Fortunately, the evil beasts attacking the array had high HP and strength. If it were up to players to take the barrier down, the army would pay a horrific price to deplete the magic array's energy. After seeing this magic array, Singular Burial's desire for Stone Forest Town grew. A guild town's key element was its security. It would only attract interested investors if it had powerful defenses. No one-time use magic array scroll could conjure such a powerful defensive magic array. The source was likely a defensive structure or tool based on the images he had received from his subordinates in Stone Forest Town. It was obvious that this defensive magic array had originated from the massive machine atop one of the magic towers. Letting a guild like Zero Wing hold on to such a tool is too much of a waste. Singular Burial turned to Broken Flow, the level 43 berserker in dark purple armor beside him, and said, "Teleport to Stone Forest Town's private house with your men. I don't care what it takes, steal that tool. If necessary, I'll permit you to expose the dark contract." Zero Wing was Heaven's Burial's greatest competitor in Starmoon Kingdom. Naturally, Heaven's Burial had planted plenty of spies in the guild. They had even purchased 2 private houses in Stone Forest Town as a preventive measure. This was the perfect moment to put those houses to good use. With the magic barrier shattered, Zero Wing would try to hold back the evil beast invasion. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial could use the opportunity to strike. The evil beasts might be a threat to other players, but Heaven's Burial had special tools that prevented evil beasts and evil demons from actively attacking them. I can use the dark contract? Excitement flashed in Broken Flow's eyes. He glanced at the movement-type defensive magic array atop the magic tower and said, "Guild leader, destroying that magic tower shouldn't be a problem, right? If it's necessary, then fine, but only as a last resort." Singular Burial nodded. "Understood. Guild leader, wait for my good news." Broken Flow chuckled before leaving the guild leader's office. Meanwhile, every Zero-Wing player on the ramparts wore a solemn expression. In the end, they had failed to kill all the evil beasts before the magic array had run out of energy, although there were less than 100,000 evil beasts remaining. The leftover monsters were mainly the stronger ones. Weaker monsters, such as the elite evil beast, had long since been wiped out. The weakest remaining were special elite rank, while over 70 Great Lords and nearly half of the Grand Lords remained. There were plenty of High Lords left, as well magic array teams prepare to trap those Grand Lords. Range classes support the NPC guards and prioritize killing the Great Lords. All MTs distract the evil beasts below the Great Lord rank. Do not let any evil beasts enter the town or destroy the miniature ballistas. Aqua Rose commanded Zero-Wing had invested tons of coins to raise Stone Forest Town to its current state. If they let the evil beasts invade and destroy it, the consequences would be unimaginable. If these monsters captured the guild residents, in particular, Zero-Wing would lose Stone Forest Town. Following Aqua Rose's commands, Zero-Wing's members burst into action. The numerous magic array teams promptly activated the 9-star polar domain magic array scrolls they had been given, trapping the Grand Lords that rushed into the town. At the same time, the level 75, Tier 2 NPC guards charged towards the Great Lords. Meanwhile, due to the Magic Tower's buff, Zero-Wing's level 40+ MTs were more than capable of blocking the evil beasts below the Great Lord rank. Although the battle was intense, it was not beyond salvation. Moreover, Zero-Wing had the strongest combatants with its 3 divine dragons. These creatures suppressed the evil earth dragons, preventing them from truly entering the town. Despite having no financial support, Zero-Wing sure has hidden a lot of tricks up its sleeves. But it's too late. Despite watching both sides sustain casualties and Zero-Wing having the upper hand, Abandon Wave was very calm. He raised the dark gray orb in his hand and began to chant an incantation. In his opinion, this war had been over the moment the magic barrier had shattered. As Abandon Wave chanted, a massive, pitch-black, twofold magic array appeared above him. When Abandon Wave finished his chant, evil demons began to descend from the sky. In total, more than 3,000 evil demons had appeared. The weakest among these evil demons was a level 50 special elite, with the stronger being level 61 Great Lords. A total of 19 Great Lords had joined the battle. These evil demons were the result of his merciless hunt of guild and independent teams. Although there were very few demons, they radiated an intensely terrifying aura. These evil demons' aura resembled that of high-tiered NPCs. Wisdom and intelligence were evident in their blood-red eyes. Why are there so many Great Lords? Flame Blood, who stood beside Abandon Wave, could not help his surprise when the 19 Great Lord-ranked evil demons dropped to the ground. Although Flame Blood had guessed that Abandon Wave had not revealed all the evil demons he had nurtured, he hadn't expected the man to hide so many based on his estimates. The man should be lucky to have nurtured 7 or 8 Great Lords after killing the various guild elites and experts. After all, it was far more difficult to upgrade an evil demon than it was to upgrade an evil beast. Correspondingly, an evil demon was much stronger than an evil beast of the same rank. Against players, in particular, evil demons had an overwhelming advantage. A chieftain-ranked evil demon would have no problem slaughtering even an expert player with an active berserk skill. There is no need to mention the lords and great lords. They were practically living nightmares. My servants, it is time to devour some souls. Abandoned Wave sneered as he pointed to the distant Stone Forest town. Your target is the town before you. Gorge to your heart's content. He hadn't dared risk his evil demons while the magic barrier had been in place. Each one was just too precious. They could only be created from the corpses of powerful players. Nurturing them was even more difficult. In addition, they had much lower HP than their evil beast counterparts. Even the Great Lord-ranked evil demons would likely die if they receive an attack from the intermediate mana pulse cannons. However, the situation had changed. Without the magic barrier, the evil demons could easily hide in the player crowd and infiltrate the town. Due to their small stature and high reaction speed, Zero Wing would not casually target them with its AoE war weapons without this issue. Slaughtering the Zero Wing members in Stone Forest Town would be a piece of cake following Abandoned Wave's command. The highly intelligent evil demons left afterimages as they dashed towards Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1344, One-Star Adventurers Association. Chapter 1344, One-Star Adventurers Association. As a large group of evil demons descended, they attracted the attention of Stone Forest Town's players. Why are there still monsters? There doesn't seem to be a lot of time. Stopping them shouldn't be a problem. Why do these monsters feel even more dangerous than the evil beasts? When the Zero Wing members, who were busy fending off the evil beast army, noticed another group of monsters approaching the town, they promptly turned to look at the new arrivals. Although fear gripped their hearts for a moment, they relaxed and returned their attention to the evil beasts before them when they realized how small the approaching group was. However, Aqua Rose's expression darkened when she noticed the approaching evil demons. Hurriedly, she commanded, "Miniature ballistas, prioritize the approaching monsters. Do not let them get close to the town." They had seen evil demons during the previous siege war as well. Although there had been very few, their combat power had been incredibly frightening. They had also been far more intelligent than ordinary monsters. There were more of these monsters this time. If these evil demons infiltrated Stone Forest Town, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the players controlling the miniature ballistas did not understand, they followed Aqua Rose's command. Fortunately, these evil demons were within range immediately. Dozens of arrows flew towards the approaching evil demons. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the battlefield. The players controlling the miniature ballistas were stupefied by the results of their assault. The evil demons had dodged the dozens of exploding arrows they had fired. Although they were firing at near maximum range, not even elite players could dodge the arrows at that distance. In addition, the exploding arrows were AoE attacks. The Zero Wing members manning the miniature ballistas weren't the only ones stunned. Many of Stone Forest Town's players were also astonished. A meaningless struggle. Abandoned Wave wasn't surprised in the last. Even the special elite evil demons had a higher reaction speed than elite players. Furthermore, these demons' attributes were much higher than players of the same level. Dodging the small AoE attacks was a piece of cake for these monsters. The evil demons would only be at risk against large AoE attacks like those from the Magic Tower. Moreover, these evil demons possessed considerably high intellect. After learning about the town's defensive and offensive capabilities, they spread out as they advanced. Even if the Magic Towers attacked, the damage would be minimal. They're sending so many evil demons, it is. The evil god's temple sure is determined. Shurfeng was also astonished when he saw the evil demons surge towards Stone Forest Town. Although he did not know much about the evil god's temple, he knew that these evil demons weren't easy to create. Every evil demon required blood and sweat from evil god players. Whoever was attacking Stone Forest Town must be very determined to send over 3,000 evil demons against the town guild leader. Those evil demons are extraordinarily strong. If they enter the town, the situation will take a turn for the worst. Should we have Snow send 20,000 elites from headquarters? Aqua Rose suggested anxiously as she watched the evil demons grow closer to the town. Have everyone retreat to the town, and let as many of those evil beasts and evil demons enter. Shurfeng instructed, let them enter the town. Aqua Rose's jaws dropped. She had no idea of what Shurfeng was thinking. Guild leader, if we let these monsters in, they'll destroy the town. Moreover, the Magic Towers will also have trouble targeting them. We'll be at a massive disadvantage. We can't hold them back, so it doesn't matter. We'll see who is truly at a disadvantage, Shurfeng said, chuckling. Just get it done. Let me deal with the rest. If the enemy had attacked before the Adventurers Association had occupied Stone Forest Town, Shurfeng would have even mobilized the entire guild to keep these monsters out. However, the situation was different now. In God's domain, a monster army besieging a town wasn't like that carried out by players. When players sieged a town or city, neutral NPCs would not participate in the war. However, it was a different story against monsters. After all, neutral Human NPCs and monsters were enemies. A neutral organization like the Adventurers Association wouldn't occupy a large plot of land in a player town for free when monsters attacked the town. The Adventurers Association would lend a hand to defend it. Sure Feng hadn't resorted to this option simply because he wanted to keep it secret. Moreover, the town's popularity would decrease significantly if the Adventurers Association took action, which was a steep price as town popularity was crucial to promoting a town. Unfortunately, since they couldn't stop the monsters approaching the town, they didn't need to continue to exhaust the guild's strength. Although Sure Feng's decision confused Aqua Rose, she had no choice but to organize a retreat into the town. Due to the town's various buildings, the massive evil beasts would struggle to maneuver through it. As a result, they would become easier to deal with. Some players even used the buildings as cover. Unfortunately, although more players survived, their prowess had decreased, as well as Zero Wing lost its mind. Why are they retreating? Just because of an extra 3,000 plus monsters. What is Zero Wing thinking? Aren't they afraid that these monsters will destroy the town's buildings? For a time, the spectating independent players and major powers were dumbfounded by letting these monsters invade the town. The town itself would take a lot of damage, and its war weapons would be less effective. For example, if a magic tower attacked a target inside the city, not only would it damage the monsters, but it would also damage nearby buildings. What quick reactions. But so what if you switch to guerrilla tactics? Do you think this will change anything? Abandoned Wave sneered. What foolishness! Nobody in Starmoon Kingdom can stop my evil demon army. This will only lead to a quicker death. Following which, Zero Wing's members retreated to the town center, taking out far fewer evil beasts as they did so if not for the 3 divine dragons pinning down the 3 evil earth dragons outside of Stone Forest Town. The streets of the town would have been devastated upon entering the town. The evil demons dashed through the streets, rushing to the town's core. Time for you to take action. After seeing the entire evil demon army enter Stone Forest Town, Sure Feng smiled. He then clicked to approve the Adventurers Association's request to help defend the town. System, you have agreed to let the Adventurers Association assist in defending the town, calculating the number of monsters inside the town. System, current number of monsters, 94,347. Strongest monster detected, level 70 Grand Lord System. Current Adventurers Association is a 1-star association. A minimum of 500 NPCs must be dispatched. A maximum of 1,000 NPCs can be dispatched. Every additional NPC adventurer will decrease Stone Forest Town's popularity by 20 points. Please choose the number of NPC adventurers to mobilize. 20 points. Sure Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the system notification. It didn't actually cost as much to mobilize these NPC adventurers as he had assumed. In the past, every additional NPC adventurer had cost 100 town reputation. However, after giving the matter some thought, Sure Feng found the situation reasonable. After all, Shadow's towns had fought had been tier 4, level 100 plus monsters. Naturally, that guild had been forced to dispatch more powerful NPC adventurers. As a result, they had cost more. Let's mobilize 1,000 NPCs. Sure Feng then chose to mobilize the maximum number of NPCs. Chapter 1345, Reversal. Chapter 1345, Reversal. With the entire Stone Forest town embroiled in the battle, many streets had already been destroyed. Is it finally starting? The corners of Singular Burial's mouth curled up when he saw the evil demons charging at Zero Wing's members. Slaughter them. Kill every Zero Wing member inside the town. Evil demons were different from evil beasts. The players killed by evil beasts would suffer only the normal death penalty. However, players killed by evil demons were not as fortunate when killed by an evil demon. Not only would players suffer double the death penalty, but their immortal souls would also be devoured, preventing them from logging into God's domain for a certain period. Such an outcome was a nightmare for guild elites, and experts recovering from such a loss would be very difficult. Meanwhile, standing in front of a magic tower, Aqua Rose was currently commanding the Dark Gods Legion members and a large number of NPC guards to prevent the evil beasts from destroying the magic tower behind them at this time. A larger group of evil demons joined the fray as well. Sure enough, their targets are the magic towers. When Aqua Rose saw the evil demon army charging at her group, she hurriedly commanded, "Everyone, prioritize killing the evil demons. Activate your berserk skills as soon as the fight begins. Let the Tier 2 NPCs be the main attackers while you all assist from the sides." Seeing the evil demons entering their attack range one after another, the ranged classes of the Dark Gods Legion promptly went on the offensive. Tier 1 spells and skills rained down on the evil demon army. However, aside from the special elite ranked evil demons, the other high-ranking evil demons dodged the attacks easily, as if they were expert players. Moreover, they were also able to keep advancing as they avoided the attacks. Only when an attack was unavoidable would they retaliate. As for the Tier 2 NPC guards, although they held the advantage when going up against Chieftain-ranked evil demons, the Lord-ranked ones easily overwhelmed them. If not for the healers at the rear line, it was only a matter of time before these NPCs got killed. Such high intellect. Are these things really monsters? How can there be such powerful monsters? Their combat standards are already on par with expert players. The players spectating the battle through the live stream could not help but gasp. They never thought that monsters were capable of achieving such a high combat standard as well. Even the weakest special elite ranked evil demons had combat standards rivaling the current expert players of God's domain. Meanwhile, there are actually over 3,000 of such monsters. With this, Zero Wing really won't have any hope of a reversal. Even an army of 200,000 elite players would be no match for this army of evil demons. Everyone could not help but shake their heads and sigh as they watched Zero Wing's members continuously retreating. Currently, Zero Wing's experts were barely holding their own against the Lord-ranked evil demons. If the players had not activated their berserk skills, they would have been killed already. Not to mention, the Lords weren't the strongest evil demons present. There were still High Lord and Great Lord ranked evil demons. Against these evil demons, even when the level 65 Tier 2 NPC guards worked together, they still did not have a chance to retaliate. The NPC Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights could not at all keep up with the high-ranking evil demons' attack speed, receiving blow after blow. If not for them having activated their life-saving skills and berserk skills, as well as rapid healing coming from the rear line, these NPCs would have long since met their makers once the duration of their berserk skills ended. The battle would also end entirely. Meanwhile, hidden at a corner a short distance away from the magic tower was a party of 6 cloaked players. Currently, these 6 players had their eyes focused on the entrance of the magic tower. Boss broken. Should we take action now? Zero Wing's magic tower doesn't seem like it'll be able to hold on for much longer. If they complete the disassembly of the defensive tool and teleport away, we'll have wasted a trip here. A pale and slim level 37 assassin asked as he looked at Broken Flow, standing beside him. No hurry. We have the Tier 3 Space Freeze magic scroll. Stopping them from teleporting away will be a piece of cake. Let these monsters whittle down Zero Wing's members further first. We'll then have an easier time snatching the tool later on. Broken Flow replied calmly. Speaking of which, has your skill locked onto that item yet? Boss, rest assured, I've already locked onto the item. No matter who picks up that tool, as long as we kill that person, we can get it to drop at a 100% success rate. The slim assassin said with confidence he was originally a very inconspicuous member of Heaven's Burial. However, he had fortunately learned a special skill called Plunder. At Tier 0, this skill only allowed him to steal some money from players' bags. Moreover, it needed him to loot players within 5 seconds of their death. It had been a very useless skill, however. When the skill reached Tier 1, it had undergone a heaven-defying change. The skill now allowed him to lock on to a specific item. And if this item was placed in a player's bag, then after the said player was killed, the targeted item would drop with 100% certainty. Due to this godly skill, Heaven's Burial directly promoted him into a core member and invested resources into his development. Excellent. Broken Flow nodded. Listen to my commands later on. During the time Broken Flow was speaking, the Zero Wing members defending the magic tower kept retreating towards the defensive structure, the battle becoming increasingly disadvantageous for them. Numerous level 50 plus one-horned humanoid evil demons could be seen easily dodging the spells and arrows sent by players. At the same time, a level 61 Great Lord ranked evil demon leaped abruptly into the air, both its claws emitting gray fog that promptly transformed into a massive greatsword as it descended into a crowd of players. The frightening might exuded by the greatsword made even Aqua Rose feel the threat of death not good. It's a tier 3 skill. Everyone avoid it. Aqua Rose reminded hurriedly. However, Aqua Rose's warning was still a step too late. The players within the attack range of the Grey Greatsword could only watch as the massive weapon descended towards them just as the Greatsword was about to crash into the nearest player. A spear of light suddenly struck this Great Lord-ranked evil demon. The instant the spear of light came into contact with the Great Lord, it sent the latter flying 20 yards away, the evil demon's HP decreasing by over 1,600,000. Meanwhile, when this Great Lord hit the ground, the spear of light piercing its body suddenly transformed into golden chains that bound the Great Lord, preventing it from budging even an inch. Immediately after, hundreds of spells descended accurately on this Great Lord-ranked evil demon in the blink of an eye. The level 61 Great Lord, which had 22 million HP, turned to dust. It died. Aqua Rose, who was prepared to make a last stand against the evil demon army, was momentarily stunned. She had fought evil demons before, during the previous siege war. Although the evil demons back then were only at the Lord rank, if not for Anna and Kite's assistance, even a team of experts of the same level would most likely have been annihilated. Nevertheless, now, a Great Lord-ranked evil demon was actually killed almost instantly at this moment. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person stunned by this situation. Even Singular Burial and Abandoned Wave, who were watching the live stream of the battle, were stupefied, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. Nobody had a clearer understanding than they did of just how powerful a Great Lord-ranked evil demon was. Yet, such an existence was actually killed instantly, so suppressed that it did not even have the power to retaliate. Before anyone realized what was going on, a group of NPCs suddenly appeared behind the evil demon army. Unlike the town's NPC guards, these NPCs wore all sorts of attire. The classes they possessed were also diverse. The only thing these NPCs had in common with each other was that every one of them sported the adventure emblem. In addition, these NPCs were all level 70, and even the weakest among them was tier 2. Among these NPCs, there were even 10 tier 3 NPCs. Chapter 1346, The Horror of Tier 3 NPCs. Chapter 1346, The Horror of Tier 3 NPCs. NPCs? Why are there so many NPCs here? Zero Wings members, who had been fending off the monster army, grew confused when they saw so many powerful NPCs appearing one after another. However, compared to the surprise Zero Wings members felt, the players and various major powers watching this scene through the live stream were even more shocked. What? There are actually tier 3 classes among these NPCs. Tier 3 NPCs. How is this possible? Tier 3 NPCs are already considered overlords in minor NPC cities. Just how did Zero Wing manage to get these 10 tier 3 NPCs to defend Stone Forest Town? The players on the forums were momentarily dumbfounded by the appearance of the 10 level 70 tier 3 NPCs. As for the various major powers, they felt both confused and afraid when they saw this scene. Ordinary players might not understand how strong tier 3 NPCs were, but they had a clear appreciation of this. Although only one tier separated tier 3 and tier 2 NPCs, this was a massive gap. Not only was there a huge disparity in basic attributes, but there was also a massive difference in combat standards. Even in a situation where both sides had equal basic attributes, a tier 3 NPC could easily beat up a group of tier 2 NPCs. This difference was the reason Tier 3 NPCs were usually tasked with ruling and safeguarding minor NPC cities, yet now, Stone Forest Town actually had 10 Tier 3 NPCs guarding it moreover. NPCs were different from monsters. NPCs were capable of coordinating their movements to display superior combat power. Only their coordination was still not as good as players if 10 Tier 3 NPCs worked together, not to mention dealing with a Grand Lord of the same level. Even thrashing a mythic monster of the same level would be child's play while everyone was shocked by the appearance of these NPCs. A large number of NPCs also turned up at the other 2 Magic Towers and Zero Wings residents. Although these NPC adventurers were not as numerous as the town's NPC guards, even the weakest among them was level 70, Tier 2. They were far stronger than the majority of Stone Forest Town's Tier 1 NPC guards moreover. Every one of these locations was also graced by the presence of Tier 3 NPC adventurers. If one counted the Tier 3 NPC adventurers, one would discover a total of 30 of them in Stone Forest Town. They were even more numerous than the Great Lord ranked evil demons, damn it. Just where did Zero Wing find so many Tier 2 and Tier 3 NPCs from? Abandoned Wave felt his heart bleeding out when he saw the NPC adventurers assaulting his evil demons. These NPC adventurers were ridiculously strong. Their fights with Lord-ranked evil demons were no different from child's play. Although Lord-ranked evil demons could overwhelm Tier 2 NPCs in a one-on-one, there were simply too many Tier 2 NPCs. Moreover, the NPCs were skillfully cooperating with each other. As a result, a single Tier 2 party could easily finish off a Lord in just a few moves. However, this was still not the worst part. When those Tier 3 NPCs faced off against evil demons and evil beasts below Lord rank, they would almost always eliminate their opponents in a single move. Whenever the NPCs used a Tier 3 skill, the death of a large group of monsters would follow. The Tier 3 Great Mages were killing monsters below Lord rank as quickly as the Magic Towers were. One could practically hear explosions echoing throughout Stone Forest Town at every passing moment as for the Great Lord-ranked evil demons, which were practically invincible. They were rendered utterly helpless under the coordination of just 2 or 3 Tier 3 NPCs. Meanwhile, whenever a Great Lord got pinned down, the other Tier 3 NPCs would use the opportunity to attack it together, bombarding it with Tier 3 skills and spells, one after another, and killing it in the blink of an eye, seeing the evil beast armies and evil demon armies' numbers plummet. Abandoned Wave immediately commanded all the monsters to give up on attacking the Magic Towers and shift their focus towards Zero Wing's residence. Previously, Abandoned Wave had commanded his monsters to attack the Magic Towers merely to kill more Zero Wing members. However, the current situation no longer permitted such an action. If the battle continued, although he could inflict more losses on Zero Wing, the monster army he built up with great difficulty would also suffer annihilation now. The only thing he could do was destroy Zero Wing's residence. This way, he would have at least achieved his main goal in the next moment. The evil beasts and evil demons inside Stone Forest Town began surging towards Zero Wing's residence in a frenzied black flame. I admit that your guild's strength and foundations have greatly exceeded my expectations. Unfortunately, you are fated to lose Stone Forest Town in this war. Abandoned Wave smiled faintly when he saw his monster army surrounding Zero Wing's residence. His losses this time had indeed exceeded his initial estimates. However, with the destruction of Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing would lose its foundations. Meanwhile, he could still obtain more evil beasts and evil demons. At most, he would have to spend a little more time doing so. They really are nuts. Do they plan on attacking the guild residence's magic array at all costs? When Feng saw the monster army focused on assaulting Zero Wing's residence, he immediately had everyone gather back at the residence at this moment. Aside from attacking the guild residence's defensive magic array, these evil beasts and evil demons were doing nothing else. They did not even bother defending against or avoiding the attack sent at them, however. Feng also could not help but admit that these monsters' plan was working, as the guild residence's defensive magic array was rapidly weakening. Most likely, the magic array would shatter in less than a minute. At that time, these monsters would be able to charge into the guild hall and destroy the guild flag. A town siege carried out by monsters was different from that of players. Players needed to obtain the town token in order to capture the town. Meanwhile, monsters only needed to destroy the guild flag. To do so, as long as the guild flag was destroyed, Stone Forest Town would be finished, becoming a town controlled by monsters. If that happened, all players within the town would be forcibly expelled from Stone Forest Town's vicinity. Meanwhile, Surephone would also lose his authority over Stone Forest Town, and for the following 1 month, his guild would be barred from raiding Stone Forest Town. However, it would be a different story for other guilds. Instead of a month, they would only need to wait 15 days before they could start raiding Stone Forest Town. During this 15-day grace period, most likely, every guild in Starmoon Kingdom would attempt to raid Stone Forest Town. After all, as long as they succeeded, they would get a ready-made intermediate town kill. Go ahead and kill as many as you can. I want to see just how many of my monsters you all can kill. Abandoned Wave laughed involuntarily when he saw the cracks on the residence's magic barrier at this moment. There were still 50,000 evil beasts and evil demons. More than enough to last until the monsters invaded Zero Wing's residence and destroyed its guild flag. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members were desperately trying to stop the monsters' attacks. Boom. When a level 70 Grand Lord bombarded the magic barrier with a tier 3 skill, the guild residence's defensive magic array finally gave, crumbling upon itself. Everyone, move forward and block those monsters. Do not let them set foot in the guild hall, no matter what. Aqua Rose shouted urgently. Zero Wing's members understood the severity of this matter. Immediately, all the MTs charged forward to block the advance of the monsters. At the same time, the magic array teams also activated one magic array after another to trap the approaching monsters. Very quickly, chaos fell upon the entire guild residence. Idiots. Do you think the entrance is the only way to enter? Abandoned Wave sneered. In the next moment, a Lord-ranked evil demon leaped high in the air and landed at the side of the guild hall. It then sent a fierce punch at the wall and opened a huge hole in it. Immediately after, over a dozen small, chieftain-ranked evil demons dashed into the breach. Not good. Aqua Rose also noticed this situation from the corners of her eyes. Although they were blocking the larger evil beasts, they couldn't stop the nimble and smaller evil demons. Not to mention, Zero Wing's guild hall was also very large. It was simply impossible to defend all the sides completely at this moment. Zero Wing's members also felt a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. Haha. Everything's over. Abandoned Wave could not help laughing madly when he saw the evil demons surging into the guild hall. There might be a lot of players and NPC guards inside the guild hall, but the dozen or so evil demons were both agile and skillful. Their target, the guild flag, was also prominently displayed inside the guild hall. Destroying it would be a piece of cake for them. However, in the next moment, boom, boom, boom. The dozen or so evil demons that charged into the guild hall actually went flying back out through the same hole they entered from. However, before these dozen or so chieftain-ranked and one lord-ranked evil demons could even land, their bodies had already transformed into ashes and disappeared from everyone's sight. How? Abandoned Wave's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members also became slack-jawed at this scene, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Everyone turned to look at the hole in the wall. They could faintly make out a muscular man in black robes standing before the guild flag. With both hands, the man gripped a blood-red greatsword that was stabbed into the ground before him. Even when just looking at this man from afar, everyone could clearly feel their souls shuddering in fear. This man was none other than Gilbert, the hero Surephone had summoned. Chapter 1347, Hero Time. Chapter 1347, Hero Time. Currently, Gilbert stood quietly inside the guild hall with both his eyes shut. His 3-meter-tall body was unmatched by the other NPCs. As he stood before the guild flag, he looked just like a god of war, preventing all enemies from approaching the guild flag. Is this the hero the guild leader was talking about? Aqua Rose was somewhat astonished as she looked at Gilbert. What a powerful aura. Although the Tier 3 NPCs she encountered before were terrifyingly strong, she had not felt suffocating pressure from themas for Gilbert. Rather than calling him an NPC, he was more like a prehistoric beast. Damn it, why does Zero Wing still possess a Tier 3 NPC? Abandoned Wave's expression darkened considerably when he spotted Gilbert standing inside the guild hall in order to prevent the Tier 3 adventurer NPCs from coming to assist in the defense. He had mobilized all the surviving Grand Lord-ranked evil beasts in a desperate effort to pin down those NPCs. He had even stationed several Great Lord-ranked evil demons nearby to find an opportunity to attack. Only with this did he manage to block all 30 Tier 3 NPC adventurers from reaching Zero Wing's residence. He never imagined that Zero Wing would still be hiding a trump card even at such a crucial moment, allowing Stone Forest Town to gain a moment of reprieve one hit. He needed his monsters to land only one hit to destroy the guild flag. Once the guild flag was destroyed, Stone Forest Town would become a monster town if it were 30 Tier 3 NPCs working together to defend the guild flag. I might really need to put in some more effort. However, Black Flame, you are overestimating yourself if you think one Tier 3 NPC is enough to defend the guild flag. Abandoned Wave sneered. He then manipulated the gray orb in his hand and started chanting an incantation suddenly. Over a dozen figures hidden in the monster army leaped forward, leaving afterimages trailing behind them. By the time Zero Wing's members noticed these figures, the latter had already broken through the blockade and appeared in the guild residence's surroundings. They then smashed through its walls and dashed straight towards the guild hall. The true identity of these figures were evil demons. However, unlike the evil demons that attempted to assault the guild flag before, this group of evil demons was much stronger, not good. There are Great Lord-ranked evil demons mixed in among them. We need to stop them. Aqua Rose, who was defending inside the guild hall, hurriedly activated the power of darkness and used the Tier 1 spell Shadow Vine. Suddenly, hundreds of blue vines emerged from around Aqua Rose's feet and slithered rapidly towards the approaching evil demons. A futile struggle. Abandoned Wave sneered upon seeing this. The 16 evil demons were the strongest force he had remaining. 11 High Lords and 5 Great Lords. Even a party of Tier 3 NPCs would have a hard time facing such a force. Not to mention a measly Tier 1 Cursemancer like Aqua Rose in the next moment. The evil demons could be seen dodging all the oncoming shadow vines. What quick reaction speeds. Aqua Rose was surprised she had aimed all her shadow vines at the blind spots of these evil demons. Yet, as if they had long since sensed her attack, not only did the evil demons perfectly avoid being bound, but they had even managed to close the distance between them and the guild flag, even further finish it. Through the eyes of one of the evil demons, Abandoned Wave could see the guild flag that was just 30 yards away. In the next moment, the 16 evil demons charged at the guild flag from various directions. With this, even if 2 or 3 Tier 3 melee NPCs work together, they wouldn't be able to stop every one of the evil demons. Are we going to lose just like this? Aqua Rose's eyes were filled with frustration as she looked at the evil demons approaching the guild flag. The town they had invested plenty of resources into was going to disappear. Just like that. The 16 evil demons could be seen rapidly closing in on the guild flag. 20 yards. 15 yards. At this moment, the evil demons had even stopped evading the attacks sent at them by the players inside the hall, focused solely on reaching and destroying the guild flag. Just when the evil demons were only 10 yards away for the guild flag, Gilbert, who had his eyes shut all this time, opened them and let loose a deafening roar. Even the people outside the guild hall heard his roar very clearly. In the next moment, the 16 evil demons involuntarily turned towards Gilbert, as if nothing but Gilbert existed in their world at this moment. The Barbarian class's Tier 3 legacy skill, Barbaric Roar. The skill immediately enveloped a radius of 50 yards. Unlike other taunt skills, Barbaric Roar was more of a domain skill. All enemies caught within the range of the domain would find their minds filled with only Gilbert's existence. At the same time, due to the deterrent effect of Gilbert's voice, all enemies within range would have their movement speed attack speed, and reaction speed reduced by 50% following the activation of Barbaric Roar, Gilbert pulled out his blood-red greatsword, which he had stabbed into the ground, and lightly swung it at the approaching evil demons, for one was watching from afar. One would think that Gilbert's attack speed at this moment was very slow. However, if one paid close attention, they would realize that Gilbert's attack speed was not slow at all. Instead, the extreme speed and fluidity of his attack had merely given rise to a misconception. Although the 16 evil demons tried to block the approaching crimson streak of light, they suddenly found their bodies unable to move. The only thing they could do was watch as the streak of light landed on their body's Tier 3 legacy skill Barbaric Blade. Although the skill executed an extremely normal slash, it rendered all the surrounding enemies immobile. Meanwhile, pitch-black spatial tears would appear one after another wherever the crimson light passed. The might of the attack was so powerful that it even sliced space itself after the greatsword passed through the evil demons. All 16 evil demons left behind afterimages as they went flying out of the guild hall. Like cannonballs, the High Lord-ranked evil demons lost over 1/3 of their HPs on the spot. The destructive power of the attack made everyone present gasp so strong. The power of this attack should be practically Tier 4 standard. Aqua Rose wore an incredulous look on her face as she stared at Gilbert. Even Tier 3 NPCs were just barely able to cope with a Great Lord-ranked evil demon in a one-on-one. At least 2 of such NPCs were needed to suppress a Great Lord. Yet now, Gilbert had managed to send 5 Great Lord-ranked evil demons flying with a single blow. This was simply unbelievable. He stopped them. How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful Tier 3 NPC in existence? Abandoned Wave nearly fainted when he saw this scene. He had been watching through the eyes of one of the 16 evil demons, so he had clearly seen the speed and power of Gilbert's attack. Not to mention dodging the attack. Even blocking it was utterly impossible. Gilbert was far stronger than the Tier 3 NPCs from before. They were on entirely different levels before Abandoned Wave could react. Gilbert took a step forward. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he stood. Immediately after, he appeared in front of one of the Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Before anyone realized it, Gilbert had already thrust his greatsword through the Great Lord's body. Meanwhile, only after his body was stabbed did the evil demon realize it had been attacked. Gilbert's strength was simply overwhelming. As for the other evil demons, due to the effects of Barbaric Roar, they couldn't approach the guild flag at all without killing Gilbert first as time passed. Although many more monsters entered the guild hall, due to the effects of Barbaric Roar, these monsters had no choice but to fight Gilbert. However, not only was Gilbert himself frighteningly strong, but there was also a Tier 2 NPC cleric healing him from the side. The monsters failed to pose any threat to Gilbert whatsoever in regard to this situation. Sherfone did not feel particularly surprised. There naturally was a reason why the various large guilds had coveted heroes in the past. Back then, towns and cities under a hero's protection had rarely fallen to enemy invasion. Although a Tier 3 hero could not compete with an archaic species of the same rank and tier in terms of basic attributes, in terms of combat standards, a Tier 3 hero was many times superior to the ordinary experts of God's domain. After taking into account the legacy skills they grasped, a hero was the most suitable kind of NPC to defend a guild residence over time. The number of evil beasts and evil demons could be seen decreasing continuously. Is this Zero Wing's true strength? This town's defenses are simply too strong. Such a powerful monster army actually failed to capture it. With this, which guild could possibly threaten Stone Forest Town? Everyone was filled with astonishment as they looked at the rapidly thinning monster army after this war. Most likely, no guild in Starmoon Kingdom would dare have designs on Stone Forest Town. At the same time, Stone Forest Town would also enter a new era of prosperity. We lost. Abandoned Wave's eyes were filled with mixed feelings as he looked at his servants decreasing precipitately in number at this moment. Whether it was the evil beast army or the evil demon army, the top combatants of both had already been annihilated. Right now, Even without the presence of NPCs like Gilbert or the Tier 3 adventurers, Zero Wing's remaining members were more than enough to defend the guild flag. I'll give this win to you, Zero Wing. However, don't get excited too soon. Although I've lost my evil beasts and evil demons, I can still make more. You all, on the other hand, won't be as fortunate next time. Abandoned Wave knew that he had been thoroughly defeated this time. However, he was confident that with enough time, he could create a monster army that was several times stronger than the current one. Meanwhile, as long as Zero Wing lost Stone Forest Town, it would decline into a second-rate power. Flame Blood. I'm afraid Heaven's Burial will have to get busy for the upcoming period. Rest assured, although Star Moon City's resources have nearly dried up, there are still plenty of resources available in other cities and kingdoms. Flame Blood smiled and nodded. Although Zero Wing's performance today was indeed shocking, Heaven's Burial remained in the shadows while Zero Wing stood in the light. Heaven's Burial could easily help Abandoned Wave create more evil beasts and evil demons, while Zero Wing could only wait for its impending doom. The reason for their loss this time was their lack of understanding of Zero Wing as well as their lack of preparation. However, it would be a different story next time, following which Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood turned around and left. Meanwhile, standing inside one of Stone Forest Town's magic towers, Surephone was quietly observing the image displayed on the massive crystal ball before him. He finally found you. An evil god envoy? Surephone muttered, his lips curling upwards as he looked at the image of the bandaged Abandoned Wave. No, the evil energy surrounding him is too thin. An evil god envoy has received the blessing of the evil god. Even if he used a treasure to suppress the evil energy, it should not be this thin. Perhaps an evil god apostle developed by an envoy? Forget it. Let's just go and take a look. Saying so, Surephone locked in the coordinates and used space movement. Suddenly, he vanished from the top of the magic tower. Chapter 1348, Black Flame Appears. Chapter 1348, Black Flame Appears. With the death of the high-tiered evil beasts and evil demons, the war in Stone Forest Town gradually entered its final stage. Previously, Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers had celebrated this sudden war, but their expressions had turned solemn. Fear of Zero Wing filled their hearts. An army of 500,000 plus high-level, high-ranked monsters. Who in Star Moon Kingdom could possibly stop such a powerful force? Zero Wing had done just that. Moreover, Zero Wing had displayed horrific strength. Aside from the Tier 3 NPC army, the intermediate mana pulse cannons and miniature ballistas were more than enough to dishearten the kingdom's major powers. If these weapons were aimed at their guild towns, the consequences would be dire. Before this battle, the major powers had only felt a little threatened by Zero Wing's number of experts and high-quality items. However, those aspects couldn't threaten their lifeblood. If worst comes to worst, they would fight a war of attrition, competing with wealth and resources. But things had changed. Zero Wing had already revealed that it had the power to destroy any large guild's foundation in Star Moon Kingdom. A battle of attrition wasn't necessary. Zero Wing could simply cripple their guilds. Zero Wing, how much of your strength have you hidden? Singular Burial felt as if he had aged several years as he stared at the live stream. Especially when the hero Gilbert had made his appearance in the war's final moments, Singular Burial admitted that Heaven's Burial's development was quite fast. However, compared to Zero Wing, the difference between them was like heaven and earth now. The only thing worth celebrating was that Heaven's Burial had gained access into Evernight City before the other guild. There was also the fact that Abandoned Wave could continue to create monster armies. Only, now that they had revealed the threat of the evil beasts and evil demons, Abandoned Wave wouldn't be able to continue developing in the Star Moon City region. Meanwhile, across the street from Zero Wing's residence in White River City, Ghost Shadow and Daybreak Fog scouted the building from their seats in a restaurant's 5th-floor room. As the two watched Zero Wing's residence, they wore helpless expressions. The original plan had involved the Ghost Shadow Legion and the 3rd Legion working together to assault Zero Wing's residence, doing whatever it took to destroy the guild stable. However, due to the war over in Stone Forest Town, the Zero Wing members that had been grinding monsters and raiding dungeons had returned to the residence. As a result, the building was protected by more than 3 times the members they had expected. Hence, they could only watch the building, waiting for these guild members to leave for Stoneforest Town. However, since the war had started, the number of players in the residence had increased rather than decreased. Moreover, now that victory was in sight for Zero Wing, more players had swarmed to the guild to apply. Among them were plenty of famous adventurer teams that both Ghost Shadow and Daybreak Fog recognized. Meanwhile, in the wilderness outside of Stoneforest Town, Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood quickly made their way towards the Dead Soul Forest atop their mounts. Brother Wave, you're saying that I qualify to join the Evil God's Temple? Flame Blood asked excitedly, his eyes practically glowing as he looked at Abandoned Wave. Of course. Although it is very difficult for players to join the Evil God's Temple, and there are very few lost available, Beast Emperor has declared that players with sufficient strength and a powerful backer will have the opportunity to join. However, the final decision rests in Beast Emperor's hands. He only has a few slots remaining. Fortunately, since you are one of Heaven's Burial's upper echelons, you should have a high chance of getting one of those slots, Abandoned Wave said, nodding. I refuse to believe that we can't take Zero Wing down if we work together once you become an Evil God Apostle as well. Then I'll have to thank you for recommending me, Brother Wave. As long as I become an Evil God Apostle, the guild leader won't hesitate to give us his full support. We might even be able to take down the Black Dragon Empire, much less Star Moon Kingdom, Flame Blood said excitedly. Before this, he hadn't been particularly interested in becoming an Evil God Apostle and joining the Dark Forces. After all, the cost to do so is high. Joining the Dark Forces meant joining humanity's enemy. Henceforth, it wouldn't be so easy to enter an NPC city. He'd also forsake the lifestyle ordinary players enjoyed. Moreover, if the various large guilds discovered him, they'd hunt him to the ends of God's domain. If he died, the consequences would be unimaginably severe as well. If he were caught, the result would be worse. His only option would be to delete his account and start over. However, after coming into contact with Abandoned Wave and witnessing the power of an Evil God Apostle, he had begun to reconsider his position. It might even help him achieve heights that were previously out of his reach. Unfortunately, Abandoned Wave had tactfully rejected his previous request to join the Evil God's Temple. He hadn't expected the man to change his mind. Relax. I now have a clear grasp of Heaven's Burial's foundations. Moreover, I just received a message from Beast Emperor requesting to meet you, stating that he has sent a subordinate to fetch you, Abandoned Wave said. Chuckling while Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood chatted, a spatial tier appeared above them. It quickly widened, forming a black hole, and a figure emerged. Black Flame. How is he here? Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood stared at the figure. They were extremely familiar with this player, as he was their main target. Ivy, he finally found you. Why are you in such a rush to leave? Sherfong asked as he softly landed on the grassy ground. He wore a smile as he pinned Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood with his gaze. Both wore black cloaks, so he couldn't get a clear view of their appearances and levels. However, he could sense their tension. This was especially true for the bandaged Abandoned Wave. He knew that the previous monster invasion had been the Evil God's Temple's doing, but even after using the magic tower, he hadn't been able to locate the person responsible. This time, however, he used the magic tower to search for the culprits during the entire battle. Thanks to the magic array that had summoned the evil demons, he had gained a general idea of the culprit's location. Honestly, Sherfong had been shocked to learn of the Evil God's Temple's appearance in Star Moon Kingdom. The Evil God's Temple might not be a threat early on, but if it were not exterminated in time, not even 2 or 3 super guilds would be able to take it down, much less Zero Wing. Now that he had found a clue leading to the Evil God's Temple, he couldn't ignore. Itai had never expected the almighty guild leader, Black Flame, to grace us with his presence. To what do we owe the pleasure? Abandoned Wave asked, trying to look like a passerby. At the same time, he sent the Beast Emperor a message, notifying him of Sherfang's arrival and requesting reinforcements. Black Flame's strength was known throughout Star Moon Kingdom. He was the kingdom's bona fide #1 expert. Although Abandoned Wave was confident of his own strength, he knew that he was far from powerful enough to defeat someone on Black Flame's level. Working with Flame Blood wouldn't change that, of course. Were his high-tiered evil demons still alive, he'd have no reason to fear Black Flame. He'd even be confident of killing the man. Are you trying to suggest that you're not connected to the evil god's temple with how dense the evil energy surrounding you is? Sure Feng demanded. Well, are you going to reveal the temple's headquarters? If not, I can simply drag you to the war god's temple. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you about the consequences of being captured. Although the evil god's temple's followers had far more power than any ordinary player, they had to pay a corresponding price. One death was enough to drive these followers mad. If the war god's temple captured them, their life would be hell. Abandoned Wave's heart sank as he listened to Sure Feng. He hadn't expected this man to know evil god's temple players' true fear. It's over. It's over. What should I do? Sweat dripped down Abandoned Wave's forehead as he watched Sure Feng's gradual approach. Neither keeping silent nor exposing the location of the evil god's temple's main headquarters was an option. Abandoned Wave had never expected that some minor character he had once looked down on would force him into such a situation. When Sure Feng was less than 30 yards away from Abandoned Wave, a spatial tear formed before the bandage player. Suddenly, someone emerged from the tear. It was none other than the Beast Emperor, Abandoned Wave's leader. Chapter 1349, Black Flame and Beast Emperor. Chapter 1349, Black Flame and Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor. Abandoned Wave grew ecstatic as the towering figure appeared before him as per usual. Beast Emperor wore a black cloak and bandages that covered his entire body. However, Beast Emperor's aura and radiating evil energy were much stronger than the last time Abandoned Wave had met the man. Despite the lack of malice, Abandoned Wave couldn't help but feel an indescribable fear as he stared at Beast Emperor's back. Of course, he was also relieved. Now that Beast Emperor had arrived, he was safe from Sure Feng. This is Beast Emperor. Meanwhile, Flame Blood, who stood beside Abandoned Wave, stared at the man before them with a dumbfounded look. Although Abandoned Wave had told him that Beast Emperor was strong, Flame Blood hadn't realized just how strong. The man's aura was on par with that of a great lord. The instant Beast Emperor had arrived, he had felt his body grow heavy. This was the first time he met a player that didn't feel like a human, but some kind of terrifying creature. Beast Emperor's arrival had also halted Sure Feng's steps with such dense and powerful evil energy surrounding him. Is he an evil god envoy? The cloaked man shocked Sure Feng. The instant Beast Emperor had appeared, the evil energy he exuded tainted the surrounding area. If normal players spent too much time in this pollution, they would undoubtedly become demonic. And even great lord-ranked evil beasts and evil demons could only pollute an area of 20 to 30 yards. Yet Beast Emperor polluted a radius of over 50 yards. With the evil god's blessing, his evil energy was also denser than normal. If evil beasts and evil demons' evil energy were akin to air, then the Beast Emperor's evil energy was like Liquid Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame. Beast Emperor asked Sure Feng in a gravelly voice. Sure enough, you're as strong as the rumors say. No wonder those old fellows are talking about you. Let me introduce myself. I'm called Beast Emperor. I am also the apostle that activated the evil god's temple in Starmoon Kingdom. May I know if guild leader Black Flame would be so kind as to pardon my two friends? I can assure you that the beasts and demons will not bother Stone Forest Town again. If I let them go, those evil beasts and evil demons will leave Stone Forest Town alone. Is this some kind of humble threat? Sure Feng asked. You can think of it that way. Beast Emperor acknowledged in his opinion. God's domain had fewer threats to offer as time went on. A measly kingdom's #1 guild was not one of them. Abandoned Wave was one of the basic evil god apostles under him. Abandoned Wave could only control a maximum of 600,000 evil beasts, which couldn't be more than 30 levels higher than his own. The strongest evil beast he could control was only Tier 4 lower rank, and he could only control up to 10 at a time. As for evil demons, Abandoned Wave could only control a maximum of 5,000, and they could not be more than 20 levels higher than him. The strongest evil demon Abandoned Wave could control was only Tier 3 middle rank, and his maximum was 20 at a time if Abandon Wave could push Zero Wing to the brink of destruction with a half-baked army. What could an evil god envoy, such as himself, accomplish? If I say no, Shifeng asked, smiling. He then vanished, rejecting my goodwill. Beast Emperor's gaze turned frosty when he heard Shifeng's reply. Immediately, he searched his surroundings for the enemy player as if Abandon Wave and Flame Blood faced a powerful foe. One focused on their surroundings while the other activated Truth Shield to protect himself. However, before any of the three could react, Shifeng appeared beside Abandon Wave. Turning both Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray against the Monsi Foam could easily cross 30 yards with a few steps by the time Abandon Wave realized what was happening and attempted to use Vanish. The seemingly slow swords had passed through his body. Only after he had been hit did his body begin to disappear. However, the two attacks had devoured over 35,000 HP, dropping it into the red. He had nearly been thrown over the river Styx. How are his reactions so fast? Flame Blood was stupefied. Shifeng's slashes were not indefensible. Only Shifeng's reaction speed was simply too quick. He had executed the two slashes as if he had moved on instinct. The instant Abandon Wave disappeared, Shifeng retrieved a dark blue crystal ball from his bag and shattered it. No, you can't do that. From stealth, Abandon Wave practically screamed when he saw the shattered crystal ball. The crystal ball Shifeng had shattered was a mobile jail specifically designed to capture dark and red players. If a dark or red player had less than 10% of their HP, the capture would be successful. Mobile jails had the same effects as jails in NPC cities. This wasn't an item that ordinary players could afford. The war gods' temple sold mobile jails that could hold a single player for 50 gold each. Mobile jails that could hold up to 10 players cost 300 gold. Even wealthy players wouldn't purchase such an expensive tool without a specific reason, although Abandon Wave had considered using a skill to resist capture. Once the mobile jail activated, it would capture any player within 15 yards that fit the requirements and stop them from using skills or tools. They wouldn't even be able to move. Not even an invulnerable state could save them in the blink of an eye. A black hole devoured Abandon Wave, and he vanished as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, the crystal ball Shifeng had shattered had recovered, but instead of dark blue, the crystal ball was now black flame. You bastard! Beast Emperor glared at Shifeng, evil energy overflowing from his body. His aura also began to increase. Release him now. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving this place alive. Although he was an evil god envoy, someone who enjoyed a high position in the evil god's temple, he was only granted 5 apostles. Even if one of his apostles died, he wouldn't get another. Hence, he was extremely careful when selecting apostles. After all, players without enough strength and resources weren't likely to be of much help. Although Abandon Wave had lost the Blackwater Corporation support, he had already given Abandon Wave one of his 5 apostle slots. Losing Abandon Wave was the equivalent of losing 600,000 evil beasts and 5,000 evil demons. Leave here alive? Shifeng turned to Beast Emperor. Chuckling, he said, "Are you joking? Or do you think I can't tell that you're just a mirror image? You saw through it?" Beast Emperor was stunned. He did not have any skills that allowed long-distance teleportation, but he could dispatch a mirror image, sending it to command his own army and that of his apostles. Not only did this skill guarantee his safety, but it also allowed him to keep his subordinates in check. Although his mirror image was invulnerable, it couldn't attack either. The mirror image was only a replica that lasted 30 minutes. Say, doppelganger? Flame Blood looked at Beast Emperor in confusion. Both Beast Emperor's aura and evil energy far exceeded Abandon Wave's. At the end of the day, a doppelganger was only a doppelganger. Everyone knew that, although they looked like the real deal, doppelgangers didn't have the aura of the original player yet. No matter how he looked at Beast Emperor, the man should be real. But what Beast Emperor and Flame Blood didn't know was that Shifeng had activated omniscient eyes. He could see the truth of everything within 100 yards of himself. The instant Beast Emperor had appeared, Shifeng had activated omniscient eyes to avoid an ambush. After all, if one enemy appeared suddenly, others were likely nearby. If Beast Emperor really wore a black cloak, though even omniscient eyes wouldn't reveal his identity. However, as this Beast Emperor was only a mirror image, the black cloak could only hide his appearance. It did nothing to hide the mirror image's data from omniscient eyes. Moreover, as the mirror image was invulnerable, it couldn't attack. It was similar to his divine steps despite his ruse failing. Beast Emperor showed no signs of panic or worry. On the contrary, he laughed and said, as expected of the player, the secret pavilion dubbed the Sword King. Ordinary peak experts are no match for your strength and insight. However, did you think I've spent so much time talking to you just for fun? As soon as Beast Emperor had said so, a black figure descended from above. The figure hovered above Beast Emperor as it gazed down at Sure Foam. Evil Demon, Dark Creature, Grand Lord. Level 70. HP 35, 000/35, 000/000. Chapter 1350. Full-powered assault. As the evil demon appeared, the area's atmosphere changed. Dense evil energy polluted the area, and shadows clustered around the evil demon. However, the more frightening aspect was the evil demon's aura. Even an expert like Flame Blood could not help but shudder, his movements becoming sluggish. So, this is a Grand Lord ranked evil demon? Flame Blood was both shocked and afraid as he stared at the hovering evil demon. His fear wasn't due to the demon's aura. Rather, the evil demon before him felt almost human. Its condescending gaze and sneer made it look like a player in an evil demon skin. Flame Blood had never realized that there was such a massive difference between a Great Lord and a Grand Lord ranked evil demon. To upgrade an evil demon to the Great Lord rank, Abandoned Wave had to devour many players' souls. Of course, the demon had to have enough potential to evolve. Otherwise, absorbing souls would only increase its level, not its tier. Every time an evil demon was promoted, it would require several times more souls to reach the next rank. One could just imagine how difficult it was to produce a Grand Lord ranked evil demon. Yet, Beast Emperor intended to use such a creature to lead the way. If they had had the help of a Grand Lord during their siege against Stone Forest Town, the battle might have ended in their favor. Black Flame, I have given you your one chance. Since you've refused, I'll show you what it feels like for a demon to devour your soul. Beast Emperor smirked at Sure Foam. If an expert like you turns into an evil demon, I'm sure it will have a lot of potential. Peak experts' corpses were very valuable to Evil God's Temple players. Such corpses had a much greater chance of becoming evil demons with high growth potential. The evil demon created would have a better chance of becoming a high-tiered creature. As Beast Emperor finished speaking, the evil demon above him vanished as it dashed towards Sure Foam with lightning speed in the blink of an eye. The evil demon arrived before its target, slashing at Sure Fang's head with claws wrapped in dark gray fog. However, mid-swing, the evil demon abruptly changed its attack trajectory, creating a silver arc that split away from the gray fog and moved towards Sure Fang's neck. Meanwhile, the gray fog retained its form as it continued towards Sure Fang's head. Rapid switch. Sure Fang could not help his surprise. He hadn't expected the evil demon to have grasped such a superb technique. Moreover, the transition was so smooth and sudden that even a Void Realm expert like himself had failed to detect warning signs. It was as if the demon's cells had altered from attacking his head to swiping at his neck. In this crucial moment, one of Sure Fang's blades, which he had employed to counter the fog-shrouded claws, changed directions. While the abyssal blade continued to block the descending claws of gray fog, Killing Ray turned to block the evil demon's real claws. Boom, boom. As the blades and claws met, the collision scattered dazzling sparks. The ground beneath Sure Fang's feet sunk slightly. The impact then threw Sure Fang, and he landed over 20 yards away. He instantly lost over 10,000 HP. Is this a Grand Lord ranked evil demon's strength? When Sure Fang struck the ground, both of his hands were numb. His blades vibrated, releasing a low hum. Sure enough, its strength and speed far exceed an ordinary Grand Lord. If not for his quick reaction and diverting Killing Ray, he would have likely died. Even so, since he had pulled Killing Ray away from his parry, he hadn't been able to mitigate the damage completely. causing him to lose 1/6 of his total HP. At this rate, even if he blocked every one of the demon's attacks, he would only last 6 attacks. He had only been saved due to his Tier 2 Sword Master class, one of the 10 great Saint classes, and his excellent equipment. If a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level had received that last attack, they'd most likely lose a minimum of 20,000 highs not dead. Beast Emperor was momentarily stunned when he saw Sure Feng stand up with most of his HP intact. He knew just how powerful a Grand Lord ranked evil demon was. Even the current strongest MT in God's domain would die instantly if they didn't activate a life-saving skill in time. Upon reaching the Grand Lord rank, evil demon's combat standards underwent a qualitative transformation. Players had no hope against these Grand Lords' transition speed. After factoring in the Grand Lord's frightening, destructive power, any player that attempted to solo such a creature would die instantly. He even blocked that attack. Sure enough, Black Flame's strength has improved significantly yet again. Flame Blood was also surprised to see Sure Feng so lively even against a Great Lord-ranked evil demon of the same level. An MT would be forced to activate a life-saving skill to survive, not to mention against a level 70 Grand Lord. If not for the NPC guards and various magic arrays, Zero Wing would have been easily annihilated during the siege. Yet, even without any support, Sure Feng blocked the Grand Lord's attack. This was simply inconceivable. Sure enough, you are quite impressive. But how many attacks do you think you can block? Although Sure Feng had surprised Beast Emperor, the situation hadn't changed. As he said so, the evil demon darted forward once more. This time, the gray fog around its claws transformed into a dark gray greatsword. It brandished the weapon at Sure Feng, sending 5 streaks of gray light towards the swordsman's blind spots. Just as the 5 streaks of gray light were about to devour Sure Feng, golden dragon scales and divine runes began to envelop his body. His aura transformed as well, resembling that of a prehistoric beast. A stream of blue energy flowed from Killing Ray and into Sure Feng's palm. Arcs of blue electricity danced across his body. Suddenly, Sure Feng looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Heavenly Dragon's power. Tier 2 Blade Liberation. This was the first time Sure Feng had used twofold Berserk after completing his Tier 2 promotion. Even against the King of Darkness, Sure Feng had only used Heavenly Dragon's power. However, against the Grand Lord-ranked evil demon, Sure Feng did not dare to be careless, as even the slightest mistake could end his life, following which Sure Feng lightly swung Killing Ray towards the evil demon Shadow Blade. Immediately, 1 streak of blue light and 9 streaks of black light sliced at the evil demon. The instant Sure Feng's sacred sword and the evil demon's greatsword collided, the ground they stood on shattered from the resulting impact. Even Flame Blood, who stood 30 yards away, nearly lost his footing. The 5 streaks of gray light were repelled back, carving several long grooves into the dirt after repelling the evil demon's attacks. All 10 of Sure Feng's attacks landed. The streaks of light easily bit into the evil demon's steel-like body, green blood spewing from its wounds as the impact threw the creature over a dozen yards backward. At the same time, the evil demon's HP plummeted. 161, 267, minus 323,497, minus 160,916. Since Killing Ray dealt double damage against dark creatures, the evil demon's HP dropped by over 2 million in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1351, Monster-like Player. Chapter 1351, Monster-like Player. As the dust settled, it revealed the 3-meter-tall evil demon half kneeling on the ground. Cracks broke the dirt for over a dozen yards beneath the demon. What? Flame Blood's eyes nearly fell from his sockets when he saw the injured evil Demona Tier 3 NPC would barely be a match for a Great Lord-ranked evil demon. Yet Sure Feng had sent the creature flying. Beside Flame Blood, Beast Emperor stared at the demon with a solemn expression. He found it inconceivable that Sure Feng could contest and surpass a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon's strength. You heal the evil demon. I'll how to protect you. Black Flame's Berserk skill won't last long. Once it ends, he will die. Beast Emperor roared at Flame Blood. He had lost his previously complacent expression. "We just have to buy enough time for the reinforcements I've sent to arrive." Although he thought that it was almost impossible for Sure Feng to kill the demon, he instructed Flame Blood to heal the creature as a precaution. Even if Sure Feng could suppress the evil demon, he wouldn't kill it. He had only ordered the fastest Great Lord-ranked evil demon to separate from the main contingent to save Abandoned Wave. It would take some time before the rest of his forces arrived. Once the follow-up forces arrived, Sure Feng would lose any hope of escape or survival. Flame Blood nodded and immediately went into action. First, he cast Recover on the evil demon, healing it for over 2,300 HP every 5 seconds. He followed up with a Truth Shield, which could absorb over -11,000 damage, although these spells were almost negligible compared to the evil demon's HP. The Truth Shield and Recover would heal the creature's injuries. At the very least, it would be able to fight at peak condition. Flame Blood began to chant an incantation. As Heaven's Burial's best cleric, Flame Blood had double cast right off the bat, had chosen to cast the Tier 1 spell, Life Recovery, and the Tier 0 spell, Healing Light. Not only was Flame Blood's chanting very fast, but he was also accurate. He was only slightly less efficient than Violet Cloud. Of course, there was a massive gap between his brain activity and her. Sure Feng didn't sit idly by while Flame Blood healed the evil demon. Without hesitation, he activated the Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike, vanishing and reappearing before the demon in an instant sword's orbit. Suddenly, a glittering galaxy formed around Sure Feng's body. Dazzling stars bombarded the evil demon, one after another. Both Flame Blood and Beast Emperor were shocked despite the stars appearing slow. In reality, they moved so quickly that they could barely react to the attacks. The stars they saw were simply residual images their brains had created. Fortunately, the evil demon possessed godlike reaction speed. With a physique that surpassed that of ordinary players, it reacted immediately and blocked the incoming attacks with its claws. However, as Sure Feng had activated twofold Berserk and Instant Strike, both his strength and attack speed exceeded the evil demon's. The Grand Lord couldn't keep up. The brilliant stars continued to bombard the monster. Each collision ripping pain screams from the evil demon's throat. The evil demon's agonizing screams echoed across the grassland, causing all who heard it to shudder. If other players saw this, they'd likely confuse Sure Feng with the monster, while assuming that the evil demon was some innocent player. Each star that penetrated the evil demon's body dealt devastating damage. 431, 571. -435,197. -871,054. For a moment, Flame Blood had even forgotten to chant his spells as he stared at the screaming demon with a dumbfounded expression. Is he a monster? Flame Blood had intended to mitigate some of Sure Feng's damage with his heals, but after seeing the swordsman's devastating power, he realized that his efforts would be utterly futile. Only now did Flame Blood understand why Sure Feng hadn't prioritized killing him. A healer it wasn't because Sure Feng didn't want to kill him. Rather, he didn't need to. Since he was negligible, the swordsman didn't need to waste time on him. After all, Berserk skills durations were extremely limited. The evil demon's HP bar continued to plummet. Every hit Sure Feng landed reduced it by 1%, 2% with a critical hit. The demon's HP rapidly decreased from 93%, 90%, 80%, 70%. By the time Instant Strike's 3-second duration ended, the evil demon had only 64% HP remaining. However, as soon as Instant Strike's effects wore out, Sure Feng's attack speed and damage dramatically decreased. Seeing this, Beast Emperor released a sigh of relief. Had Sure Feng continued dealing such horrific damage, the evil demon would have lost all of its 35 million HP and died in less than 20 seconds. Now that Sure Feng's attack speed had decreased, the evil demon could finally keep up with the attacks, blocking them. In fact, the demon launched powerful counterattacks with the dark fog it had summoned, forcing Sure Feng to dodge and waste time. It was only a matter of time before Sure Feng's Berserk skill ended. Sure enough, one person's strength isn't enough, Sure Feng thought as he was forced into a corner. The Grand Lord ranked evil demon's superb physique was even more powerful than a Tier 3 player's. Players of the same tier might have some difficulty blocking his slashes, but to the evil demon, doing so wasn't difficult in the least. Reacting quickly, Sure Feng retrieved 2 summon guard scrolls from his bag. Although he was strong enough to suppress a Grand Lord for a short time, whether it was an evil demon or a normal monster, players had one disadvantage: HP. This was why it was so difficult to solo monsters of the same or a higher tier. As players progressed in the game, when Sure Feng finished chanting, 2 golden magic arrays appeared beside him. Kite and Anna emerged from the arrays. Although it hadn't been long since Sure Feng last saw his personal guards, the 2 NPCs had leveled up considerably after completing his Tier 2 promotion quest and returning to White River City. Sure Feng hadn't immediately resummoned his personal guards. Instead, he left them in the Dark Canyon to continue leveling. Compared to the time flow in God's domain, time passed 5 times faster in the Dark Canyon. Moreover, the canyon's environment was far more suitable for training. The last time Sure Feng had seen Kite, the NPC was level 70. Now, Kite had reached level 74. As for Anna, she was already level 75. She was undoubtedly the highest level personal guard in the game right now. The instant these 2 NPCs appeared, Kite swung his greatsword down. Countless wind blades surrounded the evil demon, sealing its movements completely. As for Anna, she waved her staff and chanted an incantation, summoning forth 10 level 75 Lord-ranked Rock Guardians and a Great Lord-ranked Golden Gent under Anna's control. The Rock Guardians positioned themselves to form a magic array, lowering the evil demon's basic attributes by 15%. Unless one of the Rock Guardians died, the array would remain active without wasting time. Sure Feng activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. At the moment, his doppelganger's attributes were even higher than Kite's. Each Abyssal Blade Phantom also dealt as much damage as the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians. With his doppelganger and Kite support, Sure Feng overwhelmed the evil demon. Although Kite's and Anna's damage output was no match for Sure Feng's individually, when combined, they dealt even more damage than their master. Time passed gradually. Although Sure Feng's berserk skills were running out, the evil demon's HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye: 60%, 45%, 30%. When the evil demon's HP fell below 20%, it finally went berserk as it shrank and its skin turned crimson. Its entire body began to release more gray fog. Evil energy outbreak was a desperate skill that only Grand Lord-ranked demons and above could use. When activated, the skill would increase the user's strength, movement speed, and attack speed by 30% and physique by 15%. However, the skill was a double-edged sword that would also decrease the user's maximum HP by 30%. Only 2 seconds remained of Sure Feng's 24-second twofold berserk state. His aura had already begun to weaken, as if it had realized that Sure Feng couldn't hold out much longer. The evil demon's lips curled up as it formed a sharp spear with the gray fog surrounding its body. With the slightest movement, the spearhead sliced space itself and created a spatial tear. The evil demon then threw the weapon at Sure Feng. As the spear flew through the air towards Sure Feng, a loud boom shook the area. Responding quickly, Anna directed the Golden Giant to block the attack. Surprisingly, however, the dark gray spear passed through the giant without causing any harm. As the spear was about to find its target, Sure Feng instinctively used Divine Steps, summoning 10 invulnerable doppelgangers around the evil demon. Switching positions with one of these doppelgangers instinctively, Sure Feng turned his blades on the evil demon. Flame burst. Divine Providence. At this time, his Phantom Kill doppelganger activated Flame Burst and attacked the evil demon in tandem. Although the evil demon responded very quickly, Sure Feng switched positions with another doppelganger after every slash, not giving the demon a chance to block his attacks. By the time Sure Feng landed his 15th hit, his sword's scorching flames had devoured the demon's last strand of HP. When the Grand Lord collapsed, it transformed into innumerable light particles like shattered glass and disappeared. Sure Feng's experience bar rose madly, his level instantly increasing from 53 to 54. He had earned even more EXP from killing the evil demon than from soloing an archaic species. It had given him nearly as much EXP as a level 70 mythic monster. Sure Foam was astonished. If he could kill a few more of these evil demons, his level would skyrocket him. This is an evil god crystal? As the evil demon disappeared, the gray fog condensed to a single point. The gray fog then formed a crimson crystal that hovered quietly in the air, releasing an intensely mighty aura. Chapter 1352, Auction House Design. Chapter 1352, Auction House Design. It died. Flame blood froze when he saw the evil demon inside the magic array disappear. Even a great lord-ranked evil demon of the same level would require a team of hundreds of elite players, led by dozens of experts, to take down. They had learned this lesson during their experiments in the Frozen Scar. In the end, the Great Lord had more than 2/3 of its HP remaining after wiping out the entire elite team. Yet Sure Foam killed a level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demon by himself. Beast Emperor wore an indescribably grim expression. Not only had Abandoned Wave been captured, but he had also lost a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. It had taken a lot of effort to nurture 5 evil demons. Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were not easy to produce. It all depended on an evil demon's potential. He had killed many peak experts to obtain 5 evil demons capable of reaching the Great Lord rank after his momentary rage. The Crimson Crystal, which had formed after the evil demon's death, drew Beast Emperor's attention. How is this possible? How could a mere Grand Lord possibly drop an evil god crystal? Shock, excitement, and greed flashed in Beast Emperor's eyes as he stared at the crystal. It was highly unlikely that players outside of the evil god's temple would understand how valuable the item was. However, to evil god's temple players, the evil god crystal was an absolute treasure. It was even too valuable to trade for a mythic ranked evil demon. Sure Foam grabbed the evil god crystal and shoved it in his bag before Beast Emperor could get a closer look. His eyes became bloodshot with fury as he wanted nothing more than to kill Sure Foam with his own hands. Unfortunately, he was only here as a mirror image. He could not touch Sure Foam. Beast Emperor quickly calmed himself. Turning to the somewhat feeble Sure Foam, he smiled and praised. Guild Leader Black Flame, you're truly capable. Even the strongest evil demon under my command wouldn't be a match for you. As expected of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. What? Trying to persuade me with sweet words after failing with brute force? Sure Foam sneered as he glanced at Beast Emperor. Although he suffered a weakened state, decreasing his attributes by 70%, he was easily strong enough to kill Flame Blood and drag Abandoned Wave back to the War God's temple. He knew that an evil god envoy could only create a limited number of evil god apostles. Losing even one apostle would undoubtedly weaken Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor's expression darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He was the evil god's temple's sole evil god envoy. He was fated to become an overlord, establishing the evil god's empire in God's domain. Yet a guild leader from a measly kingdom stood before him, ridiculing his failure. If only he were here physically, he would give Sure Foam a taste of despair. Black Flame, let's not waste time talking. Why don't we make a trade? Beast Emperor said after suppressing his rage. You'll gain at most some merit points for handing an evil god apostle over to the War God's temple, but I can offer your guild resources others dream of and access to dark cities. Zero Wing desperately needs these. The evil god's temple was one of God's domain's strongest dark forces. It had branches throughout numerous kingdoms and empires. He couldn't help Zero Wing gain access to every NPC dark city, but getting access to a few shouldn't be a problem. This was also why Heaven's Burial was willing to help Abandoned Wave gather so many evil beasts and evil demons in such a short time. Sure, I might get some measly merit points for handing over an evil god apostle, but ridding God's domain of an apostle is just as good, Sure Foam said, chuckling. Although he was interested in access to multiple dark cities, getting rid of an evil god apostle that had been persistent in picking fights was a better option. If not for the Adventurers Association's assistance in Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing might have failed to protect it. Sherfone would have been forced to accept mutual destruction, using a method to prevent anyone from claiming the town. Beast Emperor nearly popped a vein when he heard Sherfang's refusal. Taking a deep breath, he tried again. How about this? I have an auction house design in my possession. I also have a secret land key that can open the secret land door, allowing you to send 1,000 players through at a time. Aside from the resources the secret land has to offer, you can gain far more magic crystals there than in the Stoneclaw Mountains. I will also help Zero Wing gain access to 5 dark cities. In return, you just need to hand over the mobile jail and the Crimson Crystal. The auction house design might not be useful for a basic town, but it was a different story for Stone Forest Town. Once a player town had an auction house, it would lure more players, and the ruling guild would make a profit from the handling fees, of course. The secret land key was obviously quite valuable. If a guild periodically harvested the resources from the secret land, it wouldn't need to fight other guilds for resources with these items. Zero Wing wouldn't need much time to improve by leaps and bounds. A measly 10 or 20,000 War Gods Temple merit points couldn't compare to these benefits. Beast Emperors offer stun Sherfone for a moment. The auction house design was extremely rare in God's domain. It was any less rare than the teleportation magic array design. However, while the teleportation magic array design could be used multiple times, the auction house design was a one-time use item. He had never expected Beast Emperor to offer up such an item. The secret land key was also extremely valuable. It was only slightly less valuable than mineral veins that produced magic crystal. Sherfone had to admit that Beast Emperor's offer was incredibly tempting. Meanwhile, Flame Blood, who overheard the offer, was also dumbfounded. Heaven's Burial dreamed of obtaining both items, especially the secret land key. He would never have dreamed that Beast Emperor would offer such items and access to 5 dark cities in exchange for Abandoned Wave and the Crimson Crystal. Not even super guilds would refuse such an offer. How tempting. But I still refuse. Sherfone responded, smiling. I'm not in the habit of breeding troublemakers. If an evil god apostle had only attacked his town by chance, he might consider letting them go. However, the apostle in his hands had intentionally picked a fight. Truth be told, even if he released this troublemaking apostle, he wouldn't be afraid for his future. After all, once Zero Wing reinforced its foundations, its development speed would only continue to increase. Furthermore, an evil god apostle required a large amount of resources to create evil beasts and evil demons. If Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds were cautious, creating more underlings wouldn't be easy. However, he had no interest in fighting siege wars for no good reason. Moreover, he still had plenty of things he needed to attend to. He did not have enough time to waste in Starmoon Kingdom again. Beast Emperor was stunned. However, he demanded in a chilly voice, "Do you really intend to fight me to the bitter end?" Chapter 1353, Crazy Black Flame. Chapter 1353, Crazy Black Flame. Beast Emperor's deep voice echoed throughout the grassy plains. The surrounding temperature dropped. Flame Blood couldn't help but shudder. This Beast Emperor was only a mirror image. It didn't have any offensive ability. Beast Emperor wasn't even backed by a superpower. However, no guild would dare to underestimate his strength. The various superpowers were no exception. Although Flame Blood didn't know how much power Beast Emperor truly wielded, he had learned that Beast Emperor still had 2 other evil god apostles. They had been apostles much longer than Abandoned Wave and had considerably powerful backers. Unlike Abandoned Wave, the other 2 apostles operated in secret in other kingdoms. They weren't like Abandoned Wave, acting boldly in the open in Starmoon Kingdom. Abandoned Wave's actions were part of the reason he had gathered such a large army of evil beasts and evil demons so quickly. After a moment of silence, Sherfone shook his head and laughed. "Do you really believe that I'm afraid of your evil beasts and evil demons?" Sherfone asked calmly. He didn't know much about the evil god's temple, but he knew that evil beasts and evil demons weren't easy to produce. Unlike evil beasts, evil demons couldn't be summoned. Evil beasts could only travel on foot as well. This was also why evil God's Temple players paid more attention to evil demons. It was practically impossible for the evil God's Temple to amass another army of that size, with Abandoned Wave's army annihilated and the resources around Starmoon City mostly exhausted. If it were possible to create evil beasts and evil demons without limit, evil God's Temple players would have long since become invincible. Of course, Beast Emperor might summon his own evil demons against Stone Forest Town, but with how rare they were, sending an army of demons to capture the town would be a waste when Flame Blood heard Shurfeng's reply. He thought he had heard wrong for a moment. Has Black Flame lost his mind? Flame Blood stared at Shurfeng incredulously. He simply could not figure out what was going through Shurfeng's mind. Not only had Shurfeng refused a profitable business proposition, but he had also gone out of his way to provoke someone who shouldn't be pushed. He was a lunatic. Good. Very good. I had thought you were an intelligent man, Black Flame, but it would seem that you're just a frog in a well with no idea of how vast heaven and earth are. Beast Emperor's expression darkened as several veins popped across his forehead. Since you want war, I'll give it to you. Saying so, Beast Emperor disappeared, his voice echoing across the grassy plains for a long time. He left? Flame Blood was stupefied. He had assumed that Beast Emperor had been trying to buy time while waiting for his forces to arrive. However, it would seem he had been wrong. What Flame Blood did not know was that, although Beast Emperor had considered buying time, he had dispelled the thought after Shurfeng had summoned Kite and Anna. After all, of the evil demons he had sent to fetch Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood, only 3 great lords remained. If those great lords had worked together with the demon that had died, they could suppress Shurfeng and wear him down until he died. Unfortunately, now that the Grand Lord was dead, he knew that he had lost his chance of defeating Shurfeng. With the 2 personal guards by his side, the 10 Rock Guardians' magic array alone could suppress his 3 great lord-ranked evil demons. Shurfeng could even kill Flame Blood before his eyes if Zero Wing had sent reinforcements. They might even claim the Great Lord's lives. Hence, there was no reason to linger while Flame Blood was dazed. Kite appeared before him, the NPC's greatsword forming a blue arc as it sliced the cleric's throat. Before Flame Blood had realized what had happened, he died and dropped a piece of equipment. Start a war. Shurfeng could not help but chuckle as he stared at the Beast Emperor's previous location. He then picked up the equipment Flame Blood had dropped before returning to Stone Forest Town. In reality, Shurfeng looked forward to Beast Emperor's war. He had already activated Starmoon Kingdom's epic ranked main storyline quest and was required to extract the evil god's temple from the kingdom. Since Beast Emperor was the evil god envoy that had activated the evil god's temple in Starmoon Kingdom, their fight was only a matter of time rather than let the evil god's temple quietly develop in Starmoon Kingdom. It was more beneficial to incite Beast Emperor to increase the temple's activity in the kingdom. This way, he could locate the evil god's temple's base of operations faster and complete his quest. Moreover, it was thanks to Beast Emperor that he had thought of a plan to develop Stone Forest Town while earning a lot of money. Others might not know where to obtain the auction house design, but he recalled a certain location that would guarantee the acquisition. The neutral map, Morning Battlefield. Once the ancient Orc Empire's capital, the area hid plenty of treasure. This was especially true for the Imperial Palace's hidden treasury. The treasury contained rare items that the Empire had obtained by conquering other nations. The auction house design was one of those treasures. Moreover, it wasn't just any ordinary design. It was a Grandmaster's advanced auction house design. Ouroboros had obtained the design in the past. In the end, the guild had constructed the most gorgeous auction house in Starmoon Kingdom. It had caused quite a commotion. Even after 10 years, it had still been the #1 auction house in the kingdom. Beast Emperor's appearance had also given Shurfeng a massive windfall, the evil god crystal. Ordinary players might disregard the evil god crystal, throwing it away. The item's introduction only stated that it contained a horrific amount of evil energy, after all, and those who carried it would be cursed to encounter disaster and misfortune. While this introduction was correct, it did fail to mention a particular aspect: the evil energy the evil god crystal radiated had a corrosive effect on normal players. It had a similar effect to residing in areas polluted with evil energy. for too long, however. The evil energy within evil god crystals was also incredibly pure. It could help evil demons or beasts to evolve. Doing so would also increase the monster's growth potential. This was why Beast Emperor had wanted it so badly. It had another, more frightening purpose as well. It could become a power core for a city's magic array. Although the evil god crystal wasn't as effective as the Titan's heart, it was still an extremely precious power core. If used to power a city's magic array, it would upgrade the array to a whole new level. Both the city's defenses and its mana density would increase significantly. Various large guilds had desperately sought after the crystal in the past. Surefoam hadn't expected a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon to drop the item. Normally, only mythic-ranked evil demons and above had a small drop rate in the past. The super guild ruling the Lionheart Empire had annihilated the evil god's temple, which had destroyed nearly half of the empire in the process. It had only obtained two evil god crystals after slaughtering dozens of mythic-ranked and above evil demons. In the end, the guild had used the two crystals to power two of its cities. Both cities had eventually grown to become the number 1 and number 2 guild cities in the empire after seeing the evil god crystal's wonderful potential. God's domain's various large guilds had searched for and hunted down the temple's evil demons to obtain evil god crystals of their own. When Surefoam saw the crystal drop from the Grand Lord, he even wondered if his eyes had played a trick on him. Chapter 1354. Town changes in Stone Forest Town. The evil beast and evil demon army gradually scattered. As a result, the intense battle had become a good opportunity to grind EXP. It was not very often that one came across chieftain rank and above monsters. Even when they did, fights between players might ensue on average. Both the evil beasts and evil demons provided more EXP than monsters of the same rank and level. Although more than 1/3 of the Zero Wing members had died in this siege war, the surviving members' levels had increased significantly. Most of them had leveled up at least once, while some had even gained 2 levels as the siege war ended. Zero Wing had obtained a large number of level 40+ elite members. This is just too scary. Even those powerful monsters failed to conquer Stone Forest Town. With this, Zero Wing's position in Starmoon Kingdom is as stable as a mountain. Both the Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial have lost their chance to become the kingdom's number 1 guild. If I had known this would happen, I would have joined Zero Wing sooner. I might have been a core member by now. TCH, you think becoming core member in Zero Wing is that easy? I've heard that the first condition to become a core member is to reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Although everyone's combat standards have improved significantly since the game's launch, those capable of reaching the 6th floor are still considered experts in first-rate guilds. On the other hand, you're stuck on the 5th floor. How could you possibly have a chance of becoming a core member? If Zero Wing can protect Stone Forest Town from such a large army of monsters, setting up our headquarters there might not be a bad idea after all. Tomorrow, we'll head to Stone Forest Town and purchase a private house. You want to get a private house with your standards? Don't make me laugh. One of my brothers is an upper echelon in a small guild. He's told me that several small guilds have decided to purchase the town's houses. Your adventurer team only has 100 or so members. Do you think you can compete with small guilds that have several thousand players? Stone Forest Town's victory over the evil beast and evil demon army was a hot topic among many players on the official forums. The strength Zero Wing displayed flabbergasted everyone. After this battle, no one in Starmoon Kingdom would dare challenge Zero Wing's position. Many of the previously hesitant independent players changed their minds. Determined to join the guild, many of these independent players hadn't considered applying to Zero Wing due to the guild's extremely high recruitment standards. If they joined other first-rate guilds, they would also receive far more benefits than if they joined Zero Wing. However, now that Zero Wing had proven how much stronger than other first-rate guilds it was, its high requirements made sense. Is this Zero Wing's true strength? Blue Phoenix, who had remained in White River City, was surprised to see peace returning to Stone Forest Town as she watched the livestream. Despite facing an army of 500,000+ monsters, not only had Zero Wing annihilated their enemy, but it also only suffered a little over 10,000 casualties. However, Although Blue Phoenix was shocked by the large number of high-tiered NPCs defending Stone Forest Town. Zero Wing's revelation of its intermediate mana pulse cannons and fleet of miniature ballistas frightened her after all. While NPCs could not be dispatched outside of the town or city they belonged to, it was a different story for the intermediate mana pulse cannons and miniature ballistas. These war weapons could be employed against cities or to defend strategic locations. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could compare to Zero Wing's firepower. Blue Phoenix had been prepared to lend Zero Wing the gnome cannons and special ammunition she had brought with her as a backup, but she was grateful that she hadn't. Both she and Phoenix Rain would have been laughingstocks. It seems I need to report this to Big Sis Rain. After giving the matter some thought, Blue Phoenix decided to report this situation immediately. Back in Stone Forest Town, Surephone discovered a long line of independent players outside of the guild residence after using a guild transfer scroll to return. These players were all considerably high-leveled. Even the weakest among them was level 38, while some had reached as level 41. Their equipment was equally impressive, with the most inferior being Secret Silver rank. With a quick glance, Surephone estimated that at least 200 such players waited outside the residence. Surephone also spotted quite a few level 20-plus players in line. Guild leader, you're finally back, Aqua Rose said, smiling when she saw Surephone emerge from the residence's teleportation hall. Has something happened? Surephone asked curiously when he saw Aqua Rose's excited expression after we finished clearing out the monsters close to the residence. Some of the players that bought Stone Forest Town's private houses teleported to the town and offered to cooperate with our guild. After a quick search, we discovered that most were representatives of well-known adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires. There are also quite a few adventurer team representatives from Starmoon Kingdom and merchant players now that they feel certain of Stone Forest Town's security. They want to cooperate. Those adventurer teams have also stated that they're willing to sell us their rare materials for 70% market price in the future. However, they've requested that Zero Wing build more private houses suitable for adventurer teams. As for the merchant players, they'd like to see us sell a few shops in town. Of course, they're willing to pay for these structures. As she spoke, Aqua Rose gestured to the various adventurer team representatives and merchant players in God's domain. Adventurer teams and merchant players generally didn't invest in smaller guild towns. There were two reasons for this. First, guild towns had a lack of player traffic. Second, these independent players were concerned about a town's safety. In guild wars, there were no guarantees that rival guilds wouldn't capture or destroy a guild town. A few adventurer teams had only decided to purchase Stone Forest Town's private houses because of the tempting benefits the town offered. Several hundred gold coins might be astronomical to ordinary players, but it was affordable to the kingdom's top adventurer teams. However, setting up a main base of operations in a guild town was a different story to adventurer teams with hundreds of players. It was clear that private houses, which could only accommodate a small number of players, were not suitable. Such teams needed the ruling guild to construct houses that catered to their activities, but guilds generally refused to construct such massive structures for no good reason. Moreover, purchasing such a large house would cost more than just a few hundred gold coins. Hence, both sides needed a compromise, but no adventurer team would risk such an investment until a guild town was stable. After this siege war, Stone Forest Town had proven that it was just as secure as an NPC town, allowing players to develop in the area without worry. Because of this, many well-known adventurer teams and merchant players hurried to Stone Forest Town, afraid that their competition would steal their opportunity. Not even Aqua Rose could make the decision to allow so many players into Stone Forest Town. She had to wait for Surephone to return. Guild leader, would you like to meet with them? Aqua Rose asked. Chapter 1355, Adventurer House. Chapter 1355, Adventurer House. God's Domain had plenty of adventurer teams aside from a few lone rangers. Independent players with similar goals usually formed teams that were exempt from guild restrictions. Some of the top adventurer teams in the game were even as strong as some of the game's guilds take. The Midnight Tea Party, for example. It explored various dangerous locations in God's Domain, constantly challenging its limits. The adventurer team was little more than a power group of lunatics. When these people gathered, even super guilds feared their prowess. Owl was another well-known adventurer team, just as famous as the Midnight Tea Party. However, Owl had more members than the Midnight Tea Party, and they weren't as addicted to battle. Rather, Owl consisted of players that enjoyed challenging all kinds of quests. In the past, Owl had even completed a few quests that super guilds had failed due to these top adventurer teams' fame. The guild towns and cities they occupied would become instantly popular as countless like-minded players swarmed to these locations. However, the Midnight Tea Party had been an exception in the past. The adventurer team had never set up a fixed base, and the team members' whereabouts had been a mystery, making the team nearly impossible to locate intentionally. Meanwhile, when a large number of adventurer teams occupied a guild town, the ruling guild would rake in considerable profit long-term, and these teams would help defend the town if it were attacked. Other guilds typically avoided targeting guild towns and cities that had multiple top adventurer teams. After all, not only would these guilds make an enemy of the defending guild by attacking the town, but they'd also make enemies of the adventurer teams. It simply wasn't a wise decision. Adventurer teams setting up in a guild town always benefited the ruling guild. They sure moved quickly. Surephone was slightly confused as he watched the various adventurer team representatives outside of the residence. He had assumed that it would take some more time before these teams made a decision. After all, the battle in Stone Forest Town had just ended, and investing in a guild town was an incredibly important decision that would affect the team's development. They needed to consider their options carefully. When I first saw them, I had assumed that they were experts some guild had sent to snatch the town token, Aqua Rose said, giggling. However, after listening to what they had to say, it seems that they were already interested in setting up in Stone Forest Town. Only, they were hesitant due to concerns over the town's safety. After seeing Zero Wing's foundations, they rushed over. Tell them that Stone Forest Town still needs repairs, so we won't be selling any adventurer houses just yet. Once we've repaired the town, we'll construct 5 adventurer houses. When the time comes, the houses will be available in the candlelight auction and will go to the highest bidder. Surephone decided after giving the matter some thought. This Aqua Rose was at a loss for words when she stared at Surefang's serious expression. Normally, guilds hope to house as many adventurer teams as possible in their towns to increase the town's overall strength. Some large guilds even sold their adventurer teams for a low price to attract these teams. Yet, not only had Surephone decided to sell a limited number of these adventure houses, but he also intended to sell them off to the highest bidders. Such a bold decision was likely to chase away these adventurer teams. Just convey my decision. A town's development is never dependent on how many adventurer teams it has. As long as they are strong enough, 2 or 3 teams will be enough. Surefong's side of town's land was limited, and adventurer houses easily took up enough space for 20 private houses. Rather than increasing the town's security with a few measly adventurer teams, they'd benefit from more independent players visiting the town for rest and relaxation. Understood. I'll let them know. Aqua Rose could not help but sell, though she understood Surefang's reasoning. Not even powerful adventurer teams were likely to pay a high price to occupy a guild town. After all, these teams would serve as free guards after investing in the town. Although Stone Forest Town offered considerable benefits, these benefits meant little to powerful adventurer teams. At most, they buy 1 or 2 private houses over competing for an adventurer house. Sure enough, once Aqua Rose informed the various teams of Surefang's decision, it caused a commotion among the various players. This incident immediately hit the kingdom's official forums, dissuading a few well-known adventurer teams from occupying Stone Forest Town. They're only selling 5 adventurer houses. Do they want us to pay to sever as the town's bodyguards? Zero Wing is dreaming. There are tons of guild towns that want us. Only an idiot would compete for those 5 slots. Zero Wing is too arrogant. Do they think that our only option is to set up in Stone Forest Town? Zero Wing's announcement came as a shock to ordinary players. They had never expected such a boastful stance from the guild. Of course, these players had never considered setting up a base in the town. After all, they could only afford a private house in Stone Forest Town in their dreams. much less an adventurer house to Starmoon Kingdom's various adventurer teams. However, Zero Wing was just trying to scam them. Meanwhile, inside an ancient ruin in the Apocalypse Empire, a 20-man team rested in its temple. Corpses of level 55+ monsters littered the ground around them. The weakest of their enemies had been a chieftain, while the strongest had been a great lord, yet this 20-man team had slaughtered them. Moreover, not one member of the team had died. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, you really are an interesting man. Endless Scars laughed when she heard about Zero Wing's announcement. Big sis, Endless? Cloud Yarn, the cleric sitting beside her, was confused by Endless Scars' smile. Cloud Yarn wasn't the only one. The other team members also turned to look at their leader. Even the other members of the team could not help but turn to look at Endless Scars. Endless Scars had actually laughed. They could count the number of times they've seen her laugh since they had joined the team on their fingers. Nothing. Zero Wing intends to auction off adventurer houses, and they're only selling a handful. Endless Scars explained the re-auctioning houses in limited quantities. What powerful adventurer team would be foolish enough to garrison in Stone Forest Town? Everyone was surprised to hear about Zero Wing's latest announcement, no matter how excellent Stone Forest Town's conditions were. The Stoneclaw Mountains was a regional dungeon with a level cap of 50. Many adventurer teams had already begun to purchase mounts for their members, and it wouldn't be long before they were over level 50. There weren't any other high-level and high-resource maps near Stone Forest Town. Powerful adventurer teams' priority was to level up and upgrade their weapons and equipment. Everything else was secondary. Even with the town's high mana density, there was no point to occupying Stone Forest Town. What sane adventurer team would possibly be willing to pay a huge price to set up a base in the town? Foolish is it, as Endless Scars read the report about the siege war in Stone Forest Town. Her interest in Zero Wing grew. After all, the guild had abandoned the opportunity to strengthen its town and used a completely different approach than the other guilds. Endless Scars found the guild's actions both confusing and intriguing. While Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers discussed the matter, Sure Feng, the perpetrator of this commotion, returned to White River City. After leaving the teleportation hall, he took an advanced horse carriage to the War God's Temple. Chapter 1356, Abandoned Wave's End. Chapter 1356, Abandoned Wave's End. Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. After the battle in Stone Forest Town, many merchant players from neighboring kingdoms and empires gathered in the city. 3 out of 10 players that arrived in the teleportation hall were low-level merchant players in ordinary equipment. Normally, such a scene could only be found in imperial capitals. Upon arriving at Starmoon City, the merchant players teleported to the closest NPC town to Stone Forest Town. The long line at one of the departure teleportation arrays stupefied players. Why are all these merchant players heading to Stone Forest Town? Isn't it just a measly guild town? Why make such a huge fuss over it? Don't you know? When Zero Wing announced that it would auction adventurer houses, it had also declared that it would sell all kinds of shops to outsiders. These merchant players are heading to Stone Forest Town to get a better idea of the town situation. The shops in NPC cities are too expensive. There's also a lot of competition with the various large guild shops on top of the high property tax every month. It's simply impossible for ordinary merchant players to afford the shops in guild towns. On the other hand, are much cheaper. The monthly property tax is also much lower. Most importantly, Stone Forest Town's player traffic rivals in NPC cities. Due to the battle arena, expert players have gathered there, and they generally have plenty of precious resources. Merchant players will be able to buy and sell their items more conveniently if they had a shop in Stone Forest Town. Everyone knows that Stone Forest Town has near impeccable security now. Naturally, merchant players are eager to move into Stone Forest Town. In that case, wouldn't it be amazing if we developed in Stone Forest Town? Independent players quickly started making preparations to shift their base of operations to Stone Forest Town originally. The Candlelight trading firm's presence already made Stone Forest Town a good place to develop. Unfortunately, NPC cities sold a much more diverse selection of items than the Candlelight trading firm. Now that so many merchant players were planning to invest in a Stone Forest Town, with some even coming from other kingdoms and empires, Stone Forest Town would sell a greater variety of items. Stone Forest Town's variety of merchandise might rival, or even surpass, Star Moon City's. Unlike shops in NPC cities, players could construct simple teleportation arrays in Guildtown shops. Merchant players could teleport directly to their shops without passing through Star Moon City or spending hours traveling by carriage. This encouraged merchant players to sell more products in Stone Forest Town, facilitating the transfer of merchandise. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons had gathered in the residence's meeting room. The meeting room was silent as everyone stared at Singular Burial, who wore a solemn expression despite foolishly throwing away the opportunity to invite famous adventurer teams to occupy Stone Forest Town. Even more independent players were attracted by the mass of merchant players. Both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing would develop rapidly. As a result, the gap between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing would expand. Our only hope is to take down the Frost King as soon as possible. Although the rewards won't help us overtake Zero Wing, we can put up a fight, Singular Burial said helplessly. Not only was Zero Wing undamaged by abandoned waves, but had helped increase Stone Forest Town's fame. He wouldn't have let Abandoned Wave take action so soon if he'd known this would happen. To make things worse, Abandoned Wave had been captured. With Abandoned Wave finished, there was no guild in Star Moon Kingdom capable of stopping Zero Wing from becoming the kingdom's Overlord Guild leader. I just received good news. Daybreak Fog said, "Good news?" Singular Burial inquired. What kind of good news could there be at a time like this? Didn't Black Flame kill Flame Blood? Broken Flow had brought his team to resurrect Flame Blood after failing at his task. Although Flame Blood had suffered grievous losses, he got to meet Abandoned Wave's leader, Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor had even secretly added Flame Blood as a friend, Daybreak Fog explained. Beast Emperor took the initiative to contact Flame Blood, stating that he wishes to have a personal chat with you. Beast Emperor also said that he's willing to help Heaven's Burial annihilate Zero Wing. Abandoned Wave's leader, is it? Singular Burial smiled. All right, tell Flame Blood to send Beast Emperor a reply. Say that I'm willing to have a proper discussion with him. Daybreak Fog conveyed Singular Burial's response to Flame Blood. Sure Phone alighted from the advance horse carriage and came face to face with White River City's War Gods Temple. The War Gods Temple served as a waypoint for teleporting to the Abyss battlefield. There were more players entering and leaving the War Gods Temple now than the Adventurers Association. Players would visit the War Gods Temple at least once a day if the Adventurers Association was a good place for individual players to earn money. Then the War Gods Temple was a good place for players to level up and improve their foundational strength if the Abyss battlefield didn't limit players to just one life per day. Every player in the game would likely stay cooped up there and refuse to leave. Although the Abyss battlefield's monsters didn't drop coins, they dropped weapons and equipment, as well as gave honor points. Honor points could be used to purchase tools, top-tier weapons, and equipment from the War Gods Temple. It was extremely difficult to survive inside the Abyss battlefield. Moreover, the higher level one reached, the more difficult the monsters would be. Expert players below level 50 could stay in the Abyss battlefield for an entire day as long as they didn't go anywhere too dangerous. Though their income would be lower if they didn't take risks, after a few days of grinding, they could still accumulate enough points to purchase good equipment. The weapons and equipment for sale at the War Gods Temple were more suited towards PvP. The items' effects and basic attributes would be inferior to the items dropped by field bosses and team dungeons. Even so, the Abyss battlefield was still a paradise for solo players after level 50. However, surviving in less dangerous maps would be even more difficult for expert players. Level 50 plus weapons and equipment cost substantially more honor points. Eventually, rather than a place for farming items, the Abyss battlefield became a training ground for expert players and a place for ordinary players to grind for the double EXP potion. A sure phone arrived at the War Gods Temple's third-floor hall. A level 150, Tier 3 Great Mage greeted him. "Sir, how may I help you?" Casting a glance at the NPC, Surefong noticed that it was a senior administrator at the War Gods Temple named Roland V captured an evil god apostle. "So I'm here to claim the bounty." The first-floor hall of the War Gods Temple dealt with all matters relating to the Abyss battlefield. The second floor was the War God's Temple's quest area, where players could accept quests or turn in their completed quests. Players were awarded merit points for completing War God's Temple quests. Similarly, players could spend merit points on items here. Players were allowed to freely enter the War God's Temple's first two floors. The third floor was different, as it was a place that specifically dealt with matters relating to the dark forces. Players wouldn't be allowed to set foot onto the third floor if they didn't have any related matters in Evil God Apostle. Roland's old face twitched. With a slightly suspicious look on his face, he looked at Sure Fong and said, "Can you allow me to confirm your claim's validity?" "Sure." Sure Fong took out the mobile jail and handed it to Roland. After Roland received the mobile jail, he chanted an incantation and tapped his finger on the crystal ballon image appeared above the mobile jail. The image displayed Abandoned Wave, trapped inside a dark space. Abandoned Wave was continuously hurling attacks at the surrounding space. He radiated evil energy, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had already fallen into madness. It really is an Evil God Apostle. Shock flashed in Roland's eyes. The War God's Temple and the Evil God's Temple had a hostile relationship. Meanwhile, Evil God Apostles had received the Evil God's blessing. They were rare in God's domain. Roland returned the mobile jail to Sure Fong and said respectfully, "Esteemed adventurer, please follow me. I'll bring you to meet with the Vice Temple Lord. I believe the Vice Temple Lord will be very happy to meet you." Chapter 1357, War God's Temple's Reward. Chapter 1357, War God's Temple's Reward. In the Triumphant Hall on the War God's Temple's fourth floor, Senior Administrator Roland led Sure Fong to one of the hall's astrology rooms. The astrology room was as dark as night, while the circular ceiling glittered like the night sky. From time to time, shooting stars streaked by. The room's beauty was mesmerizing. As Sure Fong entered the room, Roland closed the doors from the outside. Instantly, Sure Fong felt an indescribably pleasant sensation run through him. With the fascinating scenery, he couldn't help his desire to remain in this room for the rest of his life. Why is the mana density in here so high? Sure Fong was curious about the incredibly dense mana surrounding him. This was the first time he had ever set foot in an astrology room. The War God's Temple's astrology rooms were forbidden to players. If not for having captured an Evil God Apostle, Roland wouldn't have let him here before entering the room. Sure Fong hadn't sensed any usual mana density from inside yet. As soon as Roland left and shut the doors, mana started pouring, filled the space. It was 3 times as dense as Stone Forest Town's mana, which had the support of 3 magic towers. If players could duel other experts or practice their skills and spells in such an environment, their growth would be astonishing. Young adventurer, you've arrived. A deep voice echoed throughout the entire astrology room. Sure Fong could not help but turn to the voice's origin. He spotted an old man in dark blue mage robes and wielding a staff. The old man manipulated a magic water ball as if he were searching for some kind of new spell. This old man was none other than Capra, one of the 3 Vice Temple Lords in White River City's War God's Temple. He was a level 180, Tier 3 Great Mage. He could be considered the oldest NPC in White River City. Not even Magistrate Weissman was as old. Capra should be the most knowledgeable NPC in White River City. After all, not only was Capra a Tier 3 Great Mage, but he was also a magic array master. However, due to Charlin's occupation of White River City's library, he ranked second. Here that you've captured an Evil God Apostle? Yes, Lord Capra. Sure Fong immediately retrieved the mobile jail from his bag. As soon as he revealed the crystal ball out, it vanished and reappeared in Capra's hand. Not bad. This is indeed an Evil God Apostle. Capra nodded lightly. Suddenly, the mobile jail began to crumble, following which a cloaked, bandaged figure appeared before the old man. The moment Abandoned Wave appeared, the black cloak and bandages covering him were destroyed, exposing his true appearance. Abandoned Wave? Sure Fong was slightly surprised to see this man. Although his appearance had changed significantly, Sure Fong easily recognized him. Sure Fong hadn't expected Abandoned Wave to be the Evil God Apostle that attacked Stone Forest Town. However, after considering the matter, it seemed reasonable. The Blackwater Corporation had given up on Abandoned Wave. With his connection to the Evil God's Temple, becoming an Evil God Apostle was a matter of course if he wanted vengeance against Sure Feng. I am free. Abandoned Wave was ecstatic when he realized that he had emerged from the mobile jail, but after looking around him, his mood plummeted. Not only did Sure Feng, disguised as Black Flame, stand before him, but a level 180, Tier 3 NPC also stared at him. Abandoned Wave's first thought was of escape immediately. Abandoned Wave ruffled through his bag space, trying to retrieve a Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll. Sure Feng had caught him off guard earlier, so he hadn't had the opportunity to use it. As long as he could reach the scroll, he could flee the instant Abandoned Wave got his hands the Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll. He glanced at Sure Feng with a sinister smile. Black Flame, just you wait. I'll give you a taste of despair the next time we meet. Following which, Abandoned Wave unfurled the magic scroll and activated it. Abandoned Wave's elated expression returned the instant the scroll activated. It was as if he could already see Sure Feng's tragic ending. However, after a few seconds, Abandoned Wave realized that he hadn't moved. And since he had activated the scroll, the instantaneous movement magic scroll faded from his hands. Despair. Sure Feng could not help but laugh and shake his head when he saw the confusion on Abandoned Wave's face. Don't you realize that you're in the War God's Temple? In God's domain, all teleportation tools and skills were useless inside a War God's Temple. Players could only use these items after leaving the building. This was basic knowledge to God's domain's players. Hearing the words, War God's Temple, fear twisted Abandoned Wave's expression. He was fully aware of the consequences should the War God's Temple capture him. Beast Emperor had warned him about this when the War God's Temple captured an Evil God's Temple player. It signified the end for said player. The capture player's only option would be starting a new account. Moreover, they wouldn't be allowed to rejoin the game immediately. They would have to wait 1 month before they could create the new account. After experiencing the joy God's domain had to offer, being unable to play for an entire month would be unbearable for players. Moreover, by the time Abandoned Wave rejoined the game, God's domain would be a different world with how fast it was developing. Black Flame. Abandoned Wave practically screamed Sure Feng's name. Although he wanted to say more, Capra had already begun to chant an incantation. In the next moment, dozens of golden chains appeared around Abandoned Wave, piercing his body. He screamed in pain as he started to burn. Eventually, he turned to ash and vanished from the astrology room. Abandoned Wave's hatred for him hadn't particularly surprised Sure Feng. Even a peak expert would struggle to catch up if they were banned from the game for a month and had to start from scratch. The Blackwater Corporation had also given up on Abandoned Wave long ago. With Abandoned Wave standards, they were not likely to meet again. Furthermore, Beast Emperor had lost an Evil God Apostle slot, following which a series of system notifications reached Sure Feng's ears. System, congratulations. You have captured an Evil God Apostle. Rewarding 10,000 War God's Temple merit points. Reputation with the War God's Temple increased by 500 points, 100 million EXP, 50 free mastery points, and 5 legacy skill points. System, congratulations. You are the first person to have eliminated an Evil God Apostle. Rewarding War God's Warrior title. System, Capra's favorability has increased by 300 points. What an abundant reward. Sure Feng's excitement grew as he read the notifications. This was especially true when he saw the War God's Warrior title and his increased favorability with Capra. He had only heard of the War God's Warrior title in the past. He didn't know much about it, although this title wouldn't benefit a player's strength. It elevated players to 1 rank below the temple's vice-temple lords. With this benefit, he could easily purchase items that required extremely high reputation in the War God's Temple's exchange center. He wouldn't need to complete numerous high-difficulty quests, increasing his reputation. However, the title was slightly less valuable than his favorability with Capra. Capra was a magic array master. If he could earn enough favorability with Capra, he would gain access to all sorts of magic arrays. He might even get to purchase the rumored advanced mana gathering magic array, which could double the mana density in a 500-yard radius. Not only was this array's effective area vast, but it also increased the mana density by so much. One could just imagine how much it could benefit a guild. Countless players had tried all sorts of methods to gain favorability with this NPC. Unfortunately, doing so was extremely difficult and would become even more so after every 100-point increment. Very few players had gained 100 points of the Elder's favorability in the past. Only a handful had ever earned 200 points. Sherfong had never even heard of any players earning 300 points. Chapter 1358, Lost Magic Array. Chapter 1358, Lost Magic Array. With such high favorability and merit point rewards, it's no wonder why those guilds had hunted Evil God's Temple players in the past. Sherfong couldn't help his growing elation as he looked at his rewards, although the 10,000 merit points was a lot. Without the corresponding reputation and favorability, they were useless. Even after challenging the 12 trials, he had only been awarded 6,800 merit points. The items he could purchase were extremely limited. With 10,000 merit points, he had a greater variety available to him. Moreover, he could purchase items from Capra. Lord Capra, I've heard that you are a magic array master. I have always been very interested in magic arrays. May I know if I can purchase a few from you? Sherfong asked. Purchasing items from Capra required a minimum of 100 favorability, although 300 points were far from the maximum favorability one could earn with Capra. Sherfong had never heard of a single player with such high favorability in the past. You are interested in magic arrays? Capra's elderly eyes shone with an excited light when he heard the words, magic array. He continued, of course you can. Very few youngsters are so studious. Come here. This magic water ball holds all of my records on magic arrays. If you wish to learn one, you can use this. However, the War God's Temple rules still apply. To learn a magic array, you'll need to pay the corresponding merit points. Learn them from the magic water ball? Sherfong was slightly confused, though he nodded and approached the magic water ball. He had come to purchase magic arrays from Capra in the past as well, but the old man had been in a workshop instead of an astrology room. All of his magic arrays had been displayed on a bookshelf. He hadn't expected that he would get to choose an array from a magic water ball. Magic arrays were not as easy to learn as most players assumed. The process was extremely complex. Learning a magic array from a book was troublesome and difficult. Learning from a magic water ball was much easier. Players could practice the production steps through the water ball without wasting precious materials. This would greatly help improve one's learning speed. As Sherfong tapped on the floating water ball, an exchange list appeared before him. Amazing. There are so many advanced magic arrays available. Sherfang's eyes glowed as he read the exchange list. If one had to point out the most difficult item to obtain in God's domain, it would definitely be magic arrays. Magic arrays also provided the most assistance. For example, there were suppression magic arrays, summoning magic arrays, defensive magic arrays, and many more. Unfortunately, obtaining a basic magic array was incredibly challenging for the various large guilds. Not to mention intermediate and advanced rank. Sherfong now had access to more than 30 basic magic arrays, 8 intermediate magic arrays, and 3 advanced magic arrays. In the past, Capra had only given Sherfong one advanced magic array option, the advanced mana gathering magic array. Now, however, there were 3, of course. They were also frighteningly expensive. Basic magic arrays only cost between 500 and 1,500 merit points, while intermediate magic arrays cost between 3,000 and 5,000 merit points, and the 3 advanced magic arrays cost between 8,000 to 15,000 merit points. Among the advanced magic arrays, the cheapest was the advanced mana gathering magic array. It was worth as much as the 7 luminaries ring he had purchased long ago. These are celestial magic arrays. Glancing at the 3 advanced magic arrays, Sherfong was stunned. Celestial magic arrays weren't like the arrays players commonly stumbled upon. These had survived since ancient times, lost in God's domain for many years. Every celestial magic array was incredibly powerful, and because they borrowed power from the stars, they didn't consume as much mana as ordinary magic arrays. Celestial magic arrays have been very popular in God's Domina, but for some unknown reason, they had vanished. Yet those magic arrays had appeared before Sherfong. Sherfong found it hard to imagine that he could actually purchase celestial magic arrays from Capra. He had only ever heard rumors of such a thing. In his previous life, very few guilds had possessed celestial magic arrays. Purgatory Star Magic Array, Advanced Celestial Magic Array. Suppress all enemies within a 200-yard radius, weakening their basic attributes by 70% if they are Tier 3, 50% if they are Tier 4, and 20% if they are Tier 5 required merit points. 15,000. Starlight Gathering Magic Array, Advanced Celestial Magic Array. Creates an enclosed space with a 500-yard radius, increasing the mana density within the enclosed space by 300% required merit points. 12,000. Although the introductions were brief, Surefone read them with bated breath. The Advanced Mana Gathering Magic Array could only increase the mana density in a 500-yard radius by 200%, but the Starlight Gathering Magic Array increased the density by 300%. Although there was only a 50% boost to players' performance, it was a qualitative difference. As for the Purgatory Star Magic Array, even challenging Tier 4 mythic monsters will become easier with its power. After all, the majority of the advanced magic arrays available in God's Domain could only suppress Tier 4 mythic monsters by 30% for a time. Surefone was fraught with indecision. He had initially planned to purchase the Advanced Mana Gathering Magic Array, saving his remaining points for special tools that could aid him in the morning battlefield. However, the Starlight Gathering Magic Array, just too tempting. He had experienced such a powerful array in a super guild's main city in the past, and he had to admit that the magic array had been wonderfully effective. When he had practiced his combat techniques inside the magic array, his training efficiency had risen by leaps and bounds. Even the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower could not compare to that magic array's effects. Only the Holy City of Titan could surpass it. However, to reach locations such as the Holy City, one's status needed to be extremely high, and they needed to pay an exorbitant price. Very few large guilds could afford such a price. Forget it. Let's just pick it. Surefone gritted his teeth and chose the Starlight Gathering Magic Array. It was extremely difficult to obtain War God's Temple merit points. If he purchased the Advanced Mana Gathering Array, it would be a long time before he gathered enough points to purchase the Starlight Gathering Magic Array. Now that Stone Forest Town had stabilized, and he had begun his city's construction, setting up the Starlight Gathering Array in both locations would further reinforce their popularity. System: the Starlight Gathering Magic Array requires 12,000 merit points. You have 3,500 War God's Temple reputation points. You may pay 20% of the merit point cost in coins. Do you wish to use coins? System: based on the system's analysis of the current market, each merit point is worth 2 gold coins. Do you wish to proceed? Purchase. Surefone agreed to the transaction without hesitation. 4,800 gold for 2,400 merit points wasn't particularly expensive. Fortunately, the required currency wasn't magic crystals. He wouldn't have been able to fork over a single crystal. Surefone wasn't particularly surprised that the cost of merit points had increased. In the future, he would likely have to part with an exorbitant amount of gold coins in exchange for merit points. After all, as players reach higher levels, their income would continue to increase. The game's player population was also increasing. As a result, more coins would become available in God's Domain. It was only natural for their value to depreciate. Of course, the main God system constantly worked to lower inflation by reducing the number of coins in the market. Suddenly, Capra asked curiously, "Young adventurer, you have chosen a celestial magic array." "Yes. I am very interested in learning the magic arrays that have been passed down since ancient times," Surefone confirmed, nodding. Practically every God's Domain player had been interested in celestial magic arrays in the past. "I won't stop you from purchasing it. However, I need to remind you that celestial magic arrays aren't like your conventional magic arrays. Producing them requires extremely rare materials. They are impossible to mass produce." Capra reminded. "Thank you for the information, Lord Capra." Surefone responded respectfully. He had already been aware of the celestial magic array's flaws. However, even the Advanced Mana Gathering Magic Array's materials were exceedingly difficult to obtain. Since both arrays' materials were challenging to collect, it was wiser to choose the more powerful array, following which Capra chanted an incantation. Suddenly, a palm-sized water ball separated from its massive counterpart. The ball of water then landed in Sure Feng's hands after obtaining the Starlight Gathering Magic Array and leaving the War God's Temple. Sure Feng received a communication request from Aqua Rose. What's the rush? Has something happened? Sure Feng asked when he saw the woman's Anxiety Guild leader. Check the official forums. Some time ago, Heaven's Burial signed an agreement with several top adventurer teams and dozens of well-known adventurer teams. These adventurer teams have officially occupied Heaven's Burial's town. News of this has already reached the various large guilds. Aqua Rose hurriedly reported. Chapter 1359, Pioneering the Ancient Empire. Chapter 1359, Pioneering the Ancient Empire. Top adventurer teams have occupied Heaven's Burial's town. The report confused Sure Feng in God's domain. Adventurer teams fell into various ranks, just like guilds. When referring to Star Moon Kingdom's adventurer teams, the well-known team's overall strength could compare to a first-rate guild's elite teams. As for the kingdom's top adventurer teams, everyone possessed several dozens of experts. Among these expert players, a small portion could rival first-rate guilds' peak experts. When it came to raiding team dungeons, they were even stronger than some large guilds' main forces normally. These top adventurer teams ventured to dangerous maps that even guild elite teams avoided. Their leveling speed was no slower than guild elite players that occupied high-resource maps. This was also why these top adventurer teams paid no attention to the benefits most guild towns offered, so much so that they even ignored invitations from large guilds based on Aqua Rose's report. However, it seemed that more than one top adventurer team had set up a base in Heaven's Burial's town. Why wouldn't Sure Feng be surprised? He immediately checked the official forums, getting a detailed idea of the situation. Heaven's Burial and 3 top adventurer teams have reached an agreement. These adventurer teams will occupy Red Iron Town and will explore the Frozen Scar alongside the guild's forces. Good news! Red Iron Town will soon open the Red Iron Mine to the public. Players will gain access to the mine for a 30% harvesting fee. These 2 messages caused an uproar on the Star Moon Kingdom forums as everyone talked about the town. This is going to be awesome. I've heard that the Red Iron Mine is a small-scale regional dungeon. Not only do the mine's monsters have higher drop rates, but you can also harvest all sorts of ores. We'll make a killing. Why is Heaven's Burial being so generous? 3 of Star Moon Kingdom's top adventurer teams and many well-known teams have garrisoned in Red Iron Town. The town's security will likely only be second to Stone Forest Town, and there are so many high-resource maps nearby. There is even a teleportation array very close to the town. Developing in Red Iron Town might not be a bad idea. It seems Heaven's Burial has finally gotten serious. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which town will take the position of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild town, Stone Forest Town, or Red Iron Town. Stone Forest Town is definitely the #1 town right now, but might not stay that way. After all, Heaven's Burial is quite powerful. With the assistance of 3 top adventurer teams, it won't be long before they explore the Frozen Scar's entire map. Red Iron Town's players will be able to teleport to any of Heaven's Burial's towns from Evernight City. Transportation to and from Red Iron Town will become far more convenient than traveling to and from Stone Forest Town. I guess that's true. There really aren't any level 50+ high-resource maps near Stone Forest Town, either. It's only suitable to players below level 50. Considering long-term development, Red Iron Town is the better option. Moreover, with 3 top adventurer teams based in the town, it'll be easier for adventurer teams to contact each other in the future. The new changes in Red Iron Town tempted many players. While it was important to increase one's individual strength, leveling and upgrading equipment was more so. More players were reaching level 40. Yet despite having met the level requirement to gain a mount, most were too poor to purchase one and had to continue their travels on foot. Red Iron Town was also attractive due to how easy it would be to earn coins. Heaven's Burial is even willing to part with such a gold mine. Sure Feng was astonished as he read the forum posts. It was not easy to open a mine. First, a team needed to defeat the mine's boss. Otherwise, the monsters inside would continue to respawn quickly. The monsters would also scale to the highest level player that entered the mine. As the boss respawned periodically, players were also required to defeat it each time they encountered it. Furthermore, the mines or deposits were limited and would only respawn when the boss did. When a guild occupied a mine, they generally only allowed their own people inside it. Heaven's Burial was generous enough to open the mine to the general public after clearing its monsters and boss. Although iron ore wasn't particularly valuable, not many towns in God's domain had access to an ore vein. Hence, the various large guilds would prioritize towns with the most common ore veins as they offered a plethora of riches. Guild leader. Once it secured the adventurer team's assistance, Heaven's Burial dispatched a 1,000-man elite team to pioneer the Frozen Scar. They also sent their 100-man main force. Even the main force's weakest player is level 42. They'll clear the map much faster than their previous exploration, Aqua Rose said helplessly. On the other hand, we just survived a massive war. Although we didn't have many casualties, we had lost many of our experts and main force members. During the final stand at the guild residence, in particular, we lost a significant number of our main force members and core members. While weapons and equipment aren't a problem, the players who were killed by evil demons suffered double the usual penalty. Our main force and core members that had died lost 2 levels apiece. This has significantly slowed our progress in the Blizzard Fortress and with the Frost King. Moreover, the Dark Guild around White River City are growing bolder. We've had to dispatch our experts to deal with them from time to time. Guild leader. Should we recall Snow's forces and prioritize killing the Frost King? It had never been wise to underestimate Heaven's Burial's main force. And now that so many top and well-known adventurer teams had joined Heaven's Burial's exploration team, the team's overall strength had increased. In contrast, Zero Wing had been forced to dispatch its main force and experts to various locations to expand the guild's influence. As a result, their exploration team's strength had fallen. If they let Heaven's Burial get the Frost King's first kill, Heaven's Burial's position in Evernight City would become unshakable. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would lose the best opportunity to gain access to Evernight City. If that happened, Stone Forest Town's popularity would plummet by the time mainstream players reached level 50 inches. Fact, Red Iron Town had nearly caught up to Stone Forest Town. Forget it. We can't recall Snow. If we don't have a team of experts there to defend the Branch Guild and the Black Dragon Empire, the Empire's large guilds will take the opportunity to strike, Sure Feng said, shaking his head. This was why he had refused to ask Gentle Snow for help to protect Stone Forest Town. He then said, "This is a golden opportunity. It's been a while since Zero Wing had a large-scale guild operation. Aqua, see to the necessary preparations. Round up 1,000 people. Aside from the main force members and core members, do not select any elite players below level 40. After you've finished, have them gather in Dark Lake Town. We're going to pioneer the ancient Orc Empire. Guild leader, you're going to lead the operation?" Aqua Rose's excitement grew as her guild leader issued orders. Normally, the guild leader would organize guild operations as their main purpose was to increase the guild's prestige and motivation. However, Sure Feng was usually too busy. Normally, he was impossible to find. Hence, Zero Wing's vice guild leaders, such as herself and Gentle Snow, organized these events. Although nobody in the guild had complained, practically every player that joined Zero Wing knew of Black Flame, and they were all dying to meet him. The guild's main force and core members were particularly eager to quest and raid dungeons with their guild leader MHM. "I'll take command this time." Sure Feng nodded. He had initially intended to head to the Frozen Scar, but the environment was simply too harsh. Without sufficient preparation, the Frost King was impossible to raid. Moreover, his current goal was to help his people level up. Naturally, they had to travel to a higher level map. The guild members will go crazy when they hear this. Aqua Rose responded, smiling. She immediately disconnected the call and began to address the necessary arrangements. Chapter 1360, Shocking Everyone. Chapter 1360, Shocking Everyone. White River City, Zero Wing's residence. After disconnecting her call with Sure Feng, Aqua Rose published an announcement in the guild chat. The guild leader will be leading a guild operation personally. All main force members and core members in Star Moon Kingdom gather in White River City immediately. Elite members level 40 and above may apply to join by contacting me. Priority will be given to those with guild mounts the instant the announcement published. The guild chat exploded with comments vice guild leader. This isn't a trick, right? Boss Black Flame is really going to lead us. What? The guild leader is leading a guild, op himself? Are we going after some guild? This is awesome. I need to apply. Big Sis Aqua, can't you relax the requirements a little bit? I've just reached level 40 after many difficulties. I can't afford a guild mount right now. Haha, this is great. I've been saving up and bought a guild mount as soon as they were available. For a time, Zero Wings members were frenzied. This was especially true for the main force and core members. They were all fully aware of what benefits a guild leader-led operation would offer. Not only could they level up incredibly fast, but they'd also get to see the guild leader in action up close as they gained combat experience less than a minute after the announcement. Aqua Rose received over 1,000 applications. At the same time, plenty of members were disappointed. After all, despite such a rare opportunity to join a large-scale operation, led by their guild leader himself, they didn't qualify to join because they had already spent their GCP and coins on upgrading their weapons and equipment. They did not have any money to purchase a guild mount while Aqua Rose selected participants from her elite members. The various guild experts scattered across Star Moon Kingdom returned to the residence in White River City. Very quickly, the overall mood in the residence lifted considerably as the guild members' excitement grew. Meanwhile, the players lined up outside the residence's entrance hoping to join Zero Wing were stunned as they watched Zero Wing's experts return. Not only were these experts above level 40, but they were also ridiculously well-geared, with even a most inferior piece of equipment being level 40 fine gold rank. Many of these experts even wielded level 40 dark gold weapons. Meanwhile, the number of such experts returning continued to increase. The most incredible sight was the tall, mighty Thunder Wolves traveling next to these experts. After entering the guild residence, these experts lined up outside of the guild hall. Yet despite their quiet stances, they all radiated an indescribably heavy pressure. Watts Zero Wing planning. Their guild mounts are so cool. Why do I get the feeling that I couldn't even defeat one of those guild mounts in a fight? Everyone was utterly stupefied, although many players had already reached level 40. Very few had mounts, yet hundreds of Thunder Wolves stood before them. Players who didn't know any better might assume that this was an NPC army. Moreover, everyone could see around 50 different types of mounts aside from the Thunder Wolves. Every mount was bronze rank or above. Not everyone had a clear grasp of Zero Wing's power. But after this display, they finally understood why Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. While other guilds struggled to get common mounts, Zero Wing had already popularized the Thunder Wolf shortly after Zero Wing's 1,000-man legion had gathered. With Aqua Rose in the lead, the legion departed for White River City's teleportation. Hallis, the 1,000-man legion, rode their mounts across White River City. Players unconsciously made way as the legion's imposing momentum swept over them when Zero Wing's legion stopped in front of the teleportation hall. The adventurer teams and guild teams, visiting from other kingdoms, confused and curious about what was happening, 1,000 mounted players stood before the teleportation hall's entrance. The various guild teams, who had stopped in White River City on their way to the Twin Towers Kingdom to level, were afraid of leaving the teleportation hall, concerned that their lives might be at stake if they did. Which guild are these players from? A burly man with silver hair in the teleportation hall asked in shock. You don't know? Are you new to God's domain? A level 31, simple-looking swordsman asked. I am new, actually. I've just reached level 10 today and came to White River City. The silver-haired man nodded. No wonder, the swordsman said as he took a look at the level of the silver-haired man and his companions. Indeed, they were all level 10 players. They are all Zero Wing members. Zero Wing is Star Moon Kingdom's bona fide #1 guild. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I'd join Zero Wing as well. Zero Wing. The name was somewhat familiar to this silver-haired big brother Tianji. Isn't Zero Wing the guild that Hall Master Jiang wanted to work with? A bald man asked quietly. What? That's the guild that Kind belonged to. Tianji was stunned. How was that possible? Before he led the White Tiger Dojo's disciples into God's domain, he had to establish a firm understanding of the game. After all, they had learned that competent fighters would have an edge in God's domain. To fighting experts like himself, combat was commonplace. Hence, battles in a virtual world would be trivial. However, as he encountered the game's virtual combat, he quickly realized that the combat in God's domain wasn't very different from combat in reality. Although he and his subordinates had an advantage, there were some slight differences between virtual combat and real-life combat. Their advantage was limited after playing the game for some time. He also gained a general understanding of various NPC towns' guilds. Surprisingly, these guilds were far more impressive than he had assumed. At one point, he had dueled an expert from a small guild. Even with his skills, the expert had defeated him. The experience had taught him how impressive God's domain truly was. Of course, he was confident of surpassing these small guild experts sooner or later. After all, he had only begun playing the game a few days ago with the White Tiger Dojo's strength and enough disciples. He was confident that they could establish a guild and raise it to third-rate status quickly. If they wanted to contest with second-rate guilds, the dojo would be required to invest a large amount of resources and tamiyas for contesting against first-rate guilds. It was too soon for the dojo to aim so high. After all, first-rate guilds were backed by major corporations. They also had dozens of years' worth of history in the virtual gaming world and had long since established their own training systems. The White Tiger Dojo had no hope of catching up to first-rate guilds in a short time unless they annexed second-rate guilds or purchase shares of a particular first-rate guild. Investing in a first-rate guild would depend on whether or not the guild was willing to sell shares. After all, these guilds didn't lack willing investors. Tianji never thought that Shi Feng, some no-name dojo's head instructor, directed such a power. Meanwhile, as Zero Wing's members left White River City through the teleportation arrays, news of the Legion's mobilization reached Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers. Why is Zero Wing dispatching such a massive force? With so many experts, has Zero Wing targeted some guild? Could Zero Wing be planning to exterminate the Dark Guilds? Normally, these major powers ignored a 1,000-man elite team. However, they couldn't ignore such a legion from Zero Wing. After all, every one of those players was an expert. If Zero Wing had targeted a particular guild, even a 10,000-man elite army would not be able to stop this legion for a time. The various major powers discussed their guesses about Zero Wing's intentions. They also recalled their own members to their respective cities. Chapter 1361. Ancient Orc Empire. Chapter 1361. Ancient Orc Empire. Inside a snow-dusted gorge in the frozen scar. The air was cold enough to fog players' breath. Ice-covered plants glittered like ice sculptures, littering the ground. A 1,000-man legion advanced through the gorge with level 42 and above Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors guarding the forefront, creating an iron wall that blocked the narrow path. Level 46 and 47 violent frost bears, strength-type high lords, crashed into this iron wall relentlessly. Violent frost bear, elemental creature, high lord, level 47, HP 31, 000, 000, 31, 000, 000. Even with a successful block, ordinary MTs would lose over 10,000 HP with each of these frost bears' normal attacks. Not only did these attacks contain an immense amount of the violent frost bear strength, but their attacks also had the freezing penetration effect. Freezing penetration have the target's reaction speed, attack speed, and healing received. Moreover, shields couldn't completely block the effect. Factoring in a violent frost bear's high attack speed and their Tier 2 skill, Snow Trample, the frontline's MTs could die in an instant if the healers lost focus. This was why so many teams have been stuck in this snowy gorge, unable to proceed into the frozen scar. However, when this Legion's Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors received the violent Snow Bears attacks, they never received more than -7,000 damage. Even when the High Lords used their skills, The MTs didn't sustain more than minus 20,000 damage. To these MTs, who had over 40,000 HP, these bears were little more than Pest's guild leader. The Frozen Heart is quite impressive. It seems that Beast Emperor hadn't lied. With the Frozen Heart, our chances of raiding the Frost King have increased by at least 20%. Daybreak Fog commented as she looked at the pulsing crystal heart in her hand. This is only the beginning, Singular Burial said, chuckling. Each of the top 3 adventurer teams working with us have their own specialties. Due to their participation, our team is considerably stronger. It is only a matter of time before we kill the Frost King. Zero Wing had just experienced a great war. Although the monster army hadn't damaged the guild's overall strength, it had made a mess of Stoneforest Town. Zero Wing had also lost nearly half of its main force and core members. It would take the guild a considerable amount of time to recover to its peak. Moreover, Zero Wing was currently expanding its influence on multiple fronts. Its enemies weren't limited to Heaven's Burial. The Black Dragon Empire's various guilds also eyed Zero Wing, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Based on the reports he had received, he knew that various minor conflicts had broken out between Zero Wing and the Empire's large guilds. Furthermore, the shadow of a certain superpower seemed to loom behind many of these guilds. If Zero Wing wanted to stabilize its position in the Black Dragon Empire, it would need a large number of experts to defend it now that Zero Wing needed to recuperate. Heaven's Burial had an opportunity to catch up with the Frozen Heart. Their leveling efficiency in the Frozen Scar was exceptional. As an Azura mode regional dungeon, these monsters provided far more EXP than monsters elsewhere. Once Heaven's Burial's core members reached level 49, they could challenge level 50 large-scale team dungeons before other guilds and secure the Frost King's first kill. At that time, Red Iron Town might even be on par with Stoneforest Town. Heaven's Burial also had Beast Emperor's secret support as Singular Burial sketched out his plan in his mind. Daybreak Fog suddenly paled guild leader. This is bad. Apparently, Zero Wing had dispatched a legion of 1,000 experts. Every member of the legion has a mount, and Black Flame himself is in command. Although we still don't know their intentions, everyone suspects that the guild has targeted someone. Guilds throughout the kingdom have begun to recall their main forces and order their other teams to spread out. Should we do the same? Daybreak Fog asked worriedly after reading the message she had just received. A 1,000 expert legion was no trivial matter. Moreover, Black Flame himself led this group. Do our spies in Zero Wing know where the legion is going? Singular Burial asked. Our spies' ranks aren't high enough for the guild operation. Daybreak Fog replied, shaking her head. Although she had wanted to send experts into Zero Wing, the guild's management was incredibly strict. The guild actively used the main god system's contracts to restrict members in ways they didn't normally pay attention to. Daybreak Fog found it hard to imagine that Zero Wing had only established a few months ago. Not even first-rate guilds could compare to Zero Wing's set up. The guild investigated every expert they accepted, making it very difficult to spy on Zero Wing. They had been forced to send a few players with potential, having them gradually grow stronger. However, what Daybreak Fog did not know was that Surefong had been a guild leader in God's domain for nearly a decade. Meanwhile, the guild's systems in 10 years would be far more complex. He had various ways to deal with spies. Although he couldn't eradicate all of the spies among the middle and lower echelon members, he could contain the guild's important secrets as a precaution, scatter the Ghost Shadow Legion's assassins throughout the Frozen Scar. Have them report back as soon as they discover Zero Wing's legion. Singular Burial commanded after giving the matter some thought and reality, though Singular Burial doubted that Zero Wing would pick a fight with Heaven's Burial. After all, both guilds had a neutral stance with each other on the surface. Focusing on their own development, Zero Wing had no reason to deal with Heaven's Burial. Abandon Wave had led the monster army against Stoneforest Town. Flame Blood had also reported that his identity hadn't been exposed. Moreover, if their guilds fought, other guilds would take advantage of the situation. After all, God's domain had already entered the era of mounts. The various large guilds were developing rapidly. However, Singular Burial decided to be careful due to Sure Feng's penchant for the unexpected. Meanwhile, in Dark Lake Town, which most players avoided, Sure Feng configured his team and issued their tasks. All right, let's set out. Once the team was ready, they left the town Big Sis Aqua. There aren't any high-resource maps nearby. Since he's gathered so many of us, does Guild Leader plan to raid one of the Dark Forces towns? Blackie asked curiously as he gazed at the wilderness around him. Dark Lake Town was located near Star Moon Kingdom's border. The town's surroundings were bleak, without any resources to speak of. Even though the local maps were suitable for level 40-plus players, no one was willing to go this far. To level only, the nearby dark towns were worth any attention. The Dark Forces tended to operate in this area, since it was so close to the kingdom's border. Not only could a crusade against these dark towns increase the guild's popularity, but they could also gain access to the treasure these dark towns hid only. The dark towns in this area were extraordinary and would be very difficult to raid. I'm not sure. The guild leader has said that we'll understand once we arrive, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. She didn't know Sure Feng's intentions either. Based on what she knew, level 65 to 40 NPCs guarded these dark towns. Raiding such a town was still beyond their abilities, however. As everyone considered the possibilities, Sure Feng led the Legion across Star Moon Kingdom's border and into the neutral map. Morning battlefield for the most part. Everyone was familiar with Star Moon Kingdom's maps, but they knew very little about the maps outside of the kingdom. However, that did not prevent them from sensing the danger in their surroundings. Is this place? When the Legion entered the morning battlefield, many shuddered involuntarily as they felt a dense, killing intent wash over them, their minds alerting them to the danger. Suddenly, they noticed 3 to 4 meter tall, green orcs. These orcs wielded spears, bows and arrows, and wore simple armor. Around 500 orcs patrolled a short rampart. Although far fewer, some orcs wielded massive war axes, wearing slightly better equipment. Even so, everyone on the team felt a massive pressure radiating from the war axe-wielding orcs. Orc Sentinel, humanoid creature, chieftain, level 75, HP 8, 400, 000/8, 400, 000. Orc Captain, humanoid creature, Great Lord, level 77, HP 78, 000/78, 000/000. Humanoid creatures possessed considerably high intellect. Escaping these monsters' pursuit along would be challenging, not to mention killing them. Guild leader, are we here to grind these monsters? Sweat dripped down Shadow Sword's forehead as he stared at the orc captains on the ramparts from where he stood. He counted at least 20 orc captains, and this wasn't Stone Forest Town. They didn't have the assistance of the magic towers and NPC guards. Charging at these monsters would be suicidal. Relax. Sure Feng smiled nonchalantly. He then removed miniature ballistas and exploding arrows from his bag. One after another, the morning battlefield was an excellent grinding map. Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for ordinary player teams. These orcs moved in large groups and were incredibly strong individually. In general, only Tier 2, 100-man teams had any hope of safely grinding here. Although his players hadn't reached Tier 2 yet, they could compensate with the miniature ballistas. Chapter 1362, Team Skyrockets. Chapter 1362, Team Skyrockets. Miniature ballistas? Are we? As Zero Wings players watched Sure Feng reveal one miniature ballista after another, their jaws hit the floor as they considered a possibility. Miniature ballistas were war weapons that most guilds treated like their own children. No guild would use them outside of a guild war or siege yet. Sure Feng intended to use such precious weapons to grind monsters. If other guilds learned about Zero Wing's extravagant grinding method, they would most likely try to strangle Sure Feng. Guild leader, isn't this a little too wasteful? Even Aqua Rose was astonished as she stared at the miniature ballistas. The other guild members might not realize where these miniature ballistas had come from, but she did. Although players could craft these miniature ballistas, each one was considerably expensive to make. The materials alone cost more than 100 gold. Even with a master engineer like Burning Abyss and the basic meditation room, the production success rate wasn't particularly high. As a result, each ballista cost around 500 to 600 gold to produce. As for the exploding arrows, each cost roughly 3 silver to craft. Aside from risking the miniature ballista's destruction in battle, their durability would decrease from repeated use. The repair fees would also be a painful expenditure. Using these weapons to level guild members was too extravagant. Don't mind that. Resources are meant to be used. Rather than collecting dust in the guild warehouse, they can help strengthen our guild members. As our members grow stronger, the guild can earn even more resources. Using these weapons isn't a waste at all, Shifeng said, smiling. All right, have our people set these ballistas up quickly. When he had been Shadow's guild leader in the past, he, too, had treated war weapons like precious treasure, not daring to use them casually. After all, those weapons had been irreplaceable. However, that wasn't the case now. Since they could produce these war weapons, there was no reason to stockpile them in the guild warehouse. Using them to strengthen the guild was a wiser decision, particularly now that Zero Wing's core members were over level 40. With some of the guild's upper echelons so close to level 50, they could challenge their Tier 2 promotion quest sooner. If the guild helped them level quickly as Tier 2 players, they'd be more help to the guild than these miniature ballistas for a moment. Everyone felt touched by Shifeng's words, while other guilds' upper echelons wrung their members dry. Shifeng used the guild's most precious resources to help them grow stronger. A short moment later, a row of 50 miniature ballistas were lined up a short distance away from the tattered ramparts. Even capturing a city would be easy with so many war weapons. Then Shifeng summoned a demon with the Bible of Darkness. Now that Shifeng had been promoted to a Tier 2 swordmaster, he could summon a Tier 3 demon without the assistance of items or skills. He no longer needed to force the demon into becoming a mindless puppet either. After the massive demon gate appeared, an 8-meter-tall demon emerged. 2 crimson horns grew from its forehead, and it carried a spear covered in emerald fire. Purgatory Demon, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 64. HP 24, 000/24, 000/000. As expected of our guild leader, he can even summon a Tier 3 demon. Summoners would die from envy if they knew about that item. Zero Wing's members were further awed by Shifeng after watching him summon the Tier 3 Purgatory Demon. Generally, large guilds reserved Tier 3 summoning scrolls as trump cards. They wouldn't even sell these scrolls for thousands of gold. Shifeng hadn't actually used a scroll, of course. Rather, he had used an ancient book. Tools were different from magic scrolls. While magic scrolls were one-time use items, tools could be used repeatedly. Hence, tools of the same rank and category were worth dozens of times more than their magic scroll counterparts. The Purgatory Demon will attract the orc's attention. Healers, keep the Purgatory Demon alive. As for those responsible for controlling the miniature ballistas, prioritize the orc captains. MTs, protect the ballistas. Shifeng commanded once his team was almost ready. If he sent level 40-plus players to face these orcs, their attacks would only annoy the creatures without the magic tower's buff. The only way they could deal enough damage was to employ the miniature ballistas. If not for the miniature ballistas, he wouldn't have dared to lead this team here suddenly. The Purgatory Demon flapped its massive wings, and in the blink of an eye, hovered above the ramparts. It then used the Tier 3 skill, Flame Shower. Among the demon's Tier 3 skills, Flame Shower had largest AoE range. Although it wasn't particularly effective against monsters, it was enough to pull the orc's aggro fire rain down in a 100-yard radius. The orc sentinels only received around minus 20,000 damage, while the orc captains sustained half that. The damage was negligible to these orcs. The orcs on the ramparts raised their bows and fired at the Purgatory Demon fire. Shifeng commanded immediately. The 50 miniature ballistas fired a volley of exploding arrows from 500 yards away from the ramparts. At this distance, Zero Wing's members would still receive EXP as the monsters died, and the Great Lord ranked orc captains would have difficulty dodging the attack. Shio. A series of fiery lights bombarded the ramparts. Damages of up to minus 160,000 appeared above an orc captain that attacked the Purgatory Demon in the blink of an eye. This orc captain lost nearly 8 million HP. Moreover, due to the arrow's armor penetration, the orc captain sustained severe injuries, decreasing its combat power. Although the damage was impressive, each volley cost 1 gold, 50 silver. Even for experts, it was as much as 2 or 3 days net income. Meanwhile, Surephone controlled the Purgatory Demon to use the Tier 3 single-target skill, Onslaught, against the Orc Captain, dealing over minus 400,000 and reclaiming its aggro. As the Orcs retaliated, the Purgatory Demon flew about, dodging over 90% of the attacks. Even when struck, the dozens of healers, who had moved close to the bottom of the ramparts, responded immediately, maintaining the demon's HP above a safe threshold, following which Zero Wings members launched volley after volley of exploding arrows. The first Orc Captain soon fell from the Walla. Level 77 Great Lord was already worth a frightening amount of EXP. Including the bonus EXP from defeating a higher level opponent, everyone's experience bars increased by a noticeable amount. Despite sharing it among 1,000 players, it gave so much EXP. This is amazing. I'd have to grind for dozens of minutes to get this much EXP. Everyone was elated. Normally, it took a long time to kill a Great Lord of the same level, but they had taken 30 seconds or so to defeat the level 77 Great Lord. Moreover, once the Orc Captain died, it dropped several items. However, as they were still engaged in battle, no one moved towards the loot after killing the first Orc Captain. The team focused their fire on the other Orc Captains in such a way, one Orc Captain after another fell from the ramparts. By the time they had annihilated the 20-plus captains, many level 42 players had leveled to 43. As for Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and the other upper echelons, they had reached level 49. They were only one level away from level 50 now. Chapter 1363, Dispute Between Towns. Chapter 1363, Dispute Between Towns. Now that they had eliminated the Orc Captains on the ramparts, dealing with the Orc Sentinels had become much easier. They didn't even need a full volley of exploding arrows to kill a Sentinel. The team had to watch from afar. Only the healers were a little worn out as they had focused on healing the Purgatory Demon from time to time. With the miniature ballistas firing one volley after another, it took less than half an hour to clear out the orcs on the wall. Although the Orc Sentinels hadn't given as much EXP as the captains, everyone's experience bars rose by a sizable chunk. Their leveling speed was dozens of times faster than normal. This leveling speed is amazing. At this rate, we'll level up again in a few more hours. Zero Wings members were ecstatic. They hadn't experienced such astounding leveling speed since obtaining their Tier 1 classes only. Sustaining this leveling speed required a large number of exploding arrows, of course. EXP wasn't the only thing the Zero Wing Legion had obtained. There was also the items scattered above the ramparts, following which Surephone jumped onto the wall to collect the loot while the rest of his guild members pushed the miniature ballistas forward. The benefits of pioneering a new map are wonderful. The drop rate is much higher than usual. Surephone was inwardly astonished as he picked up the loot after reaching level 50. Monsters' drop rate in God's domain would decrease drastically. A level 50-plus chieftain might not drop as much as elite monsters right now. However, contrary to expectations, the loot dropped by the orcs was considerably good. Over 8 gold had dropped in coins alone. There were also 20-plus level 70 common weapons and pieces of equipment, which could be dismantled for raw materials. 3 level 70 bronze weapons and pieces of equipment and various ordinary materials had dropped as well. All of those items were only the level 75 Orc Sentinels loot. The Orc Captain's loot was far more impressive in total. The Orc Captains had dropped over 10 level 70 mysterious iron weapons and pieces of equipment. If sold, each piece of equipment could easily fetch 5 gold or more, while the weapons could go for at least 10 gold. They were far more valuable than mysterious iron weapons and equipment below level 50. The Orc Captains also dropped 2 pieces of level 70 secret silver equipment, a pair of mage boots and a pair of plate gloves. Each of these items could easily fetch over 100 gold. The orc captains had also dropped high-ranking potions and Tier 2 magic scrolls overall. The loot's value, more or less, made up for the exploding arrows cost him. An advanced recipe fragment. As Sherfong organized the orc captain's loot, he noticed half of a tattered piece of paper. When he clicked to check its description, he could not help his elation magic soul potion recipe fragment. In God's domain, advanced rank recipes and designs weren't easy to purchase. Moreover, most advanced recipes and designs dropped as fragments. Players rarely found complete recipes and designs on the market. Advanced recipes and designs generally sold for a minimum of 500 gold, though this was only in the case of ordinary recipes and designs. Players couldn't even buy valuable ones with coins, and people generally wanted items of equal value. Sherfong had never expected to obtain the Magic Soul Potion recipe, which was an extremely rare drop in the morning battlefield. The Magic Soul Potion was a rare potion. It was an advanced potion that increased the user's basic attributes by 10% and magic resistance by 100% for 1 hour. Unlike the potions that gave a fixed amount of magic resistance, the Magic Soul Potion would never become outdated. Even after players had reached level 200, the potion had been incredibly popular in the past tense. Many large guilds had often grinded in the morning battlefield. Unfortunately, the recipe's drop rate was abysmal. In the end, very few guilds had obtained the complete recipe. Could this be a benefit of pioneering the map? Sherfong wondered if he could obtain a complete Magic Soul Potion recipe. It would be a great help to guild members when raiding large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, they wouldn't need to prepare as much to raid the Frost King with a Magic Soul Potion. They could start raiding the boss once the team's basic attributes met the requirements. Guild leader, has something good dropped? Aqua Rose asked when she saw Sherfang's smilites. Certainly not bad. Sherfong then shared the loot information in the team chat. When the Legion members saw the list, they couldn't help but gasp. We killed all those great lords and chieftains, yet we got so few items in return. Guild leader, why don't we go somewhere else? We'll only lose money if we stay here. Blackie and the others suggested if they continued at this rate, although their levels might increase very quickly, the guild would suffer for it. While it is true that we're not compensating for our losses, if we can gather 4 more Magic Soul Potion recipe fragments, we'll earn back everything we've lost and more, Sherfong said, chuckling nonchalantly. He proceeded to lead everyone deeper into the morning battlefield. In reality, their losses hadn't been that great. After all, he also had the Soul Orb, which allowed him to absorb souls from Great Lord rank monsters and above. He could turn every 30 souls he absorbed into a soul crystal. He had obtained one from their first slaughter, lessening their losses considerably. Hearing Sherfang's words, the Legion regained its motivation as they silently swore to complete the Magic Soul Potion recipe. As the team ventured farther into the morning battlefield, they encountered far more orcs. Their strength continued to increase as well. Unlike the first orc army, which had only consisted of great lords and chieftains, the following armies included lords and high lords as well. Fortunately, Sherfong could summon an additional Tier 3 demon after 3 hours. This time, he had called forth a magical class demon with 1 melee and 1 magical class demon. The demons could barely weather the orc army's attacks, buying Zero Wings members enough time to kill the high-tiered bosses. After grinding for nearly 9 hours, Sherfong and the others finally left the morning battlefield's outer region, reaching the inner area. Throughout their expedition, the previously level 42 and 43 players had gained 1 or more levels. Now, most of the Legion's members were level 45. If they chose, they could monopolize all top 100 spots on Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list. Aqua Rose and the others who were level 49 hadn't gained any additional levels due to the massive amount of EXP they needed to cross the hurdle. Even so, they were not too far from level 50 either. As for the Magic Soul Potion's recipe fragments, due to Sherfang's continuous use of Divine Providence, the team had gathered 4 fragments by the time they reached the inner region. While the Legion explored the morning battlefield, Stone Forest Town's repairs had almost completed. The battle arena had resumed its normal operation, and more players than ever before had gathered in the town. The town's player population had already passed the 1 million threshold. Among these players, many were merchant players and adventurer teams originating from other kingdoms and empires. All of these players had come to attend the candlelight auction tomorrow, which would include Zero Wing's private houses and shops as the main attractions overall. Stone Forest Town's prospects were impressive. In fact, Phoenix Rain, Zero Wing's collaborator, had reaped a massive profit from the situation. Currently, all the virtual products in her virtual store sold like hotcakes. Among the products, the most popular were the furniture and fashion coats made from wood and cloth in God's domain. Meanwhile, Red Iron Town had also attracted a lot of attention in Starmoon Kingdom. Red Iron Town was home to the first player-operated auction house in Starmoon Kingdom. The town's popularity among NPCs had risen considerably due to its auction house. So much so that Red Iron Town had been promoted to intermediate rank now. Heaven's Burial even surpassed the Star Alliance. Moreover, Heaven's Burial had recently announced that it would hold an auction for Red Iron Town's private houses and shops at the same time as the candlelight auction. Almost everyone on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums discussed the situation. Which town would they decide to develop in? After all, both towns had advantages. With Red Iron Town's rise to glory, many players who had been interested in Stone Forest Town's houses and shops began to hesitate at this time. Melancholic Smile contacted Sherfong and asked, "Guild leader, should we hold the auction earlier than planned? If we hold it at the same time as Heaven's Burial, it'll be difficult to encourage high bids." Interesting. So, they've already started working with Beast Emperor? When Sherfong saw Red Iron Town's auction house, he instantly understood what was happening. After all, the auction house design wasn't easy to obtain. Sherfong could not help but laugh at the situation as he said, "Fine. Since they want a competition, let's give it to them." Chapter 1364. The Price of Playing with Fire. Chapter 1364. The Price of Playing with Fire. Guild leader, you intend to compete against them? Melancholic Smile was startled when she heard Sherfang's words before this. Red Iron Town had become quite popular among the kingdom's players due to its strategic location and its connection to Evernight City. Once Heaven's Burial opened the Red Iron Mine to the public, it had attracted even more players and adventurer teams now. The town also had an auction house, allowing players to sell their items there, while paying a cheaper processing fee than in the auction houses in NPC cities. Furthermore, the town had received its promotion to intermediate rank, able to accommodate even more players. If they truly wanted to compete with Red Iron Town, they'd have to lower their asking prices for Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. The other Zero Wing upper echelons might not know the guild's top secrets and current financial state, but Melancholic Smile, who managed a large portion of Zero Wing's affairs and transactions, did. Right now, Zero Wing urgently needed 35,000 gold to cover the additional expenses incurred while constructing the guild's new city. Without the reimbursement fee, the city's construction would halt. Moreover, the longer they delayed paying off this debt, the higher the fee would become. This was the true reason for auctioning off Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. Now that Stone Forest Town had lost its advantages over Red Iron Town, competing with Heaven's Burial wasn't wise, since Heaven's Burial wants to play as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. Zero Wing cannot back down, Sherfong declared, laughing. However, since they want to play, let's raise the stakes. Announce to the public that any player or adventurer team that purchases a private house or shop from Heaven's Burial will be banned from all of Zero Wing's towns and cities. Guild leader, isn't that going a little too far? Sherfang's words shocked Melancholic Smile. Such a declaration was tantamount to declaring war against Heaven's Burial. Now that Stone Forest Town didn't have a clear advantage, such a move was far too risky. Relax. Just announce it. I'll have someone bring you the recipe for the magic soul potions soon. Have the guild's alchemists produce them as quickly as possible. Craft as many as you can. Sherfong instructed calmly. Magic soul potion? All right. Melancholic Smile nodded helplessly. Since Sherfong had given the command, she could only manage Stone Forest Town to the best of her ability. Although she was somewhat opposed to Sherfang's decision, she, too, was a little miffed at Heaven's Burial. It wouldn't be a bad idea to use this opportunity to put the guild in its place. This way, Zero Wing would secure its position as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, following which Melancholic Smile disconnected the call and organized her subordinates to see to the necessary preparations. She also posted Sure Feng's declaration on the kingdom's official forums. The announcement flabbergasted the players that heatedly debated the two towns. This is crazy. Zero Wing has lost its mind. Heaven's Burial is merely provoking the guild. Does Zero Wing need to take things this far? All hail Zero Wing. This is what you get for provoking Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild for no reason. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons will cry with regret. I agree. When Heaven's Burial's upper echelons see this message, they'll regret their provocation. Of all the things they could do, they had to steal traffic from Stoneforest Town. Not only will they fail, but they might have spelled doom for their town. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which of them will survive in the end. Shortly after Melancholic Smile created her post, it had been upvoted to the top of the forums. Ordinary players were more than happy to watch such an interesting development. After all, neither the guild town's private houses nor the shops had anything to do with them. The various adventurer teams and merchant players, however, had a different reaction to the news. This was especially true for the various adventurer teams that had already garrisoned in Red Iron Town. When they saw the post, they turned deathly pale. Zero Wing is insane. Why are they being so desperate? Although they had already set up in Red Iron Town, they still visited Stoneforest Town's battle arena to train and improve their combat techniques. Moreover, if they obtained the championship in the battle arena's tournament, they'd have the opportunity to learn a secret technique, but Zero Wing's announcement had destroyed their chances. After all, even large guilds' core members had a very low chance of learning a secret technique. Much less adventurer teams' independent players, they would also lose the opportunity to purchase the items from the town's wandering merchant NPCs. The various adventurer teams that had garrisoned in Red Iron Town began to resent Heaven's Burial. Of all the things the guild could do, it had to play with fire and provoke Zero Wing. Now, their adventurer teams had been caught in the crossfire 5 short minutes after Melancholic Smile announced Zero Wing's intentions. Over a dozen well-known adventurer teams in Red Iron Town declared their intent to withdraw. The merchant players who had considered purchasing shops in the town had begun to hesitate as well. Although Red Iron Town was prosperous, it was no match for Stoneforest Town. Most importantly, Stoneforest Town had the money-making machine, the battle arena. With the battle arena, the town attracted countless experts. The top adventurer teams in Red Iron Town also began to panic Zero Wing. Do you really think we need your battle arena to improve? Zero Wing thinks too highly of itself. Such tactics are only useful against well-known adventurer teams. Although the post had somewhat shaken the 3 top adventurer teams, they were still confident of their own strength. Even without the battle arena, they could find areas to train their combat standards. Moreover, they were confident that with their assistance, Heaven's Burial could nurture Red Iron Town to surpass Stoneforest Town. Meanwhile, in the morning battlefield, Aqua Rose, Alluring Smile, Blackie, and the other upper echelons had reached level 50, while Sure Feng had conversed with Melancholic Smile. Wonderful. I've finally reached level 50. Blackie laughed when he saw the golden glow envelop his body. I can finally challenge my Tier 2 promotion quest. The rest of these core members were also excited. Currently, every expert's goal was to obtain their Tier 2 class. This was especially true for Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other upper echelons, as they knew Sure Feng had already completed his. They had also witnessed Sure Feng's battle against Evil Fire, so they were fully aware of how powerful a Tier 2 class was. It was on a completely different level from a Tier 1 class. Since you've reached level 50, you can go and challenge your Tier 2 promotion quest now. When Sure Feng saw that Aqua Rose and some others had reached level 50, he took a fist-sized stone tablet from his bag. It was none other than the Sea God's Legacy, which Sure Feng had obtained in the Sea Dragon's secret land. Smiling, he said, I have a special legacy. I'm sure you're all aware of Hidden Class's flaws, so I won't go into detail. Whoever wants to class change into a hidden class can apply with me. There are a total of 10 slots available. 10 slots. Feng's words rendered Aqua Rose and the others speechless. Every player in God's domain sought to obtain a hidden class. God's domain's various superpowers constantly tried to obtain high-rank legacies. Unfortunately, even they had only gotten their hands on a few yet, Feng had 10 legacy slots. Moreover, the instant Feng had revealed the Sea God's legacy, it seemed as if the space around them had frozen. They felt the tablet radiate an intense pressure, so much so that they felt a bit sluggish. One could easily imagine how extraordinary the stone tablet was. The legacy was definitely a high rank. Chapter 1365, Extravagant Assault. Chapter 1365, Extravagant Assault. Who's up to the challenge? Feng asked as he looked at Aqua Rose and the others. Although he had held onto the Sea God's legacy for a while, he had kept it hidden in his bag due to its level 50 requirement. Now that Aqua Rose and the others had reached level 50, this was a good opportunity for them to take the challenge and obtain the legacy. Other players would likely need to improve their equipment after reaching level 50. But Aqua Rose and the other upper echelons already wore complete Tier 1 set equipment. Moreover, Aqua Rose and the others had consumed the Moonlight Fruit, their physiques improving considerably. At their current standards, improving their combat power would take a lot of time and effort. Hence, this was the best time for them to attempt the class change. If one of them obtained the Sea God's legacy, Zero Wing would have another peak expert. During naval combat, the Sea God's legacy player's performance would be even more impressive. Guild leader, what rank is the legacy? Aqua Rose asked curiously. Among the 10 legacy slots, 9 are for the Sea God's Guard legacy. At its weakest, it's an advanced legacy. The last slot is the Sea God's legacy. It's the strongest, even superior to peak legacies. Whether or not you obtain these legacies depends on your strength. Feng explained, even superior to peak legacies. Everyone gasped, their eyes shining as they gazed at the legacy tablet. Even advanced legacies were beyond most players' reach. Yet among Feng's 10 legacy slots, the weakest was advanced rank, and the strongest was superior to a peak legacy. If news of this went public, it would cause a huge commotion throughout God's domain. It might even tempt superpowers to move against Zero Wing. Thoughts of obtaining these legacies flooded these players' minds. As for Alluring Summer and Cola, they glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. If not for the Dragon Soul Potion, they, too, could have tried for the Sea God's legacy. Since Violet Cloud already had the Astromancer hidden class, she didn't mind missing the opportunity to obtain the Sea God's legacy, following which Feng sent Aqua Rose and the others, who were up to the challenge, into the legacy space. As for Violet Cloud, Alluring Summer, and Cola, Feng gave them the magic soul potion recipe and sent them back to White River City for their promotion and class change quests, respectively. Once Aqua Rose and the others completed their class change, Feng intended to claim the Manatite Mine in the Sea of Death, solving Zero Wing's magic crystal problem. The crystals from the Stoneclaw Mountains, the Battle Arena, and Team Dungeons simply weren't enough for the guild's expenditures. He also had the Ring of Gospel, which he needed to give a frightening number of magic crystals each week. Feng had considered securing the Manatite Mine earlier, but the island it was on was too dangerous. Current players simply couldn't contend with the monsters there. Hence, he had put the matter on hold. However, if Aqua Rose and the others obtained the Sea God's legacies, they could claim the mine. Only the various superpowers had qualified to hold the Manatite Mine in the past. If Zero Wing had their own, it would boost the guild's development by leaps and bounds quickly. Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Completing the Ancient Orc Empire quest was his current priority. It was the reason he had led this legion to the morning battlefield, following which Feng led Zero Wing's members and cleared out the orc armies in their path, slowly advancing towards the Ancient Orc Empire's capital. Once in the morning battlefield's inner region, the legion encountered far more, stronger orcs. On average, these orcs were above level 80. If not for the miniature ballistas, they wouldn't have been able to continue after another 3 hours or so grinding. Feng and the others finally reached the ancient city's ruins as the capital of an empire that had once shaken the God's Domain continent. One could still feel the city's might even after the corrosion of time. The city walls alone were 50 meters tall, and the main gates depicted over a dozen massive, divine figures. Numerous high-rank buildings filled the city. Among them, the most awe-inspiring was the ancient Orc Empire's palace. It loomed like a massive mountain, and one could easily overlook the entire capital from the top of the palace. Despite having fallen to ruin, the capital's mana was far denser than elsewhere. Even from outside, Zero Wings players could feel it, however. Compared to those factors, the number of orcs inside the city was shocking. The Legion was stupefied. The ancient city should have been lost to history. Yet Zero Wings members felt as if they had just walked into a current orc city. Orcs constantly passed through the city's main gates, and those that entered the city seemed like well-trained soldiers. Their auras and levels were far superior to the orcs the Legion had encountered on the way here. Even the lowest-leveled orc was level 80. Chieftain-ranked orcs were everywhere as well. From time to time, these players also spotted level 85 Grand Lords leading squads as they patrolled the walls. Their eyes shone with wisdom. Guild leader, you don't intend to attack this city, right? Zero Wings members gulped as they stared at the ancient city before them. They were the elite among Zero Wings elites, and even the weakest among them could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. They were quite confident in capturing a dark town with 50 miniature ballistas, but as they stared at the scene before them, they couldn't help but panic. They could already see tens of thousands of orcs, including at least 20 level 85 Grand Lords and more than 200 Great Lords. There was doubt that more orcs lay beyond the city walls. This wasn't a place for current players. Moreover, orcs weren't like wild beasts. These monsters possessed a certain degree of intellect. If they attacked even one of these orcs, they might aggro every orc in sight. Even with 2 level 64, tier 3 demons on their side, they had little hope against these powerful orcs. Why are so many monsters here? Sure Feng, who stood at the foot of a mountain, was similarly stunned as he stared at the imperial capital before him. Is this because of the quest? When he had come here in the past, only a few orc tribes had lived in the area. Now, however, the ancient city had a large orc population, but after giving the matter some thought, Sure Feng found the situation reasonable. After all, this was an SSS rank commission. The system wouldn't make it easy to obtain the disintegration axe. Otherwise, Star Moon Kingdom wouldn't have failed all 3 of the freebie SSS rank commissions. We won't be able to force our way through the front gates. We'll have to lure the orcs out. Glancing around the ancient city, Sure Feng discarded his plan of a direct assault unless he had a team of 3,000 level 80 elite players and a large stock war weapons. Clearing out the orcs on the city walls would be impossible with their current combatants. They had no chance of defeating these orcs. However, after going through great lengths to reach the city, Sure Feng refused to give up without a fight. Lure the orcs? When everyone heard of Sure Feng's crazy plan, they wondered if they had misheard him, whether or not they could lure these orcs without dying. How were they supposed to enter the city if they succeeded? However, Sure Feng didn't offer an explanation as he began to distribute tasks. The imperial capital had 4 entrances, all of which were heavily guarded. Forcing their way in would be suicidal. Even the tier 3 demons would die instantly in a head-on charge. After all, the level gap was too massive. There were also so many high-tiered monsters defending the entrances. If they wanted to lure these orcs out of the city, they had to use the miniature ballistas. A miniature ballistas had a maximum range of 3,000 yards. Even level 85 Grand Lords would need some time to cross such a distance. Sure Feng would have Zero Wings members use the miniature ballistas to lure the orcs from all 4 entrances. However, they wouldn't target the orcs on the walls, but the orcs inside the city. Fortunately, he had the 7 Luminaries ring. As long as he input the correct coordinates, he could use space movement to infiltrate the imperial capital. He would never use such a strategy to enter a normal capital, but the ancient Orc Empire's main city had long since fallen into ruin. It was no longer protected by magic arrays. Aside from the Orc Palace, which was strengthened by divine runes that would prevent him from teleporting into the building, he could teleport anywhere within the city. The orcs inside the city were the only problem. Even if he were familiar with the terrain, he would undoubtedly die if he teleported into a group of orcs. He needed them to leave the city first. Only then would he have an opportunity to infiltrate the Orc Palace following, which Shurfeng selected 16 miniature ballistas with the least amount of durability remaining, stationing them near the 4 entrances. He then gave the players manning the miniature ballistas Tier 1 instantaneous movement scrolls. This way, these players could leave the battlefield as soon as the orcs left the city. They could then find a safe location and use a return scroll to leave the morning battlefield. He had the rest of his legion take the remaining miniature ballistas back to Stone Forest Town and rest. Although this plan would sacrifice 16 miniature ballistas, it would be a worthwhile trade if he successfully entered the Orc Palace. Zero Wings members heard Shurfeng's crazy plan. They thought it was extravagant. Shurfeng wanted to trade 16 miniature ballistas for a single opportunity throughout God's domain. Shurfeng was likely the only player mad enough to do something like this. The other Superpowers Guild leaders would never make such a gamble. Time passed quickly. Under Shurfeng's command, the 16 miniature ballistas moved into position. Guild leader, our side is ready. All right, begin. Once everyone was prepared, Shurfeng adjusted his position and gave the command immediately. The 16 miniature ballistas launched exploding arrows at the ancient capital's walls. The exploding arrows passed through the walls easily. Before the orcs on the walls could even react, the exploding arrows exploded inside the city. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the air. Deafening roars then echoed from beyond the city walls. Mythic monsters are inside the city. Shurfeng inwardly rejoiced when he saw 3 figures appear above the city and charge towards the miniature ballistas. Had he snuck into the city recklessly, he would have lost his life shortly after these mythic-ranked orcs left the city. The orcs inside the capital went into a frenzy, too. Surged out of the city, there's my chance. Seeing the orcs pour out of the city and the 3 mythic orcs more than 200 yards away from its walls, Shurfeng activated space movement and leaped into the spatial tear that formed before him. After vanishing from the foot of the mountain, he appeared before the Orcs Palace's main entrance. Chapter 1366, Ancient Treasure Chest. Chapter 1366, Ancient Treasure Chest. The instant Shurfeng appeared before the towering palace, he immediately sensed 2 sources of killing intent locking onto him. If an ordinary player were standing in his place, the pressure definitely would have suffocated them sure enough. The game won't let players enter the palace so easily. Shurfeng glanced at the 2 stone statues situated on each side of the palace's main entrance. The killing intent he felt came from none other than these 2 statues originally. He thought that once he had lured away the orcs surrounding the palace, he could enter the palace undetected. However, his distraction attempt had failed to draw these 2 gargoyles from their stations, as they simply stood guard before the palace's entrance. Gargoyle, Demonic Beast, Great Lord. Level 85. HP 90, 000/90, 000/000. The instant these 2 gargoyles awakened, they let loose an angry roar that echoed throughout the entire ancient city. Their cries immediately notified the orcs, which had left the city to deal with the invaders, that there was an intruder at the palace. The orcs promptly turned around and raced back. Damn it. Shurfeng promptly activated Wind Rider and dashed into the palace. The terrain inside the Orc Palace was complex. Moreover, the interior was slightly cramped. There, he would not have to take the full brunt of the Orc army in the next moment. Shurfeng transformed into a streak of light as he disappeared into the intersection of the palace. As for the awakened gargoyles, they flapped the wings on their backs and chased after him. Guild leader. Not good. The 3 mythic-ranked orcs returned to the city right away after destroying the miniature ballistas. A Zero-Wing member, who was hiding at the foot of a mountain, reported hurriedly in the team chat when he saw the mythic orcs flying back to the city already. Shurfeng frowned slightly. He then replied, I got it. You guys should leave this place now. Although the gargoyles were currently chasing after him, after he activated Wind Rider, he was much faster than they were. Moreover, now that he had entered the palace, with the interior of the palace akin to a maze, even if he couldn't throw the gargoyles off his trail, the gargoyles wouldn't be able to do anything to him within a short period. The only problem was the 3 mythic orcs. If they spotted him, he definitely wouldn't even have a chance to escape. He needed to locate the disintegration axe before those mythic orcs discovered him. If he failed in his attempt this time, the difficulty of his next attempt at entering the palace would no doubt be much higher. Fortunately, Sherfone was still relatively familiar with the palace's terrain. Without faltering, he rapidly wound closer and closer to the palace's underground treasury roar. As Sherfone neared the underground treasury, the two gargoyles grew enraged, continuously letting out one roar after another, while also spitting out gray breaths. Everything that came in contact with this breath was immediately petrified. Players could not block this move, only dodge when Wind Rider's duration was close to running out. Sherfone was still more than halfway to the underground treasury. Meanwhile, like navigators, the two gargoyles constantly reported their exact locations to the orcs inside the city. If I don't get rid of these two gargoyles, those three mythic orcs will most likely find me in short order. A deep frown formed on Sherfang's face as he looked at the two gargoyles dogging his heels. He finally understood why nobody managed to complete this commission in the past. Anyone who wished to complete it needed sufficient combat power to capture the ancient city. However, doing so was easier said than done. Although he had managed to get into the palace using a trick, if he did not kill the two gargoyles chasing after him, it would be only a matter of time before he had to face off against the three mythic orcs. However, even if the two gargoyles simply stood still and did nothing, he wouldn't be able to kill either one of them due to their ridiculously high HPS. Just as Sherfone was trying to think of a way to deal with the gargoyles, he suddenly discovered a forked path ahead of him. Meanwhile, the two branches headed in opposite directions. A forked path? Sherfang's lips curled up slightly when he saw the fork ahead. Although killing the gargoyles was beyond him, throwing them off his trail would be sufficient to achieve his goal. As long as he could escape the gargoyles' perception range, the two great lords would no longer be able to locate him, following which Sherfone activated Phantom Kill. He and his doppelganger then split up, each of them taking one of the paths ahead. However, the path Sherfone himself chose did not lead to the palace's treasury, but to the underground library. The gargoyles had long since locked on to Sherfang's presence, so they completely ignored the doppelganger as they continued in pursuit of the real body. Soon, the distance separating Sherfone and his doppelganger widened. 100 yards, 300 yards, 500 yards. When Wind Rider's duration ended and Sherfone landed back on the ground, the two gargoyles immediately moved to surround him. They then revealed sinister expressions as they stalked up to Sherfone. Step by step, 700 yards. This should be enough. Looking at the gargoyles that were already preparing to assault him, Sherfone silently guessed the distance between him and his doppelganger in God's domain. Different monsters had different perception ranges. According to statistics, setting aside those with very high intellect, monsters at the Great Lord rank generally had a maximum perception range of 500 to 600 yards, while mythic monsters was between 1,000 and 1,500 yards. Thus, when players were targeted by mythic monsters, escape was generally impossible. As for the gargoyles, due to them being demonic beasts, they could be considered relatively sensitive monsters. Hence, their maximum perception range should exceed 500 yards. As a precaution, Sherfone chose to put at least 700 yards between himself and his doppelganger before swapping positions in the next moment. The two gargoyles let loose angry roars as they spat out gray whirlwinds from their mouths. In this cramped space, it was practically impossible for Sherfone to avoid the whirlwind's replace. Sherfone directly used his doppelganger replace skill, switching positions with his distant doppelganger at the same time. He also had his doppelganger activate defensive blade to buy him as much time as possible. You guys have fun with my doppelganger. Sherfone smiled faintly when he appeared in the other pathway. He could tell that the killing intent locked on him had already disappeared. He then activated Windwalk and dashed towards the underground treasury. Although there were no longer any monsters on his tail, Sherfone did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated Omniscient Eyes to constantly scan his surroundings. The reason he had done so was the increase in density of traps as one got closer to the palace's treasury, and accidentally triggering even one of them might result in death. When Sherfone had come here in the past, The Orc Palace had long since been explored by other players. Back then, the traps inside the palace were mostly disabled already. He had only visited it to try his luck and see if he could come across any treasure chests. After all, treasure chests spawned randomly. Meanwhile, the chances of stumbling across a treasure chest in a location like a palace was much higher than elsewhere. What? There really is a treasure chest? Shortly after Feng headed off to the treasury, he discovered a small, secret room in a corridor leading to a small courtyard, and placed inside the secret room was a treasure chest. I don't think I saw this secret room in the past. However, the magic barrier set up to protect this room really is complex. I wonder what rank the treasure chest stored inside is. Omniscient eyes only allowed him to perceive the shape of the treasure chest. He could not determine the quality and color of the materials used to create the treasure chest itself, following which Feng walked over to the secret room. Fortunately, no traps were set up inside the secret room. There was only a magic barrier that concealed the room from the eyes of players, so there was no danger whatsoever if he did not take away such a treasure chest. Then he really would be doing a disservice to himself. The concealment technique used is really brilliant. Not only is there a magic barrier to hide the room's presence, but there is also a physical mechanism hiding it. Even an expert in cracking traps would not be able to notice this room. No wonder nobody managed to discover this place in the past. Feng muttered in astonishment. Unfortunately, even if the room was skillfully hidden, such trickery was no use against omniscient eyes. Breaking through the magic barrier was a piece of cake. Feng just activated Flame Burst and sent 10 or so attacks at the wall concealing the room. Once the barrier was shattered, the real wall appeared before him. He then pulled the chain hidden by the foot of the wall, and the next moment, the wall slowly rose, revealing the secret room. The instant the secret room was opened, Feng felt a dense wave of mana washing over him, giving him a pleasant feeling. His mind also felt refreshed. In the next moment, however, a terrifying aura enveloped his body, making even movement difficult. After Feng saw the true nature of this treasure chest, he could not help his surprise. An ancient treasure chest. Chapter 1367, God's Possession. Chapter 1367, God's Possession. Feng's breathing grew short as he looked at the pitch-black treasure chest, which was covered in a thick layer of dust, sitting inside the room. An ancient treasure chest. This was something he had only heard about in rumors, but an ancient treasure chest was a treasure chest handed down from the ancient gods. Although the treasure chest seemed to be made of black iron, in reality, it was made of obsidian crystal, one of the materials that were second to only the 7 luminaries' crystal. Every ancient treasure chest was worth an unimaginable amount of money in God's domain because they contained the possession of gods. Rumors had it that even the most inferior item one could obtain from an ancient treasure chest could rival those from an epic treasure chest, while better ones could rival even the items from legendary treasure chests. Meanwhile, the rarity of ancient treasure chests was on par with epic treasure chests. Feng had only ever heard about them and never personally seen one before. According to rumors, one could come across an ancient treasure chest only in extremely dangerous ancient ruins. He never imagined that he would actually find one in the ancient Orc Empire. So, this is an ancient treasure chest? It really is amazing. When Feng arrived before the ancient treasure chest, he felt as if his entire body was about to be crushed, as the ancient treasure chest was an item personally created by a god, in addition to the divine runes carved by a god on the treasure chest. The closer Feng approached the ancient treasure chest, the stronger the divine might he experienced now that he was standing right in front of the ancient treasure chest. It felt as if the blood inside his body had turned to lead. Right now, his body was so sluggish that even a Lord-ranked monster of the same level could kill him easily. If a Tier 1 player were standing in his place right now, they would have already collapsed to the ground and become paralyzed. However, this was also the reason why the ancient treasure chest was not locked. The divine might the treasure chest exuded was the best protection. The instant Feng activated the ancient treasure chest, the divine runes carved on it started glowing. Immediately, the mana inside the secret room rampaged as the treasure chest sucked it in. This phenomenon continued for several seconds before ceasing. By the time the treasure chest stopped absorbing the ambient mana, The pressure it exuded had also grown significantly. Only one item? Feng could not help falling speechless as he looked at the pitch-black ring floating inside the treasure chest. Ancient treasure chest size was equivalent to a large wardrobe. Yet the space inside the treasure chest was only the size of a basketball. However, Feng did not pay heed to this contradiction for too long as he picked up the pitch-black ring and inspected it. Cannot be appraised. So this is an item left behind by God. No matter how he tried to examine the ring, as if the ring was just a stone on the side of the road, it revealed no information whatsoever. This was the first time Feng had come across an item that could not be appraised in God's domain. Even when he obtained the Destroyer of Immortality before, when he first tried appraising the item, he had at least managed to get a name from it, albeit an extremely vague one if not for the shabby ring in his hands being stored inside the ancient treasure chest just a moment ago. He might have treated it as garbage and tossed it aside. After all, the pitch-black ring was simply too ordinary. There was nothing special about it whatsoever. However, although he was unable to appraise it, he had no intention of giving up. After waiting for 10 minutes, he activated Omniscient Eyes and started appraising the ring once more. What? It still can't be appraised. Just what is this ring? Feng could not help being surprised when he saw the system's response. Until now, Omniscient Eyes had never failed to appraise an item. Even someone as powerful as Charlene had praised the Omniscient Eyes before. Yet, now Omniscient Eyes was actually ineffective on the pitch-black ring. Meanwhile, there was only one possibility for Omniscient Eyes to give a response of cannot be appraised, and that was because Omniscient Eyes' appraisal rank was still insufficient. He required a stronger appraisal skill. Feng could only think of one appraisal skill that surpassed Omniscient Eyes. Eyes of Truth. This was something he had learned from Charlene. However, as to how he could obtain the Eyes of Truth, that he did not know. He could only try asking Charlene about it later on. But before then, he couldn't do anything about the pitch-black ring, following which Feng stored the ring and left the secret room. Compared to identifying the pitch-black ring, completing his quest was more important right now. There were many traps on the way to the underground treasury, and any trap could easily end a player's life. Even a peak assassin would lose their life here if they were not careful. Hence, for Feng, who was a swordsman, reaching the treasury was even more difficult. The only choice he had was to rely on Omniscient Eyes to avoid the traps. If he came across an unavoidable trap, then he would use absolute defense to tank it. In the end, Feng took several times longer to complete the journey, which originally should have taken only 10 minutes or so. As he neared the treasury, he suddenly received a message from Melancholic Smile. The message was very simple. Some time ago, many evil demons started appearing around White River City and Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the evil demons that appeared were all Lord rank and above. Moreover, these evil demons moved with great caution. As soon as they executed an attack in one location, they would immediately move elsewhere, giving the Zero Wing members dispatched no opportunity to surround them. This situation suddenly depressed the number of players wishing to travel to Stone Forest Town significantly. Although Stone Forest Town itself was safe from the invasion of monsters, ordinary players and adventurer teams that did not possess a private house in Stone Forest Town could only get to Stone Forest Town from the nearest NPC town via horse carriage. Meanwhile, although horse carriages were fast, they did not possess any offensive capabilities. Hence, the only fate awaiting ordinary players assaulted by evil demons was death. With the journey to Stone Forest Town so dangerous, many players would naturally give up on going to Stone Forest Town. So, Heaven's Burial is no longer even trying to hide that it's colluding with the evil god's temple. Feng's complexion darkened. This situation left him with no choice but to complete his quest quickly. In return, even ordinary experts will be no match for Lord-ranked evil demons. Only experts on Aqua Rose's level had a chance against such monsters. However, Aqua Rose and the others were currently challenging their class change quests and promotion quests, so there were no powerful experts stationed in Stone Forest Town right now. Hence, the only way to deal with the evil demons was to surround and kill them in groups. However, the evil demons would flee as soon as they launched an assault, giving no opportunities for Zero Wings members to do anything now. Only he could do something about this situation. As soon as an evil demon appeared, If he was notified of the coordinates of the assaulted players, he could go to the scene immediately using the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement. However, he had just managed to enter the Orc Palace after going through so much trouble. If he returned before completing his quest, it would be much more difficult to get into the palace again on his next attempt, following which Shurfeng sent Melancholic Smile a message, telling her to have Zero Wings members form patrol squads and patrol the routes leading to Stone Forest Town for the time being. Although doing so required a lot of manpower, they would be able to suppress the evil demons to a certain extent and prevent them from casually attacking the merchant routes. Time passed quickly. After spending another 2 hours or so traveling inside the palace, Shurfeng finally arrived at the hall before the palace's treasury. Inside the spacious hall, which was strengthened by divine runes and magic arrays, an armored orc with its eyes shut sat quietly before the treasury's doors. From afar, the orc looked just like a statue. I was wondering why no orcs came searching for me at the underground treasury after such a long time had passed. So there was still such a guard here. Shurfeng could not help but frown as he looked at the armored orc while hiding in a dark corner of the corridor, although the orc guarding the treasury was not very large. It could even be described as thin and old. Any player that crossed it at this stage of the game would definitely die. The reason for this was this orc being none other than the chieftain of a tribe. Orc Chieftain, humanoid creature, mythic, level 85, HP 320 000/320 000. Against this monster, even a 100-man elite team of level 85 Tier 2 players would be annihilated. Shurfeng knew this because he had led a team to raid an Orc Chieftain before, except that he had already been promoted into a Tier 3 Sword King back then. In terms of strength, the Orc Chieftain was much more powerful than the 3 mythic ranked orcs that had charged out of the city. Moreover, its intellect could rival even that of an NPC. It was like a sage among orcs. Even a 1,000-man elite team of the same level would wipe unless they had a tool that could target the Orc Chieftain's weakness. Just as Shurfeng was thinking about how to get past the Orc Chieftain, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. Moreover, the sound was also growing louder. Chapter 1368, Mythic Orc. Chapter 1368, Mythic Orc. Upon hearing the footsteps, Shurfeng instinctively activated Omniscient Eyes. Immediately, he could see everything happening within 100 yards a patrol squad. With Omniscient Eyes perception, he sensed a group of 6 level 85 orc warriors moving toward his position, every one of them a great lord. If not for the orc warriors having to disable the various traps, they would have long since reached his position after watching the orc warriors disable the traps one after another. Shurfeng made a rough estimate. His guess was that these orc warriors needed roughly 20 seconds to disable each trap, which meant they would take a maximum of only 3 minutes to reach him. Moreover, the corridor leading to the treasury did not have any forks. Once the patrol squad disabled the traps and entered the corridor, he would have nowhere to hide. The security here is really tight. It seems I can only give that thing a shot. Shurfeng shifted his gaze to the Orc Chieftain resting before the treasury now that his goal was already before him. There was no way he would simply retreat without doing anything. Besides, these orcs were highly intelligent. Who knew what sort of changes would occur on his next attempt at entering this place? Also, judging by the earlier sight of orcs continuously entering the city gates, he could tell that the number of orcs in the ancient city would most likely become even more frightening in the future following, which Shurfeng took out a summon guard scroll from his bag and summoned Anna. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. Although a level 64 Tier 3 demon was no different from a fly to a level 85 mythic ranked orc. Right now, every second counted. When he had visited the Orc Palace in his previous life, there had been no Orc Chieftain defending the treasury. However, there had been a magic barrier, and the toughness of this magic barrier could even rival the magic array protecting White River City. Even Tier 4 mythic monsters would be helpless against it. In order to enter it, players needed to use 1 mana stone to disable the barrier temporarily, while he had already prepared the mana stone required. Disabling the magic barrier was time-consuming. To be precise, it took 30 seconds to disable the barrier. 30 seconds might not be a long time, But surviving against a level 85 mythic orc for 30 seconds would be an extremely challenging feat for Sure Fang's current self to accomplish after Anna appeared. She summoned 10 level 75 Rock Guardians and 1 level 75 Great Lord ranked Golden Giant. Although these summoned creatures were nothing in the face of the Orc Chieftain, they could buy him some time good. Let's begin. Sure Fang commanded Anna promptly controlled the Golden Giant to dash forward, the Great Lord making the ground shudder as it ran almost immediately. The Orc Chieftain, who was still over 200 yards away from the Golden Giant, discovered the Great Lord's presence. Upon opening its eyes, the Orc Chieftain gave the Golden Giant a look of contempt. In the next moment, a wave of crimson energy flooded out into the surroundings from the Orc Chieftain's body. The instant this energy wave enveloped the Golden Giant, the Golden Giant's movements turned sluggish, as if the Great Lord had just run into a muddy swamp. Even its basic attributes fell by 20%. Impossible. An orc has actually grasped a Tier 4 domain. Sure Fang was shocked when he saw the crimson domain that had formed around the Orc Chieftain. Even Tier 4 NPCs would not necessarily possess a Tier 4 domain skill. Any monster or NPC that managed to grasp a Tier 4 domain would have their strength categorized as Tier 4 peak, unless one had a sufficiently powerful magic array. Defeating such monsters and NPCs was practically impossible for player teams below Tier 4. After all, not only could a domain suppress its user's enemies, but it could also strengthen its user. Unless one possessed a domain of their own to serve as a counter or had overwhelming power, they would definitely be killed. Although the Orc Chieftain's domain was not very powerful and had a range of only 200 yards, even a 1,000-man elite team would not be able to defeat it without the aid of an advanced magic array suppression. The Golden Giant had only crossed a distance of 10 yards or so when the Orc Chieftain already appeared before it. In terms of size, the Orc Chieftain looked no different from an infant as it stood before the Golden Giant. However, when the Golden Giant, a strength-based Great Lord, sent a punch at the Orc Chieftain, the latter easily stopped the blow with just one hand. In the next moment, too lazy to even use its weapon, the Orc Chieftain countered with a punch of its own at the Golden Giant's body. Along with a loud boom, a strong gust of wind enveloped the entire hall as the Golden Giant went flying over 30 yards. Its body got embedded deep inside a wall, while its HP instantly plummeted over 1 million. As well, the Orc Chieftain's strength surprised even Sure Fang. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, the Orc Chieftain was simply not an opponent that players at this stage of the game could go up against. Just one attack would be more than enough to kill a Tier 2 Metratons of the same level with their life-saving skill activated. The Orc Chieftain was an existence that was far superior even to the evil Earth Dragons that appeared during the Siege War. When the Orc Chieftain appeared before the Golden Giant once more and was about to swing its fist at the Great Lord again, Anna quickly had the 10 Rock Guardians rush forward and form a magic barrier, trapping the Orc Chieftain in it. Unless the Orc Chieftain killed the Rock Guardians, it would not be able to escape the barrier. Meanwhile, with the barrier activated, not only did the Rock Guardians' basic attributes increase, but the damage they received would also be shared equally among themselves. Hence, it would take the Orc Chieftain some time to whittle down the Rock Guardians' combined HP of over 200,000 good. Seeing the Orc Chieftain trapped, Sure Fang activated Wind Rider and dashed towards the doors of the treasury without hesitation. Despicable thief. The Orc Chieftain immediately noticed Sure Fang approaching the treasury's doors, the originally playful look on its face turning serious. It then retrieved the greatsword slung on its back and sent a fierce slash at the magic barrier. The Orc Chieftain's slash opened a crack in the magic barrier, nearly slicing the barrier in two. For a moment, Sure Fang even thought that the magic barrier would fail to contain the Orc Chieftain. Fortunately, the Orc Chieftain's attack did not reach the magic barrier's shattering limit, and the barrier mended itself rapidly by absorbing a portion of the Rock Guardian's HPS. However, in the blink of an eye, each Rock Guardian lost over 100,000 HP after seeing its first attack fail. The Orc Chieftain shifted its target from the magic barrier itself to one of the Rock Guardians. Scorching flames enveloping its greatsword, the Orc Chieftain swung the weapon down on its new target. Immediately, Every one of the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians lost over 300,000 HP. Their destruction was only a matter of Tamiya's for the Golden Giant, that was similarly trapped inside the magic barrier. Although it tried to interfere with the Orc Chieftain's attacks, the latter paid no attention to the Golden Giant whatsoever. The Orc Chieftain simply focused on attacking the Rock Guardians, chipping away at their HP. Moreover, the rate at which the Rock Guardians were losing HP kept rising quick. Move quickly. After arriving before the treasury's doors and starting the disabling process for the magic barrier, Shurfeng could not help but grow anxious as he looked at the loading bar that appeared before him at the rate at which the Orc Chieftain was dealing damage. The Rock Guardians would die in less than 30 seconds. Meanwhile, while Shurfeng was disabling the magic barrier, he could not suffer any interruption at all. As long as he came under attack or tried using a skill or tool, he would have to start the disabling process all over again. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. When 2/3 of the loading bar was filled up, the sound of an explosion entered Shurfeng's ears. All 10 Rock Guardians were annihilated. Moreover, right now, the Orc Chieftain's body was covered in flames. It was obvious that the Orc Chieftain was no longer pulling its punches, letting out an angry roar. The Orc Chieftain dashed straight at Shurfeng, gnashing his teeth. Shurfeng shouted, "Anna!" Just in time, Anna finished chanting the last verse of her incantation. In the next moment, a golden magic array formed at the ceiling of the hall. A silver-armored Valkyrie then appeared, covering Shurfeng's back. Chapter 1369, Empire's Rise. Chapter 1369, Empire's Rise. Angel Summoning. This was the strongest trump card Shurfeng could use right now, although he knew that the 10 Rock Guardians couldn't hold off a mythic ranked orc for long. He hadn't expected them to die so quickly. Only 22 seconds had passed since he had started the disabling process. To make matters worse, he wasn't allowed to receive damage or use skills to defend himself. Doing so would reset the disabling process. Human, you have angered me. You dare come and steal the king's treasure. You will pay for this transgression with your life. The Orc Chieftain's wrathful bellow echoed throughout the hall, shaking the very stone. The Orc Chieftain's eyes were bloodshot, and its muscles had expanded significantly. Flames danced across its body. As a result, when it dashed toward Shurfeng, it looked like a flying meteor, even with over 100 yards between them. Shurfeng couldn't help but shudder when he felt the Orc Chieftain's violent killing intent wrap around him, since he was so close to disabling the magic barrier. The Orc Chieftain had entered its berserk state, both its strength and speed receiving significant buffs. Although Anna could summon a Tier 4 Valkyrie, she was only level 75. The Valkyrie she summoned would be the same level. A level 75 Valkyrie was already at a disadvantage against a level 85 Mythic Orc. Not to mention, while that Mythic Orc was in a berserk state as the loading bar was nearly full, the Orc Chieftain stood less than 30 yards away from Shurfeng, turned to dust. The Orc Chieftain shouted as it swung its great sword, the flames around the weapon descending on Shurfeng. The Valkyrie finally moved as the flaming pillar was about to smash into Shurfeng. Before anyone noticed, a golden lightning spear had appeared in the Valkyrie's hand, and she threw the lightning spear at the flaming pillar. Boom. As the lightning spear left the Valkyrie's hand, a thundering boom echoed throughout the hall. The instant the spear encountered the pillar of fire, the flames scattered as the lightning spear continued towards the Orc Chieftain. However, despite the lightning spear's astonishing speed, moving so fast that even Shurfeng didn't have time to react, the Orc Chieftain struck the incoming spear down with its greatsword, diverting the attack trajectory. Boom. When spear and greatsword collided, brilliant sparks scattered around the impact. The resulting shockwave of the collision was so powerful that even Shurfeng, who was quite far away from the Orc Chieftain, felt it, following which the Orc Chieftain, who was in a berserk state, flew over 20 yards backward, fear surfacing on its face as it stared at the Valkyrie so strong. Shurfeng gaped at the scene, although he knew that the Valkyrie was quite strong due to being a member of the angel race. He had never expected her to overwhelm a mythic monster with a Tier 4 domain. Furthermore, the Valkyrie was 10 levels below the Orc Chieftain, if not for Angel Summoning's 10-second duration. The Valkyrie might even kill the chieftain. Shurfeng's excitement grew as he thought about killing a level 85, tier 4 peak monster. If he killed the orc chieftain, he could obtain loot that was even more extraordinary than what ordinary mythic monsters dropped. After all, every tier 4 peak monster was an overlord in God's domain. Every one of these creatures' deaths would send tremors throughout God's domain. After landing her first attack, the Valkyrie's wings trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, she arrived before the orc chieftain wielding another golden lightning spear. This time, she thrust the spear forward, moving so fast that even Shurfeng's eyes couldn't keep up. However, the orc chieftain wasn't fazed as he took a step forward and met the spear with his greatsword in an instant. The Valkyrie and orc chieftain exchanged several blows, the two tier 4 existences filling the hall with lightning and fire. The battle's residual power alone prevented anyone from approaching. However, the numerous exchanges pushed the orc chieftain back, one step after another, increasing the distance between him and Shurfeng. Shurfeng released a sigh of relief as the Valkyrie suppressed the orc chieftain. In the meantime, the loading bar gradually continued to fill. When the loading bar was full, the magic barrier protecting the treasury disappeared. Damnable human. Seeing the magic barrier vanish, the orc chieftain's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared hatefully at Shurfeng. Suddenly, the hall's mana grew violent as a gray, threefold magic array formed at the tip of the orc chieftain's greatsword. The crimson flames dancing over the weapon also faded to a dark gray, radiating a deathly aura that even Shurfeng was wary of. Suddenly, the orc chieftain swung its greatsword in Shurfeng's direction 9 times, sending 9 gray fire pythons towards the swordsman. Although the Valkyrie tried to block the attacks with her lightning spears, she could only toss 7 spears in a single breath, striking down 7 fire pythons. The remaining 2 continued towards Shurfeng, unhindered. Watching the 2 fire pythons approach, Shurfeng did not dare to be careless as he activated absolute defense while trying to open the doors before him. Although the treasury doors were massive, Shurfeng pulled one open without much force. Although the gray fire had wrapped around him, they couldn't do any harm. Success. Shurfeng was ecstatic. The orc chieftain watched helplessly as Shurfeng disappeared into the treasury with Anna at his heels. The treasury contained a teleportation array connected to a special space. The special space was similar to a dungeon. Once players entered, monsters and players outside wouldn't be able to reach them upon entering the treasury. Shurfeng stood before a large, golden shrine. Various treasures had been put on display inside the shrine, and every one of these items was extremely valuable to current players. It's here. Shurfeng was elated to see the pitch-black war axe inside one of the shrine's magic crystal pillars. The war axe inside the magic crystal pillar was none other than the disintegration axe, the weapon which had once belonged to the Orc Empire's founding emperor. Legend had it that this axe possessed boundless power, and a single hit could destroy a city. The disintegration axe had been the reason the Orc Empire had prospered and been feared by God's domain's various empires. However, for some unknown reason, the disintegration axe had been shattered, resulting in the Orc Empire's eventual downfall. The disintegration axe before him was merely one of the larger fragments. Although the disintegration axe's fragment was right before him, Shurfeng didn't hurry to grab it. Instead, he slowly checked the shrine's other treasures. If the Orc Palace's treasury were a unique dungeon, then these treasures were its loot. Only, while some of the items on display were available in unlimited quantities, some items would disappear forever once they were claimed. However, whether or not players could claim these items would depend on their abilities. Every team that entered the palace treasury only had 2 chances to pick an item. The higher quality the items they chose were, the stronger their opponent would be. Only after killing these monsters would players be granted their chosen item. After the 2 attempts, players would have to wait 5 days before re-entering the treasury. Shurfeng had long since familiarized himself with the monsters that could appear in the treasury, including their level of difficulty. Only, he wasn't sure if his quest would trigger any changes after confirming the disintegration axe's location. The sound of a system notification reached his ears as he scanned through the nearby items. System announcement. A player has triggered the new expansion pack, Empire's Rise. The system will undergo an update. The estimated duration is 10 hours. Please prepare to log out. Chapter 1370, Weapon of Legend Secured. Chapter 1370, Weapon of Legend Secured. The system announcement immediately caused a commotion among God's Domain's players. Why is the system starting an update now? I just joined a party for a dungeon. Who's the bastard that triggered a new expansion pack this time? 10 hours? This update is so long. I wonder what will have changed the next time I log in? For a time, the players heatedly discussed the announcement. Everyone was interested to see what the new expansion pack would bring. This was especially true for the game's various major powers. After all, every new expansion pack represented a new opportunity. If they could take advantage of the new opportunity, they might secure certain benefits. The expansion pack, Demon God's Disturbance, was one such example. This expansion pack had spawned dark cities in the various kingdoms and empires, giving many guilds an opportunity to rise to prominence. The ancient Orc Empire's rise has such a massive effect. Surephone was slightly astonished as he read the system announcement. As far as he could remember, normal expansion packs hadn't triggered updates in the past. Only large-scale expansion packs would do so. Moreover, the Empire's Rise expansion pack had triggered a 10-hour-long system update. Such a lengthy system update could rival a system upgrade, but Surephone didn't give it too much thought as he decided to log out, and rest. No one would know the new expansion pack's contents until after the system update finished. It was currently 5 a.m. in the real world. As soon as Surephone logged out of God's Domain and opened his eyes in the virtual gaming cabin, a series of messages and voicemails bombarded his screen. It seems that I have a lot to do since winning the friendly competition. Surephone briefly glanced through the messages and voicemails. Liang Jing had sent the majority of these messages, while a small portion were invitations, inviting him, the Big Dipper Dojo's head instructor, to participate in various companies' and corporations' events. He hadn't been this popular before the White Tiger Dojo's competition due to the fact that the White Tiger Dojo had gone to great lengths to promote the friendly competition. The Big Dipper Dojo had become incredibly popular after defeating the White Tiger Dojo. People came every day to join the dojo, including a few local professional fighters. In addition, based on a report from Blackie, Zero Wing had recently recruited nearly 100 newcomers for internal nurturing. Blackie had also stated that if they continued recruiting internal members at this rate, the Greenwater Villa would soon reach maximum occupancy. Surephone had also considered this issue, however. Gentle Snow's negotiations had not been favorable, as those several companies still refused to let go of Ouroboros's training grounds. All she could do now was wait. They would sell the training ground, sooner or later, since its upkeep was quite expensive, and they wouldn't be able to afford it for long. However, Surephone had also considered constructing his own training ground since he had received a massive amount of funding from Phoenix Rain some time ago. He had only avoided this option thus far simply because it was so time-consuming. After going offline, Surephone began his busy day. Not only did he need to train, but he also needed to instruct Blackie and the others. When Surephone saw how cramped the Greenwater Villa was becoming, the need for his own training ground grew even stronger. That the afternoon, Liang Jing contacted him and reported, "Head instructor, a representative from the White Tiger Dojo has arrived with a message. It seems that Home Master Jiang has invited you to the White Tiger Dojo for a drink. Would you like me to prepare for your departure? The White Tiger Dojo wants to meet with me." Surephone could not help but laugh. Jiang Tianyuan had already rejected his proposal, only offering a vague reply. Now, the man wanted to speak with him again. "This is interesting, but I don't have time for that right now. God's Domain's system update will finish soon. Tell them that I'm very busy, and we'll talk next time." Next time, Liang Jing was dumbfounded. They were talking about an invitation from Jiang Tianyuan. Even Chairman Xiao would obediently meet the man, yet Surephone rejected the invitation. However, since Surephone had given his reply, Liang Jing could only follow his instructions accordingly and reject the White Tiger Dojo's invitation. Meanwhile, Xiechuan, who waited in the Big Dipper Dojo, was momentarily stunned when he received Liang Jing's reply. Shortly after, however, a sneer twisted his expression. "This punk is quite bold. He even dares to reject the Home Master Jiang's invitation." Sichuan had worried that Shi Feng might become a threat to his position, seeing as Jiang Tianyuan had actually sent the man a personal invitation. But he was more than happy to help Shi Feng dig his own grave. "All right, I'll report to the hall master, word for word." After Sichuan left, Shi Feng returned to his room and drank a bottle of rank nutrient fluids before logging back into God's domain. When Shi Feng logged back in, nothing had changed. He couldn't find anything different about the shrine. He was a little confused. Such lengthy updates normally generated some change, yet nothing was different. "Forget it. I'll worry about it after I get my hands on the item." Shi Feng promptly gave up on searching for the system updates changes and began to search through the shrine's items. He was very familiar with the monsters inside the Orc Palace's treasury. He knew this area's rules like the back of his hand. After players selected an item, a monster between level 50 and 100 would appear. Normally, the monster would only be 5 levels higher than the player. The monster's rank depended on the selected item, ranging between Grand Lord and High Lord. A different number of monsters would also appear. This number depended on how many players had entered the treasury. The treasury allowed up to a maximum of 20 people to enter at a time. An NPC guard would be included. If a 20-man team entered the treasury, 3 challenge monsters would appear per item. If it were a 6-man party, though, only 1 challenge monster would appear for Shi Feng, who had dark gold and epic guards. This area was no more of a challenge than his own backyard. He just needed to select his prize. He could leave the rest to Anna, and Kite. Shi Feng already knew what he was looking for: the advanced auction house design. In this treasury, the advanced auction house design was only second to the disintegration axe. It was a reward for the first player to infiltrate the treasury. It was only available once. Wasn't long before Shi Feng found the advanced auction house design and accepted its challenge. After all, he did not know what kind of enemy to expect when he selected the disintegration axe. On the off chance that he was no match for the challenge monster, he would also lose his chance to obtain the advanced auction house design as well. Suddenly, the 9-meter-tall, level 59 mechanical giant appeared in the middle of the shrine. Similar to Anna's rock guardians, which were made entirely of stone, the mechanical giant was a mechanical life form. Guardian warrior, elemental creature, Grand Lord. Level 59. HP 80 0 0 0 0 0 0 / 80 0 0 0 0 0 0. Shi Feng instantly had Anna summon a level 75 golden giant to tank the guardian warrior, while Kite and Anna attacked from the sides. While Shi Feng attacked the guardian warrior, he also paid attention to the golden giant's HP, healing it with Life Bloom whenever its HP fell to a critical low. Although the level 75 Great Lord ranked golden giant didn't have an overwhelming advantage against the level 59 Grand Lord ranked guardian warrior, it had no problems facing the guardian warrior on equal footing in less than 15 minutes. The guardian warrior collapsed at Shi Feng's feet, allowing Shi Feng to obtain the advanced auction house design. With this trip hasn't been in vain. Shi Feng smiled at the advanced auction house design. Due to the advanced auction house, Ouroboros had been the envy of many superpowers in the past. The income of the advanced auction house alone had been a considerable portion of Ouroboros' total income. Moreover, this was only the result of constructing the advanced auction house in one of the guild's towns. If the advanced auction house occupied a superpower's main city, it could generate several times more wealth. After obtaining the advanced auction house design, Shi Feng had Kite and Anna retreat. He would decide whether or not to involve his personal guards in the fight after he saw the challenge monster. He then waited another 3 hours for the Bible of Darkness's demon summoning skill to finish its cooldown, only accepting the disintegration axe's challenge after summoning a level 64 Tier 3 demon. As soon as Shi Feng chose to take the challenge, he heard the sound of a system notification. "System, you have discovered the disintegration axe. Do you wish to collect the weapon?" Confused, Shi Feng chose to collect the weapon. Suddenly, an extra item appeared in his bag. It was none other than the disintegration axe, which had previously been inside the magic crystal pillar. "I got it." Just like that? After seeing the disintegration axe in his bag, he glanced around him, searching for monsters. He then heard another system notification. System: you have selected 2 items from the treasury. You will be teleported to the nearest NPC city in 3 seconds. Before Sherphone could even inspect the disintegration axe's attributes, his body transformed into a streak of light as he vanished from the treasury. Chapter 1371, Kingdom Changes. Chapter 1371, Kingdom Changes. Purple Thorn's Kingdom, Roxanne City. Before Sherphone could react, the system had teleported him here. Why did it teleport me to this city? Sherphone was a little confused as he looked at his current location. The system displayed in the past. He had always been transported to Starmoon Kingdom's Dark Lake Town after leaving the Orc Palace's treasury. Yet he had been sent to the Purple Thorn's Kingdom. This time, the teleportation hall bustled with activity. Sherphone could even hear many independent teams recruiting members in the hall, recruiting a team to grind orc bosses in Lakefront Town for honor points. Level 40+ experts only. We already have a healer. Recruiting for an escort quest. Delivering resources to the front line. Need 2 more players. Level 38 and above. Must have in level 35 secret silver equipment or above. We already have MTs and healers. Practically every independent team wanted elite players or better. Sherphone found such a scene hard to imagine in a border city like Roxanne City, however. How fast these independent teams filled their slots was even more shocking. What is up with this city? After glancing at the players in the teleportation hall, he discovered that practically every player was at the elite standard or above. There were even quite a few level 40+ independent experts. The activity in this city's teleportation hall could even rival White River City. Yes, although Roxanne City was a major NPC city in the Purple Thorn's Kingdom, it was close to the kingdom's border. The region didn't have particularly abundant resources either. Hence, finding so many players developing in Roxanne City was unusual. Expert players should be an even rarer sight, yet not only was Roxanne City's player population surprisingly high, but the quality of its players was also stunning. Before Sherphone could get a grasp of the situation, one of the larger-sized teleportation magic arrays lit up. A team of level 40+ players then emerged. Every one of these players wore a guild emblem belonging to none other than the first-rate guild, Star Alliance. Upon arriving, the Star Alliance members quickly left the teleportation hall. They summoned their mounts and made their way towards Roxanne City's main entrance. By the looks of it, they seemed to be in a rush. Shortly after the Star Alliance's team arrived, teams from other large guilds began to teleport in. Like the Star Alliance's teams, these teams also hurried towards the city's entrance. After watching this, Sherphone connected to the official forums to get a better idea of what was happening. The fact that so many large guilds had dispatched their expert and elite teams suggested that something big was going down. So, this is the case. Realization quickly dawned on Sherphone after he read through the Purple Thorn's Kingdom's official forums. Due to the Empire's Rise expansion pack, or to begun to occupy areas near the morning battlefield. Although they had yet to occupy a large area, they were expanding. Meanwhile, the morning battlefield was now beyond recognition. The orcs had already claimed several neutral maps nearby. Thus far, 4 kingdoms have been affected by the morning battlefield's expansion. Orcs all over God's domain were becoming more active. Some had even captured NPC towns to deal with these orcs. The continent's various countries had issued high-ranking quests. Although these quests were quite difficult, the remuneration was considerably abundant. Because of this, the areas these orcs had claimed became excellent locations to grind money and items. This was also a good opportunity for the game's various guilds to increase their popularity. These guilds had begun to receive team quests in their respective residences, each quest requiring them to hunt orcs. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The best part about this expansion pack was that players who reclaimed captured towns would obtain a town building order and town reputation order. These 2 rewards were precisely the reason that the large guilds were going crazy. The town building order allowed a guild to construct a town wherever they desired. Of course, the town could only be built in the country they had obtained the building order from. However, this wasn't a problem for the various large guilds, particularly for the first-rate guilds and above. Large guilds generally developed in multiple kingdoms and empires simultaneously, and they generally had a considerable amount of power. in each location. So, supporting the development of one guild town wouldn't be a problem. The town reputation order had an even greater purpose. It could increase a town's popularity, which would hasten a town's promotion speed. The further a guild town developed, the more popularity it required to reach its next promotion. This was the main limit to guild town promotions. Meanwhile, the town reputation order could help solve this problem. Why wouldn't the various guilds go mad over this? Hence, many guilds had organized crusades against the orcs. Some had even organized armies of hundreds of thousands to raid captured towns. Unfortunately, the orcs defending these captured towns were extraordinarily powerful. These orcs were generally level 60 and above, making the towns very difficult to reclaim. Moreover, the more players that were dispatched to reclaim a town, the more monsters a town would contain after watching others' failed attempts. The various large guilds had grown docile now. They only dispatched 100-man expert teams to complete the issued guild team quests instead of trying to reclaim towns. After reading through the discussions of players on the forums, Sherfone was greatly shocked. He had to admit that this expansion had a massive impact on God's domain's various major powers. If dealt with properly, it would not even be surprising to see a guild instantly rise to become a country's overlord. It was no wonder why the system update had taken so long to complete, as Sherfone considered investigating these Orktown incidents. He received a call from Melancholic Smile guild leader. "How is your quest coming along?" Melancholic Smile asked, slightly anxious. He just finished it. "I just have to turn it in," Sherfone said, chuckling. "Why? Has something happened?" "Nothing has changed. Only the evil demons around Stone Forest Town and White River City are becoming increasingly active. Moreover, Great Lord-ranked evil demons have begun to appear. The evil demons are growing so bold that they have even begun to ambush the teams we've dispatched to patrol the trade routes. We've already incurred significant losses. Meanwhile, the player traffic visiting Stone Forest Town has decreased by more than half. At this rate, Red Iron Town's player population will surpass Stone Forest Town's very quickly." Melancholic Smile reported helplessly. Beast Emperor really is bold. Hearing that Great Lord-ranked evil demons had begun to show up, Sherfone could not help but chuckle as he said, "Isn't he afraid that his Great Lords won't make it back home?" Even Abandon Wave had only employed a few Great Lord-ranked evil demons due to the difficulty of nurturing them yet. Beast Emperor had dispatched a large number of Great Lords to attack players. "Oh, we thought about killing those Great Lords as well, sending the guild's main force to lead a 1,000-man team to hunt them down. They've evaded us constantly, as if the evil demon knew about our team's locations. As a result, our members have just wasted a lot of their time." Melancholic Smile said, shaking her head. "In that case, have everyone return to Stone Forest Town. Split up the guild's assassins to monitor the trade routes. Notify me the moment they spot a Great Lord-ranked evil demon," Sherfone said, smiling. "Order a retreat?" Melancholic Smile was stunned. "Guild leader, if we do that, those evil demons will become even more daring. If they allowed those evil demons to slaughter the players visiting Stone Forest Town, even fewer players would make the trip." "It'll be fine," Sherfone said, chuckling. "However, tell our assassins to be careful. They mustn't be discovered." "Understood." Melancholic Smile could only nod helplessly. She didn't understand the benefit of such a thing. She then started to recall the teams patrolling the various trade routes. As for Sherfone, he retrieved a return scroll from his bag and teleported to White River City. First, he needed to turn in his commission quest. Chapter 1372, SSS Rank Commissions Rewards. Chapter 1372, SSS Rank Commissions Rewards. Starmoon Kingdom, Frozen Scar. Below a snow-laden mountain, the Legion of Experts under Singular Burial's command cleared out frost giants that surged down the mountain. Although these frost giants were not particularly strong, only level 47 special elites, their environment worked in their favor. Not only did the snowy environment drastically reduce players' movement speed and reaction speed, but it also increased their stamina consumption by at least 6 times. However, frost giants weren't Heaven's Burial's only opponents. The team also had to face High Lord-ranked Violent Frost Bears and Great Lord-ranked Frost Pythons, the Frost Pythons. In particular, posed a threat to large player groups. Unlike the violent frost bears, which had powerful single-target attacks, the frost pythons had powerful AoE attacks. If players were not careful, a single breath attack could annihilate an entire team. However, while the frost pythons might be difficult foes for other teams, they weren't much of an issue for Singular Burial's Legion as long as monsters were within a certain range. Even the frost python's breath attacks could only do so much damage with the Frozen Heart. It protected players from the frozen state. In turn, it protected them from falling to the frost giant's mercy. The Frozen Heart would also slow players' stamina consumption to only 2 or 3 times the normal rate, as the freezing temperatures gnawed at players' bodies. Although players would still be affected, at least they could last through a single battle. Good. Lure the pythons to the side and prioritize killing the frost giants and violent frost bears. Singular Burial commanded as he fired arrows at the frost pythons, luring them away from the other monsters commanded by several experts. Heaven's Burial's team quickly lured the frost pythons away, allowing the other team members to kill the incoming Frost Giants Guild leader. News just came in from Zero Wing. The guild has withdrawn its various elite teams from patrolling the trade routes. They've only kept their assassins on the roads to monitor the situation. Ghost Shadow reported the VE retreated. Singular Burial was stunned. He then smiled as he said, "It seems that I have overestimated Zero Wing." The war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was limited to a battle of attrition. However, Heaven's Burial had the evil demons to exhaust their opponent's manpower and resources. Moreover, the evil demons could affect Stone Forest towns. Operation Singular Burial had assumed that Zero Wing would hold on for quite some time or dispatch an army of tens of thousands to lock down the Stoneclaw Mountains. He had even prepared for an all-out field battle with the other guild. After all, a field battle was different from a siege battle. In a siege battle, Zero Wing had an advantage with the surrounding terrain and the assistance of NPC guards. But the guild wouldn't have these advantages in the field with a large number of evil demons on their side. Heaven's Burial could deal a heavy blow, even if Zero Wing had a large fleet of miniature ballistas. Furthermore, Zero Wing had yet to recover from the previous war. He had never expected Zero Wing to give up so quickly. That's right. Zero Wing likely regrets starting a war with us without understanding the evil demon's capabilities. Not only are the chieftain rank evil demons quite powerful, but they also possess superior intellect and stealth capabilities. Even sending an assassin to track them would be useless. Furthermore, these evil demons are much faster than players. Even if Zero Wing's assassins discover them, the guild's members won't be able to catch up, Ghost Shadow said. Nodding, this is a good opportunity. Take some people with you and notify Flameblood in person. Tell him that Outplan's initial phase has come to fruition. You and Flameblood will then execute the next phase, crippling Stone Forest Town's trade routes. Singular Burial instructed, smiling. Once Beast Emperor is ready, we'll be ready to raid the Frost King. I can't wait to see how Zero Wing intends to compete with us. I'll notify Flameblood right away, Ghost Shadow said, excited. Beast Emperor's strength was more frightening than they had imagined. Even someone like Abandoned Wave couldn't compare to such an existence. Moreover, his strength wasn't reliant on evil beasts and evil demons. He had many more tricks up his sleeves. Meanwhile, in a second-floor VIP room in White River City's Adventurers Association, a tall, beautiful woman in white mage robes entered the room before Sure Feng had even taken his seat. This female NPC was Renee, one of the Vice Association leaders of White River City's Adventurers Association. She was a level 180, Tier 3 Illusionist Lord Protector. I have heard that you've completed the Ancient Orc Empire Commission. May I confirm the validity of this statement? Renee asked. Certainly. Sure Feng then retrieved the disintegration axe from his bag and placed it on the table before him. If not for the wooden table's magic array enhancement, the disintegration axe would have shattered it. This wasn't to say that the weapon was particularly heavy. Rather, the disintegration axe contained frightening, destructive power. Despite remaining idle, one would notice the space around the disintegration axe shows signs of collapsing. Moreover, this was only a result of the damaged disintegration axe. If the weapon were whole, There was no telling what it could achieve if the disintegration axe were used in battle. One could just imagine how horrific of a scene it would create. This really is the disintegration axe the commission described. Renee could not help her surprise when she saw the weapon. Lord Protector, you really are impressive. It's been dozens of years since the commission was first issued in Starmoon Kingdom, but until now, no one has ever completed it. The association leader will be pleased to hear of your success now that I've confirmed the validity of the disintegration axe. Lord Protector, please follow me to turn in the commission. Renee led Shi Feng out of the VIP room and up to the Adventurers Association's third floor. She then led him to the association's treasure room. There were 4 level 180, tier 3 puppet guard stationed before the treasury. The room was also protected by a 5-fold magic array. The security was extremely tight, and even tier 5 players shouldn't consider attempting to break in. However, as Renee was a vice association leader, she had no issues leading Shi Feng into the treasury. Lord Protector, please wait here for a moment. Renee left Shi Feng at a counter inside the treasury. She then approached the rows of display cabinets to retrieve an item. Shi Feng was a little confused. Normally, players turned their commission quests in at one of the first floor counters or VIP rooms on the second floor. This was the first time Shi Feng had entered the Adventurers Association's treasury. From what Shi Feng could see, he had to admit that the treasure room was a magnificent sight to behold. From the outside, the treasury appeared to be quite small, but it was bigger on the inside. The interior was roughly the size of 2 basketball courts with all sorts of items on display, some of which players could purchase from the association. Shi Feng had even spotted the association's prized 7 Luminaries crystal. The crystal was as large as the VIP room's wooden table. God's Domain's various superpowers would be shocked to see such a large chunk of crystal. Even after 10 years, Shadow had never collected so many 7 Luminaries crystal. If he could get his hands on that crystal, he could instantly upgrade his mind space by several ranks. Lord Protector, I apologize for the wait. Renee walked towards Shi Feng while carrying a wooden box carved with divine runes. Smiling, she said, in light of you being the first adventurer in Starmoon Kingdom to complete an SSS rank commission, the Adventurers Association has decided to offer you a choice. You may turn the quest in and obtain the reward item that has been entrusted to us, or you may accept the reward the Adventurers Association has to offer. The original reward or the association's reward? Shi Feng was slightly confused. This was the first time he had heard about the Adventurers Association offering a different reward. That's right. The disintegration axe itself is the original reward. The current disintegration axe is completely unusable as it would harm both the user and others. However, the person that issued the commission has a way to recast the axe. As for the Adventurers Association's reward, we'd like to offer this wooden box. Chapter 1373, Ring of Legends Promoted. Chapter 1373, Ring of Legends Promoted. The disintegration axe or the wooden box. Shi Feng's gaze traveled between the disintegration axe in his hand and the wooden box Renee held currently. He was both confused and elated. He was also slightly hesitant. He hadn't expected the commission's reward to be the disintegration axe itself. He had to admit that the reward for an SSS rank commission was truly frightening. There was no doubting the disintegration axe's power. Although he couldn't see the weapon's information, based on the power he felt from holding it, he could tell that if the weapon were repaired and given to a berserker, said berserker would become a god of destruction. Meanwhile, the wooden box in Renee's hands had been decorated with ancient, divine runes. It even radiated a faint trace of divine might. It was obvious that the wooden box's origin was not ordinary. Otherwise, the Adventurers Association wouldn't offer it as a replacement reward. Lady Renee, may I know the contents of this wooden box? Shi Feng asked. Of course, Renee answered, giggling. Although I cannot let you open the box, I can tell you that the item inside is called the Sacred Stone. It's not that I don't wish to show you the item, but the Sacred Stone is somewhat special. Once the wooden box has been opened, the Sacred Stone will vanish if it's not used within 3 hours. The Sacred Stone has a variety of uses. I would say that its greatest purpose is reinforcing a weapon or piece of equipment. However, as we only have one stone, the highest rank it can upgrade an item to is fragmented legendary rank. Moreover, the item's base materials must be of sufficiently high quality. Otherwise, the upgrade will fail. If you wish to reinforce the item further, you'll need to collect more sacred stones. Unfortunately, sacred stones were even difficult to come by in ancient times, much less now. You don't have to choose immediately. When you've made your decision, you may come to me to retrieve your reward. Hearing Renee's explanation, Shifeng stared at the wooden box in shock. He had never imagined that the Adventurers Association would be so generous as to offer such a treasure. Shifeng had heard about the sacred stone in the past. Indeed, as Renee had explained, it was an extremely valuable item. It was even rarer than your average fragmented legendary item. God's domain had extremely few fragmented legendary items. As a result, obtaining just one was excruciatingly difficult, not to mention finding an item that was suitable for oneself. Meanwhile, the sacred stone could upgrade a suitable item to fragmented legendary rank. It was common knowledge in God's domain that the more compatible one was with a weapon or piece of equipment, the more benefits one would gain from said item. Hence, rather than using a weapon or piece of equipment with powerful attributes, expert players preferred to use items that they were compatible with. This was also why, after reaching the later stages of the game, many experts would turn down weapons and equipment from dungeons, searching for customized items instead. In the past, one sacred stone had been worth 2 fragmented legendary items. As Renee had said, he only had this opportunity because he was the first player in Starmoon Kingdom to complete an SSS rank commission quest. Lady Renee, I've made my decision. I will choose the sacred stone, Shifeng said without hesitation. Although the disintegration axe was quite powerful, the weapon would be limited to fragmented legendary rank after its recasting. Repairing it fully would likely be even more challenging than repairing the Heavenly Dragon's breath. Who knew how long it would take to repair the weapon? Moreover, Rampant Blade, Shadow Sword, and Gentle Snow, Zero Wing's top 3 berserkers, didn't use war axes. They wouldn't be able to utilize the weapon to its fullest potential. Since that was the case, he might as well select the more valuable sacred stone. System, congratulations. You have completed the SSS rank commission quest Ancient Orc Empire. Rewarding 1 sacred stone, Adventurers Association reputation plus 1,000, Starmoon Kingdom reputation plus 1,000, Humanity reputation plus 100, Legacy skill points plus 15, and free attribute points plus 60. When the sound of the system notification reached his ears, a golden glow wrapped around Shifeng's body as he leveled from level 54 to 79% of level 55. The quest awarded an abundant amount of EXP. If not for the nature of Shifeng's hidden class, he would have reached level 56 with the awarded EXP. The rewards are astounding. I actually got 15 legacy skill points. The quest rewards astonished Shifeng at his level. 60 free attribute points was nothing at tier 1. Players would gain 8 free attribute points with each level up. At tier 2, that number increased to 20. In other words, the 60 points were on par with 3 levels for a normal player. However, the legacy skill points were a different story. Players only gained 1 point for every 3 levels. Yet he had just earned 15 points, following which Shifeng allocated his free attribute points to strength and agility, increasing each by a considerable amount. For tier 1 players, this many attribute points was the equivalent to an additional piece of level 35 mysterious iron equipment. Shifeng had to admit that this was the frightening part about tier 2 classes. Tier 1 classes simply couldn't compare. The sooner players completed their tier 2 promotion, the more benefits they could gain. If they only completed their promotion quest after level 60, they would have 120 free attribute points less than players who completed their promotion at level 50. Unless they intentionally died and returned to level 50, recovering those points was impossible. Shifeng didn't take the time to learn a new tier 2 legacy skill after he finished allocating his free attribute points. 15 points simply weren't enough to purchase a useful skill. He intended to save them instead. He then fetched the sacred stone from his bag. Shifeng already knew how he would use the sacred stone. He would upgrade the 7 Luminaries ring. The 7 Luminaries ring was, by far, the best epic item he had ever seen. Not even the sacred sword Killing Ray could compare. Unfortunately, the Seven Luminaries ring was a replica. It couldn't be repaired as he had with the Heavenly Dragon's breath. The sacred stone was his only hope of upgrading the item. The Seven Luminaries ring was a perfect choice. The Seven Luminaries ring replica's creator had attempted to craft a fragmented legendary ring, so one could imagine the quality of the materials used in its production. Unfortunately, the ring had been epic rank. In fact, he should be able to upgrade the ring to legendary rank with enough sacred stones. However, Shifeng only played with the thought of upgrading the Seven Luminaries ring to legendary rank. Quite a few God rank players had attempted to upgrade their weapons and equipment to legendary rank with sacred stones. But even after 10 years, not one of these players had succeeded. The reason for their failure was simple. Upgrading an item to legendary rank required far too many sacred stones. Even God-ranked experts with Super Guild support hadn't been able to gather enough. As for exactly how many sacred stones were required, no one knew. However, there was a rumor that one God-ranked expert had failed to upgrade their item to legendary rank even after investing over a dozen sacred stones. Let's see how much potential you have. Shifeng then opened the wooden box and picked up the white, palm-sized sacred stone. He then chose to use it on the Seven Luminaries ring. Suddenly, the sacred stone radiated an incomparably intense power. Golden energy streamed from the stone, flowing into the Seven Luminaries ring in Shifeng's other palm. A moment later, the sacred stone turned to dust while the Seven Luminaries ring underwent an earth-shattering transformation. 7 different streams of light flowed out of the ring, giving it a mesmerizing look. Moreover, the ring now emitted a faint trace of pressure. It was hard to imagine that this item was only a ring, not a weapon so strong. When Shifeng called up and read the Seven Luminaries ring's attribute panel, he could not help but gasp. Chapter 1121. He didn't know if there was a third core ravaging thunder on this damn girl. He couldn't afford to gamble. After the earth layer was turned over, Mr. Li's body was already covered in blood, and he couldn't fight anymore. Since he already had the intention to retreat, he made a prompt decision to fly backwards. But after running for a few steps, he saw a snow-white squirrel-like little beast squatting there, eyeing him covetously. Its pair of small eyes were staring at him just like that. Consecrator, Li immediately flew into a rage. With a roar, he kicked over, "Get out of my way." Damn it, even a weak little beast could casually block his way now? It was simply seeking its own death. Mr. Li's face was ugly. He was sure that his kick would definitely send this weak beast flying into the sky. He didn't care whether it was dead or alive. Anyway, if it dared to block his way, he would kill it all. However, the flying into the sky that he expected didn't happen. On the contrary, he clearly heard the crisp sound of his leg bones breaking. He immediately wailed and cold sweat dripped down his head. That kick just now was as if he had kicked a piece of iron plate, causing his leg bones to fracture. Don't joke around. He was a level 1 spiritual master. For someone with his cultivation level, his whole body had been trained to the point where it was impregnable. Not to mention kicking such a weak little beast, even if he was hit by the core ravaging thunder just now, it wouldn't be enough to make him so miserable. So to say, this little beast wasn't a weak beast. It could be a spiritual beast or a divine beast. Consecrator Li was flabbergasted as he stared at the little weak beast that was constantly stretching its body and suddenly grew to the size of a small hill in front of him. Dragging his broken old leg, he took a few steps back and swallowed his saliva in panic. Why? Why did it turn out like this? What kind of monster was this? He had never seen a little squirrel that could grow to the size of a mountain. His eyes bulged, and he subconsciously shrank back. When she turned her head, she saw the slender figure standing under the tree. Her evil guts welled up, and she pounced at Xiao Mu, her hands grabbing for Xiao Mu's slender neck. No, he must catch this damn girl in his hands to save his life. Bang! A white, furry tail suddenly covered the top of his head and swept over, instantly sending the old man, who was trying to grab Xiao Mu, flying. He crashed headfirst into a tree with a thud, and he tumbled to the ground with a cry of pain. The little white squirrel that had turned into the size of a small hill had a pair of small eyes that flashed with a cold light. It contained a deterrent force that Consecrator Lee could not understand. When he fell to the ground, he felt as if his internal organs had been flipped upside down by the tail. After enduring for 2 seconds, he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of his internal organs. With this spray, his aura became much more dispirited, and he fell to the ground on the verge of death, leaving only a pair of frightened eyes staring at the giant beast in front of him. He was scared. No, he regretted it. "Let me go." Mr. Lee coughed heavily and turned to look at Arbor. He said word by word, "This old man can, cough, cough, serve you as my master." However, Arbor didn't know what he was mumbling about and didn't give him any response. The little white squirrel saw that its little master's face was incomparably cold and knew that its master didn't want to let this damned old man live. Chapter 11:22. Since that was the case, then he would take care of the old man. His long tail immediately swept over again. Don't be fooled by the large, furry tail that looked very gentle and warm when it landed on Consecrated Lee's body. Its might was comparable to that of a giant pillar reaching the heavens. He was instantly smashed into minced meat, and his head was smashed into pieces and buried in the ground. Roar! After the hill-sized squirrel lord finished dealing with the old man, he suddenly roared toward the depths of the forest. The dense pressure spread out, causing the group of small beasts that were originally restless and uneasy in the entire forest, intending to run to the base to attack the humans, to be so scared that they covered their heads and scurried away. One after another, they pitifully retreated back to their own small territories. So terrifying. Even that boss in the forest didn't dare to make a sound at this time. This dense and terrifying aura was clearly on par with the aura when the Bloodfire Phoenix egg was born. Terrifying. The appearance of a holy beast Bloodfire Phoenix egg in the Mystic Beast Forest was already frightening enough. Why did such a big shot appear now? Do Hepping, Mu Boming, and the others, who were desperately rushing toward this end of the forest, were shaken by the little squirrel's roar halfway and tumbled to the ground on the spot. The ground of the entire Mystic Beast Forest was faintly trembling. The members of the group rolled all over the ground. They struggled to get up in a fluster and look for trees, boulders, and other things to hide behind in their fright. Fuck! What was going on? The 2 earth-shattering explosions earlier had caused them to look for cover everywhere like quails. Now, there was the roar of a giant beast that "Can't you just let me travel happily?" After waiting for a while and discovering that there was nothing out of the ordinary in their surroundings, Mu Boming and Do Hepping walked out from behind a large tree with strange expressions. When they turned around, they saw Qin Guolu and the eldest young sir leading a group of people from the Qin estate rushing over at a moderate speed. They didn't appear to be in a sorry state and seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll along the way, which made Family Head Mu and Family Head Do's teeth ache. So everyone is here. Qin Xian looked at the people from the Do and Mu clans with a grin. With a jade-like beauty and a distinguished and elegant demeanor, this eldest young master merely stood there and immediately caused Miss Shalon of the Mu family to blush. Family Head Qin and young Master Qin don't seem to care much about the Phoenix egg. Mu Boming tugged at the corner of his mouth with a fake smile. Upon seeing this, Qin Guelu chuckled and said, "It's not about caring or not. Although this Phoenix egg is good, there's only one of it after all. Whether or not we can get it depends on fate. Let's just leave it to fate." Mu Boming's lips quivered, and then he laughed in mock embarrassment. Family Head Qin is indeed open-minded. Family Head, if you don't go over now, it'll be too late. Mu Zijuan reminded with a taut face. The red clouds in the sky that had been dyed red by the birth of the Phoenix egg were slowly fading away. If it didn't rush over now, he wouldn't even be able to tell which direction the Phoenix egg was in. Mu Boming hurriedly responded and nodded. "Let's go." Thus, he no longer argued with the Qin family and hurriedly led the group in the direction of the Phoenix egg's flash. The people from the Do family naturally weren't willing to fall behind. Do Hepping cupped his hands at Family Head Qin before hastily leading the group in pursuit. The two groups traversed the great mystic beast forest in tandem as they chased after each other. Chapter 1123. The two teams traversed the great mystic beast forest one after the other in pursuit. After running for so long, they had truly exhausted some of their stamina, and some of the youths in the team with inferior cultivations had fallen behind. Qin Xian leisurely walked beside family head Qin, but a moment later he asked with a smile, "Did you guys notice that the phoenix egg is currently moving forward?" After he mentioned it, everyone abruptly realized that the phoenix egg had shifted forward by at least several hundred meters from where they had seen it previously. Eldest young Sir Qin chuckled as he lightly struck his palm with his fist. "Say, do you guys think that the phoenix egg has grown legs and is purposely avoiding us?" Everyone, "Eldest young sir, your joke isn't funny at all." Yet Qin Gulu said with a smile, "Phoenix eggs are born with intelligence, so it's not impossible." Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a small mouse with sparse hair on its head popped out from the thicket, and its beady red eyes glanced at them. "Ah, damn mouse." The startled Yang Fingyin's fingers moved slightly, and a burst of mystic energy pounced at that mouse. After a soft zung sound, the small mouse was struck by the mystic energy and it rolled. With a kick of its hind legs, it fled through the thicket in terror. Qin Guilu creased his brows imperceptibly. Mu Zhilan suddenly burst out in laughter, and her tone was not without mockery as she said, "You can't even kill a mouse." Yang Fingyin's small face flushed red under her veil. How could she have known that this mouse was so strange? She had clearly sent out a burst of level 4 mystic energy earlier, but a mouse actually slipped away. Mu Boming waved his hand with a smile and said, "Zhilan, let's go." "Yes, family head." Mu Zhilan pursed her lips and revealed a mocking smile again. When she passed by eldest young Sir Qin, she even snuck a glance at him. However, she didn't expect to meet eldest young Sir's smiling gaze. This was great. Her maiden heart thumped wildly, and she hurriedly followed family head Mu. On the side, Mu Zijuan saw this, and a sneer surfaced in his mind. Love-struck fool. "Father." Suddenly, a voice called out. Do Heping hurriedly turned his head and saw his daughter, Do Fengshi, catching up from behind. "Phoenix Pool." "Father." Do Fengshi stomped her feet and ran forward with an aggrieved expression. "Why are all of you here? It's a long story. Let's talk as we walk." Seeing that Mu Boming and the others had already set off, Do Heping hurriedly ran after them. At this time, the ground had returned to normal. However, just as the eldest young master had said, that hateful phoenix egg kept moving forward, as if it was deliberately avoiding everyone. "Father, what's going on? What was that red light?" "The Bloodfire Phoenix egg has descended. Now, all the powers have gathered here. Those who can come are all here. Don't worry about anything else. What's going on with you? Aren't you training in the secret realm?" "Don't mention it, Father." Do Fengshi angrily stomped her feet. "I was forcefully sent out. It's that woman's doing." "Which woman? Who else could it be?" "The Crown Princess." "What?" Do Heping actually paused in shock before quickly running again. "We'll talk about this later." Chapter 1124. The urgent matter at hand was to see what was going on with the phoenix egg. Behind Do Heping, a young lady who resembled Do Fengshi in appearance but looked slightly younger couldn't resist pursing her lips and saying with a smile, "So useless. We agreed on a month of training, but we were forcefully transported out in less than half a month." "Do Fengyao, shut your mouth." Do Fengshi retorted with a cold expression. "If you went, you might end up worse than me." All right, all right." When Do Heping saw that these two sisters had started dog-eat-dog again, he could only separate them with a headache. "Stop bickering, you two sisters. It's more important to take care of proper business right now." The group continued to run for a while as they spoke. The Do family and Mu family couldn't bear the enormous physical exhaustion, and more disciples fell behind. Do Heping and Mu Boming's expressions were slightly unsightly. In contrast, Qin Gulu looked nonchalant as he turned to the two of them and said with a smile, "Family head Mu, family head Do, leave it to fate, leave it to fate." "Pooh, leave it to fate my ass." Do Heping and Mu Boming secretly cursed Qin Guolu, that old fox, in their hearts. Look at that red light. Mu Zhilan suddenly raised her hand and pointed ahead. Everyone looked over and saw that the red light ahead had dimmed considerably, so faint that it was almost indistinguishable. Fuck, the phoenix egg couldn't have been picked up by someone, right? A Qin estate disciple realized the truth. Upon hearing this, Yang Fengyin immediately said indignantly, "Impossible. It takes some time for a phoenix egg to recognize a master. It hasn't even been an hour since the phoenix egg descended into the world. Even contracting the phoenix egg won't be that fast." Qin Gulu nodded, and his gaze flickered as he glanced at eldest young Sir Qin beside him. The latter pursed his lips at him disinterestedly. "Let's go over and take a look. That phoenix egg seems to have stopped." That's right. Although that red light in the forest had dimmed considerably, it finally stopped moving around crazily. Now that everyone had a clear target, they went over quickly. It didn't take long for them to find the source of the red light. Pushing aside the overgrown branches, they ran over to take a look. Everyone couldn't help but be startled. He saw a large piece of woodland, with only some debris and broken branches left. A deep pit was blasted in the middle, and the surrounding grass and trees were all razed to the ground. Thinking of the two huge tremors they heard before, everyone couldn't help but be speechless. After walking a little further, they saw a slender figure in plain clothes sitting with her back facing them. Looking at her back, she was actually a little girl. Everyone hurriedly quickened their pace and surrounded him, but they were also very careful to see if there were any traps under their feet. "It's you." Do Fengqi circled to the front and saw the young lady's face. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm with a face full of resentment. Qin Gulu was also taken aback, and he involuntarily cupped his hands toward the seated figure. Miss Qiao. At this moment, Miss Qiao's body was covered in a faint red light, which was very dazzling. She was sitting in front of a group of people. When she heard the sound of footsteps, she didn't move at all. She didn't even bat an eyelid. Seeing this, Do Fengqi couldn't help but be furious. She rushed forward and pointed at Arbor, then said angrily, "All right, you threw us out of the mystic realm one by one. I thought you would be able to stay in there for a long time by yourself. I didn't expect you to come out as well. Is there any meaning in doing such a thankless task?" Fengqi, second young Sir Do, frowned slightly as he reprimanded. Chapter 1125. Second Brother. Do Fengqi stomped her feet in anger. "It's all because of her that I—" "Shut up." Second young Sir Do glared impatiently at his younger sister. On the side, his younger sister, Do Fengyao, couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you grumbling about when your skills are inferior to others?" Do Fengyao. All right. Do Heping was about to be angered to death by these two sisters. They were still fighting like dogs in front of a group of outsiders, making the Do family a laughingstock for no reason. Mu Boming's eyes flickered, and he walked forward and cupped his hands. "Miss Qiao, can you explain to us why you're covered in red light? Did you pick up a phoenix egg?" "Hand over the bloodfire phoenix egg." A trace of jealousy and hatred flitted through Yang Fengyin's eyes, and her eyes under the veil glared venomously at Arbor. She already knew that this crown princess who had parachuted into the Mo kingdom was the little maidservant who had previously stayed in their Qin estate and disfigured her face by whipping her. As a result, her face had yet to fully recover, so she could only wear a veil when she went out. She seemed to be called something like Mu Xiao Bao, that lowly slut who hooked up with men all day long. Not only did she not seduce eldest cousin and second cousin, she even hooked up with the crown prince now. Simply abominable. Right, hand over the phoenix egg. The Qin estate's disciples also stared fervently at the red light on Arbor's body, and they involuntarily took a few steps forward. "Withdraw." Eldest young Sir Qin swept a cold gaze over them, promptly sweeping away the impulsive emotions in their heads. Under the eldest young Sir's intimidating gaze, they shuddered and subconsciously retreated a few steps. It was only then that eldest young Sir Qin turned around and chuckled at the little stoic sitting cross-legged in front of everyone. He called out, "Xiao Bao, what are you doing sitting here by yourself? Yang Fengyin clenched her fists and abruptly took a step forward, pulling out her sword to stab at Arbor. "Cousin, don't waste your breath on this woman. Just make her hand over the phoenix egg." The eldest young sir nimbly grabbed her arm, a trace of fury flitting through his eyes. "Who told you to attack?" "Ah, cousin, cousin." Yang Fengyin struggled with a pained expression on her face. Her wrist felt like it was about to break when he grabbed it. Seeing this, Mu Jilan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Her fingertips moved stealthily, and an attack talisman shot towards Arbor. Eldest young Sir Qin hadn't expected that Mu Jilan would also suddenly make a move. Unable to stop her in time, the talisman flashed by at an extraordinarily fast speed. He watched as the attack talisman flew towards Arbor, and his heart skipped a beat. Bang! Arbor's figure suddenly disappeared, and Mu Jilan's attack talisman missed. When everyone looked closely, they saw that Arbor's expression hadn't changed, and his posture hadn't changed at all. He had only moved a little, and now he was 5 feet away from them. Damn it! Mu Jilan was enraged, and 2 talismans swiftly darted out between her fingers. Just as she was about to release them, eldest young Sir Qin flicked his sleeve, causing her to stagger. "What are you doing?" Qin Xian glanced at Mu Jilan in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, they heard a gust of wind, and 2 Dou family disciples simultaneously pounced towards Arbor, greed flickering in their eyes. Hand over the phoenix egg. Those 2 long swords intertwined to form a sword shadow and slashed towards Arbor. Bang! Arbor's figure once again moved 5 feet away. Chapter 1126. This time, Mu Boming finally saw it clearly, and his expression involuntarily changed as he exclaimed in shock, "It's an illusion talisman matrix." Arbor herself wasn't here at all, so it was useless no matter how they tried to kill her. In the end, they were completely fooled by a talisman matrix. Everyone's complexions were either green or white, extremely unsightly. Mu Boming suddenly shouted loudly, "The illusion talisman matrix can't be too far away from the main body. She's nearby." After saying this, he charged into the nearby forest. Qin Xian followed closely behind and sneered, "Family head Mu, you're already so old. Why are you still so angry?" Mu Boming turned a deaf ear to him, and his figure flitted past. Everyone started a carpet search nearby, and sure enough, they discovered Arbor's main body behind a concealed thicket in less than half an hour. At this moment, she was standing behind a patch of charred deadwood. She was dressed in plain clothes and was cold and cheerless. She was expressionless, and her gaze was even extremely icy as she stared at them. What was exciting was that a layer of faint red light also floated around her main body, enveloping her within. It was as if her entire body was enveloped by a wisp of bright and enchanting flame. "It's a phoenix egg, a bloodfire phoenix egg," a Mu family disciple exclaimed excitedly. Sure enough, that round phoenix egg was squatting steadily next to Arbor. Mu Zijuan, who had always been relatively calm, couldn't keep his composure this time. His breathing stopped, and he clenched his fists as he stepped forward and said, "The phoenix egg is right here. If you want it, then rely on your own abilities." Eldest young Sir Qin couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What's the use of relying on your own abilities? Don't tell me you can strip someone else of their spiritual contract and take the phoenix egg back from a new contract? In your dreams, it still depends on whether the phoenix egg itself is willing or not." Spiritual contract? Everyone was startled, and only then did they clearly see Arbor's current appearance. Not only was her body enveloped by a faint red light, there was even a cluster of burning flames lightly leaping about in the center of her forehead. A mystic beast contract imprint. Damn it, we were a step too late. Miss Chiao has already contracted with the phoenix egg. My phoenix egg. You actually contracted my bloodfire phoenix egg. Yang Fengyin screamed, unable to control herself. Eldest young Sir Qin couldn't resist laughing again, and his thin lips curled up as he glanced at Yang Fengyin with slight mockery. "Younger cousin, I remember that you are merely a level 4 mystic cultivator right now. How could there be a contract with a profound beast? You're still far from being able to form a contract. Yang Fengyin blushed under the veil. She was planning to shamelessly beg the patriarch to leave the phoenix egg for her. With her aptitude, she would definitely be able to break through to become a level 10 mystic cultivator in less than 10 years. At that time, wouldn't she be able to form a contract with the phoenix egg? The young master could not be bothered with his ridiculous cousin who was talking to herself. He turned to Arbor and said, "Xiao Bao, is it because the contract is not completed yet? Is that why you haven't left yet?" Xiao Mu coldly looked at them. Do Fengqi said angrily, "What kind of look is that? Do you believe I'll dig out your eyeballs?" Ever since she was forcefully transported out of the mystic realm, Do Fengqi had been stifling her anger until now. Now that she saw Arbor, it truly was both old and new grudges surfacing in her heart. Without waiting for family head Do to shout for her to stop, Do Fengqi pounced over and drew her sword to stab straight at Arbor. Chapter 11:27. Bitch, who told you to make me lose everything in the secret realm? Bang! Arbor didn't seem to move, but her foot had already ruthlessly kicked Do Fengqi's stomach. Do Fengqi couldn't even get close to the corner of her clothes before she was swiftly sent flying. She crashed heavily into a nearby tree and spat out a mouthful of blood from the severe internal injuries. Everyone turned pale with fright, and they all looked at Arbor as if they were looking at a monster. Do Fengqi was a level 8 mystic cultivator at any rate, but she couldn't even take a single blow from the crown princess. Why? It wasn't that Do Fengqi was too weak, but that the crown princess was too strong. They didn't expect that after not seeing her for several days, the crown princess's cultivation would actually skyrocket to this extent. At this time, Arbor suddenly moved. Like a killing Buddha carved from jade, she directly attacked the two Do family disciples standing in front of her. With 2 snaps, those 2 Do family disciples hadn't even recovered their wits when their heads already tilted slightly and hung in Arbor's hands. Mujilan screamed in horror. Seeing Arbor's ice bead-like eyes turn to her and lock onto her, she couldn't help but shriek in fright and terror. Her terrifying and ice-cold gaze was like a killing machine, completely devoid of any humanity. Qin Xian already saw Arbor's abnormality. She was usually cold and expressionless, but she definitely wouldn't be like this, where she didn't recognize her own family and wanted to kill everyone she saw. Could it be that she suffered from qi deviation while cultivating? Qin Xian was alarmed, and he rushed towards Arbor. Yang Fengyin shrieked behind him, "Cousin, what are you going over there for?" "Cousin, that woman is a lunatic." "Xiaobao, how are you? Calm down first." Qin Xian had just spoken when he saw the little girl aiming a punch at his chest. This punch clearly already had the strength of a 13th level cultivation base. When the punch came down, Qin Xian's robes were blown back by a strong current of air. He couldn't take it head-on and didn't want to retaliate, so he could only dodge. "Cousin," Yang Fengyin let out a dying scream. Xiao Mu's unfeeling eyes abruptly flitted in her direction. As soon as Yang Fengyin met Arbor's extremely cold eyes, she was like a duck that had its voice cut off. Her screams came to an abrupt end. What a terrifying gaze. Was that a human's gaze? Arbor was clearly like a moving jade statue. It was a jade statue filled with a terrifying aura that could kill people at any time. After rushing into the crowd, it took the lives of several disciples. "Everyone, quickly disperse." Second young Master Do shouted in alarm. "Miss Chow must have gone mad from cultivating. He's probably not in his right mind and won't be able to recognize us. Everyone, don't fight her head on. Spread out, don't move, don't move." Hearing this, all the disciples present slowed down their footsteps. Their bodies stiffened as they subconsciously slowed down their breathing. Arbor's footsteps moved slightly, and he slowly walked past the scattered group of disciples. When he arrived in front of a disciple whose eyes were wide open and whose body was stiff, he was about to walk over. That disciple suddenly punched the back of his head. "Go to hell." Second young Master Do's pupils shrank slightly. However, Xiaomu abruptly turned around and also threw a punch behind her. Her fair and tender hand directly collided with that disciple's fist. The fist wind traveled up the disciple's arm, and suddenly, the disciple's arm bone was pulverized into powder. Chapter 1128. That seemingly pink and tender little fist was actually immensely powerful. Following the momentum, it smashed into the disciple's face, causing it to cave in and completely deform. That disciple didn't even have time to cry out before he fell heavily to the ground and stopped breathing. The surrounding disciples were all frightened by her terrifying technique, and they all cried out in alarm as they hastily broke into a run. Arbor's figure flitted past, and she picked up the disciples who were about to make a move like little chicks. She exerted force from her fingertips, and several cracking sounds were heard. Those people's necks all drooped, and they didn't make another sound. "Don't move!" Second young Master Do was simply infuriated to death by this group of brainless fellows. He told them not to move, but they still insisted on moving. How mentally tiring was it to have to lead a group of pig teammates? Didn't they realize that Miss Xiao didn't react at all when she saw them at the beginning? It was only because one of them attacked her that she started to flip out. In other words, as long as they didn't move, she should calm down. After second young Master Do finished shouting, no one dared to move carelessly in the slightest. Mujilan was so frightened that she cried. Her body trembled as tears streamed down her face, and she stared fixedly at Arbor, who flashed past her. She only dared to slow her breathing and sob softly when she saw that she had gone a bit further away. Within the range of Arbor's spiritual perception, there were no longer any enemies obstructing her cultivation. All she saw in her spiritual perception were chunks of wooden dummies, and no one would make a fuss and disturb her. Thus, this little fellow turned around and didn't bother to pay them any more attention. Her plain-colored figure flashed and disappeared into the flowers and trees. When the phoenix egg beside her saw this, it also skipped and followed. Little Bao, eldest young Master Qin, was anxious and was about to chase after her when Yang Fengyin desperately blocked him and shrieked, "Cousin, what are you doing? You want to follow this murderous demoness? She killed so many of our Qin family's disciples just now." Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the trees in front of them rustled, and a large furry head suddenly popped out from within. "Rat!" Yang Fengyin suddenly shrieked, her eyes wide open. "A rat that looked like a hill, ah! Whoever saw such a rugged-looking mouse? Blind!" Mu Zijuan coldly shouted, "It's clearly a large squirrel." As he spoke, the large squirrel's fluffy white tail suddenly swept over, and with a rumble, everyone was shocked and retreated several dozen feet. Seeing that no one was following it, the big squirrel gave them a warning glare, turned around, and moved its fat butt away, huffing and puffing. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that it's Miss Xiao's Xian beast? A Do family disciple asked weakly. "'Tis impossible. Where did she get so many profound beasts?" Mu Jilan raged. "Doesn't she already have the divine bird Qingwan? Now, he even picked up a phoenix egg to form a contract with. But Miss Xiao can draw summoning talismans." Seventh Master Mu also said that the divine bird Qingwan was summoned by Miss Xiao. "That's true." Mu Jilan clenched her fists. "What's so great about a summoning talisman? Our Mu family also has a summoning talisman. Perhaps it can summon a rare, sacred beast." At the mention of the Mu family's only summoning talisman, family head Mu's expression looked like he had stepped on dog poop, because he discovered that the Mu family's precious summoning talisman had disappeared. Chapter 1129. Of course, Mu Boming simply didn't know that his good daughter Mu Qianqian had taken this family treasure summoning talisman and offered it to Master Black Cat. After Black Cat died in Nimpin Tower, this Mu family's sole summoning talisman also vanished into thin air. After Arbor distanced itself from the crowd, it searched for a suitable place to cultivate as usual. Wherever Arbor went, this egg would hop there. As it hopped, it would chatter nonstop. "What are you angry for? I'm the one who should be angry. I, the great Bloodfire deity, want a contract with you, ah? You're still being picky and picky. I really don't know where you monster came from. How can there be someone like you in this world?" Qingwan walked next to this egg and said expressionlessly, "Don't grumble anymore. Master doesn't even recognize me and little Chirpy, let alone a strange egg like you. What egg? This one is the great blood-fire deity, Qi Shui. Qingwan speechlessly swept a glance at this egg that would go crazy from time to time. Where exactly did you pop out from? Underground, ah. This one has been dormant for so many years and finally woke up. I didn't expect that the other person wouldn't be willing to choose me as master. You really popped out from a rock? Qingwan asked curiously. If Eggy had eyes, it would definitely glare fiercely at Qingwan. If it wasn't for the fact that when it infiltrated the little lady's conscious and clashed with the damn squirrel's mental contract, it might not have been able to successfully contract with this damn child. But speaking of which, this master of his really was an oddball. Humans usually could only have one contract beast in their lifetime, but her mental strength was enough to contract two. Moreover, he and that white squirrel weren't ordinary mystic beasts. If a normal person's mental conscious encountered a saint-level contract beast, they would have long exploded and died, or become an idiot from the backlash of failing to contract. But she didn't. It was just that when the two sacred beasts' mental strengths clashed in her conscious, it caused a certain amount of damage to her conscious. This was also quite strange, all right. At that time, the Bloodfire Phoenix egg thought that the little squirrel was just a weak beast and that it could expel it from Arbor's conscious with just a wave of its spiritual power. However, he didn't expect the other party to be evenly matched with him. Two powerful psychic powers flipped around in Arbor's conscious at the same time. If it was anyone else, they would have been foaming at the mouth and killed on the spot. Fortunately, she had the golden talisman Jade Tome to protect her in Arbor, which allowed her to survive the calamity. The Phoenix egg jumped a little and noticed that there were extremely loud footsteps coming from behind it. He hurriedly jumped into Qingwan's arms and said in a proud voice, "This lord is tired. I'll allow you to carry this lord." Qingwan. She suddenly had an impulse to grab the hammer in her master's hand and smash this broken egg to death. Admit it if you're a coward. He was really asking for a beating with that arrogant look on his face. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A hairless rat suddenly crawled out from Arbor's foot. No sooner said than done. Arbor didn't even blink. Out of instinct, it instantly pierced through the rat's head with an ice blade. Qingwan shook its body and muttered to itself, "It can't be a mutated zombie rat or something like that, right?" He felt that his master seemed to be abnormally sensitive to zombies and even mutated zombie beasts. If it was an ordinary rat, his master might not even look at it. But now, squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, 4 or 5 rats crawled out from the bushes. Xiao Mu sent several ice blades flying over with an abnormally fast swish. Chapter 11:30. After piercing those rats' heads at the same time, Arbor couldn't delay any longer and immediately ran into the depths of the forest instinctively. Seeing her abnormal movements, Qingwan hastily dashed after her. Seeing this, the little white squirrel turned into a furry ball with a whoosh and hopped onto Qingwan's shoulder. Its little paw even attempted to kick down the egg in Qingwan's arms. Qingwan. These two guys really were dog-eat-dog things. Qingwan hurriedly pushed aside Chirpy's little paw and comforted. "All right, this egg is our partner in the future. Don't hit it yet. Let's go see what Little Master discovered." "Bah, we're not partners," two Tsundere voices indignantly said at the same time. Qingwan didn't succeed in being the peacemaker, so it simply couldn't be bothered with them. Hugging the egg and carrying the little squirrel, it chased after Arbor in front of it, shuttling back and forth in the forest. After running for a few minutes, Qingwan also stopped when it saw its little master stop in front of it. When it focused its eyes, it immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. There were probably over 10,000 rats densely packed ahead, and they were currently attacking Mu Boming, Do Heping, and the others together. The people from Machin Estate had long disappeared, but 2 unfamiliar teams appeared next to Mu Boming and the others. Qingwan leaped in front of its little master. "Master, don't go over." Arbor also didn't have any intention of going over. She stepped on a tree branch and looked down at the people besieged by the rats from above. If there were a few blind little mice squeaking and running towards her, she would take care of them. Her movements were fast and ruthless, not giving anything a chance to get close to her. Mu Boming, who was fighting a hard battle with the rats below, almost fainted from anger when he looked up. He couldn't help but roar at the branch. "Miss Chow, can you have your summoned beast come down and fight?" Miss Chow squatted on the branch and looked at them expressionlessly. Her appearance was truly cold and heartless. Mu Boming was so angry that a mouthful of blood welled up in his heart. Mu Zhilan could not help but say angrily, "Patriarch, why are you wasting words with her? How could someone like her be willing to save us so easily? Drive the rat swarm over there." Mu Zijuan angrily kicked a disciple beside him. "Are you an idiot? I'm telling you to surround them. Don't let the rats open a path." Currently, Mu Boming, Do Heping, and the others were the center of the circle, and there were many Do clan and Mu clan disciples standing around them. The disciple who'd been kicked by Mu Zijuan had already felt his limbs go limp from fighting with the rat horde. After being kicked by Mu Zijuan again, he was furious and unwilling to accept this outcome. In his unstable state of mind, several rats pounced on him and bit him, causing him to cry out in pain. He lost his footing and immediately fell down. This fall was fatal on the spot. He was immediately dragged into the group of rats by dozens of large rats that pounced on him. Within a breath's time, he was completely devoured. When Mu Zhilan saw this, she shuddered fiercely and wailed, "What do we do, Patriarch?" Mu Boming's head also exploded. Looking at the rat swarm that blotted out the sky, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Summon the flying mystic beasts. We're withdrawing." Mu Zhilan's eyes widened. "But Patriarch, there are broken trees everywhere here, and the branches are intertwined. It's impossible for us to fly." Chapter 1131. We have to fly even if we can't. Mu Boming roared angrily and immediately summoned his flying steed. However, that big fellow bumped into a broken branch as soon as it came out. It flapped its wings twice, but actually didn't fly up. Instead, it was scraped by all kinds of overgrown branches, almost falling crookedly into the zombie rat swarm and getting bitten by the rats. Mu Boming was so frightened that he promptly put away his flying mystic beast. His head was drenched in cold sweat as he shouted, "I really can't summon it. Family head Mu, if this continues, we'll quickly exhaust our physical strength and become the rat swarm's dinner." A middle-aged man said indifferently. He had a scholar's headscarf wrapped around his head, making him look rather scholarly. He held an iron dagger axe that was neither long nor short, but his movements were swift and decisive. With a swing of the dagger axe, he could get rid of a dozen or so large rats. "Your Excellency High Priest, then what method do you have to help us escape?" It turned out that after the Qin Estates people left, Mu Boming and Do Heping's teams encountered people from Siming Manor and Beijing Manor. This scholar was none other than Siming Manor's renowned high priest. He was the one who had divined the abnormal changes in the heavens this time and then announced it to the world. A woman covered in a white veil stood next to the high priest. She was Siming Manor's eldest heavenly daughter, and her entire body emitted an awe-inspiring and inviolable heavenly daughter aura. She couldn't help but furrow her curved brows at these filthy rats, and she grumpily said, "It's our bad luck to encounter you people." Previously, their two great manors journey had been smooth and unhindered, but they didn't expect to encounter this rat swarm as soon as they encountered Do Heping and Mu Boming's group. They didn't even know if this rat swarm was charging at them. Mu Boming suffered in silence, but he didn't dare to offend the eldest heavenly daughter, so he could only turn around and look at the high priest. "Your Excellency High Priest, how about we try a fire attack?" The high priest shook his head. "Normal fire can't burn in this damp mystic beast forest at all, unless there's a deep crater like the one we saw before caused by a large firearm explosion." Do Heping raised his head to look at Arbor, who was squatting on the tree branch, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Miss Chow was sitting on a tree branch that was as thick as an arm. Beside her was a young and handsome man who was crouching, holding a phoenix egg. His two hands were holding a jar of plums and some unknown snacks, and he was feeding her. Qingwan always felt that his little master was really miserable during this period of time. Being half-starved every day, he had lost a lot of weight. If her stomach didn't rumble, she wouldn't even remember to eat. If her stomach rumbled, she wouldn't even know to eat. The previous little master was someone who enjoyed delicacies and fruits every day. This period of time was really too miserable. Even if he ate something, it was like chewing wax. He couldn't taste anything at all. Taking advantage of the idle time, Qingwan took out the snacks she had hidden and fed them to her little master. "Miss Chow, you have a firearm on you, right?" Do Hepping forcefully suppressed his belly full of irritation and tugged the corner of his mouth at Xiao Mu with a fake smile. There was no doubt that the crater caused by the large firearm explosion was definitely this Miss Xiao's doing. She was the only one who had a good relationship with that Duan family's young sir, so he might have given her the firearm. That's right, it was her. When we left the Mo Kingdom capital for the Mystic Realm. Chapter 1132. I saw it when the Duan family's Duan, you gave her a box of concealed weapons. Do Fengqi shouted agitatedly. Quickly take it out and throw it. Second young Master Do furrowed his brows and forcefully tugged at his sister's arm. Do Fengyao couldn't resist snickering. Are you on good terms with her? Why should she help you? Do Fengqi angrily turned to glare at her. Shouldn't we help each other at a time like this and force these zombie rats to retreat first? Haha, I don't think Miss Qiao is a righteous person. Look at her squatting there. Does she have the slightest intention of helping us? In my opinion, it's completely hopeless. Qingwan, who was currently feeding the little girl, turned back to glance at them and chuckled. You two don't need to boast and sing to goad my little master into action, because it's useless. Little master simply can't hear what you fools are saying. Do Fengqi was taken aback and glanced at Do Fengyao. Seeing the latter's flushed face, she realized that the cyan-clothed man had truly guessed Do Fengyao's thoughts. As it turned out, she was purposely cursing at her earlier to goad Arbor into action. The leader of Beijing Manor was called Xinu, and she was supposedly the future young madam of Beijing Manor. She was in her early 20s and had a slender figure. Her looks could also be considered above average. At this time, she couldn't help but frown when she heard this. She turned to a maidservant beside her and said, "Who knows where that girl Baoyan ran off to? We should be more careful later and split up if there's a chance." "Yes, Mississippi," that maidservant nodded. Baoyan disappeared as soon as she entered the mystic beast forest. Don't bother with her. Our top priority is to escape first. As she said this, she looked up at Arbor, who was watching from a branch, and couldn't resist asking softly, "Miss, who is that person? Is it as family head Do said, that she has some large firearm on her? If so, why didn't she do anything when family head Do said that? She's truly ruthless." Xinu shook her head. Although she didn't have much contact with this girl, judging from the tone the Do family and Mu family members spoke to her, their relationship didn't seem to be good. It was their business whether they wanted to help or not. How could they force it? At this time, a wave of strange movements suddenly struck. The group of corpse rats seemed to have gone mad, launching a more violent attack than before, desperately pouncing on the crowd. A portion of the zombie rats that had split off from the group of zombie rats even made a beeline for Xiao Mu's tree and attacked its roots. Dozens of rats gnawed at the tree that Arbor was sitting on. The tree shook back and forth and looked like it was about to collapse. Arbor suddenly jumped up and took the profound artifact bow from his back. He shot several arrows in succession. Each arrow could almost penetrate 2 or 3 rats. The strength was very fierce. After killing that small group of blind rats that attacked her, Xiao Mu flew up and landed on another tree. Unexpectedly, a slender and fair arm suddenly came out from behind the tree and grabbed her wrist. The aura coming from behind was very strong. With a slight twist, he grabbed Arbor's arm and jumped to the top of a tree. With his other hand, he pulled out a dagger and stabbed toward her neck artery. Miss Qiao was expressionless. However, the people below were extremely alarmed. That dagger was about to stab her, but Miss Qiao was indifferent. Chapter 1133. A gigantic long tail shot out from behind the person who had captured Xiao Mu and smashed straight at the attacker's back. Bam! A huge sound rang out. The Raksha princess raised her saber and killed a small rat that darted out from Arbor's neck. She picked up Arbor and swiftly leaped up, lightly jumping onto a nearby tree. As it turned out, she had stabbed a large rat beside Arbor's neck. Afterward, the Raksha princess actually turned around and smiled benevolently at Arbor. Anxious, Qing Wan flew forward and angrily asked, "What are you doing?" Princess Luosha's lips curled up ever so slightly, and she smiled almost imperceptibly. She had concealed her aura and secretly followed Arbor, so she had long sensed her abnormality. This little fellow was like a clown, looking for places to cultivate everywhere. As long as she didn't reveal killing intent and didn't obstruct her cultivation, she could definitely become good friends with her. The reason why she was so ruthless to her in the beginning was most likely because she had stepped into her array when she was chasing Sikong Fuling and delayed her cultivation. This child was probably either dumb or stupid, the Raksha princess secretly thought. The Raksha princess snapped her fingers, and a huge wave of rats rushed toward Qing Wan. Seeing that the two beasts of Arbor were surrounded by rats, a dark glint flitted across the Raksha princess's eyes. She directly pulled Arbor through the forest and headed in a predetermined direction. Qing Wan swept away a huge wave of rats with a slap and tucked the egg under her armpit with her left arm. She immediately darted up a tree and called out to Chirpy, who was happily beating the rats, and hurriedly chased after her master. "Eggy! Fuck, the Sir Chishu angrily roared. "You damn green bird, don't clip me. Put me down." Oh. This posture was simply humiliating the country and didn't have the slightest bit of a holy beast dignity. Woo-woo. Freaking wait until I recover my true phoenix body. I'll destroy you in a matter of minutes. Qing Wan didn't care so much and directly scurried up Chirpy's mountain-like body with the egg. She anxiously pointed ahead. "Hurry and chase." The fat squirrel took its chubby steps as it shuttled through the forest with great agility. At this moment, Princess Luosha brought Arbor to a place with dense, mystic energy and pointed ahead. His meaning was very clear. Cultivate. When you reach a critical juncture in your cultivation, this old lady will take your dog life. What a joke. Of course, she had to get back at them. Could it be that he had given this wretched lass a beating for nothing? Moreover, she felt that the wretched girl must have some hidden secrets. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be so strong that a single mental attack could make her flee in defeat. This wretched girl's current realm was at most at the 13th level, but her spiritual sense was several levels higher than his. That was why he was able to defeat her in one strike. Princess Luosha didn't believe that he didn't have any secrets. Xiaomu glanced at her surroundings. Needless to say, the place that Princess Luosha chose was really not bad. The mystic energy in the surroundings was even denser than the stream that Sikong Fuling found previously. Arbor nodded satisfactorily and pattered to the tree in front to sit down. As expected, he entered into a cultivation state as though there was no one around. Princess Luosha was a little anxious, afraid that those cute little rats couldn't stop Arbor's beasts. Seeing that Arbor had closed his eyes to cultivate for a short while, she quietly approached and fished out a box of medicinal powder from her sleeve. Chapter 1134. She couldn't wait any longer. She seemed to have heard the beasts chasing after her. The Raksha princess's eyes flickered. One blue wand was enough to make her struggle, not to mention a fat squirrel whose level couldn't be determined. She definitely wasn't their match. Time was fleeting, so she had to grasp it well. The Raksha princess was just about to open the powder box and blow a mouthful of powder onto Arbor's little face. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and firmly grasped her wrist. The Raksha princess's eyes widened. "It's you?" As for the rats, they didn't retreat after Blue Wan and the other beasts left. Instead, they surrounded and tore at the humans even more fearlessly. The high priest of Siming Manor had an ugly expression on his face, and his fists that were pressed against the side of his robe clenched slightly. A metal spear picked up a dozen rats, and before the latter could approach, he activated a defensive barrier to reinforce his defenses. Then, he shouted, "Everyone, let's fight and retreat at the same time. Let's see if we can leave this place." At this moment, many disciples of the Doe and Mu families were already panicking. They saw several of their companions being dragged in and torn to pieces by the rats. The fear in their hearts was about to completely ignite. Why? At the last moment of their lives, they wanted ordinary disciples like them to protect those people in the center and use their own lives to protect them. They wanted their own lives too. Several disciples of the Doe and Mu families completely lost their rationality in their panic and anger. They no longer listened to the Mu and Doe family heads' commands and directly wanted to run away from the rat swarm. But as soon as they left the group, they were swallowed by the crazily surging rat swarm. Just as everyone was shrouded in despair, a dazzling and enchanting golden red light suddenly appeared above their heads, burning like a red sun. It directly crashed down from the sky above the forest, breaking through the heavy gray fog above the forest and the pitch-black mess of dead trees and broken branches. The dazzling red, sun-like light just happened to crash into the zombie rat swarm, smashing a wheel-sized shallow hole in the muddy ground covered with rotten leaves. With such an impact, more than half of the zombie rats were blown away. The remaining 500 rats were like stray dogs, fleeing into the depths of the jungle in a panic. "Don't chase." Mu Boming grabbed Mu Zijun beside him and shook his head while panting. "These should be mutated zombie rats. The remaining several hundred rats are nothing to be afraid of. After all, the combat power of these corpse rats was very weak, and a single slap could kill them. He was afraid that thousands of them would gather together. Even an elephant could be killed by a swarm of ants, not to mention so many mutant zombie rats." Doe Hepping also hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he turn his head to look at the person who had come. With one look, he could not help but be dumbfounded. Your Highness the Crown Prince?" Everyone looked at the Crown Prince who had suddenly descended from the sky. Dumbfounded, he raised his head to look at the big hole above him, only to see a gray mist flowing out of the hole again. The gray fog above the mystic beast forest was poisonous, and it was impossible for any flying mystic beast to continue flying in this fog for more than 15 minutes. Yet the Crown Prince had directly flown in from the forest periphery, breaking through the overgrown branches from above, and landed here. This kind of power was truly a bit savage. "Have you seen the Crown Princess?" Mo Lien coldly swept her gaze over everyone as she asked. Chapter 1135. The hearts of Doe Hepping and the others instantly sank with a thump. They were done for. Previously, they had even teamed up to snatch the phoenix egg on the Crown Princess. When they made their move, how could they have imagined that the Crown Prince, who loved his wife as much as his life, would rush to the mystic beast forest from the Mo Kingdom capital? The Crown Prince's aura was so powerful that they didn't dare to defy him in the slightest, much less tell him the details. When Prince Mo saw that no one uttered a word and that everyone's eyes were flickering with uncertainty, the uneasiness in his heart grew increasingly intense. Could it be that you people have teamed up to bully the Crown Princess? As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure on Prince Mo's body surfaced bit by bit, as if about to erupt in the next moment. No, how would we dare? Doe Hepping hurriedly sent a look to a disciple beside him. The latter submissively stepped forward and whispered in a mosquito-like voice, Your Highness, I haven't seen the Crown Princess before." Prince Mo's deep and cold gaze landed on him, as if he was looking at a dead person. Such a terrifying gaze caused a disciple who spoke to start trembling for no reason. An extremely powerful pressure spread out like a cold mist, pressing down on everyone present like a mountain. Even Simon Manor's high priest's breathing also stopped, and he looked at that slender man who was like jade and bamboo in disbelief. What a powerful divine sense pressure, but in front of him, it was as if everyone was a bunch of ants, unable to raise their heads at all. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. Some of the weaker cultivators had already been crushed by this terrifying pressure and were forced to kneel on the ground. You dare to lie in front of us?" The crown prince didn't move much, but he had already arrived at that disciple's side in a breath's time. He picked him up from the ground and clutched his neck, causing his neck bones to creak and snap. The Doe family disciple's eyes suddenly bulged, and he opened his mouth to gasp for breath. Doe Hepping's gaze contracted. Second young master Doe clenched his fists tightly, forcibly resisting this pressure. With every step he took, he felt the pressure on his body increase by a bit. It was as if it wanted to completely crush him. Second young master Doe held his breath with great difficulty as he walked in front of Prince Mo. He hastily bowed in a very stiff manner. "Your Highness, please do not be angry. This disciple does not know the crown princess, so it is understandable that he does not know the details. Actually, the crown princess just passed by here. If your Highness chases after her now, you should still be able to make it in time." Second young master Doe struggled to explain under the pressure. "Where?" Prince Mo's dark phoenix eyes lit up. He did not know what had happened to Jojo. Jojo did not communicate with him through the jade talisman. He could only feel a faint aura, but he could not pinpoint the exact location. He felt a deep sense of unease in his heart. He shouldn't have let her come to this mystic beast forest alone. The crown princess went that way. Second Doe pointed in a direction. Prince Mo moved towards the depths of the forest with a whoosh. Seeing his speed, second young master Doe's gaze involuntarily contracted, and he hastily said, "Your Highness, please be careful." The crown princess seems to have suffered a chi deviation. Prince Mo's phoenix eyes were slightly startled, and he paused. "Someone come." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of figures as fast as the wind instantly landed around him. Chapter 1136. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw this, and they all subconsciously retreated a few steps. The Eastern Palace had mobilized so many hidden guards. Did they want to kill someone? Huifeng, take 2,000 men and use this place as the center. Dig 3 feet into the ground and search within 3 kilometers. There should be something abnormal underground. And Mo Lien ordered coldly. Abnormal situation? What abnormal situation? What else could there be underground? Everyone's gazes flickered as they looked at the crown prince. Family head Doe, family head Mu, and Simon Manor's high priest all silently exchanged glances before retracting their pensive gazes. Only Huifeng knew that the crown prince was referring to something like an underground village. The crown prince suspected that there was an underground village cultivation base here. "Yes, your Highness." Huifeng accepted the order. "The rest of you, follow this monarch to find the crown princess." Emolian coldly tossed out these words as her frosty gaze swept over everyone present. Then, her figure darted into the forest. It wasn't until her figure completely disappeared that everyone couldn't help but exhale softly. Just now, the pressure that the crown prince gave them was truly too heavy. When he was present, everyone's breathing had clearly slowed and lowered. This kind of invisible deterrence was simply suffocating. In particular, the look that the crown prince gave them before he left caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. What did that mean? It was clearly, "This monarch will remember all of you. So scary." Could it be that this great crown prince still wanted to retaliate against them afterward? The family heads all felt insecure and thought that they had to keep a close eye on their properties after they returned to avoid suffering from So and So's evil schemes. Moreover, this mystic beast forest was extremely large. The direction that Second Doe had casually pointed in was actually slightly off. A slight difference could lead to a great loss, and the direction that the crown prince chased in was slightly different from Miss Chiao's. It wasn't that Second Doe did it on purpose. In truth, he had only seen Miss Chiao being taken away by the Raksha princess and had only taken a cursory glance. This forest was filled with many different types of trees, and it was like a large-scale maze. Who knew where the person would run to after taking a random turn? At this time, the Raksha princess, who was about to attack Xiao Mu, clutched her broken wrist with a contorted expression as she glared viciously at that person who had suddenly appeared. "Ding Yun, you're treating me like this for this little girl?" Princess Luosha screamed, clutching her wrist. Cult Master Ding was simply annoyed to death by this old woman. She was already in her 50s, yet she dressed up like a little girl all day long. Most importantly, she still had special thoughts about him. Is this appropriate? Come on, he really couldn't eat such an old pheasant. He really wanted to ask this old princess what she saw in him. Why couldn't he change? When Qing Wan rushed over, she originally thought that she and the others were one step too late, and that the little master whom everyone missed so much might be in trouble. Who knew? The little master sat there meditating as if there was no one else around. Instead, he saw a man and a woman fighting fiercely. Even if Princess Luosha was at her peak, her cultivation was still slightly lower than Cult Master Ding's. Moreover, her conscience had suffered a blow earlier, so it was very strenuous for her to fight now. After exchanging several moves, Cult Leader Ding saw an opening, and without the slightest bit of mercy, he flew up and struck heavily on the pit of her stomach from a distance. Princess Luosha rolled into the forest like a sparrow hawk with its string cut. Chapter 1137. Cough, cough, cough. The Raksha princess clutched her chest with a dark expression and crawled up from the ground while clutching her broken wrist. Coughing heavily, she glared at Cult Master Ding with unwillingness and resentment. Ding Yun, you actually injured me for this slut? Have you already forgotten about our friendship over the years? Cult Master Ding's face darkened. When did this seat ever have the slightest bit of friendship with you? Hadn't they just met once several years ago? And this Raksha princess had already become infatuated with him and fallen head over heels in love with him? In this past year, he had indeed been bored to death, so bored that he had nothing to play with. Thus, he killed that snake beauty and used himself as her substitute to sneak into their Raksha ghost sex lair to play around. This game really allowed him to pry into some of the Raksha ghost sex secrets, and he knew that there might be another master behind this old woman. However, he had used the snake beauty's identity to hide by her side. This old woman had no idea at all. She couldn't even recognize his true body, so what bullshit friendship was there to talk about? Haha. As expected, you forgot everything. The Raksha princess's eyes brimmed with tears as she glanced at him resentfully. What did I forget? Cult Master Ding was baffled and impatient. He leaped forward and raised his palm. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being merciless. The Raksha princess knew that this heartless man was a man of his words. If she didn't leave now, she would inevitably fall into his vicious hands. She couldn't beat him now, and she was injured all over, so it was best to retreat first. The Raksha princess turned around and glanced at that man faintly. Cult Master Ding's hair stood on end, and he was about to slap her again when he saw the Raksha princess turn around with sparkling tears in her eyes. She dragged her feet and left without another word. Cult Master Ding didn't chase after her and couldn't be bothered to look at this old woman. The Raksha princess had just dragged her injured body a few steps when she suddenly saw a green-robed figure appear in front of her. When that person turned around and revealed the iron ghost mask on his face, the Raksha princess couldn't help but tremble all over. Arbor seemed to have sensed something and frowned slightly. He slowly withdrew from the state of cultivation and opened his eyes. Upon seeing this, Cult Master Ding hurriedly flashed in front of her. Little girl, what are you cultivating here for? The mystic energy here isn't dense enough. He looked at her with a smile, only to see that the little girl's face was stoic. Her gaze seemed to fall on his face, but it was as if she couldn't see anything. Her gaze was unfocused. Cult Master Ding was immediately shocked. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. His expression suddenly changed, and he rushed forward to ask, "What happened to your eyes? Who did this to you? Don't make a fuss." Qing Wan flew over and swept a glance at Cult Master Ding. She said in a proud tone, "My little master can't see or hear what you're saying. All right, you can leave now. Don't disturb our little master's cultivation, or she'll kill you." Cult Master Ding, what's there to be proud of if you can't see or hear? I do know that there's a secret cultivation ground with dense mystic energy in the Mystic Beast Forest. Cult Master Ding's gaze flickered, and he continued, "Do you want to bring her there?" Qing Wan thought carefully, then ran to Arbor and gestured with her hands. Little Master was so miserable because of this disaster courting talisman, so she naturally had to cultivate until she could recoup her losses. Only then would she not have lived such a miserable life in vain. Chapter 1138. Cult Master Ding was a bit speechless as he watched from the side. Could the little fellow understand this pantomime of gesturing? He pursed his lips, and a faint light flashed through his alluring eyes. However, this was also good. The longer the little fellow was delayed here, the more likely that Mo Yin would be dead by the time she returned. What bullshit crown princess title would naturally cease to exist? The egg also sneered at the side. You damn green bird. Do you think she can understand just by gesturing like this? She's just a little fool right now. You're the fool. You've been a fool for 8 lifetimes. Qing Wan and the little white squirrel turned around at the same time and roared at him as if they were enemies. Egg, wait until our little mistress wakes up. She'll definitely take care of you. Just you wait. The little white squirrel snorted. What egg? Who's an egg? I already said that I'm a bloodfire god. Bloodfire my ass. You're just an egg. Qing Wan and the little white squirrel both turned their faces away in disdain. At this time, Arbor already reacted and walked to Cult Master Ding's side with small steps. Cult Master Ding smiled enchantingly and went forward to pull Arbor's little hand. Look at you, you're so wooden-brained. I'll call you Lil Blockhead from now on. Lil Blockhead very rudely threw away his hand and instinctively reached out to pat his sleeve that was hooked by him. His disdain was evident in his words. Ah ha 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 ha. The egg laughed. He finally found a human that the little girl disliked more than him. This allowed the egg to regain a bit of confidence. See, this great god isn't the one that the little girl dislikes the most. In the next second, the wildly laughing egg was sucked into Arbor's inner world. Damn girl, let me out. The Bloodfire Phoenix egg angrily shouted in her mind. Contracted mystic beasts could communicate with their masters in their spiritual consciousness. The little fat squirrel laughed until he fell and couldn't help but poke at him. Master dislikes you. Arbor reached out and summoned Qing Wan and the little squirrel back into his inner world at the same time. Only then did he turn his head to look at Cult Master Ding. His meaning was self-evident. Lead the way. She didn't expect that the beasts that were randomly gesturing could really communicate with her perfectly. Cult Master Ding raised his hand to touch his chin and nodded repeatedly. Okay. I'll take you there. After saying that, his hand tried to caress her small hand again, but was decisively rejected again. Side Cult Master Ding sighed. The little girl was rejecting him out of instinct. How to break it? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have captured her mother back then and used himself as her substitute. Look at how much the little girl disliked him now. Ding, brother Ding. Suddenly, a timid voice came from the forest. Dingyan was slightly taken aback. He turned his head and saw Xinu standing not too far away. She was biting her lower lip lightly and looking at him with a faint gaze. Cult Master Ding shuddered all over for no reason. Xinu was originally his mother's adopted daughter. He didn't know why she suddenly became his fiancée a few years ago. When a manor announced it to the outside world, he almost thought that he was hallucinating at first. Only after confirming it again and again did he realize that his mother was actually serious. How terrifying. He was just a wanderer of the Jianghu. Did he need such a terrifying thing like a fiancé? He didn't need it all. For the past 2 years, every time Xinu saw him, she would use this kind of "you betrayed me" expression. She would stare at him foolishly. It really made all the hair on his body stand on end. Chapter 1139. What did you come here for? Ding Yun reflexively took a step back, cowardly hiding behind Xiao Mu. Arbor was expressionless. She only saw the human-shaped stake in front of her and had no idea what they were doing. Big brother Ding, you promised Mother that you would return to the manor this month. The corners of Xinu's mouth drooped slightly, and she unconsciously clenched her fists tightly. I did promise, but this month isn't over yet. It's the same if I go back at the end of the month. Ding Yun waved his hand impatiently. All right, stop lecturing me. Hurry back to the manor. This isn't a place you can come to. This place is dangerous at every step. With your strength, you really aren't qualified to stay here for long. Arbor suddenly turned around and furrowed her slender brows. She stretched out her little paw and tugged hard at Ding Yun's sleeve. Hurry up and leave. Go cultivate. You're so long-winded like an old man. All right. We'll go right away. Cult Master Ding's sullen and impatient expression immediately swept away, and he grabbed her little hand with a smile. However, slap. Arbor's small, expressionless face was taut. She once again used facts to prove that she disliked him from the bottom of her heart. Cult Master Ding's mouth twitched, and he settled for the next best thing, grabbing her sleeve. I'll hold your hand. It'll be faster this way. Big Brother Ding. Xinyu-er's entire body trembled slightly, and she looked at Ding Yun and Arbor in disbelief. Have you forgotten what Mother told you? Have you thrown Mother's teachings to the nine heavens? Xinyu-er asked in a trembling voice. Xinyu-er. Ding Yun's face was cold and angry, and his tone was somewhat irritated as he said, I haven't forgotten a single word Mother said. Can I trouble you to stop lecturing me? Was this lecturing? This was a matter of life and death. She was concerned about him. Xinyu-er's tears welled up, and she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, a trace of determination flashed through her eyes. Bring young master back to the manor. Yes. Two men in black appear behind Xinyu-er, and they cupped their fists at Ding Yun. Young master, please follow us back to the manor. Ding Yun sneered. You want to keep me here with just the likes of you? Big Brother Ding, if Mother knew that you had feelings for this little girl, she would definitely bring you back at all costs. What nonsense are you spouting? Cult Master Ding's expression changed slightly as he stared at Xinyu. Well, have I ever had any strange thoughts about her? All of this is just your imagination. Go back. Ding Yun rebuked angrily. All right, since you say you don't have any thoughts, then kill her right now. Xinyu signaled with her eyes, and the two manor guards immediately stepped forward. Cult Master Ding was both shocked and furious. He subconsciously blocked in front of Arbor. You dare. Xinyu suddenly took a step forward and almost bumped into Ding Yun's body. You're not tempted? No. Do you think Mother would let this scourge stay if she knew? All the decisions that Mother makes will only benefit you the most. For the past 20 years, this has never changed from beginning to end. Why don't you listen to her? Big Brother Ding, don't be willful and act rashly. Xinyu coldly shouted. Bring young master back. Yes. Without waiting for the two manor guards to step forward, Ding Yun suddenly launched an attack. Two mystic energies flew out of thin air, and at the same time forcing the two to retreat, he couldn't care about anything else. He pulled Arbor over, and with a whoosh, he ran away. Young master, a young girl in a pink dress exclaimed. Chapter 1140. Ding Yun dragged Arbor and glided over the forest at an extremely fast speed. Young master, a young girl in a pink dress couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Xinyu-er's body swayed slightly as she stared faintly in the direction the two people left in, softly muttering something to herself. Young master ran away again. Why didn't you chase after him? The little girl in the pink dress quickly walked to her side and called out. Only when she got closer did she hear young Mrs. murmur. We can't chase after him. We can't chase after him. Xinyu-er's tears streamed down her face. He seems to be merciful in all aspects, but he's actually a heartless and emotionless person. Just now, she pretended to order someone to kill the girl beside him and tested him. Looking at his abrupt change in expression just now, that was called a mixture of shock and anger. For so many years in the past, this man seemed to wear a natural mask even when facing his own mother. Although he had a smiling appearance all day long, in reality, he had an expression that was neither sad nor happy. Xinyu thought that this person's temperament was naturally extremely cold, but it turned out that wasn't the case. He would also be angry and would stand in front of others to stare at her with a man-eating gaze and roar. You dare. Xinyu squatted on the ground dejectedly, causing Bao Yin, the maidservant in pink, to anxiously circle around her. Young miss, say something. What's going on? Who is that girl beside young master? Seeing that Xinu didn't move for a long time, the impatient Bao Yin anxiously stomped her feet. All right. If you're not going to look for her, I'll go look for young master." After saying that, she turned around and dived into the forest again, disappearing without a trace in a flash. Xinu cried for a while before taking out a pen and paper and hastily writing a letter and handing it to her two subordinates. "Quickly return to the manor and personally hand this letter to old madam." Yes. The two manor guards didn't dare to delay and hurriedly cupped their fists to receive the letter before turning to leave in a hurry. On the other side, Imo Yin paused her steps and turned to look at the gloomy forest path with a slight frown. She had no idea where Jojo had run off to. Earlier, she could still feel a faint trace of her aura, but now, a soft sound was heard from the underbrush, and a head suddenly popped out. The two hidden guards behind the crown prince quickly moved forward and suppressed the other party with one move. They pulled the girl out from the bushes. The strength of their hands was not weak. Hey, softer. Sikong Fuling hurriedly called out. Imo Yin's expression changed slightly, and she landed beside her with a swoosh. She unfurled a silk scroll in her hand and asked coldly, "Have you seen this little girl?" Sikong Fuling, who was being escorted by two hidden guards, cast a sidelong glance at that painting. On the drawing paper, although the little girl's face was expressionless, the lively smile in her eyes was completely embellished. It could be seen that the person who drew this painting rather hoped that this stoic face would smile frequently. Sikong Fuling's eyes turned slightly before she shook her head and replied seriously, "Never seen him before." This unknown wild man in front of her didn't lose out to her older brother in terms of looks, temperament, and appearance. He couldn't be having an affair with the little girl, right? That Mo Yin's icy gaze flickered slightly. The hidden guard's sword slashed towards Sikong Fuling's face. "If you don't speak, I'll disfigure your little face." Sikong Fuling's eyes bulged, and she shrieked with a pale face, Hey. Chapter 1141. You're so unreasonable. Do I deserve to die just because I haven't seen this young lady before? Sikong Fuling glared at Imo Yin while blowing her beard. Her eyes swiveled as she said, "You look like a decent person, but why are you so heartless? You don't even have the slightest bit of tender feelings for girls." The hidden guard at the side twitched his mouth slightly. "Do it," Imo Yin icily instructed, seeing that the blade in the hidden guard's hand was about to leave a bloody mark on Sikong Fuling's face. Sikong Fuling immediately panicked and hurriedly shouted, Hey. Stop. Hey, I say, handsome lord, what exactly do you want to know? I already told you that I really don't know her and have never seen her before." What a joke. She already knew that her elder brother was a little interested in this young lady, so of course she wouldn't trick her elder brother into helping an outsider. Humph. She wouldn't say it even if she knew. "You're lying." Imo Yin's voice sounded as though it had been scooped up from the depths of hell, as it was unusually cold. "You have her scent on you." His gaze landed on this young lady in front of him, deep and frosty to the extreme. This young lady didn't seem to be a member of an orthodox sect. Her thin muslin dress had been scraped around in the forest overgrown with dead trees, and it had already become very messy by now. Even though she was wearing an outer garment, it couldn't conceal the fair skin underneath. Sikong Fuling. Take it away. Sikong Fuling pursed her small mouth and forcefully slapped away the two hidden guards' hands. She shook her body and straightened her collar as she muttered, "It's not like you have a dog's nose. Why are you so sensitive?" Insolence. The hidden guards glared angrily as they berated in unison. Sikong Fuling jumped in fright and hurriedly patted her chest with her small hand as she whined coquettishly, "Why are you so fierce?" All right, I'll tell you." Her eyes swiveled again as she suppressed the crafty glint in her eyes and said unwillingly, "Yes, I've seen that young lady. However, we've already parted ways. You've also seen it now. I'm alone." "Where did she go?" Imo Yin questioned. "How would I know where she went?" Sikong Fuling rolled her eyes and cried out, "That young lady was ice cold and didn't say a word for half a day. When she left, she didn't even tell me." How would I know where she went? That wretched girl had caused her to wander around the forest in search of her. She was even afraid that she would starve to death. Just thinking about it made her angry. Since when did she, Seekong Fulling, have such rotten good intentions? Mo Yin raised her hand slightly, and several hidden guards immediately rushed up to restrain Seekong Fulling. Let's go. Leave your sister. Seekong Fulling cried out angrily. What are you doing? What's the point of capturing me? Even if you catch me, I won't be able to make the little girl appear. Hey, it hurts. My hand hurts. Stop pulling. What the fuck, this lunatic? Just because she had come into contact with the little girl before. How crazy was she? Lead the way. Lead the way. Brothers, I really don't know where she is. Seekong Fulling cried out in exasperation. Let go. I'm warning you. If you don't let go, I won't be courteous anymore. A hidden guard unceremoniously slapped the back of her head. Let's go. Seekong Fulling still wanted to resist, but she was forcefully pushed and pulled by several hidden guards, and her hands were shackled with mystic energy locking shackles. Chapter 1142. Suiwei Mountain. Mountain ranges stacked on top of each other, stretching on endlessly. Carefree Valley was located at the bottom of Suiwei Mountain and was covered by miasma all year round. Ordinary people could not get close. The ingenious part of Beijing Manor was that it was located in the center of Carefree Valley and was surrounded by a green lake. The manor was covered with exotic flowers and plants. Everywhere was lush and beautiful. The old madam of Beijing Manor, Ding Zian, was a great beauty whose name was known throughout the pugilistic world when she was young. The most commonly accepted legend about her was that she was hurt by love. It was said that she had once chased after the young master of the mermaid race. Who would have thought that the young hero's heart already belonged to someone else? In the end, she was trapped by love and deeply hurt, so she hid from the world and refused to see anyone. A few years later, the rumors became even more outrageous. It was said that after she was hurt by love, she casually found someone to marry. After she became pregnant, she personally killed her husband and gave birth to the young master of Beijing Manor, Ding Yun. After that family found out that their son had died an unnatural death, they launched an attack on Carefree Valley more than 10 years ago. The ending was very tragic. Hundreds of people in the family were all massacred by Beijing Manor overnight. There were even more exaggerated rumors that Ding Zian actually gave birth to twins at that time, but only one young master, Ding Yun, was announced to the public. The reason was that when the two children were 10 years old, she made them kill each other. The one who survived was the young master, and the one who died was thrown out of the valley to feed the wolves. From then on, Beijing Manor was demonized. Although it was one of the 4 great manors, it had long been removed from the ranks of the righteous path. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was setting. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake sat an old monk with a white beard and white eyebrows. In front of him was a cup of high-quality tea that was emitting light smoke. 2 maidservants stood on both sides of him until a cough slowly sounded. Madam, Ding Zian waved to the 2 maidservants, and the 2 maidservants bowed and retreated out of the pavilion. Cough, cough, cough. Ding Zian was more than 50 years old. Her cheeks were thin, and her wrinkled face was full of vicissitudes of life. She leaned on a walking stick carved from black sandalwood and slowly sat down in front of the old monk. She smiled and said, Master, sorry to keep you waiting. The old monk stroked his beard and smiled. Madam's body is better. Cough, cough, cough. Ding Zian chuckled. It's been over 10 years. After taking the medicine that Grandmaster gave me, my condition has improved. The old monk nodded with a smile. Master, you came a few days earlier than the scheduled date. Is there anything else you need to do? Madam, do you still remember the divination I performed for young Master Ding 15 years ago? Of course. Ding Zian nodded solemnly. This old monk observed the stars last night and discovered that young Master's faded star faintly emitted a fiendish red aura. Ding Zian was slightly surprised. Do you know what it is? The red light is binding the faded star, indicating that the young master has already fallen into the tribulation of love. The old monk said softly, Love tribulation? Ding Zian was shocked. She shook her head and said, impossible. All these years, Yin-Er's natural disposition has been undisciplined and free. She has never been reluctant to part with any woman. How could she have fallen in love? I don't really believe it either. Although this old monk has jumped out of the secular world, I have often heard news of young Master Ding's adventures. Ever since I received great master's advice 15 years ago, I've been very careful. There are only a few old maidservants in the manor. Yin it doesn't like any of them. Could it be that in the years when young Master Ding went out to establish the demonic sect? Chapter 1143. You mean that Sikong falling by his side? Ding Xian shook her head. That's even more impossible. For Yin-Er's safety, I've investigated every single one of his female subordinates, Ding Xian said with certainty. This madam has investigated that Saintess Sikong Fulling. She has always treated Yin-Er as an elder brother and nothing else. Yin only sees her as a younger sister. As for those other female subordinates, they're even less worth mentioning. A few of them had designs on Yin-Er, but after Yin-Er discovered them, they were all personally executed by him. Her son had always been such a heartless child since he was young. Don't be fooled by how he laughed and joked with others all day long, as if he was very happy. In reality, he was abnormally cold and indifferent. He didn't even have the slightest bit of affection for his own mother. As a result, the number of times he returned home these past few years had gradually decreased. If she hadn't sent people to call him back again and again, he probably wouldn't have thought of returning home to visit his mother for several years. The old monk sighed and said, "But the matter that this old monk has been worried about for more than 10 years still happened in the end. Madam, the most important thing right now is to find this person as soon as possible so that we can think of a way to resolve it. Yin-Er, he has suffered enough. It's also my fault. When I was pregnant with him, I made him suffer so much and even almost caused him to die. I don't want him to experience any more tribulations or difficulties. Master, you must help me. You must help me." Cough, cough, cough. Madam, please rest assured. The old manor lord of Beijing Manor has always been this old monk's old friend. This old monk will definitely not disappoint his old friend. Ding Xian lightly bit her lip and nodded. Many thanks, master. This child should have lived like a prince for his entire life, but he was born with such a bitter fate. It's me who harmed him. It's me. If he had listened to my father back then, he wouldn't have come to this stage today. Now it's also as master's divination. If the love tribulation isn't removed, he will definitely suffer for all his lifetimes. Ding Xian softly murmured, "Master, I don't want to be like this. I only wish for my child to be safe and happy. Is this too much?" Madam, eldest miss sent a letter back. A middle-aged female, servant in green clothes, quickly walked to the pavilion and said. When Ding Xian heard the servant mention Xinu, her expression softened. "Bring the letter in." This child was the daughter-in-law candidate she had personally chosen because she was very clear that Yin-Er did not like her. With such a daughter-in-law, Yin-Er was safe. He would never be moved by Xinu, so naturally, he would not deal with that troublesome love tribulation. Speaking of which, the reason why her son couldn't fall in love with anyone was entirely because of her. It was her fault, but she couldn't make up for it now that she knew that she was selfish and sacrificed Yu for Yin. However, she had previously told Yu about this matter, letting her clearly know that Yin-Er's life would be in danger after falling in love. Yu had to choose whether to marry or not. Xinu personally agreed and didn't care much about that. That was why the marriage was finalized a few years ago. Beijing Manor always had its own special communication channel, so letters were exchanged very quickly. Ding Xian recalled that Yu had left for 2 days and probably had something to report, so she hurriedly opened the letter to take a look. She jumped up and shouted with a stern expression, "Men, summon 2 Beitan enforcers to head to the Mystic Beast Forest and kill that woman by young Lord's side." Chapter 1144. 2 days later, Arbor opened her eyes, a hint of dissatisfaction in her heart. The barrier to the peak of level 13 was clearly within reach, but no matter how long she cultivated, she still couldn't break through it. If she was still sensible in the past, she would definitely understand that cultivating so impatiently was actually not a good thing. But now, in just a few short days, she had absorbed only 1/5 of the essence soil. This was really too fast. Cult Master Ding walked over with a pile of fruits. Seeing her open her eyes, his eyes couldn't help but light up. "Little blockhead, you've finished cultivating." Arbor blinked, her gaze following him back and forth. Seeing him holding a large pile of colorful little fruits, she couldn't help but stand up and trot to his side. While she was at it, she snatched a few fruits from his hands and subconsciously stuffed them into her mouth. Cult Master Ding stared blankly, then waved his hand in front of her eyes in surprise. "Your eyes are better." Arbor ignored him. Cult Master Ding saw that she had eaten a few fruits, so he thought that the fruits he picked up tasted pretty good. So he also grabbed 2 fruits and threw them into his mouth. Then afterwards he spat it out with a peh. His handsome face completely scrunched up, and he looked at Xiao Mu in disbelief. It's so sour, don't eat it." As he spoke, he quickly slapped away the fruits in her hands. "How can this be eaten?" This child was too careless. It was so sour, but she could still eat it so calmly. She was simply too amazing. Xiao Mu's jet-black eyes rolled slightly before she looked away. She turned around and pattered away, about to open up a path. Cult Master Ding hurriedly grabbed her sleeve and said with a stifled expression, "How about this? I'll take you to the city to eat good food, okay?" Xiao Mu flung away his hand that was grabbing her sleeve and crisply patted away the non-existent dust on her sleeve. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, her brows suddenly twitched, and an austere aura directly pounced at her, so fast that it was unimaginable. Arbor instinctively flipped to the side and dodged the fatal strike. He leaped lightly and landed beside Ding Yun. Ding Yun was shocked. His body quickly moved, and he was already in front of Arbor. He glared angrily at the 2 elders who suddenly came out of the forest. "North Altar Protector, what are you 2 doing?" "Young Lord, sorry for the offense." One of the old men shouted angrily and flew forward to grab Ding Yun. The other person stepped forward, and a thick wave of profound energy was attached to it. He once again attacked Arbor. Arbor turned her body and was about to jump away when she saw a pair of blood-red scissors coming towards her. It was aimed at her wrist, and with a kacha sound the scissors cut. The profound artifact was very powerful. It cut off a piece of her sleeve from her wrist in a single move. If she hadn't retracted her hand quickly, that thing would have cut off her fair and tender wrist. Bang! Arbor gave a side kick, hitting the back of the old man's hand. Her body moved back a bit, and she nimbly stepped on the withered bushes. With a flash, she appeared behind the old man. A black ferrule suddenly appeared in her hand, and with a surge of profound energy, she abruptly struck the back of the old man's head. The old man quickly opened a defensive barrier and turned around to block with the large scissors. But with a clang, Arbor's wrist was actually shaken by that pair of scissors until it ached, and she took a step back. "Elder Hung, stop!" Ding Yun's gaze shrunk, and he suddenly wanted to sweep away the protector who was pestering him like a madman. Chapter 1145. Young Master, don't be so obstinate. Let Elder Hung kill this woman, and you come back with us. No. Ding Yun was very anxious. He was very clear about the cultivation levels of these 2 old ghosts. That was the suppressed cultivation of a level 4 spiritual master. Lil Wood was definitely not Elder Hang's match. "I'll go with you." "Let her go," Ding Yun shouted angrily. "Let her go." Elder Hung, who was holding the large scissors, shook his head. "I'm sorry, young master. This is Madam's order. Today, this old man must leave this woman's life here." After saying this, Elder Hung stepped up the attack in his hands. The large scissors flipped up and down, and with a fierce force, directly cut towards Arbor's small neck. Arbor turned around 4 or 5 times, frowning in displeasure. She coldly looked at the large scissors pointed at her throat. Clang! Her small jade-white hand came in contact with the large scissors, and there was a metallic spark. The old man was suddenly shocked, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? This woman could actually collide with his mystic weapon with her bare hands. While he was thinking, Arbor slapped away the scissors with her ferrule. She raised her hand, and 3 hexagonal snowflakes flew out. Bang, bang. They cut 2 trees beside the old man, and the upper half of the trees directly fell down. Seeing that it was about to fall on the old man, Elder Hung suddenly threw out a palm and directly smashed the fallen tree into pieces. I really underestimated you. In a split second, wisps of spiritual energy fluctuated from the elder's body, and his level 4 spiritual cultivation surged inch by inch. He abruptly stretched out a withered black claw to grab Xiao Mu's shoulder. When the old man who was holding Ding Yun saw this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his brows. He suddenly jumped up and threw a sword from Arbor's back, directly approaching. 2 enforcers. Cult Master Ding looked at the scene in front of him with fear. His body moved faster than his brain, and in an instant he pounced towards Arbor. He suddenly grabbed Arbor's small body and turned her around to press her down. One of the protectors didn't have time to pull back his sword, and with a rip, a bloody wound appeared on Cult Master Ding's back. Elder Hang's gaze slightly shrank, almost immediately rushing forward to check his injuries. Young Master. The other person also hurriedly withdrew his sword and bent forward in fear. Young Master, how are you? Ding Yun lay there with his face down and did not move for a long time. The 2 enforcers were anxious to death. One of them reached out to help him turn around, while the other lowered his head and hurriedly called out, Young Master, Young Master. A cold light suddenly flashed through the depths of Ding Yun's eyes, which were covered by his hair. His hands suddenly burst out with spiritual light as he punched the waist of the 2 enforcers with his left and right fists. Crack! 2 crisp sounds of bones cracking could be heard. The eyes of the 2 old guardians were wide open as they were hit in the waist and abdomen by the fist wind. Their entire body flew back horizontally and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. They completely didn't expect that their young master would suddenly attack them. After Ding Yun's attack succeeded, he quickly stood up. He kicked with the tip of his foot and picked up the sword that one of the enforcers dropped. Without blinking, the sword's light exploded and suddenly slid past the necks of the 2 enforcers. 2 extremely thin lines of blood appeared on the necks of the 2 North Altar enforcers. Until they died, their dead fish eyes were wide open in anger, completely unable to understand why their young master would kill them. Chapter 1146. Disregarding the injury on his back, Ding Yun hastily walked to Arbor's side and grabbed her hand. Let's go. She probably didn't just send these 2 people. However, as soon as he moved, he couldn't help but lean heavily against a nearby tree. He only barely managed to steady himself by holding onto the tree. The little girl flung his hand away and expressionlessly glanced at him. Cult Master Ding could only turn to look at her with a wry smile. Suddenly, the little fellow pattered to his side and tapped 2 of his acupoints with her fingers. Then she very instinctively took out a bottle of medicinal powder and poured a bit onto the wound on his back. Afterwards, with a smack, her little hand heavily pressed against the wound on his back. Who knew what kind of ointment she had stuck on his wound? The blood on his back immediately stopped flowing, and the wound caused by mystic energy didn't hurt as much as before. Cult Master Ding tugged at the corner of his mouth and forced a smile at the little girl. I'm fine. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Let's go. He understood his mother's methods too well. She probably wouldn't feel at ease even if he thought about it, and would probably bring people here to personally execute Lil Blockhead. Swish, swish, swish. Heavenly Law's invisible bindings swiftly wrapped around Cult Master Ding's limbs and firmly fixed him in place. A harsh glint flashed through Ding Yun's eyes. He abruptly flung his hand and grabbed Arbor. He leaped into the air and swiftly broke free of Heavenly Law's bindings. However, his complexion paled even more, and his breathing was slightly hurried. How could Heavenly Law let off someone who recklessly used spiritual energy in the lower star domain like this? Invisible chains chased after Ding Yun at high speed. Ding Yun dodged while dragging Arbor through the forest. In the blink of an eye, the two figures were already far away. Crown Prince Mo raised his head slightly in interest. He saw several crows that had shed their feathers cawing as they flew past the treetop before flapping their wings and flying away. Your Highness, we found an underground base 5 kilometers to the southeast. Huifeng's expression was a bit excited. It looks quite large. Does your Highness want to go take a look? Mo Lien glanced into the distance again before nodding slightly and following Huifeng toward the southeast. In an abandoned hut outside the mystic beast forest. At this moment, the Raksha princess was kneeling in front of a man with a metal demon mask, trembling all over. She didn't even dare to raise her head. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It seemed like he had been severely beaten up just now. Idiot! For your selfishness, you exposed our underground base and even caused us to suffer such a huge loss. You don't deserve to die. The middle-aged man was furious. He suddenly stomped on Princess Luasha's body. The Raksha princess fell to the ground and curled into a ball. She trembled as she cried out, "Oh, Master, please spare me. Please spare me. Master's plan has been completely ruined by you, stupid woman." The man with the iron demon mask suddenly stepped forward, squatted down, put one hand on his knee, and grabbed Princess Raksha's hair with the other. "Take everyone and leave the base immediately." Princess Luasha's pupils constricted. "Master, you mean to give up on this base?" This was the second largest base in the organization. Were they going to give it up so easily? Slap. The middle-aged man slapped her. "What else can we do? The Crown Prince's men are about to search this place. It's too late, Home Master. Their men have already arrived. Burn. Burn it all." A cold glint flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Chapter 1147. Huifeng gloomily directed the hidden guards to put out the fire. However, this underground fire burned abnormally fast, and several explosions could be heard in the distance. Mo Yin frowned and reached out to stop him. "No need to search. Let's go." The opponent didn't seem to be simple. Of course, if not for this, they wouldn't have been able to secretly operate so many underground bases without being discovered. "Your Highness, we can still search quickly. There's no need. Since they've already given up on this place, they won't leave any clues here," Mo Lien said indifferently. "Let's go. The most important thing is to find the Crown Princess and bring her back." Mo Lien imperceptibly creased her brows. Could it be that the little fellow had missed him and returned to the Mo Kingdom capital by herself first? He couldn't calm himself down. He kept having the feeling that something bad had happened. Mylian section break. 2 days later, on the bustling streets of Guanlon City. Sir, I finally found you." A little girl with a rosy pink face and an extremely tender face panted as she caught up to an enchanting man in purple. She panted as she looked at him joyfully. Dingyan looked at her with an unsightly expression. "How did you find me?" Beijing Manor's method of finding people was a bit special. Dingyan was worried that Baoyan, this girl, had exposed his whereabouts and lured his mother's group over. Baoyan quickly waved her hand cleverly and said, "I didn't inform Madam. Sir, I only saw you twice in the forest, but you ignored me when I called out to you. I chased after you the entire way before finally catching up." Cult Master Ding stopped, his figure swaying a couple of times in exhaustion. In order to break free of that damn heavenly law's restraints these 2 days, he had expended quite a bit of effort. This damn heavenly law was truly a dog trying to catch mice, meddling in other people's business. It was like gangrene attached to his bones the entire way, refusing to let go. It was so annoying that he was about to be annoyed to death. Fortunately, he had finally broken free for the time being. It seemed like he still had to be careful when using spiritual energy in the future. "Sir," the little girl Baoyan hastily went up to support his arm, looking over worriedly. "You used your spiritual energy, didn't you? You promised old Madam that you wouldn't use your spiritual power casually in the outside world." "I'm fine." Cult Master Ding indifferently brushed away the girl's arm and frowned slightly. "All right, go back to the manor first." "Why, young master, don't you want to go back with me?" Ding Yin shook his head. I'm not going back for now. You can go. Remember not to tell anyone about my whereabouts. I'm not leaving. Bao Yin stomped her feet and shouted, I finally found young master. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just follow you. You, young master, why don't you go back? You haven't returned to the manor for more than 2 years. Madam misses you very much. Why are you asking so many questions? Cult Master Ding's expression became increasingly impatient. He turned his head to look at the little girl who was standing at the side, as cool as water and abnormally indifferent. Young master, who is she? Bao Yin immediately looked at Arbor warily. It was this girl, right? She made young Miss Xian so angry that she cried. Arbor had just recovered his sight among his 5 senses, so everything he saw seemed a bit strange. As he looked around, his gaze landed on a restaurant signboard. Morning Cloud Restaurant. She instinctively wanted to step inside. Chapter 1148. When Cult Master Ding saw this, he hurriedly chased after her, reaching out to grab her small hand. Jojo, you're hungry, aren't you? How could Arbor know what it felt like to be hungry right now? She was completely acting out of instinct. Seeing Cult Master Ding run all the way to her side, Arbor suddenly raised her eyes to look at him. Although her face was expressionless, in Cult Master Ding's eyes, she looked adorably silly. He saw her reach out 2 jade-white fingers and forcefully tug at his sleeve. Why are you tugging at our young master's sleeve? Bao Yin impatiently pushed her hand away. Go, go, go. Don't bother our young master anymore. Arbor's small face was expressionless as she swept a glance at her, then turned her small head to continue looking at Morning Cloud Restaurant. The little fellow's large eyes blinked twice, revealing an adorable yearning look. Cult Master Ding hurriedly asked, You're hungry, right? You want to eat, right? Answer me, and I'll bring you up. How could Arbor know what the hell he was talking about? This Cult Master Ding once again tragically didn't get any response. He couldn't help but sigh lowly and could only say, All right, then let's go in. He didn't expect this little blockhead to have any reaction. In any case, she didn't seem to like him from beginning to end. Young master. Bao Yin grabbed his hand and rolled her eyes as she softly said, Spare me, young master. Look at her. She's so silly and can't even speak. She's definitely a silly girl. When he thought of the first time they met, Arbor's expressionless face, her eyes unable to see, her mouth unable to speak, her face expressionless when she was with people and things, like a moving jade statue, Cult Master Ding's heart couldn't help but tighten. It's none of your business. Cult Master Ding raised his hand, but before he could grab the little girl's small hand, he saw her turn and walk in a Morning Cloud Restaurant. Bao Yin, go back. Go back to the manor and tell my mother that I don't have time to go back in a short term. Cult Master Ding might also feel that his words were a bit too much, so he couldn't help but frown and say, Tell her that I'll go back to visit her in a few days. But young master, you promised old madam. Ding Yin did not wait for her to finish and ran in a Morning Cloud Restaurant to chase after the young lady. Bao Yin took a deep look at her young master and watched him hurriedly enter the restaurant. She stomped her feet and hurriedly followed him in. Ah, young master, young miss, what do you want to eat? Our shop doesn't accept mystic coins. We only accept mystic grade and above herbs or forging materials. The waiter from the Morning Cloud Restaurant welcomed them with a smile. I've really earned a lot today. The beautiful ice sculpture in front of him made his eyes light up. The waiter hurriedly wiped the table and stool and asked the little beauty to sit down. There was a middle-aged man who was eating noodles at the side. With half a noodle in his mouth, he stared at Arbor in a daze. What are you looking at? Ding Yin glared at the man, causing the middle-aged man to shrink his neck and hurriedly retract his gaze. Arbor was also amused. She also turned her head to look at the middle-aged man. In fact, she was looking at the bowl of noodles placed in front of him. Ding Yin tilted his head and looked at the little girl in front of him with a smile. He threw a piece of forging material to the waiter and said, 2 bowls of noodles. All righty. The waiter happily went to prepare. Not a moment later, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were placed on the table. Ding Yin swept a glance at Bao Yin, standing to the side, and frowned. Why aren't you leaving? Chapter 1149. No, young master, this servant wants to go back with you, Bao Yin said resolutely. Ding Yun ignored her. This servant girl had been picked up by his mother and brought back to the mountain villa when she was young. She had always stayed in his courtyard to serve him, and her temperament had always been very stubborn. Once she decided on something, it was rare for her to change her mind, so Ding Yun was disinclined to say anything more. Arbor stared curiously at the bowl of noodles in front of her, and her small hand impatiently reached into the bowl. "Wait!" Cult Master Ding jumped in fright and hastily grabbed her small hand. However, he felt that it was like a small ice cube in his hand, cool and without a trace of warmth. He hurriedly took a pair of chopsticks and placed it in her hand. "How can you use your hands? It's so hot. Come, use the chopsticks." Arbor stared at the two bamboo chopsticks in her hand with an expression that she had never seen before. She shook them, then grabbed a pair of chopsticks with each hand and reached into the bowl with difficulty to stir the noodles. After a long time, she didn't even manage to scoop up a single strand of noodles. If she found out later that she had once been so foolish, she probably wouldn't just hang up and beat up the giant ape for a day and be done with it. That was why it was said that one couldn't be too single-minded and absolute when doing anything. As a cultivation maniac, her mind was blank except for cultivation. She couldn't even take care of herself. This really wasn't good. Baoyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Heavens, this fool doesn't even know how to use chopsticks. Baoyan. Ding Yun's expression turned cold. Baoyan closed her mouth with a disgruntled expression, glaring at Arbor with a bit of jealousy and resentment. There had never been anyone or anything that could attract young Master's full attention like this. Young Master had always been someone who played around and didn't care about anyone or anything, but now he actually doted on a fool so much. "Come." Great Cult Master Ding simply put down his bowl and chopsticks. He picked up a clean pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of noodles, and brought it to her lips. "Eat." Darling Xiao glanced at Cult Master Ding and moved her small head closer to open her mouth. With a crack, she bit off half of the chopsticks. "Cult Master Ding," the Baoyan burst out laughing. After a long struggle, he finally poured the entire bowl of noodles into her stomach. Arbor raised his hand to rub his belly, got up, and walked toward the door. "Baoyan." She had eaten the noodles and drank the soup. Was she going to leave after eating her fill? This little fool is really a little hateful. Blockhead. Cult Master Ding hurriedly threw down his bowl of noodles, got up, and ran towards her. Arbor was walking out the door when he bumped into the second shopkeeper, who had just come back from collecting the bill. The second shopkeeper inadvertently raised his head and was immediately stunned. He cried out involuntarily, "Crown Princess?" The Crown Prince and Arbor had come to this restaurant before, and it was this second manager who had personally received them. Naturally, he recognized his mistress at a glance. At this moment, the second manager stared at Arbor with wide eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Crown Princess! It really was the Crown Princess! Head shopkeeper, come quickly! Head shopkeeper, look at who I saw! It's the Crown Princess!" During this period of time, the Crown Princess had disappeared from the Mystic Beast Forest. The Crown Prince had mustered a large force and brought his hidden guards to search for the Crown Princess whereabouts. So all of the Crown Prince's subordinates knew about this. No wonder the second manager was so happy. If this news was immediately reported, His Highness the Crown Prince would probably go crazy with joy. What? The Crown Princess? The head shopkeeper had been busy upstairs and hadn't come down. Now that he heard the second manager's ghostly cry, he hastily ran downstairs. Chapter 1150. The head shopkeeper ran downstairs to look at Arbor and was overjoyed at the sight. Crown Princess, it's really the Crown Princess. Thank the heavens, this is great. Second brother, quick, hurry up and report to His Highness. All right, we finally found him. The head shopkeeper went forward, but before he could finish speaking, Ding Yun coldly blocked Arbor's path. Who are you? The head shopkeeper was stunned. I am the head shopkeeper of Morning Cloud Restaurant. Hello, sir. Did you save our Crown Princess? Thank you so much. Crown Princess? Ding Yun snorted. What the hell is this Crown Princess? We don't know you at all. Please move aside. The second shopkeeper and 2 or 3 waiters rushed up, all talking at once. Sir, how can you say that? This is our crown princess. Crown princess, crown princess, I am Afu. You and His Highness came here a few days ago, and I even brought you tea and water, remember? Yes, yes. Crown princess, stop fooling around. His Highness has been sending people to look for you day and night. If you're in a bad mood and want to go missing occasionally, that's fine. You can tell His Highness first, and then you can go missing. The head shopkeeper craned his neck and looked impatiently at Arbor, then gave the second shopkeeper a look. The second shopkeeper immediately understood and hurried out, presumably to find Dragon Saliva Guard Captain Yushio to pass on the message. What kind of words were these? Ding Yun couldn't bring himself to smile. He saw this and felt slightly anxious. Damn it. So this Morning Cloud restaurant was the Crown Prince's property. This was bad. Once the news reached the Crown Prince's ears, the little blockhead would be captured and brought back at any moment. That despicable Mo Lien, why wasn't he dead yet? Ding Yun's handsome face was cold as he separated the head shopkeeper with one hand and grabbed Arbor's small hand with the other. Let's go. Wait, you can't leave. The head shopkeeper blocked the two and looked at Ding Yun with an ugly expression. You can leave, but the Crown Princess has to stay. Littlewood, do you know them? Ding Yun's expression remained unchanged as he turned to ask Arbor. He knew that Arbor would not respond to anyone, including him. Sure enough, a certain little person's face was expressionless, and there was no reaction even after a while. Crown Princess. The head shopkeeper was anxious. He scratched his head and ears and said, I'm Old Sue. Please take a closer look. Haven't we met before? Hey, what's going on? There's no need to look anymore. All of you, get out of the way. Don't come here to claim kinship. Ding Yun sneered. He grabbed Xiao Qiao's little hand and turned to walk out of the door. Wait, stop right there. With a cold face, the manager extended his hand to block Ding Yun's path again. Ding Yun flicked his sleeves angrily, and the manager took 3 steps back with a dong-dong-dong sound. His face was gloomy and uncertain. So powerful. This young man's cultivation was actually so profound that he could push back a level 10 great mystic cultivator manager by 3 steps with a light flick of his sleeve. Inside Morning Cloud Restaurant, everyone was dead silent. The manager's expression was also very unsightly. He cupped his hands at Ding Yun and said, Today, this Sue's skills are inferior, and I concede defeat. Sir, please leave your esteemed name. Beijing Manor. Ding Yun snorted. Ding Yun. So it's Beijing Manor's young Master Ding. The manager's eyes flashed, and he cupped his fists and bowed. No matter what, young Master Ding, please understand one thing. Chapter 1151. The head manager pointed at Arbor. This is the Eastern Palace's crown princess. Keeping her here will be of great benefit to you and your family. Ding Yun sneered. You want to keep me here with just the likes of you? Excuse me. With a wave of the head shopkeeper's hand, all of the waiters in Morning Cloud Restaurant rushed up with sharp gazes and surrounded Ding Yun, Xiao Mu, and Bao Yan. Bao Yan pointed at Xiao Mu in astonishment and asked, Young master, is this really the crown prince consort? No, she doesn't know them at all. Ding Yun said indifferently. This is a shady restaurant. Bao Yan, bring little blockhead back to the manor first. I'll deal with this. How can this be? What if Madame finds out about this? Who would step foot into my courtyard normally? Hurry and take her away. Ding Yun glared at Bao Yan. Are you not going to listen to me anymore? Yes, young master. Bao Yan lowered her eyes, aggrieved. Simply a lunatic's ravings. The head manager said furiously. All of you attack. You must keep him here. Be careful not to hurt the crown princess. Just as the head manager finished speaking, he suddenly saw a plain-colored figure move. Pa! He kicked a small square table, directly flattening it. Darling Xiao turned her small face and rolled up her sleeves. Her figure moved and scratched the face of the waiter closest to her. Head manager, Her Excellency Crown Princess, what are you doing? Can't you distinguish between friend and foe first? Ding Yun grabbed her small hand and shoved her toward Bao Yan. Let's go. Bao Yan pulled Arbor and suddenly struck out with 2 palms, dashing out of the door. Just as the head manager and the others were about to give chase, they saw Ding Yun suddenly float in the air and spread open his arms to release 2 powerful waves of mystic qi. Everyone screamed, and fell out like rubber balls. The tables and chairs in front of him were all smashed into wooden splinters and scattered to the ground. Ding Yin did not linger in the battle after his attack succeeded. He quickly flipped out of the window and chased after the two figures in front of him. Quick, quick, stop them. The shopkeeper spat out a mouthful of blood as he crawled up from the ground and yelled, Quick, 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 stop them. Ding Yin jumped out of the window and saw the group of people from Morning Cloud Restaurant chasing after him, unwilling to give up. He turned his head and waved his hand. Several wooden windows and doors nearby were all shattered, startling the pedestrians who were walking on the street. They screamed and covered their heads as they dodged. Ding Yin smiled and flew to Arbor's side in a few steps. He took a breath and flew forward with Arbor. The fleeing people raised their heads one after another and stared blankly at the two goddess-like beauties. The head shopkeeper and the others chased after them in a sorry state, but Arbor was nowhere to be seen. They were so angry that they stomped their feet and sighed. Uncle Sue, what should we do now? Fu asked. Is the second manager back yet? Go and report again. Also, hurry and inform the Dragon Saliva Guards to close the city gates and lock down the entire city. Search. The people from Morning Cloud Restaurant rushed out one after another. Some reported, and some were busy searching. All of them were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The head shopkeeper looked like he had nothing left to live for. Originally, finding the Crown Princess was an especially good thing, but now that if His Highness the Crown Prince were to find out that the person had escaped from their restaurant, he would definitely torture all of them to death. Chapter 1152. At this moment, a strange scene appeared on the streets of the capital. From the nobles and noble ladies to the commoners, peddlers and servants, they all stared blankly at the two beauties, one in front and one behind, as if they were taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. Arbor didn't notice their gazes at all. Even if she did, there wouldn't be any ripples in her heart. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Previously, because her vision had recovered, Arbor's attention had been diverted by a lot of fresh food. Now that she had finished eating and exited Morning Cloud Restaurant, the speed cultivation talisman once again shouted in her heart. Now, she should find an especially quiet environment to continue cultivating. Arbor raised her head and looked around, frowning a few times. The mystic energy here was very thin, and she somewhat disliked it. Lil Blockhead, let's return to the manor, okay? Ding Yin followed behind her and asked cautiously. Arbor naturally wouldn't give him any response. Now that she had recovered her vision, everything else had not recovered. She couldn't hear, and she couldn't speak, so how was she supposed to answer? Ding Yin smiled and said, If you don't object, I'll take it that you agree. In the future, you'll go wherever I go, and we'll never be separated, okay? Arbor replied with the back of her head. Bao Yin, who was at the side, glanced at Arbor with a sour taste in her heart, then said to Ding Yin, Young master, I think we should leave the city as soon as possible. That shopkeeper from earlier probably went to report, and any later, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave the city gates. Ding Yin grunted in agreement. Just as he finished speaking, they heard a hoarse voice shout from the other end of the street. Surround this entire street. No one is allowed to leave. Sir, what's going on? This old man has set up a small stall here, and I've been honest and dutiful. I haven't done a single bad thing. That's right, sir. We're all good citizens. Seeing the soldiers coming over in an aggressive manner, a few of the peddlers were shocked and quickly greeted the leading officer with an obsequious smile. The imperial court is searching for the criminal who kidnapped the crown princess. It's just a routine matter, and it's none of your business. Move aside, go home if you need to. Everyone obediently retreated to the side of the street. Search carefully. Don't let anyone go. The leader of the officers shouted angrily. Ding Yun cast a glance at the other end of the long street, only to see several hundred soldiers under the lead of a dark-faced man, interrogating the pedestrians one by one. Ding Yun frowned and grabbed Arbor's little hand. Little blockhead, let's go. Bao Yin clenched her fists, knowing that the situation was not good. Could it be that his young master was so daring as to kidnap someone else's crown princess? As the three of them moved quickly, The dark-faced man glanced at their departing figures and hurriedly shouted, "Stop right there!" Ding Yun pulled Arbor and ran faster and faster. The dark-faced man quickly caught up and angrily shouted, "Stop!" Ding Yun turned his head and glared at him. "Who are you calling to stop?" "I'm calling you." The black-faced man was none other than the deputy commander of the Imperial Army, He Tian. At the same time, Hui Feng leaped in from the study's window. Holding the information in his hand, he excitedly reported, "Your Highness, our men have found the crown princess." "Where?" Emolian abruptly stood up. Emolian wasn't the only one inside the small study. Duan Yu and Situ Yi, who were sitting across from each other, were also surprised. "Where is little junior sister?" "She's at Morning Cloud Restaurant on Hualing Street." As soon as he finished speaking, His Highness the Crown Prince's figure swiftly brushed past him and flew out. Chapter 1153. When He Tian received the news, he happened to be nearby with a group of soldiers, so he was naturally one step ahead of Dragon Saliva Guard Captain Yishio. After Morning Cloud Restaurant sent out the news, there was no need for the Crown Prince to give the order. Once they received news that the Crown Princess was in the capital, be it the Hidden Night Pavilion, Dragon Saliva Guard, or Imperial Guard, they immediately split up and began to search the city. If the Crown Prince Consort was still able to escape from under their noses like this, then who knew what His Highness the Crown Prince would do to these pitiful people? He Tian happened to be nearby with a group of soldiers, so he immediately rushed over to Morning Cloud Restaurant after receiving the secret report. They began their search from the restaurant, and indeed, they soon saw Ding Yun pulling the Crown Princess and planning to leave quietly. He immediately stopped them. "What right do you have to tell me to stop?" Ding Yun sneered. He Tian was furious. "Good lad, it's you, isn't it? The Ding Yun who injured Innkeeper Su. I advise you not to act recklessly. Quickly release our Crown Prince Consort and allow yourself to be captured." As he spoke, a group of soldiers had already rushed over and surrounded Ding Yun and Arbor. The crowd dispersed in all directions, afraid that they would accidentally injure themselves in a fight. "Just with your motley crew? You want to keep me, Ding Yun, here?" He sneered. "What arrogance! All of you, get out of the way. I'll deal with this little brat." He Tian pulled out the steel sword at his waist and waved it, sending a gust of wind toward Ding Yun. Ding Yun guffawed, and his eyes narrowed as he coldly uttered, "Just in time." He lightly pushed Xiaomu aside before grabbing a soldier beside him to swiftly block the attack. That soldier felt the wind from the sword was biting cold. If He Tian hadn't withdrawn his aura, half of his head would have been cut off. Even so, the soldier broke out in a cold sweat. He raised his hand to touch his head and found that a large chunk of his hair had been shaved off, leaving his forehead completely bald. Ding Yun laughed heartily as he snatched the spear from the soldier's hand and tossed him aside. The soldier was thrown onto the table at the side and rolled onto the ground. He cried out in pain and was helped up by his companions. He Tian saw that he was so crafty and strange, toying with his soldiers the moment he made a move, and his expression could not help but become furious. In the blink of an eye, He Tian's second and third strikes carried the unique strength of a level 11 body cultivator and arrived in front of Ding Yun. Ding Yun raised his spear to block the attack, his eyes filled with ridicule as he praised, "Good saber technique." He Tian's saber focused on speed. Seeing Ding Yun easily block two of his moves while talking, he couldn't help but secretly admire this young man's cultivation. He was a rough man. If he could win, then he could win. If he couldn't, then he couldn't. There was nothing to be unconvinced about. Right now, his skills were inferior, but he could not retreat even half a step. The most important thing right now was to rescue the Crown Princess. No matter how bad it was, he had to keep them here and wait for the Crown Prince to arrive. He didn't know what was wrong with the Crown Princess. Her gaze was cold as she looked in their direction, as if she didn't even recognize him. She didn't know if this brat had done something to her to make her look like an idiot. In the blink of an eye, He Tian had already exchanged over 100 moves with Ding Yun and was forced to retreat. He Tian couldn't help but feel frustrated. He didn't expect this Ding brat to have such a profound cultivation despite his young age. If this continued, he was afraid that he would lose to him due to lack of strength. Chapter 1154. Ding Yun's lips curled into a sneer as he mercilessly grabbed at his shoulder. This claw seemed to have the intention of breaking He Tion's shoulder blade. He didn't feel like teasing these small fries anymore. In reality, many thoughts had also flashed through Ding Yun's mind. At this moment, he was a bit regretful. He regretted wandering around the Mo Kingdom capital. If he had brought this darling back to the headquarters earlier, it wouldn't have attracted so much trouble. He had been too confident. Although these small fries weren't his match, he was afraid that if they fought for a long time, they would attract even more enemies. At that time, it would be hard to guarantee victory. His little blockhead didn't recognize anyone right now. That was perfect. In his heart, he really didn't want her to recover her memory. Once she returned to normal, he wouldn't be treated well by her. Perhaps she would attack him mercilessly like that night by the river. When he thought of this, his heart felt like it was being wrenched by something, making him extremely uncomfortable. A long howl came from the other end of the street. He Tion suddenly jumped up and followed up with a howl. Ding Yun's heart trembled, knowing that the dark-faced man's companions had rushed over. In a hurry, a trace of mystic energy floated up from his hands, suppressing the spears in the soldiers' hands. In the blink of an eye, he had them all turn around and point their spears at He Tion. Those soldiers cried out, "Io!" their hands stabbing their spears at He Tion uncontrollably. He Tion was greatly alarmed. His steel saber chopped off the spearheads with a few swishes, and he shouted, "Steady yourselves! Retreat, retreat!" Ding Yun took advantage of the chaos to grab Arbor's small hand, pulling her along as he ran towards the city gates. With a flick of his sleeve, several passers-by were all pushed to the ground by the mystic energy he released. The rolling passers-by sprawled on the ground, crying out in alarm. He Tion led everyone in pursuit and nearly stepped on those passers-by, so he hastily avoided them. Arbor still didn't know what happened, so she expressionlessly turned to glance at He Tion and the others. "Crown Princess!" He Tion angrily cursed, "Motherfucker!" and chased over with flying steps while holding his steel saber. He rebuked, "Stinking brat, you better hurry and stop. What kind of sorcery did you use on our crown princess? She can't even recognize me." Ding Yun ignored him and pulled Arbor along as he ran. However, he had only taken a few steps when he heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him. 3 figures just happened to land around them, blocking Ding Yun's path in a triangular formation. He Tion shouted, "Your Highness," and rushed over with his blade. Ding Yun focused his gaze and saw that it was Prince Mo, Duan Yu, and Situ Yi. When Ding Yun saw Crown Prince Mo, he was visibly startled. Why did he look so safe and sound? Wasn't he poisoned by devil grass, an extremely potent neurotoxin? In a short period of time, the nerves would be paralyzed, which would then affect the limbs and body. He would gradually become a paralyzed person. But now, this man was actually unharmed? Ding Yun's pupils constricted slightly as a trace of discomfort slid through his heart. Why was the devil grass ineffective on this man? Prince Mo narrowed his phoenix eyes and coldly said, "Return the baby to me, and you can scram." Ding Yun reflexively grasped Arbor's small hand and pretended to be a complete stranger. He glared at them and shouted, "Who are you people? Why are you obstructing our path time and time again? Withdraw." A trace of fury flashed through Prince Mo's eyes. He glanced at the unresponsive Arbor with unconcealable jealousy and hatred in his heart. Chapter 1155. With a swish, her sword pierced towards Ding Yun's heart at an extremely fast speed. This stab was ruthless and accurate, and it came so quickly. However, Ding Yun gathered his energy and flipped in midair, grabbing Arbor as he retreated 3 steps. Duan Yu exclaimed with a smile before nodding and praising, "Your martial arts aren't bad. Unfortunately, you're about to become a dead man." Ding Yun snorted. "You're talking about yourself, right? You still dare to hold on to me and not let go?" Mo Yen was enraged, and Raven Moon abruptly appeared in her palm. A vicious aura streaked across the air, aiming for Ding Yun's eyes. "Your Highness, please wait." Situ Yi quickly flew in front of him and blocked his sword. He acted like a peacemaker as he said, "It won't be too late to make a move after we've made things clear. Little junior sister, Why are you so naughty? Why didn't you inform us when you returned to the royal capital? Do you know that in order to find you, His Highness the Crown Prince has spent a lot of effort? Xiaosher. Situ paused in the middle of his words because he realized that his junior sister's eyes had not even glanced in his direction. This little fellow was looking around for who knew what. She really was blind to not look in their direction when the three peerlessly handsome men were standing in front of her. She could still absent-mindedly look around like this. Look my ass. Jojo. Duan Yu also noticed that Arbor's expression was a bit off, so he couldn't resist calling out to her. Arbor's small face was stoic as she searched her surroundings, causing them to also turn their heads to see what she was looking at. When Arbor's gaze landed on the three of them, an extremely icy and detached face happened to be facing them. Her gaze didn't move at all, and her expression didn't change at all. It was as if she was looking at three strangers. Emol Yin's heart contracted. Her heart was about to shatter when she saw this terrifying and icy gaze. Duan Yu's eyes also widened in shock. Jojo, what's wrong? Why don't you recognize us? We didn't recognize each other in the first place. Why pretend like you know each other? Ding Yin said with a cold laugh. There's nothing to say. It was him. After capturing our Qiao, I don't know what they fed her, but now she looks like an idiot. Even now, he still dares to refuse to let go. Let me kill him first. Duan Yu's beautiful peach blossom eyes were tainted with a layer of fury, and he tilted his body to throw a yearning nail at Ding Yun's throat. Brother Duan Yu, calm down. Although Situ was also anxious, he was the calmest among them and wouldn't let the matter before him get to his head. Hence, he hastily pressed down on Duan Yu and turned to say to Ding Yun, "This humble one is heavenly Dao sex, Situ. Brother must be Beijing manners young master, Ding Yun." "That's right." Ding Yun stared at him. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our path again and again?" Baoyan nervously clenched her fists as she stood on the side. When Prince Emo and the others appeared, her heart started pounding madly like a drum. She was on tenterhooks for her young master's safety. She could tell that the young master's strength was slightly inferior to His Highness the Crown Prince's. If the three people before her joined forces, the young master absolutely wouldn't be able to escape alive. It was all this fool's fault. It was all her fault for causing this disaster. Baoyan resentfully looked at Arbor, who was standing next to the young master. Arbor was expressionless and even somewhat absent-minded. Chapter 1156. Her gaze kept wandering around, searching for a place with enough mystic energy for her to cultivate. He noticed that her gaze never rested on him for even a moment from beginning to end. Prince Emo was truly anxious, infuriated, and an unbearable heartache. What was going on? What exactly happened inside the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm? Why did his darling act like she didn't know him at all? Emol Yin only felt a heart-wrenching fury gushing out. That fury instantly scuttled up from the depths of her heart, and she urgently needed to find an outlet to vent. "Stop pretending. Don't you know the reason why we stopped you? Tell us, what exactly do you want for Jojo to be released?" Emol Yin demanded while glaring at Ding Yin. "Jojo." Ding Yin pretended to look down at the little lady whose gaze was wandering everywhere. "You're talking about her? Nonsense." Duan Yu harumphed. "You punk. Quickly return Jojo if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for attacking you. She's not the Jojo you're talking about." Ding Yin looked like he was lying through his teeth, but his expression was extremely serious. "Look, she doesn't know you guys at all. She says she's called Lil Blockhead, and she's my. Why are you still arguing with him? Why don't you kill him and snatch Jojo back?" Duan Yu jumped up and shouted, "Why aren't you attacking? Fight!" Dragon Saliva Guard Captain Yu Xiao, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, led a group of Dragon Saliva Guard disciples over. Before he could speak, the four people were about to fight. Situ glanced at them in astonishment and asked hesitantly, "Are we attacking together? Duh. This isn't too good, right?" Situ hesitated. "What's not good about it? Now isn't the time to talk about righteousness in the pugilistic world. Attack together and kill this guy. Then all the problems will be solved." Duan Yu made the final decision. For the first time, Prince Mo felt that Duan Yu was quite quick-witted. He was right. Everything would be settled after killing him. Duan Yu and Prince Mo flew forward one after another, and Raven Moon and Raven Bone Fan simultaneously swung at Ding Yun. What a lousy idea. Situ sighed inwardly. In fact, he wanted to ask young Master Ding what was going on with his junior sister. Perhaps this young Master Ding had accidentally picked up his junior sister and brought her with him all the way. What if this young Master Ding was junior sister's benefactor? It was a little unreasonable for him to suddenly attack young Master Ding. The strangest thing was that little junior sister didn't even have the slightest reaction when she saw them. In the past, whenever she saw him, even if her face was stoic, she would still cutely call him senior brother Situ. Prince Mo and Duan Yu attacked Ding Yun without another word. After a moment of hesitation, Situ also pounced forward, unsheathing the long sword at his waist. 3 bursts of vigorous dark force simultaneously crashed into young Master Ding's chest, back, and long legs. Ding Yun's heart couldn't help but tremble. He had previously used the identity of Thief Sage Ding, Ting Ding to fight with Prince Mo, and he knew that he was no match for him. If he hadn't schemed against him at that time, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Now that Duan Yu and Situ were added to the mix, it became increasingly difficult. He felt like every strike from the trio wanted his life. After blocking Duan Yu's palm strike with great difficulty, Mo Lien and Situ Yi's sword stabbed toward his chest as fast as lightning. Amidst the chaos, Ding Yun's gaze focused, and he turned to smile at Duan Yu. Chapter 11:57. Laugh my ass. Duan Yu was about to scold him when the other party opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist. After Duan Yu dodged to the side, he almost bumped into the sword that Situ handed over. This made Situ so angry that he jumped in fright and quickly shouted, "Brother Duan Yu, what the hell are you doing? There's something wrong with this punk." Duan Yu quickly shouted, "He's a superhuman." Mo Yin looked at Ding Yun pensively. She didn't say anything and just brandished her longsword, forcing Ding Yun to retreat in a fluster. Yushio suddenly called out, "Crown Prince Consort." Arbor's gaze didn't land on those people. In reality, she had already sensed the location with the densest mystic energy in the entire royal capital. Compared to the mystic energy inside the mystic beast forest mystic realm, the mystic energy here was clearly much thinner. But it was better than nothing, right? Arbor locked on her target and flew up to the roof in a flash, directly leaving the group of men staring at each other on the street behind. She ran off first by herself. Little junior sister. Situ couldn't resist shouting when he returned to his senses. Fuck. They were fighting enthusiastically over there, but little junior sister didn't care at all and abandoned them to run off first. How could Arbor hear that? After a few leaps, the little one disappeared from everyone's sight. Duan Yu was a bit dumbfounded, but his movements weren't slow as he reflexively blocked Ding Yun's path. During this one breath's time, Mo Yin abandoned everyone and quickly chased after Arbor's fleeing figure. Darling Xiao's disappearance only took a few seconds, so Mo Yin was also fast enough to catch up. Not long after, she saw that nimble little fellow running towards the mountain behind Honghai Temple on all fours. Behind Fu Mountain was Zhuzi Lake. Why was the little fellow running there? Our dear Arbor's mind was restless at this moment. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. It felt pretty good as expected. The closer she got to Fu Mountain, the denser the mystic energy felt. Compared to the thin mystic energy in the entire capital, the mystic energy in the mountain behind Fu Mountain was much denser. When Arbor reached the mountain behind Fu Mountain, a jade-green lake appeared before her eyes. The jade-green water was as serene as a mirror. The lake rippled as sunlight seeped into it. Xiaomu jumped onto a large rock by the lakeside and casually combed her long hair that had been messed up by the wind with a slight movement of her fingers. The water ripples lightly, the water ripples a fish's tail after tail. To the side to the water to the back of the lake. The lake water reflected a small face that was as white as jade. Her unperturbed gaze landed on the lake's surface as she concentrated on the water. Her brows furrowed with a hint of coldness, as if she could freeze the lake's jade-green ripples. Arbor pursed her beady lips and slowly raised her fair and tender breasts. She gently stroked the ripples on the lake's surface before suddenly leaping into the water with a splash. She emerged from the water with a slender fish and spat out a mouthful of bubbles. A defensive barrier naturally covered her body, as she closed her eyes to rapidly absorb the dense mystic energy around the lake. The little fellow was only following her instincts and intuition when doing these actions, so her face was as expressionless as a wooden sculpture, as if she was going to carry out a sacred mission. Her small face was stoic, and her entire body emitted a steady and calm aura. Chapter 1158. Arbor merely followed her instincts and skillfully entered a cultivation state. Emollien's chilly aura enveloped this lake. When he saw the little fellow's current state, he didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. How come he never knew that the first thing this mischievous little thing did after returning to the Mo Kingdom capital was to run to Zhuzi Lake behind Fu Mountain to cultivate? Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Xiaomu did not know that Crown Prince Mo was staring fixedly at her beside her, gazing at her in a daze. She immersed herself in cultivation for 2 days and 3 nights without any activity. Emollien kept watch over her the entire time, watching over this vexing little thing. On the other side, after Ding Yun lost Arbor, he was chased out of the city gate by Duan Yu, Yu Xiao, and the others. Situ Yi originally wanted to stop them after following them out of the city gate, but Yu Xiao and the others simply didn't give Ding Yun a chance to speak. After exiting the Mo Kingdom capital, the group chased Cult Master Ding all the way to Gale Forest and completely surrounded him. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Baoyan quickly exclaimed, "Young master, leave first." "Why should I leave?" Ding Yun sneered. His slender figure suddenly streaked across the sky as he sent a wave of mystic energy at Duan Yu and the others. Duan Yu met him with narrowed eyes, and the two exchanged over 100 blows. As they fought, the sound of wind mixed with the clanging of swords rang out incessantly. "Brother Duan Yu, young Master Ding, can the two of you slow down and listen to what I have to say first?" Situ, he twitched his mouth and hastily called out. In the open space in front of the forest, dense mystic energy transformed into balls of white light that exploded. Duan Yu and Ding Yun abruptly separated from each other upon contact. The Dragon Saliva Guard soldiers at the front of the formation couldn't dodge in time and were all injured by the mystic energy, tumbling backwards with a plop. Yu Xiao's face darkened, and he was about to charge forward with his sword when Duan Yu reached out to stop him. Baoyan gritted her teeth and steeled her heart. Suddenly, she leaped onto a tree. After closing her eyes, a few drops of sweat slowly seeped out of her small face. When she opened her eyes again, Baoyan put her little hand to her lips and cried out a few times. Suddenly, furry faces slowly emerged from behind the trees in the forest. Swaying their long tails, a dozen or so vicious wolves bared their sharp teeth at Duan Yu's group. Duan Yu raised a brow. Interesting. The little maid beside Ding Yun was actually a person with special abilities. Baoyan used her telekinesis to summon the wolves nearby. With the range of her special ability, she could only summon more than 10 wolves. Even so, it was still quite impressive. It must be known that the pack of wolves that Baoyan had summoned were not ordinary wolves. Most of them were Xian beasts of the 5th level and above. It was slightly troublesome to deal with them. After exhausting her psychokinesis, Baoyan barely propped up her limp body and slid down. With her back against the tree, she stared unblinkingly at Duan Yu's group. He let out a soft reprimand. The large wolf in the lead suddenly pounced ferociously in Duan Yu's direction. Duan Yu sneered and instinctively shook the raven bone fan in his hand. He dodged the vicious wolf's pounce with a crouch and turned around to leap onto the wolf's back at lightning speed. With a flash of silver light, Duan Yu gently closed the raven bone fan in his hand. With a forceful fling of his raised wrist, the raven bone fan abruptly transformed into a long sword. The sharp blade reversed and directly stabbed into the large wolf's head. Duan Yu's lips curled into a sneer. Chapter 11:59. That dumb wolf only had time to whimper twice before collapsing heavily on the ground dead. Immediately afterward, two more vicious wolves pounced forward, but their necks were slit by the longsword. The pack of wolves whimpered and didn't dare to act rashly. Baoyan bit her lips and shouted angrily, "Hurry and go!" Duan Yu put away his long sword and silently stood under the tree, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. Suddenly, he flung his sleeve, and a round, sparkling emerald pearl suddenly leaped into the air. Duan Yu took out a small object that resembled an emerald green bamboo tube from his waist. He opened the back cover and instantly sucked the emerald pearl inside. He abruptly twisted the lid and lightly pressed it, causing a green light to explode instantly. A ray of light shot out and landed at the feet of the pack of wolves. With a loud boom, large patches of flames immediately erupted. Duan Yu looked at the flames that kept rippling in front of him. When he saw that the vicious wolves were all engulfed by the flames, he blinked and murmured with a chuckle, "Jade Heavenly Thunder. Not bad at all." This new type of firearm's power could surpass the core ravaging thunder, and its range was also much further. Ding Yin flipped twice in the air while dragging Baoyan along. His sleeves were stained by the green flames, and a series of small holes were burned into them. Cult Master Ding was fine, but Baoyan was a bit miserable. She was already a bit weak after using her special power, and now that she was burned by the soaring flames, her arms and legs were in pain from the burns. Her body went limp, and she fell to the ground. "Let's go." Ding Yun grabbed Baoyan and gave her a push before escaping into the forest with her, with an unsightly expression. Yu Xiu was about to give chase with his men when Duan Yu stopped him. "Don't chase." Situ sighed in relief and said, "I feel that this matter is quite strange. I wonder how little junior sister is doing." A hint of worry flashed through Duan Yu's eyes. "Let's go back and take a look." My Qiao's division. After 2 days and 3 nights, Arbor opened her eyes. Her cultivation had already advanced from phenomenal success to the pinnacle of level 13 mystic cultivation. In addition, not only did her strength increase by a minor realm, but her eyes moved slightly, as if her sense of hearing and taste had also recovered. Arbor raised her eyebrows. She didn't know why, but she felt a little excited. It seemed that something important was about to come back. The little fellow squatted inside the defensive shield and swayed a few times with the flow of water. Suddenly, she saw a moon-white figure swimming quickly towards her. Immediately after, a faint medicinal fragrance wrapped around her. Her lips were gently opened by the tip of someone's tongue, and an endless medicinal fragrance followed. Arbor's eyes were wide open. He didn't understand what was going on. The surrounding scenery was very detailed. Even the schools of fish that were swimming around could be seen clearly, and the colorful spots on their bodies could be seen clearly. But now was not the time to study fish. Under normal circumstances, Arbor should have pushed the person in front of him away and kicked him hard with his little foot. But for some reason, he couldn't bear to do it. His fist had already reached the back of that person's head, but he still stopped. Cough, 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 cough. The little fellow actually couldn't hold her breath and nearly choked on her own saliva. She couldn't resist stretching out her little paws to push him away, but she suddenly realized that his slender fingers were tightly gripping her waist. Her entire body was wrapped in his embrace, and her small hands and feet were suppressed. She was practically unable to move. Chapter 1160. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed his soft lips against hers. This kiss was so long that it seemed like it would last until the end of time. He held on to her and never let go, searching her mouth to his heart's content. Arbor opened her eyes wide and glared at him. No matter how much Mo Yin closed his eyes and pressed down on her to kiss her, after a long while, he finally couldn't help but bring her to the surface of the water. Because this little fellow kept glaring at him. Although she didn't make a sound, that strange little expression on her face made him feel stifled. She actually wasn't intoxicated at all. To think that he had already sunk into it, how infuriating. A certain baby who had lost her 7 emotions and 6 desires only knew that this strange big brother kept nibbling on her. There weren't any ripples in her heart. Splash! With a soft sound, Arbor was lifted out of the water with both hands. She kicked her leg and reached out to press down on the rock on her right, flipping over and sitting on it. This time, she saw it clearly. On the sparkling green water surface, there was a man in white with long hair and a few droplets of water on his handsome face. His black, satin-like hair was soaked in the lake water, sticking to his straight back. His phoenix eyes were filled with a faint light as he stared straight at her, as if he wanted to see through her to the depths of her heart. Just like that, he stared at her in a daze. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh. Unexpectedly, Qiaomu also followed suit and sighed. She blinked her eyes and coughed lightly. Then, she raised her hand to touch her throat and realized that she could actually speak. "Jojo, are you pretending that you don't know me?" The water rippled gently, and this beauty swayed to the side of the big rock, half lying there and looking at her. Darling Xiao blinked and suddenly said, "Who are you?" Mo Lien tightly pursed his thin lips. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled her into the water again. He was overwhelmed by rage and grief, and he cupped her small face in his hands. Without another word, he bit down on her small mouth and nibbled on it rudely. "Who am I? Who do you think I am? Tell me." Boom! Arbor tried to restrain himself again and again, but in the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He stretched out a small fist and punched the back of Mo Lien's head. "What are you doing?" Qiaomu shouted as she forcefully pushed away his drenched body and wiped her small mouth in passing. Mo Lien, why did he feel that the little thing in front of him was inexplicably cute? "I'm your husband." His heart skipped a beat, and he reached out to hug her. However, she raised her small hand and slapped his hand away rudely. It was already the 12th day since the disaster courting talisman had taken effect. Arbor's 5 senses and consciousness were slowly recovering. However, the only goal in his heart would never change. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Where are we going? Seeing that the little fellow was about to jump into the water again, Mo Lien quickly pulled her into his embrace and forcefully held her hands down. A trace of anger flashed across his almond-shaped eyes. "Don't move." With his soft and moist body in his arms, how much willpower did he have to use to restrain himself? This little fellow actually dared to move around to provoke him. Wasn't she worried that he would do her on the spot? Arbor slightly tilted her little head and met his pair of beautiful black eyes. Her little eyes flickered. Suddenly, a loud drumming sound came from his abdomen. Mo Lien lowered his head and reached out to touch her shriveled little stomach. A trace of heartache flashed across his eyes. Chapter 1161. He didn't know what had happened to this little thing recently. Did she not take good care of herself these past few days? He kept feeling that she had lost quite a bit of weight. That originally round place seemed to have also become thinner. AI. His heart felt so bad. He had taken great pains to raise her until she was a little rounder, but after a few days, she had returned to her original state. Sigh. Qiaomu also sighed along with him, looking very comical. Mo Lien's phoenix eyes revealed traces of smile. "I am your husband." He moved closer to her ear and whispered in a low voice, "I am your husband, baby." He repeated it several times, his breath lingering in her ear. Although she had not recovered her sense of touch and could not feel him close to her, she still felt that it was very strange. This man was really quite good-looking. His head of waterfall-like black hair that hung down to the lake's surface was gently parted by the wind. At this time, he was holding the little fellow and sitting with her on that large rock. He lowered his head and stared at her with those pure black phoenix eyes without blinking, as if he wanted to carve her into the depths of his bones and never let her go. The deep affection engraved in those eyes. Even if the little fellow was someone who had lost her love and didn't feel anything at the moment, she could almost feel that something was wrong. It was too strong. Arbor reached out her little hand and pushed Mo Lien's handsome face away. The lake breeze gently blew through his jade white robe, and his jade belt slightly fluttered in the wind. It was the same feeling he gave her at this moment, very ethereal and pure. What a strange man. "Husband." She blinked her eyes. That silly little appearance fell into Mo Lien's eyes and was especially cute. Yes, husband. Arbor moved her little legs and thought in distress. This person had clearly been hindering her cultivation, but why couldn't she do anything to him? Logically speaking, anyone who hindered her cultivation should be erased, but Miss Chow didn't want to do anything to this person in front of her. And then, maybe it was because he was handsome. A golden drumstick that was roasted until it was glossy with oil suddenly waved in front of Arbor. Arbor blinked again and again. For a moment, she thought it was an illusion, so she reached out and pinched his jade-like cheek. Does it hurt? Darling Chow asked. Hiss, what a strong hand. Mo Lien creased his good-looking brows and nodded honestly. Only then did Arbor snatch the drumstick and take a bite, wiping his oily little hands on his moon-white robe sleeve. Mo Lien chuckled, lowered his head, and hugged her waist. He leaned over and kissed her white and tender little face, thinking to himself, no matter how his JoJo has changed, it's still his. Even if she didn't remember him for the time being, it didn't matter as long as she remembered him again. Moreover, Mo Lien suspected that the reason why JoJo had become like this was probably related to Ding Yun from Beijing Manor. Did Ding Yun give her some kind of medicine? It must be. Looking at that guy's wretched appearance, he must have fed his baby some medicine and then tried to force his baby to stay by his side. Yes, that's right. This must be the truth. No matter how quick-witted Mo Lien was, he probably wouldn't have thought of it. The reason why Arbor, this little fellow, became like this was all because of the disaster courting talisman that she drew herself. Arbor finished eating the drumstick and wiped her oily little hands on his clean robe. Only then did she move her arms and legs, wanting to get out of his embrace and go into the water to continue cultivating. Chapter 1162. The taste of today's food wasn't bad. It was crispy and fragrant, unlike in the past where everything tasted like wax. Mo Lien's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick as he immediately saw through her intentions. He hugged her little body and whispered in her ear, Baby, baby, let's go home first. Arbor turned her little face to look at him as the voice in her heart kept urging her, Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. She also hurriedly cried out, Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Mo Lien was stunned as he reached out to hold her hands and feet and hurriedly said, all right, cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. How about I bring you back to the Eastern Palace to cultivate? That place has denser mystic energy than here. He had to coax her back first before anything else, Mo Lien secretly said in his heart. Arbor tilted her head at him as a faint dazed look flashed past her bright eyes. Eastern Palace to cultivate? What kind of place was that? Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. All right, cultivate, cultivate. That place has denser mystic energy than here. Cultivating there is much faster than cultivating here at Zhuzi Lake. Darling Xiao shook her head. Not going, I want to cultivate here. This person would hinder her cultivation. It would make her uneasy. Look, he was obstructing her right now. He was just too hateful. Mo Lien's face subconsciously darkened as he wrapped his arms around her waist and carried her up as he said firmly, Let's go back to the palace. This time, no matter what, he had to put her right under his nose. He could let her do whatever she wanted, but not returning to the palace was out of the question. Darling Xiao immediately got angry as she leaned on his shoulder, revealing her little white teeth as she bit him hard. This bite of her little teeth was just like scratching an itch. Mo Lien turned his head to look at her with an unusually determined expression. Be good, let's go home first. The little fellow shook her head like a rattle drum. Humph! He actually yelled at her. Arbor was furious. She didn't know why, but she felt that this person wouldn't yell at her in the past. He had changed. He didn't love her anymore. It had to be known that although she had lost her 7 emotions and 6 desires, and had her memories blocked, she was still subconsciously attracted to Mo Lien after interacting with him. In front of Prince Mo, she had always been a little emperor. Don't even mention being wronged. He had never even raised his voice. How dare he yell at her now? Darling Xiao was very unhappy. She struggled to land on the rock, turned around, and simply faced him with the back of her head. Mo Lien didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She reached out and pulled her little hand. She raised her arms and hugged her from behind. She whispered, "Baby, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been so loud. Don't be angry, okay?" Did he think that by saying a few nice words, she would not be angry? Darling Xiao snorted inwardly and continued to ignore him. "Baby," Mo Yin sighed softly. He grabbed her little hand and turned her body to face him. He raised his hand and caressed her soft little face. "Good Jojo, what can I do to appease your anger? Why don't you hit me? It'll be fine as long as your anger subsides." Humph. Arbor raised her chin and rolled her eyes. Mo Yin couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. His expression was somewhat melancholic as he said faintly, "Jojo, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Don't be angry with me. Do you know how much I've missed you and missed you during this period of time?" Ever since he found out that she had been transported out of the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm, he was about to go crazy in search for her all day long. It's already 4 p.m. To be honest, I'm also rather dumbfounded. See you in a few hours. Chapter 1163. Now that he had finally found her, he would not let her go no matter what. Arbor's heart stirred slightly, but she still raised her head and looked at him with a serious expression. "Cultivate." Mo Lien nodded. Okay, we'll go back and cultivate now." After saying that, he did not give her a chance to object. While carrying her, Mo Lien's figure flashed towards the lakeshore. However, he thought to himself, his darling has turned into a cultivation maniac. What to do? It's so urgent. Cultivating every day, what should he do? What if on the day of the wedding, in the middle of the wedding ceremony, this baby suddenly told him to cultivate? How could he endure that? Mo Lien carried his little girl with a melancholy expression and mounted the horse. After leaving the vicinity of Zhuzi Lake, they headed towards the direction of the Forbidden Palace. After leaving the Honghai Temple, they arrived at the main street. There were many people on the street, so Mo Lien slowed down the speed of his horse. At this moment, a group of people came from the corner of the main street, and some people cheered. Mo Lien pulled on the reins and frowned slightly. Carrying Arbor, he urged the horse to head towards the side of the road. He did not intend to meet with that group of people directly to avoid trouble. "Cultivate." The little fellow tugged at his hair in dissatisfaction and muttered, "What a waste of time. She was in a hurry to cultivate now." Okay, cultivate. We'll go home and cultivate right away." Mo Lien smiled and rubbed her head helplessly. His gaze followed the crowd and looked forward. On the street, a group of soldiers with neat military attire were holding long spears and driving the people to the sides of the road, creating a large road in the middle. The soldiers' long spears formed a line, blocking the crowd of people who were watching the commotion. On each of their young faces, there was an expressionless coldness. The sound of horse hooves could be heard. The people looked over excitedly, their eyes shining with anticipation. They saw a handsome young man around 25 years old on a fine horse with a jet black mane slowly coming over. The man was abnormally tall and powerful. He carried a long spear on his back with his left hand and a horse's reins with his right hand. He wore a golden crown on his head and a pair of black boots with cloud patterns on his feet. On his angular face, there was a pair of stern eyes that were bright and full of expression. His tightly pursed lips did not reveal a trace of a smile. Instantly, a small commotion broke out in the crowd. "Heavens, the vassal prince of Anan! The vassal prince of Anan has returned to the capital. It's our invincible and victorious vassal prince of Anan. I heard that this time, the crown prince defeated the northern Qi kingdom and captured their princess and 2 princes. Ha! You've really raised the prestige of our great Mo kingdom. Look, those behind must be the Ding slaves of northern Qi." Smiles appeared on the faces of the commoners as they fell to their knees. Congratulations to the crown prince for his victory. The vassal prince of Anan, Cho Fu, was the first to arrive, accompanied by several valiant generals as he swaggered on his tall horse. Behind him were several hundred northern Qi Ding slaves in ragged clothes, their faces covered in grime, and their clothes were tied up with 2 to 3 ropes. Those Ding slaves, regardless of their age, gender, all had their right hands tied up with ropes. One by one, they form a long line. The soldiers' whips chased after them from behind, shouting for them to hurry on their way. The young crown princess leaned into Mo Lian's embrace with her eyes wide open. Seeing an old grandfather stumble and fall to the ground, the soldiers' whips mercilessly lashed out. In just a few moments, that old man was covered in blood, and his cries and shouts filled the street. On the other hand, the commoners on both sides of the street watched with relish. Chapter 1164. At this moment, two riders arrived at lightning speed. The eldest young master of the state Duke of Qing's estate, General of Public Might Shi Guangfeng, and a retainer cupped their fists toward the vassal prince of Anan, Chou Fu. General Hu Zhen, Feng has come to welcome the general's entourage under the great king's orders. Thank you for your trouble, General Shi. The vassal prince of Anan's stern expression remained unchanged as he nodded indifferently. Under the great king's orders, Northern Qi Kingdom's prisoners of war are to be temporarily escorted to the North Barracks prison and be under strict supervision. Vassal prince, please. Shi Guangfeng gestured as he inadvertently cast a glance in Prince Mo's direction. The vassal prince of Anan, Chou Fu, glanced at Shi Guangfeng indifferently and nodded before following him to the king's palace to meet the emperor. The young crown princess pointed at those prisoners of war in tattered clothes and looked up at Prince Mo, only to see him slightly narrowing his eyes, as if he was pondering something. Husband? Prince Mo lowered his head to look at her and was secretly amused. He poked her small chin with his finger. What do you want to tell your husband? I don't like it. The young crown princess knitted her delicate brows in displeasure. Prince Mo was truly the person who understood his beloved wife the best in the world. Back then, when his darling was too lazy to speak a single word, he could instantly understand the baby's meaning through eye contact, not to mention now. The little fellow was saying that she didn't like those soldiers viciously bullying an old man who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Your husband also doesn't like it. Prince Mo immediately nodded and stood on his beloved wife's side without any moral integrity. Wait for your husband to return and understand the situation. Let's return to the palace first. Just as he was about to leave on his horse, he saw that the retainer that Shi Guangfeng brought along had a conflict with two high-ranking officers under the vassal prince of Anan's command. The retainer was called Shi Zhong, and he was an important subordinate of the general of public might, Shi Guangfeng. At this moment, Shi Zhong and the two high-ranking officers under the vassal prince of Anan's command were glaring at each other. If I say no, it means no. You can't take these two away. The vassal prince of Anan's subordinate, that middle-aged man with a wide mouth and nose, furiously said, These two people aren't captives from the northern Qi Kingdom. They are two mermen that our general captured and specially brought back to the capital. He planned to peel off their merman pearls and present them to his mother, Princess Anam. You can't take them away. The two mermaids were around 18 years old. They were wearing ragged white undergarments and had been hiding in the prison wagon, silently crying and trembling. How can you prove that these two are mermen? Shi Zhong said angrily. I have been ordered by the great king to escort all prisoners of war to the north camp. Are you going to defy the order? Bullshit. The man with a wide mouth and nose cursed. Do you not understand human language? I already said that these two women are not prisoners of war from northern Qi. The two of them were mermaids. This was because the shark pearl would lose its effect in less than an hour after it left the body. Therefore, our heir apparent specially escorted the two of them back to the capital and took an hour to extract the mermaid pearl from their bodies. Do you understand or not, huh? Old Jia, if this person doesn't believe us, then let him see for himself. Another young general with a wretched expression suddenly laughed. He tapped the whip in his hand and lashed it towards the prison cart. Slap! The whip landed on the prison wagon, and the tip of the whip ripped open the cloth covering one of the mermaid's legs, revealing a fair calf. Don't worry. You may see it as a leg now, but it will be a fishtail later, ha. That retainer still wanted to lash the whip over, but his eyes revealed a somewhat vulgar glint. Chapter 1165. Shi Zhong raised his hand to stop him with a sullen expression. We've already captured them, so there's no need to make things difficult for these two young ladies, right? That young general scoffed. and crossed his arms as he looked at Shi Zhong provocatively. These are people that our general captured. What does it have to do with you? Take them away and escort them back to the prince's estate. At the young general's command, the old man driving the prison carriage brandished his whip. Shi Zhong blocked the carriage with his horse and sneered. After entering the capital, they're all prisoners of war. Escort them all back to the North Barracks. Shi Zhong, are you courting death? The young general Nian Chong raised the whip in his hand with a frosty expression. If you dare to block this young lord's path again, be careful that this whip doesn't have eyes. Oh, how blind! Prince Mo, who had spurred his horse over, replied leisurely. Everyone was startled when they turned to look. Shi Zhong immediately dismounted and knelt on one knee in greeting. This general, Shi Zhong, greets your highness the crown prince. Prince Mo raised his hand slightly to have Shi Zhong rise. Then his cold and sharp gaze shot towards the vassal prince of Anan's subordinates. The group of generals and soldiers led by Old Jia and Nianchong all lowered their heads and knelt down. However, Nianchong's shifty gaze roved over Arbor's face, and a trace of amazement flitted across his eyes. Arbor tugged on the crown prince's hair and struggled to get him to let go. Then, she leaped onto the ground and quickly ran towards the prison carriage. Mo Lien helplessly glanced at his little wife. He raised his hand and released a burst of mystic energy, chopping off the copper lock on the prison carriage. The prison door opened, and Arbor extended her small hand. Everyone turned to look at her, thinking that she was going to help the two pitiful young ladies out of the prison carriage. However, that was actually the case. Slap! Arbor slapped one of the young ladies' head and reprimanded her as if she was scolding a child. What are you crying for? All of you, shut up. Everyone, useless things, getting angry at the sight of them. Why were this group of mermen always so weak? Every day, they would be captured by people. Every day, there would be people who wanted to kill them or cut them open to take their pearls and beautify them. All day long, could it be that she had seen captured mermen before? Something flashed in Arbor's mind, but it was so fast that she couldn't catch it. Those sealed memories were like a fleeting view. Every time she wanted to take a closer look, there was nothing left. What a strange feeling. The little fellow blinked his eyes, seeing the two girls hugging their heads and sobbing inside the prison carriage. He couldn't help but go up and slap the other girl's head. He shouted rudely, "Come down by yourself." Mo Lien's lips twitched. Although his Bao couldn't remember anything for the time being, her violent nature hadn't changed at all. The two mermaids shivered and hugged their heads as they walked down from the prison cart. Their frightened eyes kept moving back and forth on Arbor's body. With a shake of his hand, Arbor took out two coats from his inner world and threw them to the two of them. The two girls hurriedly received them and put them on while expressing their thanks repeatedly. Arbor turned and walked a few steps. When she turned back and saw that the two fools were still rooted to the ground, she couldn't help but shout at them, "Come here." The two mermaids trembled slightly and hurriedly followed. However, they hadn't taken 2 steps when they saw Nian Chong straighten his body halfway and reach out to block their path. No, this is to be brought back to the vassal king of Anan's estate. Nian Chong, old merchant shouted at him, meaning for him to quickly shut up. Chapter 1166. Nian Chong shut his mouth in annoyance, but his hand gesture was very obvious as he continued to block those two mermaids. A strange emotion surfaced in Arbor's mind. The long-lost anger that was missing from the 7 emotions and 6 desires had returned. That Arbor angrily glared at those 2 submissive mermaids and roared at them again. "Come here. Everyone, why the hell did they feel that the little girl before them was inexplicably adorable?" Those 2 mermaids immediately moved at Arbor's command and hastily trotted over. When they saw Nian Chong blocking their path, they also used all their strength to push him aside. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. The 2 men dismounted from their horses when they were only a few steps apart. "Little junior sister, you're fine." Situ Yi and Duan Yu, who had rushed over after receiving the news, quickly walked toward Arbor. Mo Lien face-bombed exasperatedly. Sure enough, he saw his little fellow turn to glance at Duan Yu and Situ Yi before rolling her eyes and turning her face away. Duan Yu, Emolian, why did Jojo roll her eyes at me? Duan Yu simply didn't dare to believe his eyes. How many years had it been since she rolled her eyes at him? Ever since he suffered at her hands at Kwoto Village's Hullen Mountain. They reconciled not long after. What was the meaning of this eye roll? Emolian simply didn't want to bother with him. But when she saw Situ looking over curiously, she explained dryly, "She doesn't even recognize me right now. So what do you think?" "What?" Duan Yu looked at Emolian in shock before looking at the little fellow. "Little junior sister, you got skinnier. How did you get skinnier after going to the Mystic Realm? Now that you're back, hurry and have Prince Mo properly nourish your body." Situ, he was still nagging at the side, but Arbor didn't even look at him out of the corner of her eye. Little junior sister, little junior sister? Situ paced back and forth beside her and finally received an impatient look from the little fellow. So funny, who is this person? He was so long-winded that she had no idea what he was talking about. Situ clearly understood the meaning in the little fellow's eyes and could only remain silent. However, Duan Yu laughed out loud and pushed him away. "Go away. Let me." Emolian sneered. "Do you think she can recognize you just because you're here?" Duan Yu arrived in front of Arbor in a single stride. He took out a small square box and opened it before handing it to her. "Look, this is my newly developed large-scale firearm, the 9 Thunder Jade Heavens. It's extremely powerful. I've tried it before. It's really fun. It's even more interesting than the core ravaging thunder. The fire it shoots out can bounce very far. If you call me, I'll give it to you and teach you how to play with it." Situ and Emolian both turned to look at him. Did this guy have any shame at all when he spoke like he was trying to trick a child? This 9 Thunder Jade Heavens was emerald green and round, and there was even a small emerald green bamboo tube that could be locked tightly beside it. It looked quite novel. Arbor glanced at that wooden box before reaching over and closing the lid with a bang. She silently snatched the small box from Duan Yu's hands and silently stuffed it into her inner world. That small action was done smoothly, as if this 9 Thunder Jade Heavens belonged to her in the first place. Chapter 1167. Duan Yu was taken aback and exclaimed in exasperation, "You haven't called me yet." Emolian. Situ couldn't resist bursting into laughter. "Don't be silly. I already said I don't know you." "Prince Mo, may I ask why little junior sister doesn't know who you are? When will she recover? Is there need to ask? It must be that punk from Beijing Manor's doing," Duan Yu said without hesitation. He must have wanted to bring the little fellow back to Beijing Manor to hide her, but who knew that he would encounter us on the way? That can't be right. Situ grumbled. Emolian and Duan Yu both ignored him because they both happened to be thinking the same thing. No matter how quick-witted these two were, they absolutely wouldn't have thought that Miss Xiao was the one who courted disaster and caused today's situation. "All right, Jojo, let's go home first." Emolian bent down to extend her hand. Arbor looked at him seriously and corrected, "Cultivate." Right, cultivate. Let's go home and cultivate." Emolian nodded and waved at her with a grin. It was only then that Arbor placed her small hand in his. In the next instant, she felt her body lighten as she landed sideways on the horse and leaned into his embrace. "Cultivate what?" Duan Yu glanced at the little fellow in confusion. How come he didn't know that Jojo was so diligent? There are so many things you don't know. The Crown Prince gave him a figure-it-out-yourself look. He immediately praised his Bao. "Our Jojo has been extremely diligent recently. Do you know, her current cultivation is almost catching up to her senior brother Situ." Situ Yi's eyes widened as he sneaked a glance at Arbor. "Little junior sister, you're so awesome." Darling Xiao understood the word awesome and gave Situ a thunder a look as she nodded. Situ then chuckled and pointed at Arbor. "Look, little junior sister is paying attention to me." What a clown! Emolian and Duan Yu both rolled their eyes at him. "Prepare 2 horses for the 2 of them." Emolian turned to Shizhong and ordered. Shizhong immediately cupped his fists and agreed. He ordered 2 of his subordinates to dismount and lead the horses to the 2 mermaids. The 2 mermaids hurriedly got on their horses and held the reins tightly. They stole a glance at Arbor. What are you looking at? Keep up, Arbor yelled at the two of them. He wanted to get angry whenever he saw them. Weakling. The two women's bodies trembled slightly, but they quickly and obediently followed after him. Seeing this, Nian Chong hurriedly stood up and said, "Please wait." Nian Chong. Old merchant pulled him back, but he couldn't stop his impulsive temper. Pa! A green vine whip abruptly darted out from Xiao Mu's sleeve and lashed at Nian Chong's shoulder without any room for objection. This sudden change caused everyone to raise their heads in shock. Their gazes changed slightly as they looked at her. "How dare you?" Arbor rebuked angrily, her face icy. "The crown princess will accept these two women. Do you have any objections?" Emolien's indifferent gaze swept across everyone present. The vassal prince of Anan's soldiers all lowered their heads under this intimidating pressure. None of them dared to object. Crown princess? She was that vicious and merciless crown princess. A furious glint flitted across Nian Chong's eyes as he recalled what Princess Anam had once mentioned to him. His elder brother, Nian Kuei, seemed to have died tragically at the hands of this crown princess. Chapter 1168. This person's methods were extremely vicious. Just because Commandery Princess Hui and had a small conflict with her, she was willing to destroy a wisp of her brother's soul in order to murder Commandery Princess Huiyan, causing the explosion to affect Commandery Princess Huiyan. Nian Chong clutched the wound on his shoulder with one hand and braced himself to put on a righteous expression. Of course, the crown princess can have these two mermaids if she wants them. However, is it possible for Crown Prince Consort to promise this general that if this general takes out 2 shark pearls, please gift one to the vassal King Consort Anan so that our vassal prince can express filial piety to his mother? When the two mermaids heard this, they immediately looked at Arbor in horror. Could it be that the two of them escaped from the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's den again? Arbor glowered at Nian Chong, her almond-shaped eyes practically spitting fire. She was very angry, but she did not know why. Suddenly, a vine whip lashed out at that person's mouth. Nian Chong's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and he reflexively dodged to the side, avoiding that vine whip. But then another vine whip swiftly landed on his arm, shattering the wrist guard on his arm in an instant. A glaring whip mark appeared on his tanned arm. It was so deep that bone could be seen and blood spurted out. Old merchant and the others all sucked in a cold breath. They were apprehensive about the little crown princess's ruthless methods and her frightening cultivation. "Hubby, kill him!" The young crown prince consort suddenly turned her small face around and shouted at Emolian in a huff. She had only lost some of her common sense due to her memories being blocked, but she was not truly stupid. It was clear at a glance who was showing her kindness and who was showing her malice. Duan Yu's mouth twitched, and he glared at Emolian beside him in displeasure. "You told her that you are her hubby, is it not so?" Emolian cast him a glance before reaching out his large palm to rub the young crown prince consort's head soothingly. "Okay, let's kill him." He knew her too well and knew why she was angry. Nian Chong was really bold. He actually dared to use words against his little wife. His words were indirectly telling others that the reason the crown princess had saved the two mermaids was to take the mermaid pearls from their bodies. This was simply slander. Arbor was naturally angry. She didn't want a shark pearl. How could something like that be beautifying? If she wanted to beautify her looks, she could just eat the beautifying pills. She could make a big pot of them herself. Why would she need the shark pearls? The crown prince waved his hand, and a few nimble figures suddenly appeared beside Nian Chong, pressing him down onto the ground. Nian Chong cried out in pain. Only now did he reveal some fear in his heart. Nian Chong, old merchant, and the rest looked over in shock. They hurriedly knelt a few steps forward and cupped their fists at Prince Mo, begging for mercy. "Your Highness, please calm down. Nian Chong is just a little impulsive. He doesn't disrespect the crown princess." "Oh, he doesn't have disrespect?" Emolian glanced at Nian Chong coldly. But why did this crown prince hear dissatisfaction and reprimand in his words? Nian Chong struggled hard and shouted, "Your Highness is wise. This general doesn't have such intentions." This general has followed the Lord Vassal Prince for many years and has fought all over the country. Not long ago, we even won a complete victory against Northern Shi. This general is loyal to the great king with a pure heart. The sun and moon can testify to this general's loyalty, and only the heavens can testify. Chapter 1169. This punk was reminding him that he had just returned to the capital after a victorious battle with the vassal prince of Anan. If he killed them on the streets, it would chill the soldiers' morale and might even cause the people's dissatisfaction. Mo Yin curled her lips and suddenly smiled. Although she had a smile on her face, her eyes flickered with an abnormally icy glint. Let this monarch tell you something. Mo Yin's eyes flickered, and she sneered. If this monarch wants you to die today, then you definitely won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Raising his eyelids slightly, he nodded at the two secret guards in acknowledgement. The latter's sword suddenly slid across Yin Chong's neck so quickly that he didn't have any room to maneuver. His body slid heavily to the ground, and his eyes were wide open as he died with remaining grievances. On the side, Old Merchant and the others also felt a bone-chilling coldness rising from the soles of their feet. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly and could only sneak glances at the crown prince. The tens of millions of people on the streets all slowed their breathing and knelt there with their heads bowed, not even daring to look up. When His Highness the Crown Prince raged, corpses truly littered the ground. No one dared to face His Highness's wrath directly. Go, investigate this person's evil deeds and publicize it in the central plaza so that everyone knows. The Crown Prince ordered indifferently. Yes, summon Censor Li and Censor Chun for this monarch. This monarch wants to submit a memorial to the great king and report the vassal prince of Anan for not managing his troops well. Everyone, as expected, the Crown Prince the Great was a vengeful person. The vassal prince of Anan had just returned to the capital, so he probably hadn't even warmed up his seat at the great king's and was about to be reported by His Highness the Crown Prince. Duan Yu almost laughed out loud and turned his horse around. I didn't come here in vain today. You watched a pretty good show. Prince Mo glanced at Shi Zhong again. What are you spacing out for? Take these northern Qi prisoners of war to the north camp. If anyone dares to obstruct us, this monarch permits you to kill them. Yes, this general obeys. Shi Zhong's spirits were lifted. He immediately called for his subordinates to take over the prisoners in the hands of Old Merchant and the others, escorting them to the north camp outside the city. Let's return to the palace. Prince Mo narrowed his eyes and turned his horse to leave. After a long time, the petrified Old Merchant and the others on the street finally moved slightly and looked at each other in dismay. The crowd dispersed, and no one dared to look at the corpse on the ground. Although the vassal prince of Anan was quite formidable after coming back victorious, his subordinates couldn't be so rude and contradicting in front of His Highness the Crown Prince. To be executed by His Highness in a fit of anger, he could only blame his bad luck that their crown prince was no ordinary person. Not to mention a mere vassal prince of Anan. Perhaps even the venerable vassal king of Anan wouldn't dare to be so impudent in front of Her Highness. After the crown prince carried Arbor back to the palace, he first sent a message to the Qiao family to explain the situation and appease them. Then, he had someone bring Xiao Yao over to serve her. However, once the little girl arrived at this unfamiliar place, she looked left and right to find a cultivation spot. After searching for a long time, she glared at the crown prince accusingly. Okay, we'll go cultivate in a bit. Let's eat first. You'll only have the strength to properly cultivate after eating. My Jojo, you've lost so much weight from hunger. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have let you go to the Mystic Beast Forest Mystic Realm to train in that damn place. Chapter 1170. Arbor glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Husband, Mo Yin was overjoyed. He gave himself 10,000 likes in his heart. How could he have been so quick-witted that day? He had whispered into the little girl's ear, I'm your husband. I'm your husband. It had worked. This silly little girl probably thought that his name was Hubby. The little girl had been so obedient throughout the journey. She had called him Hubby every time she opened her mouth. Hearing her made him happy and comfortable. Coming, coming, coming. Dinner is here. Xiao Yao directed a row of junior palace maids as they walked in with plates of dinner. As she busied herself with setting the table, she nagged, "Miss, why have you lost so much weight? Have you been eating all this time?" Arbor naturally ignored her. Her eyes were glued to the plates of food that were being brought in. Tap, tap, tap. The little girl strode towards a table. Her fair and tender little hand reached out towards a crispy, roasted goose leg. Xiao Yao. Mo Lien gave her a look. Xiao Yao understood and turned around. She said to the junior palace maids, "You can leave first." "Yes." Xiao Yao turned around again and saw her little master gnawing on a roasted goose leg. She couldn't help but wipe the corners of her eyes. How long has my miss been hungry? She didn't even bother to pick up her chopsticks. She was so hungry that she just grabbed it with her bare hands. How pitiful. Arbor took 2 bites. Her eyes glanced at the braised pork shoulder on the plate next to her. Her little hand stealthily reached for it again. Mo Lien went forward and took her little hand. "Let's wash our hands first." As he spoke, he took the greasy roasted goose leg from her hand and pulled her to wash her hands. When they came back from washing, Arbor grunted at him. Her eyes looked meaningfully at a plate of prawns in the distance. Hence, Mo Lien carried that plate over and helped her grab the shrimp with his hands. As he peeled the shrimp to feed her, he asked absent-mindedly, "Xiao Xiao, do you still remember my name?" Arbor nodded vigorously and swallowed the prawn that he had peeled. "Husband." "That's right." Mo Lien went up to her with a smile and kissed her on the cheek. "Don't forget about it in the future." Arbor nodded obediently. Xiao Yao, who was watching from the side, rolled her eyes speechlessly. His Highness was too black-bellied, bullying their family's young miss for being so dim-witted. Previously, His Highness had only told her that Miss had been harmed by Ding Yun from Beijing Manor. Now that she had returned, she had forgotten a lot of things from the past. Looking at it now, it was true. "Your Highness, do you need chopsticks?" Xiao Yao handed over a pair of silver chopsticks and asked with a light cough. "I don't want it. Our Jojo likes to eat with her hands. I'll accompany her." Mo Lien waved his hand nonchalantly and caught a fish for her in passing, which she had been staring at the entire time. Xiao Yao was speechless. No, she had to keep a lookout outside. If Her Majesty the Queen came and saw this, she would be furious. Her son, such an outstanding and perfect son, was going crazy with his wife all day long. "Jojo, is it good?" Mo Lien saw that she was eating happily and couldn't help but feel happy. Xiao Mu nodded and wiped her small hand on his sleeve while she was at it. Crown Prince Mo pursed his lips and said, "You wipe me all over with oil, so you have to bathe together with me in a bit." "Let's bathe together. Okay, Jojo, Jojo, Jojo." Chapter 1171. Mo Lien blinked as she smiled at the little fellow. Xiao Mu glanced at him and nodded her small head in confusion. His silly look was truly too amusing. Mo Lien hugged her and lowered his head, burying his face in her hair. His body trembled as he chuckled softly. When Hui Feng, who was crouching on the roof, saw this, he involuntarily rolled his eyes and thought, "Your Highness, quickly pick up your moral integrity. Jojo is too oily, don't wipe it on my face." Mo Lien helplessly pulled down her small hand and wiped the little fellow's face with a brocade handkerchief. Suddenly, they heard Xiao Yao's earth-shattering voice outside the door. "Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. Commandery Princess Ian has also come." Xiao 11Z, who was standing next to the door, was nearly intimidated by Xiao Yao's loud voice. The Queen had been supported by Green Mammy all the way here. When she heard this, she paused and looked suspiciously at Xiao Yao, who was shouting at the top of her lungs. "Your master is inside, so why are you standing outside the door? Are you on the lookout?" Xiao Yao really wanted to slap herself. Why did she say that for no reason? She had to be on the lookout in case Her Majesty the Queen came. She really freaking came this time. The crisp sound of a plate clattering came from inside. Xiao 11Z quickly turned around and ran inside with small, quick steps. He hastily curtsied and shouted, "Oh no! Oh no, Your Highness, Her Majesty the Queen has come." So it's not good for this empress to come? Empress Zhao glared at Xiao 11Z sternly. Xiao 11Z's legs turned to jelly as he crawled toward the crown prince's feet. This servant misspoke. This servant misspoke. 1 minute ago, when His Highness the Crown Prince, who was fooling around with his wife, heard Xiao Yao shout, his hand trembled, and the prawn he was about to stuff into the little fellow's mouth almost fell to the ground. Darling Xiao hurriedly stuck out her small tongue and bit the prawn into her mouth. She chewed twice and swallowed it. The crown prince hurriedly took the handkerchief and hurriedly wiped his little wife's mouth and hands. Within a minute, he tidied himself up slightly and pulled his wife up. Queen Zhao crossed the tall threshold of the Eastern Palace's bedchamber in a short while and led a group of palace maids and nannies inside. At a glance, he saw his son greeting him with a grin. "Mother, why are you here?" Empress Zhao frowned slightly and glanced at her son. "Muhu heard that your little crown princess was found, so I came to see her." Emolian hurriedly pulled her hand behind her back and tugged at little Blockhead's little hand. Arbor walked to his side in a daze and glanced at the group of women in front of him in confusion. She glanced over and felt that all the palace maids looked the same. Ian was standing at the front of the row of royal maids beside Empress Zhao, retreating half a step to show her respect. Xiao Qiao, that child, also regarded Ian as a royal maid, and her gaze brushed past her face. On the other hand, Ian seized the opportunity to scrutinize her. With this look, a faint melancholy surfaced in her heart. This little crown princess in front of her looked a bit younger, but her looks were exceptionally refined. She couldn't compare to her. She couldn't compare at all. "Jojo, this is Mother Queen. Her name is Mother Queen, so call her Mother Queen." The crown prince poked fun at his wife in a small voice. As a result, our dear Arbor stiffly called out to Empress Zhao, "Mother Queen." "Empress Zhao." "MHM." Empress Zhao responded. Chapter 1172. Although this little fellow's tone was stiff, she had at least called her royal mother. Compared to that aloof, "Your Majesty the Queen," with a stoic face, she was a bit more pleasing to the eye now. Xiao Yao, who was standing on the side like a candle, quickly lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Emolian turned his handsome face and winked at his wifey with a smile. "Many thanks for royal mother's concern. Jojo is doing quite well. Due to her long seclusion in the mystic beast forest secret realm, she still needs to recuperate after coming back. After a few days, when her body is better, this son will bring Jojo to visit grandmother and royal mother." Empress Zhao nodded upon hearing this. On the side, Ian commented with a smile, "I heard that Miss Xiao's party came out of the mystic beast forest secret realm early this time. I wonder what happened." The crown prince looked up and swept her an indifferent glance. Upon seeing this, Ian's heart sank slightly, but she still maintained a smile as she gazed at the crown prince and crown princess. Did Ian say something wrong? The crown princess's title was personally conferred by royal father. "Are you dissatisfied with royal father's decree by calling her Miss Xiao?" Prince Mo asked with a smirk as he raised his eyebrows. Ian was startled, and she hastily knelt down to apologize. "It was Ian who misspoke, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Ian did not mean to defy the great king's decree." "That's good." Prince Mo nodded as he curled his lips coldly. "Otherwise, this crown prince will mistakenly think that you are dissatisfied with the great king." Ian quickly protested while kneeling there in a cold sweat. "Ian doesn't dare." Empress Zhao glanced at her before mediating with a smile. All right, get up. Crown Prince, you don't need to be so harsh on Ian. She is your grandmother's adopted granddaughter, so she could be considered half your younger sister." Emolian nodded noncommittally. The maidservant Sue hurriedly ran 2 steps forward with a distressed expression on her face. She bent down and helped her young miss up. The master and servant looked at each other and suppressed the faint light in their eyes. "Your Highness." Empress Zhao chuckled as she took 2 steps forward and affectionately held her eldest son's hand. The crown prince was caught by Empress Zhao before he could retract his hand. As soon as he pulled, his hand was covered in grease, but the crown prince's mouth twitched slightly, and he hurriedly looked at Empress Zhao, who had a strange expression on her face. He laughed dryly and said, Royal Mother, just now a plate fell. My hands were covered in oil, and I didn't have time to tell Imperial Mother. If the Queen was not present, Xiao Yao would have laughed out loud. His Highness must be stupefied right now. Just now, when he was fooling around with Miss, he was so happy. You child, you're already so old, yet you still don't know how to take care of yourself. Empress Zhao cast a glance behind her. The green mammy immediately led people forward with a basin of water and a clean towel. After Empress Zhao personally wrung a towel to wipe her son's hands, Prince Mo instantly felt a bit awkward. He was already so old, yet he still needed his mother to wipe his hands for him. He hastily tugged at his esteemed mother and coughed lightly, saying, Mother, I'm not a child, so I can do it myself. Empress Zhao couldn't resist laughing as she said, In Mother's eyes, you will still be Mother's child even when you're 80 years old. But now that I think about it, when you were 3 years old, you weren't even as tall as a clothes rack, yet you wanted to personally put on clothes for yourself. In the end, you were so busy that the entire clothes rack collapsed and got buried by a pile of clothes. Chapter 1173. Some of the palace maids behind the queen couldn't hold back and hurriedly coughed to cover their stifled laughter. Prince Mo immediately begged for mercy. Mother, don't talk about it anymore. His wife was still here. He wanted to save face. Empress Zhao pursed her lips and laughed. But when you were young, there were so many happy things. Mother remembers that when you were 7 years old, you went hunting with your father. In the end, you encountered a super big bear that chased after your father. You were still young then and chased after the big bear with a small bow on your back. In the end, the bear didn't catch up and your father was saved by the guards. When he turned around and realized that he had lost you, he was so anxious. Prince Mo laughed awkwardly and hurriedly tugged at his mother's sleeve. Mother, don't talk about it anymore. Okay. Mother won't talk about it anymore. Empress Zhao sighed softly. After washing her son's hands, she looked at him lovingly. In the blink of an eye, you're already so big and about to get married. Mother and son looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, the little crown princess pattered over and tugged hard at the queen's sleeve. Imperial Mother, who's the big bear? Everyone, that Prince Mo's mouth twitched. He held back his laughter and tugged at the little fellow's hand. Imperial Mother, Jojo is a little muddle-headed from cultivating these 2 days. Empress Zhao looked at her speechlessly. When Arbor heard the 2 words, cultivating, she immediately looked up at the crown prince like a spring that had been wound up. Husband, the cultivation ground. Okay. The crown prince hurriedly nodded at her and turned to Empress Zhao. Imperial Mother, Jojo is about to break through in the next few days. I'll bring her to the cultivation ground first. Empress Zhao nodded and then nagged. It's less than 2 months until your wedding. Don't just cultivate all the time. See what you're lacking and remember to make up for it in time. Your wedding is a big event. Don't neglect it. Prince Mo hurriedly nodded. All right, you guys should rest early too. It was only then that Empress Zhao called out to Yin and led her outside. Mother, take care. Mo Yin squeezed the little fellow's little hand. Arbor glanced at him and stiffly called out, Mother, take care. It was only after Queen Zhao and her entourage had exited the Eastern Palace's doorstep that Crown Prince Mo couldn't resist chortling. He pulled that little fellow into his arms and pinched her small cheeks. Xiao Yao, on the other hand, couldn't help but squat on the ground and laugh. Arbor looked at Mo Yin with a serious expression. Husband, cultivate. Mo Yin was overjoyed. She held her little hand and nodded. Let's go. I'll take you to that cultivation area. He brought her into the back room of the bedchamber. His palms swept across a row of candles, and a stone door on the wall suddenly opened. Xiaomu immediately sensed the dense mystic energy enveloping her from all directions, and her small face immediately smoothed out. Mo Yin didn't let go of her and lowered his head to rub against her head. Cultivate for the night. Come out for breakfast tomorrow morning, okay? No. Arbor immediately spread her arms and vetoed his words. I want it even if you don't want it. Yin lifted her up and gazed into her eyes as he said, We'll bathe together tonight, and we'll eat breakfast together tomorrow morning. Choose one. Xiao Yao, where's your highness's face? Arbor scratched her little head. Let's eat breakfast then. She kept feeling that this man's eyes seemed to be shining when he said bathe together tonight. It wasn't anything good. Chapter 1174. Mo Lien chuckled and nodded, leaving Arbor alone in the cultivation room. Then let's make an appointment. Xiao Mu helplessly nodded her head. It was so strange. This person kept hindering her cultivation, but why did she especially not want to slap him to death? Jojo. Mo Lien poked her head in from outside the cultivation room and smiled at her with narrowed eyes. See you tomorrow. Arbor raised her small hand and reflexively shook her small paw. Only then did Mo Lien restrain himself from pouncing over and rubbing her in his arms again. This little fellow was seriously adorable to death. She really wanted to hug her like this. Even if they didn't do anything and just chatted for the entire night, it would also be good. She didn't want to let go at all. What was she cultivating for? It was as if this little rascal had joined a cult, talking about cultivating all day long. Prince Mo left the secret room with a melancholic expression. When he returned to his bedchamber, his gaze involuntarily kept looking in the direction of the secret room. His Jojo had returned. How wonderful! His pitiful heart that had been hanging high in the air finally seemed to land on solid ground, stabilizing his mind. Ma Lian's section break. The vassal king of Anan's estate in the Mo Kingdom capital. The gold-gilded plaque on a black background flickered under the illumination of the sunset, dignified and solemn. The grand doors opened with a rumble. A group of people supported an abnormally thin woman with slightly protruding cheeks. She had no flesh on her face, and her body was abnormally thin. That woman was not yet 50 years old, and her harsh and crafty face was currently covered in a gratified smile. Two nannies supported the woman on both sides. Their hair was coiled up, and they were dressed in servant attire. A man in his 50s stood next to them. He was dressed in a purple gold robe, and his hair and beard were several inches long. They were the old vassal king of Anan and his vassal king consort Wu Honma. The husband and wife exchanged a glance and nodded with a smile. Then, they looked forward at the same time with expectant expressions. He's coming, he's coming. Your Highness, your Highness, your Highness, your Highness, your Highness is back. He's back. A green-clothed servant dashed towards the entrance of the mansion and shouted in high spirits. Quick, quick, help me over there. Wu Honma couldn't restrain her joy as she grabbed the hands of the two mamas and called out, Princess Consort, don't worry. His Highness will come to see you soon. A mama smiled and held her hand. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the three fast horses galloped from afar to near at full speed. A black figure in the middle lightly dismounted from his horse and tossed the spear in his hand to the soldier behind him. The vassal prince of Anan, Cho Fu, hurried forward and prostrated himself in front of the old vassal king of Anan and the vassal king consort with a tall and straight posture. What ability does this child have to trouble father and mother to personally welcome me? Fu, get up, quickly get up. Princess Anam excitedly walked down the stairs and hurriedly helped him up. She was so excited that her hands trembled as she caressed her son's handsome face. She smiled happily and said, Fu, Mother has been waiting for you for a long time. Finally, you have returned home. Fu has lost weight, but he has become stronger. Mother, the vassal prince of Anan, Cho Fu, smiled as he supported Princess Anam. Then, he turned to look at the smiling vassal king of Anan. Fu greets father. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. The old vassal king of Anan stroked his beard and chuckled. Princess Anam nodded and gently gazed at her son. Fu, you've had a long journey. It must have been hard on you. Let's talk after we return. Amen, your mother is right. Fu, let's return home first. We cooked many of your favorite dishes to welcome you back. Come in. The vassal king of Anan stroked his beard and chuckled. Chapter 1175. Thank you, father. Thank you, mother. Cho Fu nodded and supported his mother, Princess Anam, into the estate. The whole family had a harmonious reunion dinner. The father and son pair never mentioned to Princess Anam that the crown prince had lodged a complaint against the vassal prince of Anan. Princess Anam drank 2 more cups because of her son's return, and the alcohol got to her head, so she had someone help her back to her room first. What do you plan to do about that matter? After seeing his old wife leave, the vassal prince of Anan withdrew his smile and looked at his son worriedly. Don't worry, father. I've already discussed this matter with Mr. Liu and have a preliminary countermeasure. That's good. The vassal prince of Anan shook his head and sighed. I understand the great king very well. He's easily swayed. The matter of your lax management of the army isn't a big deal, but if the great king hears 3 or more people mentioning your mistake, he'll definitely have an opinion of you. This matter might not be resolved peacefully. After all, those imperial censors were like mad dogs that had bitten his son and might not let go easily. Moreover, His Highness the Crown Prince stood behind these imperial censors. Don't worry, father. This son knows what to do. The vassal prince of Anan nodded solemnly and raised his cup to pat his shoulder with a smile. Even if the great king temporarily wants you to hand over the stalwart tiger troops commander tally, don't refuse and just give it to him. If you're idle at home, you can also accompany your mother more. This son understands. Chofu lowered his head, but a faint trace of unwillingness flitted across his eyes. He had roped in the stalwart tiger troop with great difficulty, so how could he just give him away like this? Night, in the vassal prince of Anan's courtyard. Slap! A thin piece of paper was pressed down by someone. His Highness the Crown Prince petitioned the great king to punish the vassal prince for lax management of the army. A military advisor beside him said with a worried expression. In less than an hour, that person had already listed out more than a dozen of Nian Chong's crimes and posted them in the central square, announcing them to the public. Mr. Liu, what do you think of this matter? Crown Prince Chio's stern face was taut as he turned to look at the middle-aged military advisor. Mr. Liu shook his head. His Highness the Crown Prince clearly wants to use this opportunity to suppress the Crown Prince. If we don't handle this matter well, not only will our expedition to northern Qi be a failure, we might even be accused of not managing the army strictly. Damn it, I think that His Highness the Crown Prince is deliberately targeting us. A burly general said angrily. The heir led us through dangerous situations and fought for the country. Not only did he return with no merit, but he was even punished? How can I accept this? That's right. Nian Chong did rob a few good women and rob some money, but those small mistakes are nothing compared to the merits he has made. Shut up. Mr. Liu glared at them angrily and said, Look at yourselves. You've already left the stronghold for many years, but you still carry a trace of a bandit aura that's hard to change. Isn't this just handing over your weaknesses for others to use against you? Mr. Liu said, All right, you don't need to meddle in this matter. Let me discuss with the heir and see how to resolve this. All of you return to rest first. This is the MO Kingdom Capital, so all of you had better pay attention and abide by the rules. Don't make any more mistakes, and let others catch you in your pigtails. Mr. Liu waved his hand, dismissing those uncouth fellows. Chapter 1176. Seeing that they had all left, Mr. Liu then looked towards the displeased Lord Vassal Prince and sighed softly. This matter was reported to Lord Vassal Prince by the Crown Prince and several imperial censors, so the great king will definitely attach great importance to it. I know, Cho Fu coldly said. He beheaded a junior general by my side on the street to give me a show of strength and a warning. He wants to tell me that as long as he wants to, there's no one he can't behead. The vassal prince of Anan sneered. The crown prince is powerful, so it's inappropriate for us to directly clash with him. Mr. Liu sighed and said, I hope Lord Vassal Prince will think thrice before doing anything. Cho Fu nodded. I will have to trouble Mr. Liu to think of a strategy for this matter. Mr. Liu nodded. Let me go back and think for a night before informing Lord Vassal Prince tomorrow. Suddenly hearing his mother's voice from outside the door, Cho Fu waved his hand to dismiss Mr. Liu. Princess Anam Wu Hongma personally walked in with a bowl of ginseng soup and handed it to her son. She looked at him with heartache and said, You've lost a lot of weight. The campaign must have been very tiring. It wasn't tiring, mother. Cho Fu pulled his mother to sit down and looked at her seriously. I've already heard about younger sister's matter, but I haven't figured out the specifics. Can mother tell me the details? At the mention of Huyin, Princess Anam couldn't help but burst into tears. She grabbed her son's hand and sobbed. Fu-er, you have to avenge your younger sister. Your younger sister truly died too tragically. Wu Homa gnashed her teeth at the mention of Huyin. It's all that crown princess's fault. It was that slut who harmed my daughter. Thus, she carefully recounted the entire incident to Cho Fu from beginning to end. When she reached the part where the crown princess didn't hesitate to crush Nian Kuei's soul in order to kill Hui, and Wu Homa burst into tears again. That slut wouldn't even let off your disfigured younger sister. When we met in Xixia Valley, she actually despicably injured your younger sister again during the competition. She used some kind of witchcraft to bewitch His Highness the Crown Prince and actually instigated His Highness to burn your heavily injured younger sister to death. Ah, my Huyin, my poor daughter. You're going to die so miserably. I want to avenge your sister. I want to poison that damn crown princess. I want to poison her to death. Who would have thought that she was a person who was proficient in medicine? Not only did she see through me, she even arrested your cousin Xiaosu and locked her up in prison for a whole month. Thinking of this, Wu Homa couldn't help but feel sad. She cried for a while. Your cousin was finally released from prison 2 days ago. But is she still human? You didn't see it. Your cousin is so skinny. She's so pitiful. I really don't have the face to face your uncle anymore. I'm the one who harmed Xiaosu. It's me. Mother. Cho Fu reached out to hold his mother's shoulder and hurriedly comforted her. Don't be sad. I'll find a way to resolve this matter. A cold glint flitted across Cho Fu's eyes. Although I didn't see that crown princess today, I did experience her vicious methods. According to my subordinate's replies, if it weren't for the fact that the crown princess wholeheartedly wanted to kill Nian Chong, the crown prince probably wouldn't have made a move against Nian Chong. He also wouldn't have thought of taking advantage of the situation to accuse me. I said that she's a demoness who brings disaster to the country and the people. His Highness the Crown Prince was captivated by her beauty, Wu Hongma fiercely said. Chapter 1177. Chiu Fu's eyes flashed. This vixen, don't be fooled by her young age. She's a complete seductress. She's very despicable. A demoness? A cold glint flashed past. Demonesses should be dealt with as soon as possible to avoid bringing disaster to the human world. Fu-er. Vassal King Consort will put away her sorrowful mood and wiped her reddened eyes before smiling at Chiu Fu. Speaking of which, you're already 25 years old this year. Mom has chosen several young ladies for you, planning to hold a flower-admiring banquet and invite them over. At that time, you can take a look and tell Mom if you fancy any of them. No need, Mom. Chiu Fu shook his head dryly. This son already has a vassal prince consort candidate in mind. Oh, Princess Anam was taken aback before asking with a smile, which family's young lady caught my proud son's fancy? It's Commandery Princess Ian Mother. What? That Jinx? Princess Anam's expression changed, and she quickly shook her head in denial. No, you cannot marry that Jinx who has lost both her parents. Perhaps she will bring disaster to our vassal king of Anan's estate. Her fate is too tenacious. You cannot marry her. Besides, she doesn't have any family background, so she is of no help to you. That Marquis of Suin's estate is managed by her aunt, so it has nothing to do with her. Mother, as long as the Queen Dowager stands behind her, what does a mere Marquis of Suin's estate amount to? Wu Hongma sighed and said with a nod, That's true. The Queen Dowager does like her a lot, but unfortunately, her fate is still too tenacious. What will we do if she jinxes Mom and your father in the future? Mother, if you're still worried, you can go find Honghai Temple's abbot Kong Wei after she marries in and ask for several Buddhist seals to suppress her. Mother, it seems that no noble daughter is as honorable as her. Chiu Fu's eyes turned as he said, The one this son is marrying should naturally be the best in this world. Wu Hongma smiled with pursed red lips as she said with a nod, Child, you are right. Then we will proceed with the flower-admiring banquet and invite in as well. My chow's section break. Bang, 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 bang. Emolian had just knocked on the door of the secret chamber and let his little wife out. They hadn't even sat down to eat breakfast when they heard the sound of wind, whistling, and fighting coming from outside the door. "Why is it you, audacious fellow? How dare you trespass into our eastern palace?" Huifeng let out two strange cries from outside before falling silent. An incomparably swift voice flitted inside with a whoosh, and he sat down in front of Emolian at once. "Jojo, I'm Duan Yu. Do you remember me?" Duan Yu pointed at himself with one hand and propped up his chin with the other as he gazed at Arbor's expressionless face. Arbor was gnawing on a pancake when a few more sounds of fighting came from outside. Prince Emo raised his eyebrows with a half-smile, only to see Situ Yi's figure flash as he also ran in. "Good morning, little junior sister. Senior brother, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Just in time, let's eat together." Emolian chuckled as he looked at these two fellows who had come uninvited. "You two have trespassed into this prince's eastern palace. What, are you thinking of rebelling?" Emolian curled her lips mockingly. "What rebellion?" "We are here to see little junior sister," the two answered in unison. Huifeng and the others rushed in while panting and wiping the sweat on their foreheads. "Your Highness, all right, you all can leave." Chapter 1178. These two mentally deranged fellows still had a sense of propriety in their attacks. Otherwise, Huifeng and the others would have been beaten to the ground long ago. Huifeng harumphed and cupped his hands before quickly retreating with his men. "Hubby, cultivate." Arbor sternly gazed at this man who dug her out of her cultivation ground early in the morning. So annoying. He kept hindering her from cultivating, and she couldn't hit him. If she bit him, it would be a bit uncomfortable. Emolian imperceptibly twitched her mouth and ordered someone to scoop a bowl of porridge over. She stirred it with a spoon and coaxed her with a grin. "Wait a bit. Go cultivate in the afternoon. The mystic energy inside is denser." Jojo, little junior sister, how are you?" Situ Yi drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge before looking at her with chopsticks. "Senior brother thinks that it's better to invite someone from Celestial Medicine Valley to take a look at your condition." "Oh, that's second doe. He's the disciple of Celestial Medicine Valley's Valley Master. His medical skills definitely can't be wrong." "No need." Prince Emo coldly waved his hand in refusal. "I've already invited a physician over. He'll examine her after breakfast." After saying this, he turned her small face around and fed her a mouthful of warm porridge. "Little junior sister, you've really lost a lot of weight. Can you tell me what you encountered in that mystic realm?" Situi asked curiously. "She doesn't even remember you. What else can she remember?" Duan Yu irritably pushed Situ-i aside and stuck his face in front of Arbor. He kept calling out, Jojo, look at me. I'm Duan Yu. Duan Yu, do you still remember me?" "His name is Duan Yu," Emolian said as she fed the little fellow. "Duan Yu," Arbor repeated. Duan Yu nearly jumped up in joy. "She remembers me. She remembers me. You're a clown sent by monkeys, right? She only casually said your name, idiot." Emolian and Situ-i both glanced at him with disdain. "His name is Senior Brother Situ." "Senior Brother Situ." Arbor spoke as if he was a little monk chanting scriptures. The corners of Situ-yi's mouth twitched as he silently glanced at Emolian. Emolian said calmly, "If I don't say that, she won't know how to address me. So your name is Hubby?" The two of them asked in unison. "That's right. If I'm not your husband, then what am I?" Emolian shamelessly replied. Duan Yu grumpily glanced at him. Afterwards, he propped up his chin with one hand and tilted his head to say, "I wonder what kind of drug Jojo was fed to make him recognize us." The three of them looked at each other and sighed. After breakfast, the group of physicians that Emolian called over checked Arbor's pulse one by one. But when they left, all of them were frowning deeply. The crown princess was clearly healthy and didn't have any problems. So why did the crown prince stare at them with such a terrifying gaze every time? It was as if they hadn't diagnosed the crown princess' illness at all. But she wasn't sick at all. Not sick. Prince Mo glared at the last physician and angrily demanded, All of you said she wasn't sick, so why can't you recognize her if she's not sick? She didn't hit her head before? Did you examine her clearly? That unlucky physician prostrated on the ground and repeatedly kowtowed. Reporting to Your Highness, this official's diagnosis is the same as theirs. Your Highness, the Crown Princess really doesn't have any problems at all. Impossible, Duan Yu shouted as he pounded the table. Chapter 1179. It must be that you guys didn't detect anything. Duan Yu retorted angrily. A bunch of quacks, quacks, quacks. The little fellow and the parrot chattered away and also shouted along with Duan Yu. Situ, he was a bit speechless, so he also suggested, how about I invite the Doe family's second brother Doe over to examine little junior sister? Sitting on the side, Xiao Mu had long been annoyed to death from watching 17 to 18 physicians. When she saw them talking at this time, she quietly stood up by herself. After the trio discussed it, they decided that Situ, you would go to the Doe family to invite second brother Doe into the palace to treat Arbor. However, they discovered that the little lass had already disappeared. Mo Yin wanted to cry, but had no tears. She ran into the bedroom's rear room alone to take a look and sighed after coming out. She went into closed-door cultivation. Go invite him tomorrow. She probably won't come out today. The main reason was that he was worried that if he went to harass her again, she would run off in anger and disappear without a trace. Situ burst out laughing. My heavens, little junior sister is so thirsty for cultivation, ah. She ran off to cultivate just because you didn't pay attention to her for a few minutes. Mo Yin heaved a long sigh. How sullen must it be to have a wife who was so positive and diligent that she cultivated non-stop every day? What kind of medicine can make someone's head be filled with cultivation every day? Duan Yu blinked. It's too miraculous. Don't you guys think so? Situ quickly interjected. Could it be that we wronged that punk from Beijing Manor and it wasn't his fault at all? Or perhaps Jojo ate the wrong thing in the mystic realm? You're the one who ate the wrong thing. Mo Yin and Duan Yu rolled their eyes at him irritably. Jojo isn't that stupid. Situ shrugged. All right then. I'll invite second young Master Do over at this time tomorrow. Remember to let me pass and don't let me barge in again. It's very annoying. Mo Yin reluctantly agreed. After sending off the two gods of plague, Huifeng's figure flashed and appeared in front of her again. Your Highness didn't attend morning court today, so you didn't know that several imperial censors had a direct confrontation with the vassal king of Anan. Mo Yin curled his lips in a spurious smile. How is it? Are the results out yet? The great king has accepted your suggestion. Today at the imperial court, it was announced that the vassal prince of Anan had rendered meritorious service in defeating Northern Qi, but he also needed to be punished for his lax management of the army. Since the two sides offset each other, it could be considered neither meritorious nor demerit. In addition, the great king also issued an edict to demote one of his generals. The edict should have reached that person's residence by now. Mo Yin sneered. What about the princess of Northern Qi? According to your wishes, the great king bestowed the Northern Qi princess to the vassal prince of Anan. Mo Yin laughed heartily. Well done. I originally wanted to let it rot in my hands. How could there be such a beautiful thing in the world? He brought it back himself, so he should enjoy it well. I'm afraid the vassal prince won't take this lying down. Just wait and see. This princess won't live for much longer. Mo Yin sneered as she stood up and walked outside. Huifeng's eyes brightened. Your Highness means that the vassal prince won't marry the princess of Northern Qi? How could he be willing to marry a woman who can't help him at all? His heart is very wild. Huifeng pursed his lips. Then should this subordinate secretly send people to protect that unlucky princess of Northern Qi? No need, Mo Yin said apathetically. The life and death of a princess of a small kingdom is unrelated to us. Chapter 1180. He was so disgusted by the vassal prince of Anan that he had secretly investigated him. He had long known that this vassal prince wanted to shove the Northern Qi princess into his hands. Ha ha! Could there be anything in this world that would go as he wished? Wishful thinking. He even wanted to shove a woman into his hands. If he didn't make this vassal prince of a nana mess, his name wouldn't be Mo Lien. Mo Lien sneered. Do you think we don't know about the vassal prince of Anan's little tricks these past few years? I'm afraid he won't have the life to enjoy what he wants. In the future, what would be handed over to you was a lifetime of peace and eternal well-being. Some people had been at the top for too long and seemed to have long forgotten what their names were and what their true identities were. Then there was no harm in reminding them properly. In this world, not everyone could be provoked at will. Hui Feng's eyes flickered, and he quickly followed the crown prince out. After taking 2 steps, he looked back strangely. Your Highness, could it be that the crown princess went into closed-door cultivation again? The crown prince didn't want to pay attention to him at all. This guy was just too talkative and kept stabbing him in the heart. So infuriating. My Chow's section break. The next day, as expected, second young Master Do followed Situ E to the Eastern Palace. After seeing His Highness the Crown Prince abandoned them and let out a reluctant arbor. Hubby, cultivate. Duan Yu facepalmed. These are the words he heard the most these past 2 days. Emolian also coughed exasperatedly before pulling over her small hand and saying, Okay, cultivate. After I finish taking your pulse and have breakfast, I'll let you continue cultivating. Okay? Arbor creased his brows and sat upright on a stool on the side, glaring at second Do with large eyes. Quack! Hurry up! Situ E quickly coughed to cover his laughter and quickly stood up to say to second Do, Please don't take offense, second young master. Our little junior sister has been cultivating excessively these past 2 days, so her mind isn't very clear. You're not thinking clearly, Arbor said. Situ E turned around and looked at Arbor with a smile. Junior sister, what's my name? Senior brother Situ. Arbor had an expression that said, You think I'm an idiot? Didn't her husband tell her this name 2 days ago? How could she forget it? Second Do frowned slightly and turned to look at Situ. Duan Yu chortled. Second Do, let me tell you. Actually, Jojo wasn't scolding you just now. It's just that in the past 2 days, we casually told her that a group of people with the name Quack would be coming to take her pulse. So, just now, she was actually just calling your name. Second Do, what else could he say about this bunch of weirdos? Crown Princess, please give me your hand. Second Do knitted his brows as he took Arbor's pulse. His eyes occasionally glanced at the small, wooden face that was close at hand. It's very normal. Second Do looked at Mo Lien and the others in confusion. Why were these 3 people looking at him with disappointed expressions? This little crown princess's body really couldn't be any more normal, all right? Quack! Arbor jumped down from the stool and pattered towards the back room with small steps. She didn't even feel like looking at those people. What's the crown princess going to do? Second Do was puzzled. Duan Yu rolled his eyes and said, To cultivate. She's been like this these past few days, diligently cultivating every day. She doesn't care about worldly affairs and only cultivates. As they spoke, the 4 people shockingly discovered that waves of mystic energy were surging towards the back room. Chapter 1181. Clumps of fist-sized, profound energy flowed into the Eastern Palace's training ground. Jojo is about to break through, right? Duan Yu exclaimed. This little fellow was truly an oddball. She was actually about to break through to level 14 cultivation at her age. The Queen Dowager, who was drinking tea in the rear garden and chatting cheerfully with the Countess of Jian, and suddenly looked up with a frown in the direction of the Eastern Palace. This is... The Queen Dowager stood up abruptly and exclaimed in pleasant surprise, Someone is breaking through in the Eastern Palace. From the looks of it, they are about to step into level 14 mystic cultivation. Could it be His Highness the Crown Prince? Fenggu also exclaimed in delight. The Queen Dowager shook her head and gazed meaningfully at Fenggu. She then asked with a faint smile, What cultivation do you think the Crown Prince has? What cultivation could His Highness the Crown Prince have? Fenggu looked at the Queen Dowager in bewilderment. Why did she feel like the Queen Dowager was implying that His Highness the Crown Prince's cultivation was higher than the Queen Dowager's? Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince has already reached level 15, The pinnacle of mystic cultivation? You are too naive. Level 15 is only the pinnacle of the mystic realm. The Queen Dowager shook her head with a chuckle. She had long realized that she had never seen through her grandson's cultivation. Ever since he was born, the Crown Prince's cultivation had always been above the mystic realm. As for what realm it was exactly, she had never asked, and the Crown Prince naturally had never told her. Then who is breaking through in the Eastern Palace? Fenggu asked curiously. The Queen Dowager smiled with pursed lips and then sat down calmly with her teacup. I heard that the Crown Prince carried my youngest granddaughter-in-law back to the Eastern Palace these past 2 days. It seems like she has been tormenting herself in cultivation. Fenggu's mouth instantly turned round. No way, no way. The young Crown Princess is only 15 years old. She hasn't reached marriageable age yet. The Queen Dowager smiled even more heartily. The Countess of Jian and commented with a smile. The Crown Princess is truly amazing. She truly is one of a kind in this world for her cultivation to be so high at such a young age. The Queen Dowager was grinning from ear to ear. When An, who had come over with tea, saw this, her expression involuntarily stiffened before forcing a smile. Did something good happen for the Queen Dowager to be so happy? Fenggu nodded with a smile as she took the saucer from Commandery Princess Ian's hand. The Queen Dowager said that the young Crown Princess had broken through in the Eastern Palace. To be able to break through to the 14th level of cultivation before reaching marriageable age is truly commendable. When Ian heard this, her breathing stopped slightly. Afterwards, she quickly revealed an extremely unnatural smile. Is that so? That's truly incredible. Fenggu did not notice the change in her expression. She smiled and nodded as she served the tea. Yes, it's really amazing. The Countess of Jian and glanced at Commandery Princess and indifferently before retracting her gaze without leaving a trace. After Ian left, the Queen Dowager gazed at her back before asking the Madam of the Count of Jian, and with a chuckle, "How was it? Last time, that fellow can be considered to have officially met Ian?" The Countess of Jian and replied with a smile, "Many thanks for the Queen Dowager's favor. Although the Commandery Princess is good, it can't be helped that fellow Idao already has someone he likes." Oh, the Queen Dowager was startled, not expecting the Countess of Jian and to reject her first. "MHM, it's the Li family's third Miss Xiaoyi." The Queen Dowager then smiled. "But that one? The third young miss of the Assistant Minister of the Office of Imperial Banquets?" Right, it's her." The Countess of Jian and confirmed with a smile. Chapter 1182. We've already matched their horoscopes, and the two are very compatible. We plan to choose a suitable date for the two families to discuss and officially decide. The Queen Dowager nodded with a smile. "That's pretty good. I have to congratulate the Countess. Fenggu, go to my jewelry box and choose 2 items suitable for young ladies to send to the Li family's third miss." The Countess of Jian and chuckled. "This subject thanks Your Majesty, the Queen Dowager, on behalf of her daughter-in-law." Less than an hour later, the Queen Dowager sent someone to escort the Countess of Jian out. The Queen Dowager rubbed her forehead tiredly. Fenggu's face sank, and she commented in displeasure, "This Countess of Jian and really doesn't know what's good for her. Your Majesty, the Queen Dowager, sincerely wants to marry Commandery Princess into their Count of Jianan's estate. Yet she doesn't appreciate it, and even set up a marriage for young Master Pei so quickly. Your Majesty, the Queen Dowager, this servant has also heard of that Li family's third miss. I heard that previously, Her Majesty Consort Chung had intended to marry this third miss into the great king's son's estate as a noble concubine. But for some reason, this Miss Li actually fell ill and missed the auspicious hour, so this marriage fell through just like that. I really didn't expect that she would actually latch onto the Count of Jianan's estate's young master. This Count of Jianan's family isn't afraid that they will disgust Her Majesty Consort Chung. Sigh. The Queen Dowager waved her hand. The Countess is good at running a household and is smart and far-sighted. No wonder the Count of Jian and has valued her so much all these years. After these two encounters, she must have seen through something. Ian is arrogant and prideful, so she won't settle down even if we force her to marry into the Count of Jian'an's estate. It is pardonable that the Countess doesn't fancy such a daughter-in-law. Forget it. Let's wait and see. It's just a pity that Ian she sigh. The Queen Dowager sighed and waved her hand tiredly. Help me back to my room to lie down. Has the Queen Dowager's chronic back pain flared up again? I will go inform the Royal Physician Building. All right. I already said it's an old ailment. Can those royal physicians treat me? The two left as they spoke. One day later, everyone in the imperial house was stunned by the commotion in the Eastern Palace. The profound energy that flew above the Eastern Palace in batches was so dense that it almost formed a nebula pattern. Who could be so awesome in breaking through? It had already been a full day and night, all right? The dense, profound energy seemed to have covered the entire Eastern Palace with a layer of white mist, making it impossible for anyone to see the situation inside. The men sent by the great king and empress to the Eastern Palace were sent back by Prince Emo. The people who returned only told the great king that the crown princess is breaking through. Don't worry, everything is normal. Was this normal? A normal person would need a day and a night to break through. She must have sucked in all the profound energy around Guanlon City. It's nothing. It's normal. The Empress Dowager felt better after a good night's sleep. She had the energy to eat sweet cakes again. Seeing this, Fenggu tried to persuade her. Empress Dowager, the imperial physician, said that you can't eat too much of this. I can't eat this. I can't eat that. What else can we eat? The Empress Dowager said indignantly, don't listen to their nonsense. We only live for a short 100 years. We should eat and drink as we should. Boom! The Queen Dowager immediately jumped up from her stool. Who? What's going on? Could it be that some blind rebel army had barged into the royal palace? Chapter 1183. Soon, a reporting hidden guard floated in and coughed lightly. It's nothing, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager. His Highness the Crown Prince ordered this subordinate to inform you that the Crown Princess is currently at a critical juncture in her breakthrough, so any abnormal sounds are normal. The Empress Dowager and Fenggu looked at each other in dismay. It wasn't until noon that a blinding light shot out from the Eastern Palace's bedchamber and soared into the clouds like a pillar of light. The Empress Dowager and the Great King couldn't sit still and hastily rushed to the Eastern Palace, encountering each other at the entrance. The moment he stepped through the door, he saw a strange sight. Those layers of mystic energy were like a waterspout that poured into the Eastern Palace's bedchamber. Then, the clouds and mist dissipated, and the sky became clear and bright. A plain-colored figure abruptly jumped out of the roof. With a long whistle, the figure flew like a streak of white light to a tree several meters away with a whoosh. With a fling of her hand, several earth spirits smashed down, and a series of rumbling noises were heard. The soil under the tree rolled and tumbled, twisting into the shape of a long snake. With a smack, it slammed into a thick and solid tree, instantly snapping the tree in half and crashing to the ground with a boom. The Empress Dowager and the Great King. Ha! Jojo, you successfully broke through. Duan Yu guffawed as he looked up at the cold-faced little girl. Why are you here? The little girl looked down at him and suddenly appeared in front of him with a flash. Didn't I already arrive here yesterday? Duan Yu looked at her in bewilderment. Jojo, you didn't forget who I am again, right? Duan Yu, your core ravaging thunder is quite useful. That's right, the jade heavenly thunder I gave you last time is even more. Duan Yu's eyes suddenly widened. You? What did you just say? You remember the core ravaging thunder? Then you know who I am? You are Duan Yu. Arbor looked at Duan Yu as if he was looking at Clown. He narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings. Why am I here? Wasn't this the Eastern Palace? Why did she run to the Eastern Palace for no reason? Shouldn't she be inside the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm? She raised her hand and subconsciously massaged her throbbing little head. Her memory kept flipping back and suddenly stopped at the giant ape's big, grinning face. She remembered. It was this giant ape that had tricked her. It had snatched the disaster-courting talisman that she had just finished drawing and stuck it on her. A certain person gloomily looked inside herself when she saw that her realm had unknowingly soared to the entry stage of level 14 Mystic Cultivator. Her small mouth instantly formed in O shape. Actually, she didn't even know how she managed to cultivate. This was because even though she was awake now, she couldn't remember anything that had happened while the disaster-courting talisman was in effect. The little fellow pursed his lips and didn't say anything for a while. He stood there in a daze for a while. Mo Lien leaped over. "Jojo, little junior's sister." Situ-E chuckled as he ran over. "Congratulations, congratulations. Little junior sister, you have already become a level 14 Mystic Cultivator. Senior brother Situ, you are also here." Arbor returned to her senses and nodded at him. Afterwards, she pattered to Mo Lien's side with a taut face. "Mo Lien, when did I come back?" "You are." Mo Lien paused and looked at her in disbelief. "Jojo, you remembered me?" These people were so dumb. What did he mean by she remembered him? Chapter 1184. He looked at her with some surprise and some melancholy. This little fellow remembered his name. She was Mo Lien and not her husband. "Ah, little junior sister, have you recovered your memory?" Situ-E bounced in front of him and pointed at his nose as he asked, "What about me? What's my name?" Situ-E. Arbor rolled her eyes at him with a look at an idiot expression. Situ-E rubbed his nose. That's right. My name is Situ-E." His name was finally not senior brother Situ. "Little junior sister, that's great. You finally recovered." Situ-E chuckled. "You don't know how worried we were when you lost your memory." "When did I lose my memory?" Arbor glanced at them expressionlessly. "I didn't lose my memory. Wasn't it just her memory being sealed by the disaster-courting talisman? She would never tell anyone about this. Not even Mo Lien. She would never tell anyone that she was the one who drew the disaster-courting talisman and got herself into bloody trouble. It was too embarrassing. When she thought about how she had lost her 5 senses and memories because of the disaster-courting talisman, and how she might have wandered around the forest like a fool, she wanted to catch the giant ape and give it a good beating. Mo Lien sighed softly and went forward to hold her little hand. "Jojo, look at you. You don't remember anything before yesterday again?" "Nothing happened before yesterday." The little fellow raised her head proudly and suddenly narrowed her eyes. Her gaze swept toward the roof, and she threw Mo Lien's hand away before she flew up with a whoosh. "Come out." Everyone was stunned for a moment, not understanding why she had flown up to the sky. But very quickly, they saw a big furry head peeking out from the edge of the roof. The great ape laid there and looked at her with a pair of small eyes. It grinned widely and gave her a silly smile. Great! This fellow still dared to appear in front of her. Arbor flew in front of it with a whoosh and without another word. She raised her little fist and punched it. "Who told you to trick me? Who told you to force me to cultivate? Who told you to trick me?" Pow, pow, pow. Arbor's small fists landed on the giant ape's head like raindrops. Along the way, the giant ape should have been secretly tailing him, but it didn't show itself. Looking at its wretched appearance, Arbor understood everything. Even after using the disaster-courting talisman on her, he was still worried and kept an eye on her to see if she was cultivating properly. Hee, let's see if I can't beat this guy to death. The giant ape hurriedly used its thick and strong arms to hold its head, nimbly jumping around the eaves, climbing up the tree for a while, and sliding down while hugging the tree. That pitiful tree bent down under the weight of its huge body. Empress Zhao stared at the scene in front of her, dumbfounded. She pressed her head and moved her body. What is this? Get down here." The crown princess was climbing up and down the tree, fighting with a big monkey. That scene was beautiful no matter how one looked at it. Arbor flew down with a whoosh. Mo Lien hurriedly walked over and pulled her little hand. She naturally raised her sleeve to wipe the sweat on her head. All right. Stop fighting. Come and greet grandmother." Bang! The giant ape also landed on the ground, and it followed Xiao Mu with its chubby legs. Arbor turned her head and glared at it fiercely, only to see the latter grinning cheekily and opening its big mouth. "Grandmother, this is my Jojo." Chapter 1185. Mo Yin walked up to the Queen Dowager while holding the little fellow's hand and smiled at her. Mo Yin squeezed the little fellow's hand and gave her a look that said, "Call me grandmother." Arbor blinked as she looked at the benevolent-looking elderly lady and called out crisply, "Grandmother." "Good, good, good." The Queen Dowager pulled Arbor over with a grin and examined her closely. "Good child. Let grandmother take a good look. Fenggu, look at how well-born this child is." Fenggu also laughed while covering her mouth. "Isn't that so? The crown princess really is like a little fairy that has descended from the heavens. If this old servant were to run into you on the streets, I might even think that I was seeing things. How could anyone be born so well in this world?" Although the little fellow's face was stoic, she was still blushing from their praise. "Ha ha." The Queen Dowager nodded with a smile. She pulled Arbor's hand and stuffed an interspatial ring into her hand. "Good child. Grandmother learned from the Crown Prince that you are skilled in pharmacology and can refine pills at such a young age. You're truly amazing. This is a meager meeting gift that grandmother prepared for you. Just take it." Arbor's eyes flickered when she looked down. This was a rare and precious interspatial ring in the lower star domain. She had only obtained one from teacher Long Chuyin before. When the king and queen saw this, they couldn't help but open their mouths in shock. It seemed that mother was quite satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law. "Grandmother, this is too precious. I. The Queen Dowager patted Arbor's small hand and said with a chuckle, "There are some spiritual flowers and herbs inside that I collected when I was young and adventurous outside. They are of no use to me, so I'm giving them to you. You can use them to their fullest potential. Don't decline. This is grandmother's small token of appreciation for you. If you don't take it, grandmother will be unhappy." When Commandery Princess, who was standing behind the Queen Dowager, saw this, she clenched her handkerchief tightly and lowered her head with pursed lips. "Xiao Xiao, accept it," Mo Yin advised with a smile. "All right then, I'll give it to grandmother after I refine a good pill." Arbor nodded and put the interspatial ring into his inner world. "Ah, that's right." The old lady was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She smiled and nodded. At this moment, the great king finally found a chance to interrupt. "Ahem, Crown Princess. What exactly happened in the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm a while ago? Why were so many of you sent out in advance?" Arbor faintly glanced at the great king. Suddenly, his fingers moved, and he took out a defensive, profound artifact that looked like a thumb ring. With a swing of his hand, he threw it towards the great king. "I don't know." The secret realm suddenly collapsed. "Before I left, I picked up several things, so I'll give this defensive mystic artifact to the great king," Arbor said expressionlessly. The great king was startled by her action at the beginning, but when he scooped up that defensive mystic artifact, he turned it over and over to examine it admiringly. "Good stuff, this was good stuff." This defensive mystic artifact should also contain a trace of fire spiritual energy, so it should be a beginner-level spiritual artifact. "This is indeed not bad." The Queen Dowager nodded in praise after taking a look. "Great king, you can wear it all times." Okay. The great king was also amused and nodded repeatedly with a smile. Chapter 1186. When Arbor saw Empress Zhao looking in her direction, she thought for a moment before pulling out Wei Nanshu's gem-studded dagger from her waist and tossing it to Empress Zhao. "For you to defend yourself." One had to know that Wei Nanshu was very resentful towards this spiritual weapon dagger, because it was indeed a pretty good item. Empress Zhao held the dagger and examined it. At first, she felt that this dagger was rather beautiful, but then she realized that it was actually a spiritual weapon dagger, so she glanced at Arbor with a complicated gaze. "I can also use this spiritual weapon?" Empress Zhao couldn't help but ask. "You can, Imperial Mother. After this kind of spiritual weapon recognizes its master, it will automatically suppress to a cultivation realm suitable for you." Emolian nodded and explained, although it can't display the spiritual weapon's full power after being suppressed, at least 60% of its power can be retained. "But isn't that a waste?" Empress Zhao softly muttered. It was quite melancholy. Her cultivation realm had always been around level 5 Mystic Cultivator for many years. It wasn't that she didn't work hard enough, but that her constitution and aptitude determined whether she could walk further on her path in the future. She was the type of person with mediocre aptitude among mystic cultivators. Being able to enter level 5 mystic cultivator realm was already considered her limit. The Empress Dowager said with a smile, "Little fellow, you gave all the good things to your royal father and mother. So what do you have left?" Arbor took out that mystic weapon bow and patted it. "This is enough for me." Haha. She still had a large pile of odds and ends contributed by the giant ape. She threw them in her inner world and didn't even look at them carefully. That mystic realm was seriously too dangerous. It collapsed just like that. Fortunately, nothing happened to you. The Empress Dowager held her small hand and said, "Right, what did you do just now?" "Advance to the entry level of level 14 Great Mystic Cultivator, right?" Arbor nodded, and the Great King and Empress Zhao gaped at the same time, looking at Arbor as if they were looking at a little monster from outer space. Their daughter-in-law was only 15 years old, but her cultivation had already reached level 14. How could they, who had mediocre aptitude, endure this? After sending off the Empress Dowager, the Great King, the Queen, and the others, many concubines in the palace came one after another to send gifts to congratulate the crown princess on her advancement in cultivation. Arbor was too lazy to meet them. He only ordered people to accept the gifts and sent the people from the various palaces back. Now that the four of them had moved into the small courtyard, they finally had time to chat. Duan Yu asked curiously, "Jojo, do you really not remember what happened in the Mystic Beast Forest these few days? As far as I know, you were sent out less than half a month after you entered. In other words, you've been wandering outside for more than 10 days. Could it be that you've been cultivating in the Mystic Beast Forest every day?" Our dear Duan, you really hit the nail on the head. Arbor pulled a long face and pretended to be disdainful as he said, "How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. I was just beating up beasts in the forest and collecting crystal cores. Nothing else." Situ, he sneaked a glance at her and suddenly asked, "Then what about that phoenix egg you picked up? Take it out for us to see." "What phoenix egg? When did she pick up some phoenix egg?" "There." Situ, he pointed at Arbor and asked, Isn't that right? You were tested out in one try? You just forgot. You don't even remember something as important as you picking up a phoenix egg, little Junior's sister." Arbor nearly broke her facade. The corner of her mouth imperceptibly twitched, but her small face remained taut. Chapter 1187. Indeed, Arbor herself had already discovered that she had completely forgotten everything that happened in the past 15 days after the rapid cultivation talisman was stuck on her. This was probably the curse's side effect, but she just wouldn't tell them that she had forgotten. She would rather die than admit that she had wandered around the forest like an idiot for so many days and even foolishly forgot everything that happened during that period of time, that it was so humiliating. Cough. Arbor sank into her inner world to take a look. Sure enough, she strangely discovered that there really was a large, resplendent, golden-red egg lying inside her inner world. She took out the egg and flung it in front of Situ, E, and the others. "What kind of phoenix egg is this?" "It's just a large-sized egg." Puffed. Situ spat out a mouthful of tea. Duan Yu, who was sitting across from him, nimbly opened a folding fan in his hand, which blocked all of his tea. His handsome face instantly darkened, and he grumbled, "Situ, what are you spitting for? So filthy." Miss Chow also waved her small hand in disdain. At this time, she heard that egg indignantly yell, "You're the large-sized egg. Your whole family is made of eggs." "What are you saying?" Arbor's small face darkened. She sat there and stared at the egg with a dignified air, casually summoning Qingwan. Qingwan had long been impatient to come out. The moment he came out, he looked at her in pleasant surprise and exclaimed, Master, you finally woke up?" Miss Chow glared at him warningly. "I've been very clear-headed the entire time." Ha. His tsundere little master was willing to suffer because of her pride. It seemed like she didn't want to admit that she had been tricked by the rapid cultivation talisman she drew before. Qingwan immediately understood and quickly beamed like a flower. Right, little master. You've been especially clear-headed the entire time. You've been especially diligent in cultivating during this period of time, so you just couldn't be bothered with them. That's right. Arbor nodded and coughed lightly before pointing at that egg and asking, "What's going on with this egg?" The corner of Qing Wan's mouth twitched. Then she vividly described what happened that day. When she talked about how Arbor was walking in the forest and was almost hit by a phoenix egg, the three men present all looked at her with strange gazes. "This is the good fortune accumulated from 10 lifetimes, Situ," he muttered in a low voice. "Tell me, who would be able to walk in the forest and get smashed by a phoenix egg for no reason? Only this strange child could do that." Then Master kicked the egg away. The egg really wanted to follow Master, so it ran all the way here. Qing Wan summarized the matter simply, mainly focusing on 2 points. Firstly, the owner didn't want the egg. Secondly, Eggy had insisted on following her. The 3 men were speechless. Hee. What egg? You're an egg. Your whole family is an egg. This seat said, "This seat is the ancient Bloodfire great god. You mere mortals dare to look down on this seat like this. Wait until this seat recovers his true phoenix body. This seat will teach you a lesson." Arbor stretched out her leg to kick it, but who knew that the egg would roll especially fast and slip behind Emolien in a roll. It shouted angrily, "You kicked me again, you kicked me again." The egg was so heartbroken. Why did it follow such an unreliable master? "Oh, that's right, little master. Chirpy is awake," Qing Wan hurriedly said. Arbor was a little stunned and kept muttering in her heart. This disaster-courting talisman caused her to miss so many things. Chapter 1188. Even if she stubbornly refused to admit it, how could these 3 men in front of her not know that she really had forgotten what happened in the Mystic Beast Forest? But seeing that she was determined not to say anything, they could only make up their minds not to ask. Emolien coughed lightly, chuckled, and changed the topic. "Jojo, this is great. Little Fatty is also awake, so you could be at ease in the future." Arbor fished out the little white squirrel and rubbed its head. The little squirrel happily rubbed against her hand and turned to glare at Emolien. "Who's little Fatty?" "You." Emolien reached out and abruptly picked up its tail, turning it upside down. She looked at it with a grin and said, "You seem to have the aura of a sacred beast on you, although it's so faint that it's almost undetectable. But you are a little strange." The little white squirrel hastily tucked its tail between its legs and shook its small body, kicking its limbs wildly as it wailed. "Master, master, little master. There's a big brother demon here who wants to catch me." Xiaomu's mouth twitched as she slapped away Emolien's hand. She then picked up this little fat squirrel and placed it on her knees. She cast the man an irritated glance. "Don't bully it all the time." Seeing that the little fat squirrel was about to dig its little claws into the little fellow's chest, Emolien's cold eyes narrowed, and she directly picked it up again and flung it outside. "Piayu." Qing Wan covered her mouth and snickered. "Master." The little fat squirrel pitifully ran over to her with tears in its eyes. Under Emolien's oppressive gaze, how would he dare to randomly climb on a master? He could only bear with that man's terrifying gaze and jump onto the little fellow's shoulder. He then obediently crouched there, petrified and motionless. Arbor propped up her chin with both hands and sighed. "Stop fooling around. I'm vexed." Emolien saw that she looked tired and reached out to rub her head. "Jojo, if you're tired, go back to your room and rest. Recently, you've been cultivating all day long. You haven't been able to eat or sleep well. You really need to recuperate for a while, okay?" Emolien said softly. Arbor nodded. She still had to make time to go home. Her parents were probably worried about her. Thump, thump, thump. The giant ape moved its thick buttocks, walked to her side, and sat down. Xiaomu swept at a glance and didn't happily respond to it in a huff. "Jojo, where did you get this ape?" Duan Yu was dying of curiosity. Jojo refused to talk about it. She must have had a lot of things happen after she came out of the Arcana Land. Darling Xiao snorted and glanced at the giant ape. Him? I picked it up in the forest. The three of them immediately looked at her, as if they were looking at a god. Could this child be any more outlandish? She randomly wandered around the forest for a few days, and not only did she pick up a phoenix egg, but she also picked up a powerful giant ape. Why didn't I pick up anything when I went to the Mystic Beast Forest for training? Situi asked with a melancholy expression. Haha, Duan Yu couldn't resist guffawing. Can you compare to our Jojo? Our Xiao Xiao is a person who was born with great luck. Situ rubbed his nose and nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Oh, right, little junior sister, do you still remember? Before Situ could finish speaking, he saw Duan Yu and Mo Lien simultaneously glaring at him. Ahem. Situ pretended to cough and then stopped talking. Chapter 1189. Remember what? Arbor couldn't help but look at him in confusion when he paused mid-sentence. Situ sent the two of them a look before continuing. Do you still remember Beijing Manor's young Master Dingyan? Arbor expressionlessly looked at her senior brother Situ and shook her head in less than 2 seconds, her aloof face devoid of any emotion. I don't know him. Duan Yu wanted to laugh, but he also felt some sympathy for that pitiful young Master Ding. Jojo had probably been transported out of the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm, so she was completely oblivious to everything that had happened during this period of time until today. Arbor furrowed her brows in contemplation. Who is it? Do I know him? Mo Lien reached out to pinch her small face. Don't think about it if you don't know him. He's merely an idle person. Situ sighed softly. Little junior sister, then don't think about it. All right, Jojo should be tired. You guys hurry up and leave. I won't be seeing you out. Mo Lien directly ordered them to leave. She stood up and pulled Xiao Xiao's small hand, dragging her towards the bedchamber. Jojo, sleep and rest well. What do you want to eat later? Mo Lien, do you smell a stench? As the little fellow walked, she carelessly tugged at his sleeve and sniffed it. Mo Lien. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, You haven't bathed for many days. It's your body that stinks. Every time I call you to bathe together, you always tell me to cultivate. Arbor. Duan Yu propped up his chin with one hand and sighed as he watched the two leave, glued to each other like glue. They're about to get married, right? Situ watched the two leave hand in hand and chuckled with his arms crossed. Looking closely, they're quite compatible, aren't they? Duan Yu merely stood there and gazed into the distance, not speaking for a long time. Situ looked back and sighed before patting Duan Yu's shoulder. Let's go, brother Duan Yu. I'll treat you to a drink. Humph! Why would a carefree person like me need to drown his sorrows in alcohol? Duan Yu brushed away his hand and stood up with a chuckle. However, accompanying you for a drink or two is also fine. You don't need to drown your sorrows in wine. Your sorrows are written in your eyes. Situ shook his head helplessly. The word love was really a disaster for the common people. Dividing line, our dear Xiao Mu slept for a long time. She slept for a whole day and night. When she woke up, it was already noon of the next day. She was actually able to sleep for so long. It was obvious that she was really tired. After a good night's sleep, Arbor felt much better. He kicked his legs and sat up from the bed. As soon as she moved, Xiao Yao pushed the door open and entered. She looked at her with a grin and called out, Miss, you're finally awake. Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao excitedly put down the wash basin in her hands and ran to Arbor to hold her hands. Miss, you finally recognized me. Yesterday, His Highness told me that you recovered, but I didn't believe it. Xiao Yao is really too happy to see that you're perfectly fine today. What could have happened to me? Arbor stretched her small arms and legs with her hands on her hips. Accompany me home today. Xiao Yao covered her mouth and laughed. His Highness has already prepared a carriage and is waiting. Once Miss wakes up and has her meal, we can go home. Arbor sat down at the table and used her chopsticks to pick up a pastry and send it to her small mouth. Chapter 1190. When she turned around and saw Xiao Yao chuckling with her head lowered, Arbor couldn't help but ask curiously, What are you secretly laughing at? Nothing. She was thinking of how His Highness had fooled around with Miss during a meal. The Queen had caught them red-handed. Recalling His Highness's greasy hands made her grin from ear to ear. It's weird. Xiao Mu picked up another pastry and ate it. After drinking half a bowl of congee, she rubbed her small, round belly. Where's Mo Lien? He hasn't come back yet. His Highness is discussing matters with a Mr. Shangguan in the study. They should be ending soon. Crown Princess, Commandery Princess, Ian requests an audience. Xiao 11Z quickly walked in from outside. Who is she? Arbor quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks as she asked in confusion. Xiao Yao explained with a smile. The day before yesterday, Commandery Princess and the royal concubines from each palace sent gifts to congratulate Miss on her advancement. Oh, Arbor wiped her small mouth and asked with a nod. You've accepted them all. They've been stored in the small storeroom. Does Miss want to go over and take a look? No need. Arbor waved her small hand. Aren't they all just worldly items? What's there to look at? That's true. Xiao Yao nodded. She knew that her miss had an abundance of good things on hand, so she naturally looked down on them. Xiao 11Z stood on the side for a long time. Seeing that the Crown Princess didn't respond, he couldn't help asking softly, Does the Crown Princess want this servant to send the Commandery Princess away? Send her away. Arbor nodded. She didn't have the leisure to see this and that all day long. If she had the time, she might as well refine pills in peace. Xiao 11Z nodded and retreated. He then greeted Commandery Princess Ian with a smile, saying, Please forgive me, Commandery Princess. Little Master is still resting. If there is anything, Commandery Princess might as well instruct this servant. When Little Master wakes up, this servant will pass on the message. Commandery Princess Ian was taken aback, as though she had not expected Arbor to reject her. Even if it was for the sake of the Empress Dowager, she wouldn't do such a disrespectful thing. This little crown princess really didn't know the ways of the world. Ian shook her head with a smile, without showing any dissatisfaction on her face. No need. Since the crown princess is still resting, I won't disturb her. I'll visit another day. All right. Xiao 11Z beamed with joy and nodded. Allow this servant to see the royal princess off. As Ian turned to leave, her gaze landed on the ceiling of the palace. This little crown princess might not be easy to deal with. Princess, they don't even want to see us. Why do we have to come here and embarrass ourselves like this? Sir said indignantly as she followed behind her. What do you know? Ian cast her a tepid glance. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you emerge victorious in 100 battles. This crown princess is young, but she exudes an absolute oddity from head to toe. Ian clenched her fists. Her cultivation is too strange. In all my years, I have never seen someone who could break through to level 14 cultivation at the age of 15. It must be because His Highness the Crown Prince gave her many miracle pills. Su pursed her lips and said, I heard from other people that this kind of person who uses medicine to create a false cultivation realm is actually useless. Once it comes to actual combat, they can be beaten to a pulp at any time. Ian looked at her in amusement before saying with a shake of her head, that might not be the case. Chapter 1191. With the Crown Princess's cultivation, it can be considered exceptional. I suspect that she should have some special cultivation technique. Cultivation technique? Mystic technique? Mystic technique? Ian shook her head. It definitely isn't an ordinary mystic technique or cultivation technique. I suspect that she might have a divine rank or even saint rank cultivation technique. If she didn't have cultivation techniques to complement each other, how could her cultivation realm increase so quickly? If she could dig out the secret on her body and take it for herself, Anne's expression flickered, and she led Sue to her Anya pavilion. The Queen Dowager hasn't been paying much attention to you lately. She only has her granddaughter-in-law on her mind, and she even gifted such a precious interspatial ring to the crown princess the day before yesterday. Sue pursed her lips and said, It must have been hard on Miss to personally attend to the Queen Dowager and serve her wholeheartedly all these years. In the end, you can't even compare to a granddaughter-in-law that she has only met once. Shut up. Ian glanced at the talkative Sue indifferently. I already told you not to speak whatever comes to your mind. Be careful that a loose tongue leads to trouble. How many spies did she have in the palace to dare to spout such nonsense? Ian glared at her and shook her head. Sir puffed up her cheeks and changed the topic, saying, Commandery Princess, Princess Anam has sent out invitations to hold a flower appreciation banquet. Apparently, all the noble ladies in the city have been invited. Do you want to go? Ian was startled, but then she nodded slightly. Of course I want to go. She suddenly paused and turned to look at Suer. Is the crown princess going? My chow section break. I'm not going. Arbor scratched the little fat squirrel's furry chin as he leaned lazily against Emolien. Why would I go? I'm already busy to death. So how would I have the time to attend that nuisance of a flower appreciation banquet? Moreover, this kind of flower appreciation banquet was mostly held to select a wife for their son. Every family was well aware of this. What was she, a young woman who was already engaged, going there for? There was absolutely no need for that. The crown prince casually threw the invitation card out of the carriage window. Hugging his wife, he smiled and said, All right, I won't go. Jojo, if you're tired, take a nap. Arbor puffed his cheeks. I just woke up. You've been cultivating in the morning and at night these days. It's seriously too hard on you. Emolien leaned close to her small ear and murmured softly, Sleep a bit more. Speaking of this matter, Arbor also shed bitter tears, but he had no one to complain to. Lying in Prince Mo's arms, the carriage rocked back and forth. She decided to take a nap, but she really did close her eyes and fall asleep. Emolien helped her adjust a more comfortable position and held her on his lap. She rolled her eyes and glared at the little fat squirrel that was shrinking back. Don't be noisy. Chirp, chirp. Acting cue my ass. The crown prince glanced at it, then ignored it. He only lowered his head to look at his Jojo. Suddenly, Emolien's brows twitched, and he grabbed his left wrist with one hand. Just as he was about to channel the medicinal power, he saw a small, fair hand move slightly and take his pulse. Xiao Mu's examination of her pulse scared away all of her sleepiness. She rolled and sat up. You? Why didn't you say you were poisoned? Emolien hugged her soft body and comforted her softly. It's fine. What do you mean it's fine? This poison is a neurotoxin, right? It's quite serious. You? Arbor glared at him. Chapter 1192. Arbor was really going to be angered to death. Why didn't he say anything when such a big thing happened? Looking at his handsome, innocent face, Arbor couldn't resist reaching over and pinching his face. Why didn't you tell me? This isn't a big deal. After noticing a certain someone's angry gaze, Prince Mo's voice weakened, and he finally said in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible, You've been too tired these past few days. You have to sleep well. He was really going to be angered to death. Arbor hammered him hard. Is my sleep more important? Or is your life more important? Emolien opened his mouth, but he quickly changed the you're important to both. Both are important. Xiao Mu pounced over and bit him. You scoundrel. Okay, I'm a jerk. Emolien hastily hugged this little fellow and begged for mercy. Jojo, don't be angry, okay? My teeth hurt from biting. As he spoke, he even lifted her little chin in all seriousness, busily trying to look at her teeth. Arbor irritably slapped his paw away and turned her little head away with a huff. I don't want to pay attention to you. Emolien turned her little head back with an innocent expression. No, how can you ignore me? Jojo, don't be angry. It's not that I don't cherish my life, but I know this poison can't do anything to me in the short term. You forgot that I'm an apothecary myself. My medicine can neutralize some of the poison, but it can't cure it completely. Arbor reached out to hug him and looked up at him anxiously. How long have you been poisoned? Not long after you left the Mo Kingdom capital. Ding Ting Ding suddenly sent me a message. Ding Ting Ding was the one who poisoned you? Arbor's little face darkened, inwardly recording another score against Ding Ting Ding. It's him. Emolien nodded and said, Ding Ting Ding controls level 8 with spirits and is quite powerful. The reason why I was poisoned was because I was plotted against by him, but he didn't get any benefits either. You've been poisoned for a month? Arbor looked at him in surprise. No, not a month, at most half a month. Emolien hugged her small body and swayed gently. I'm fine. Xiaomu smacked his head with her small fist. Idiot. Emollient. Arbor grumpily took out a bottle of antidote from his inner world. Take this first. I'll make an antidote for you tonight. I just don't know if I have all the herbs I need. She muttered to herself. Jojo, there's no rush. What do you mean by not being anxious? Arbor glared at him. I'm anxious. All right. Mo Yin blinked his phoenix eyes and said with a smile while hugging Jojo, then don't work too late to make the antidote tonight. All right? Look at you. When I bring you home now and Mom sees that you've lost so much weight, she'll definitely blame me for not taking good care of you. Bah. Arbor grumpily glanced at him. You're just worried that Mom will blame you. Jojo, previously, when I had to cultivate every day, did you come to bother me every day? Arbor watched him drink the antidote and then took his pulse before casting him a sidelong glance. No. Emollient hastily shook his head and said seriously, I never disturbed you when you were cultivating. Otherwise, do you think you could break through to become a level 14 mystic cultivator so quickly? Chapter 1193. Haha, as if I'd believe you. This is a neurotoxin called devil's grass. It will paralyze a person's nerves for a short period of time and affect the limbs and body. It will gradually turn the person into a paralyzed and immobile person. Xiao Mu gritted her teeth in resentment. This ding-ting-ding really is vicious enough. Emollient lifted his hand to tidy her hair. It's a pity that he doesn't know that I have Jojo with me. Any poison won't work on me. Arbor gave him a sideways glance. That's not a reason for you to hide your health condition. Okay. If anything happens to me in the future, I'll tell you immediately. Emollient smiled at her. Actually, it's okay if you wait a day or two until Jojo fully recovers before you detoxify me. Emollient looked at the little fellow's disapproving gaze and his voice subconsciously lowered. He couldn't help but laugh as he hugged her and said, Okay, I admit my mistake. Hurry up and cure me, baby. Humph. Arbor glanced at him, refusing to accept his act of being obedient. This person didn't care about his own health at all. He was so annoying. Jojo. Emollient turned her small body around and lowered his head to plant a kiss on her cheek. Don't be angry with me anymore, okay? Dang, 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 dang. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard from the streets. Dear neighbors and fellow villagers, today is the grand opening of the House of Treasures. There will be a large-scale auction in the evening. We invite all of you to attend. When Arbor heard the sound, she pulled open the window and looked outside. What House of Treasures? Are they here to steal our Morning Sunlight Pavilion's business? Emollient couldn't help but laugh as she craned her head to look outside as well. A few burly men and a few gorgeously dressed women were standing on the street, shouting and beating gongs and drums. They attracted a lot of attention. Just from the name of this shop, it doesn't sound fancy. Arbor pursed her lips. I don't think there's anything special about this House of Treasures. Emollient. Baby, it's called the House of Treasures. Oh yes. Xiao Mu shrunk her head and let down the curtain. How about we scout out the enemy tonight? It doesn't matter if Morning Sunlight Pavilion's business is good or bad. Emollient chuckled. In any case, it was nothing more than that. Gathering all the rare treasures in the world was just an excuse. The most important thing was to spread the news. Did I sell all my talismans last time? I sold a long time ago. Then I'll give you another batch this time. She didn't have much use for those elementary yellow and blue talismans anymore. Now, she mainly used ebony to make talismans, and most of them were high-level blue talismans. Mid-level talismans were not that rare to her, so she decided to sell them to the Crown Prince. Anyway, she would only keep it as waste paper. Now, everyone outside knows that Morning Sunlight Pavilion has talismans for auction. Tell me, this is our only business. How could it be snatched away by others? Emollient raised her eyebrows and smiled. But if you want to go to the House of Treasures, I'll accompany you. Okay. Let's go take a look tonight. A trace of curiosity floated in the little fellow's heart. I wonder what good things they can auction. As they spoke, the carriage had already turned onto Minshun Avenue and arrived at the entrance of the marquee of Jiyuan's estate. The Marquis's estate had received news early in the morning that Arbor would be returning today, so they had already opened the doors and waited. At this moment, Qiao Zhongbong and his wife, who had received the news, hurriedly came out of the hall to welcome them. Chapter 1194. Mom. When Arbor saw her mother, her eyes involuntarily lit up, and she quickly ran up to hug her mother's arm. This child. Wei Ziqin reached out to poke her little head. You've made Mother worried to death. You always disappear without a word. Do you know that Xiaoma brought people to look for you all over the place during this period of time? They almost turned the ground upside down. Arbor nodded slightly with a stifled expression. Actually, she was also quite helpless. If not for that disaster-courting talisman causing her to be in such a bizarre situation, she could have actually returned when she was transported out of the mystic realm. All right, it's good that you're back. Come in and talk. Qiao Zhongbong hastily ushered everyone into the house. The group moved to the main hall and sat down, and servants naturally came forward to serve tea. Mom, is everything all right at home? There's nothing for you to worry about at home. Wei Ziqin pulled her daughter's small hand, her eyes filled with reluctance to part. Jojo, why are you so thin? Was it very hard to train in the Mystic Beast Forest Mystic Realm this time? It's fine. It wasn't very hard. Arbor hugged her mother's arm and shook her head. Mom, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Look, my realm has increased again. I just broke through to become a level 14 Mystic Cultivator. Qiao Zhongbong and Wei Ziqin widened their eyes in shock as they sized up their daughter. Wei Ziqin looked at her with a rather complicated gaze and muttered to herself, This is probably inherited by bloodline. Mom, what are you muttering about? Wei Ziqin was startled, and she quickly smiled and said, Nothing. Child, don't go anywhere now that you're back, okay? You have to properly prepare for your coming-of-age ceremony at home. Got it? Xiao Mu obediently nodded her small head. In her previous life, her mother passed away early, so how could her stepmother worry so much about her? She didn't have a coming-of-age ceremony. She could only hide at the side and watch the family prepare a grand coming-of-age ceremony for Qiao and I. At that time, she was like a little mouse that no one wanted. She lived in a dirty ditch and could not see the light of day. Wei Ziqin pursed her lips and smiled. That's good. Then move back home today. Don't mess around until your wedding. Oh no, Arbor suddenly thought of something and shouted, Mother, I have to go. Wei Ziqin patted her little hand and glanced at her unhappily. You just came home and you want to go out again? You're not going anywhere. Mother, this is something I promised someone else. Previously, when I was at that small base in the Mystic Beast Forest, I collected a batch of primary grade herbs, but later on. In short, due to various reasons, I missed the appointed time. I must go there. Mother, it won't be long. I'll be back in 5 days at most. 5 days? Wei Ziqin widened her eyes. There's still more than half a month before your coming-of-age ceremony. 4 days. Just 4 days. Arbor stretched out 4 little fingers and waved them in front of her mother. She shook her arm coquettishly and said, Mother, I'll definitely rush back on time. You can rest assured now that your little Mo will accompany me, right? Crown Prince Mo, who was currently sulking over the fact that his wife was moving back to the Qiao estate, suddenly brightened his eyes when he heard this. He immediately switched sides with his wife and nodded repeatedly. Mom, don't worry. With me accompanying Qiao, I definitely won't let her go missing again this time. Wife, I'm good to you, right? Mo Yin winked at Xiao. Chapter 1195. Wei Ziqin rolled her eyes at the couple and poked her daughter's head. You only know how to use Xiaoma as a shield. It's okay, Mom. I just love to shield Jojo. I can shield him from anything. Wei Ziqin looked at her son-in-law, speechlessly. Okay then, but remember to come back quickly. In 4 days at the latest, you'll have to move back home with your mother. I know. Mom's sister is back. Jolin and Xiao's son ran into the front hall one after the other, followed by a little monk with teary eyes. When he saw Arbor, he burst into tears. Benefactress, you left me behind again. Arbor didn't even have time to say anything to his sister-in-law before he hurriedly left his seat and carried the crying little monk over. Little monk, why do you monks always like to cry? A monk is also a human. When a person is sad, tears will always flow. The little monk sobbed as he spoke. Xiao Zhongbong couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. There were more and more weirdos at home. What should he do? Little monk, you cry every time you see my sister. Do you think we don't treat you well? Jolin put her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes at him angrily. You are good, but you are not as good as benefactress. The little monk spoke honestly and raised his sleeve to wipe his tears. Benefactress, and I have been through trials and tribulations since we were young. She always leaves me behind and runs off by herself. Can't I cry when I see her? Jolin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she glared at the nagging little monk. She pursed her lips and said, No wonder sister left you behind and ran off. You are such a nagging little monk. Okay, don't cry. Arbor pulled his sleeve and helped him wipe his tears. You're not a 3-year-old child anymore. You're 4 years old. But after the new year, you'll be 5 years old. You shouldn't cry. Xiao Zhongbong. That Wei Ziqing couldn't help but giggle. She lovingly stroked the little monk's bald head and said, Kong, Mrs. Big Sister. It's fine. When Big Sister comes back from her business, I will stay at home for more than a month. Wei Ziqing said with a smile. Kong, have you finished your homework today? The small monk nodded his small head and said, It's done. This little monk has already finished tomorrow's work. Benefactress, can you bring me along this time? That won't do. When Emolian heard that this guy actually wanted to be a candle, he immediately vetoed it. Benefactress. The little monk's eyes were filled with pitiful tears. How about this? I can't bring you along, but I can take you out to play tonight. Arbor patted the little monk's head. Big Sister will be back in 4 days. It won't be long. Big Sister, where are you going to play? Jolin and Xiao Sun were immediately energized. They gathered in front of Arbor and asked curiously, Big Sister, where are you going to play? There is a newly opened House of Treasures auction house. There will be an auction tonight. Emolian and I plan to go take a look. Do you guys want to go? The 3 little heads nodded in unison. Emolian couldn't help but facepalm. Was there a need to ask? These 3 little fellows, as long as there was something interesting to watch, how could they refuse? There was no need to ask about this kind of thing. You guys can go out, but you have to be obedient. Don't cause trouble for your big sister, Wei Ziqing reminded them. Mother, we are very obedient. Chapter 1196. Jojo, there's something else I need to tell you, Wei Ziqing said with a smile. Do you still remember the day Mother was abducted by the Qiao family? She went out with Madame Ren of Taichung Temple because she was looking for a girl from Madame Ren's 4th branch for your second uncle. That girl is 24 years old and has a rather hard life. However, Mother thinks she's not bad, and your second uncle is also quite satisfied. Mother plans to ask Madame Ren to go to the girl's house in a few days and settle the marriage date. Let's discuss the wedding date. If there are no accidents, your second uncle's wedding date will probably be before yours. Xiaomu Luan's eyes widened. So urgent? Am I going to have a new second aunt? That girl has already been delayed for 24 years, so it's quite urgent. However, don't worry, Mother has seen that girl. Her temperament and appearance are both pretty good. Wei Ziqing smiled and nodded. Your second aunt left early, so your second uncle has been delayed all these years. Now that Xiao has grown up, our family's life is getting better and better. Your second uncle, The family was happily chatting when they suddenly heard a startled cry from outside the courtyard. Second old master, eldest young master. What's wrong with second old master? Xiao Zhongbong and the others hurried out the door, but what they saw almost made them faint from fright. They saw second Uncle Qiao hanging from his son Qiao, whose shoulder. Half of his body had been beaten until it was covered in blood. He looked incomparably frightening. No wonder the servant's voice trembled. Second uncle. Arbor cried out in alarm and ran to second Uncle Qiao's side. Me sister. Qiao, who struggled to support his body and dragged second Uncle Qiao into the house. When he saw Arbor running over, he spat out a mouthful of blood like a deflated ball and fell to the ground, barely breathing. Hurry, and save eldest aunt. At the Zhou family's entrance. Brother Xiao Hu. Xiaomu was shocked when she felt Xiao Hu's pulse. Brother Xiao Hu's profound veins were actually injured by someone, and second uncle's condition was even more tragic. The bones in his left hand and left leg were actually broken by someone. When Arbor checked, he felt as if he was shrouded in an icy mist, emitting an eerie chill. Wei Ziqing was so frightened that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Second uncle, what are you waiting for? Go to the clinic and ask for a doctor. There's no need. Carry him back to the room first. Prepare clean scissors, cloth, and hot water. Yes. Our Jojo is an alchemist. Our Jojo can see it. Wei Ziqing was so anxious that she was confused. The crown prince had already ordered the swift hidden guards to carry Qiao Zhongxing and his son to the side room. Go and find out what's going on. The crown prince ordered with a solemn face. Huifeng immediately cupped his fists and accepted the order. He leaped over the wall with 2 other hidden guards to investigate the matter. Arbor closed the door to the side room and flashed into the room alone. He first fed the father and son 2 healing pills before starting to treat second Uncle Qiao, whose injuries were more serious. After an hour, second Uncle Qiao's hands and feet were all wrapped in a splint that Arbor had prepared. Qiao, who also fed him another pill and fell into a deep sleep after the acupuncture treatment. When Arbor was done, Prince Amo happened to push open the door and enter. Seeing her tired expression, he quickly reached out to support her. Jojo, our second uncle, and Xiao Hu all right? Wei Ziqing asked worriedly. Chapter 1197. I'm fine. Arbor frowned slightly. However, when Brother Xiao, who was performing acupuncture, he kept repeating, Sister, save eldest aunt, save eldest aunt. Wei Ziqing walked in and heard Arbor say that her second uncle and his son were fine. She hurriedly bowed to the heavens and the earth and cupped her hands. Io, what happened to second uncle and Xiao Hu? They were fine when we left the house this morning. Mother, don't worry. I've already sent people to investigate. I believe there will be news soon. That's good. I don't know who did it to be so cruel. Mom, do you still remember eldest aunt? Xiao Mu abruptly interrupted her mother's words and asked. Xiao Zhongbong stepped in with an ugly expression. Jojo, your eldest Aunt Xiao Wenxiu married far away in Willow City a long time ago. She had a good life before, but her in-laws were strict and didn't allow her to go back to her parents' home for many years. Arbor nodded. Actually, she had some impression of her eldest Aunt Xiao Wenxiu. Compared to her youngest aunt who was doted on by the old madam, her eldest aunt's life was much harder. Because she was the eldest sister before she got married, her eldest aunt basically took care of everything outside the house. When she married far away in Willow City, it was said that her life wasn't good either. She had a strict mother-in-law. After she gave birth to a daughter, she was especially disliked by her mother-in-law and couldn't even go back to her parents' home. In her previous life, her eldest Aunt Xiao Wenxiu had a very weak presence. Moreover, after the zombie outbreak, she hadn't heard any news about her eldest aunt's family. However, she didn't expect that in this life if she didn't hear wrong. Brother Xiao, who kept repeating, save eldest aunt. Save eldest aunt. Arbor frowned in confusion. She turned to her father and asked, Father, have you had any news about eldest aunt these past few years? Nope. Xiao Zhongbong shook his head. Ever since we wandered out of Quoto village, we haven't seen your eldest aunt. Your eldest aunt came back once when you were 3 years old. Rulin, who is 7 years old and your cousin, is 4 years older than you. I haven't seen her since. Wei Ziqing sighed when she mentioned her aunt. Your aunt's mother-in-law. She's a very powerful woman. After your eldest aunt got married, she didn't even dare to return to her maiden home. If she dares to mention the matter of returning to her maternal family, her mother-in-law will not only scold her, but will also beat her. Arbor was speechless when he heard that. Why was it another punching bag? She had already asked someone to send the 2 pitiful punching bags that she had saved the day before back to the Water Realm. Too weak, really. Arbor was a little angry when she thought of the weak Merfolk clan. She didn't know where her anger came from. If not for the fact that Master Long Chuyun and Senior Xuanji had asked her to treat the Merfolk race well, she would not have bothered with such a weak race. Your Highness. Hu Weifeng's voice came from outside the door. Come in, Mo Yin called aloofly. Feng swiftly appeared beside them, with 2 hidden guards in tow. He bowed in salute. "We've already found out, Your Highness." "Speak." Second Master Qiao and eldest young Master Qiao were injured by 2 level 11 body cultivators at the Zhou residence's entrance. Why did those body cultivators from the Zhou residence injure second uncle and Xiao Hu for no reason? Wei Ziqin was enraged. Chapter 1198. "It's like this, madam." Feng turned around and bowed to Wei Ziqin before replying. "The Zhou family's eldest son, Zhou Yuan, chased Xiuqi's wife out early this morning. Qiao family's second master and eldest young master just happened to pass by." Xiao Mu raised her hand to rub her head. When Mo Lien saw this, she quickly walked to her wifey's side and gently rubbed her head. Wei Ziqin and Xiao Zhongbang glanced at their daughter and son-in-law before being drawn back by Huifeng's words. So the second master recognized with a single glance that the person crying and making a fuss outside the Zhou estate was his long-lost eldest sister, Qiao Wenxiu. It really was Wenxiu? Xiao Zhongbang gaped in shock. After second master questioned her, he found out from Qiao Wenxiu that the Zhou family's eldest son, Zhou Yuan, had divorced his niece, Pu Rulin, in order to marry the daughter of the richest Gao family. He was so angry that he immediately went up to the Zhou family to reason with them. And then they were beaten up? Arbor's expression darkened. Just a few words. Did the Zhou family want to kill second uncle and brother Xiao Hu? Apparently, these 2 formidable body cultivators were sent by the daughter of the richest Gao family, Gao Qiqi. They were the ones who injured second master and eldest young master. Feng quickly finished his report and stood behind Prince Mo. The Zhou family could have hit anyone, but they ended up hitting second Master Qiao. Encountering someone as protective as the crown princess, this matter probably couldn't be settled peacefully. Then what about Wenxiu? Where are Wenxiu and her daughter right now? Xiao Zhongbang couldn't help but ask. The matter has blown up, and it looks like someone's going to die. Someone secretly went to the capital magistrate's office, and Sir Pang Dehai sent people to investigate. Seeing that the matter is blown up, the Zhou family didn't dare to make a fuss for the time being, so they locked up Qiao Wenxiu and Pu Rulin. They're currently locked up in the Zhou residence. Xiao Zhongbang punched the door and furiously exclaimed, "They're intolerable bullies. Are they bullying our Qiao family for having no one?" "Father." As soon as Arbor called out, Xiao Zhongbang waved his hand at her and said, "You and the crown prince don't get involved in this matter. Father will personally bring some people to the Zhou family to see if they will let him go." How could Arbor be at ease? Although her father had taken a mystic breakthrough pill a while ago and had broken through to become a level 9 mystic cultivator, the other party had 2 level 11 body cultivators. Perhaps there were other hidden forces. If Qiao Zhongbang went there so rashly, wouldn't he be asking for a beating? "No, father, it's too dangerous." Arbor shook his head. "Find some secret guards." "No need." Qiao Zhongbang waved his hand and said, "This is our Qiao family's matter. How can we trouble the crown prince for everything?" "Daughter, don't worry. Father is going to reason with them and ask them to let you go. Don't tell me they would dare to beat me up so brazenly." In any case, he was a Marquis of Zhen, personally conferred by the great king. He wasn't a commoner who could be beaten up by anyone. Arbor pursed her lips and mused for a long time. "Father, it's fine if you want to reason with the Zhou family, but you have to bring my mystic beast." Qiao Zhongbang immediately said, "Ah, you want me to bring that green bird?" "No." Arbor dragged Qiao Zhongbang and the others out the door, only to see a giant ape jump down from the roof and grin at them. Wei Ziqin jumped in fright and took a step back. "What a giant ape." "Mother, don't worry. It won't attack people." Arbor patted the giant ape's head. Chapter 1199. "Dad, bring my mystic beast to the Zhou family. Only then can I be at ease." Arbor turned his head and stared at the giant ape solemnly as he instructed. "I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf and protect my dad well." Xiao Zhongbang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stared at the giant ape and quickly said, "If father brings such a big ape over, wouldn't the Zhou family think that father is here to fight when they see it?" "So be it," Arbor said coldly. Those two body cultivators nearly crippled second uncle, so it's reasonable to have the large ape beat them back. When Xiao Zhongbang heard this, it seemed to make sense, so he nodded and said, "All right, then you don't need to worry about this matter. Da'll be back soon." Seeing her husband leave with this group of people, Wei Ziqin was a bit worried. That Zhou family is so unreasonable. I don't know if your dad can handle them. Don't worry, Mom. With the large ape following him, nothing will happen. She knew this ape's strength too well. Normally, when she chased after it and beat it up, it was always the other way around. Otherwise, she definitely couldn't even touch its fur. Wei Ziqin nodded slightly. Then that's good. Daughter, are you still going out? Yes. Arbor nodded. Second uncle and brother, Xiao, whose injuries have more or less stabilized. They only need to take their daily medicine. When I come back in 4 days, they will be fine after I give them another acupuncture treatment. Seeing that she had already arranged everything, Wei Ziqin didn't say anything else and agreed. That night, Mo Yin and Arbor brought the 3 little radishes to the House of Treasures auction house. A maidservant with a long face exclaimed in confusion as she helped a frail and slender miss out of the carriage. "Su'er, what's wrong?" Ian's hand that was holding up her skirt paused as she glanced at Su'er. "I think I saw His Highness the Crown Prince." "It can't be, right? Why would His Highness come here to join in the fun?" Ian asked with a smile while shaking her head. The girl named Su'er laughed awkwardly. "Maybe I saw her wrongly. And then let's go in. I heard that this newly opened auction house will be auctioning off a high-grade life extension pill today. This time, I must obtain this life-prolonging pill at all costs." There were only 3 months left until the Empress Dowager's birthday. With this prolonging life pill, she would personally embroider 100 longevity painting, and everything would be complete. "Yes," Su'er nodded. When the two of them turned around, they bumped into someone. When they looked up, they were met with a pair of enchanting phoenix eyes. Su'er couldn't help but open her mouth and let out a E sound. What a dazzling beauty. She wore a purple dress that fluttered in the wind. Her neck was pink, and her cheeks were jade-like. She seemed to be happy and angry at the same time, and was also slightly taken aback, feeling like she had seen this woman's pair of phoenix eyes before. Mississippi, a pretty maidservant with a round face holding a zither, walked to the beauty's side and glared at Su'er and Li Wuyo. "What are you looking at? How rude. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Why are you so fierce? It's not like we're looking at you." Su'er also scolded with a glare. "What did you say? Don't you know who our miss is? You actually dared to be so impudent. Which household's dog are you from? Tell us your master's name." The round-faced maidservant had a sharp tongue. "And which household's dog are you from? Tell us your master's name first." All right, Bao Yin." A low and gentle voice said, "Don't be rude." Chapter 1200. "Yes, Mississippi." The young maidservant holding the zither looked up at the purple-clothed beauty with an odd reverence and inexplicable adoration in her gaze. Su'er felt that the woman's gaze was a bit perverted, so she couldn't help but shudder. Judging from the two Mrs. temperaments, you must be wealthy and respectable. This place is a jumble of good and bad people, so please be careful. The purple-clothed beauty gazed at them gently. Su'er's small face reddened for no reason, and she said with a nod, "Thank you for the reminder, Mississippi. You are from the Mo Kingdom capital? I wonder which family's miss you are from. I don't seem to have seen you before." A trace of doubt flitted across Ian's eyes. It was no wonder that she was so curious. A beauty like this should have been known throughout the capital, and not unknown to the public. "Humph! Our miss is Beijing Manor's young Madame Exa. What are you two waiting for? Don't block the way. What are you asking about?" Last Bao Yin harumphed. "Beijing Manor?" Ian was taken aback. Could it be the Beijing Manor in Siwei Mountains' carefree valley? The purple-clothed beauty nodded as she slowly revealed an otherworldly smile. Even as a woman, Ian felt that this young lady was unbelievably beautiful. Perhaps her facial features were not as outstanding as that stoic-faced young crown princess's, but this woman's untainted and otherworldly temperament made people yearn for her. "So it turns out that you are Beijing Manor's young madam. Greetings," Ian said with a faint smile. The more friends you had, the more options you had. Whether it was the family of a royal court official or a pugilist, there was nothing wrong with getting to know more people. Humph! Don't try to worm your way into being friends. Balian stood in front of the purple-clothed beauty. You said what you need to say and asked what you need to ask. Why are you still not leaving? Ian and Sue couldn't help exchanging glances. Ian shook her head with a smile. Why are you, little lass, so unreasonable? Humph! Don't think that I don't know what you were scheming. I'm telling you, don't have any improper thoughts about my miss. Balian, the purple-clothed beauty creased her brows. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't be rude. Mississippi, I haven't left the valley for a long time. It's rare for me to meet two friends who I can talk to. I want to talk more. This request isn't too much, right? The purple-clothed beauty stared at Bao Yin and said coldly, Yes. Bao Yin pursed her lips, stomped her feet, and slowly retreated behind her. A thin, cold light flashed through her eyes. Gentlemen, I've booked a private room on the second floor. If you're willing, why don't you come in together? When she looked into your eyes with a pleading expression, even if you were made of stone or wood, you couldn't bear to disobey her wishes. Ian pondered for a moment. When she recalled that she hadn't been able to book a private room today, it wasn't bad that there was a ready-made invitation for her. He nodded and said with a smile, Thank you. The purple-clothed beauty seemed to be very happy. She waved her sleeve and made an inviting gesture. Please. Bao Yin followed behind the three of them. She pursed her lips and laughed sarcastically. These two women were really stupid. They couldn't even tell whether their young master was a man or a woman. Yet they still wanted to be on good terms with Beijing Manor. What a joke. If it weren't for the fact that their young master felt that these two people were still a bit useful, he really wouldn't have paid attention to this idiotic master and servant. Chapter 1201. Since they planned to take a look at the House of Treasures auction house tonight, Mo Lien instructed someone to pay a fee and book a private room early in the morning. For the sake of keeping a low profile, they didn't use the best private room and found an ordinary one. Just as they moved into the private room and sat down, the door was kicked open forcefully. A fan opened with a swish, and a handsome face brimming with smiles suddenly peeked out from the side of the door. Mo Yin involuntarily rolled her eyes when she saw this. You guys are too much. You only cared about playing by yourself when you had something fun and didn't call us along. Duan Yu walked in huffing and puffing. Behind him were Situ Yi, Daybreak Sex Liang Qingqing, and Shang Kuan. Arbor was a bit surprised, and he stood up. Senior brother Situ, senior sister Liang. Little junior sister. When did senior sister Liang come? After coming out of the mystic beast forest, we were delayed for a few days on the road, so we only arrived last night. Liang Qingqing laughed heartily and patted Arbor's shoulder. Little junior sister, I haven't had the time to congratulate you. After obtaining the phoenix egg, your strength increased by a large margin again. Senior sister, it's not as exaggerated as you say. It's just a small improvement. Arbor shook his head with a serious expression. When Shang Kuan heard this, he involuntarily rolled his eyes inwardly. This child's advancement was like drinking and eating. What small improvement? In any case, with his current strength, he had long been unable to discern this child's cultivation realm. Hey, my little junior sister, I've already heard that you broke through to become a level 14 mystic cultivator at such a young age. This isn't a small improvement. Liang Qingqing laughed heartily as she pulled Arbor's hand and sat down on the side. She pointed at the men and took the lead. Hey, what are you guys spacing out for? Sit. Situi glanced at her speechlessly before sitting down and saying with a smile, Prince Mo, we've truly disturbed you today. This House of Treasures auction house has been spreading news everywhere these past 2 days that 2 supreme-grade treasures will be auctioned at the auction house. One is that prolongation pill, and the other is said to be a space ring. This is really rare. Everyone is here for this spatial ring. Yes, I also want to see how many items this spatial ring can store. If it's good, I'll fight with them for it. Spatial rings have different sizes too, Mo Yin said indifferently. According to the ability of the spiritual equipment master, the spatial rings forged will naturally be different. Duan Yu folded his slender legs and swayed them frivolously. We mystic cultivators have our own inner worlds, so why would we need a spatial ring? These are all worldly possessions, worldly possessions. Don't you agree, Jojo? Arbor nodded. She had a storage talisman, so why would she need a space ring? Those were indeed worldly possessions. As for the prolongation pill, it was concocted from the high-rank prolongation grass, which was a grade higher than the intermediate rank prolongation pill. However, it wasn't of much use to Xiaomu. She even had a longevity tree, so she was only waiting for it to bloom and bear fruit. The effects of a single longevity fruit were many times greater than that of any longevity pill or prolongation pill. Benefactress, I'm hungry. Didn't you just eat dinner? Xiao Sun raised a small hand and rubbed the little monk's head hard. The little monk hurriedly pushed his hand away and used his fingers to scratch his bald head. With a serious expression, he said, I'm hungry. As he spoke, he even rubbed his belly with his small hand and looked eagerly at Arbor. Chapter 1202. If they were gluttonous, then they were gluttonous. What hungry? Arbor took out some pastries and fruits from her inner world and stuffed those three little foodies' mouths. Afterwards, she stood up and walked to the window to look down. At this time, the venue below was already filled with people. This House of Treasures auction was packed with people, and many high officials and nobles had come. At this time, an enchanting female attendant knocked on the door and walked in. When her gaze swept over the several outstanding men in the private room, her eyes involuntarily brightened. She walked up with her belly exposed and swayed her body. The female attendant handed a thin booklet to Mo Lien and said coquettishly, Young sirs, these are the items for tonight's auction. Please take a look. Mo Lien didn't reach out to take the booklet, so Hui Feng stepped in front of the woman first and waved his hand in annoyance. Got it. Just leave the booklet on the table. You can leave. That woman angrily stomped her feet and placed the booklet on a small table on the side. She turned around and threw a coquettish glance at Duan Yu and Situ Yi. The latter both averted their gazes, feeling that it stung their eyes. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, the woman stomped out again. When she closed the door, she heard an icy yet crisp voice say, Is there something wrong with that person's eyes? The woman's foot slipped, and she almost fell to the ground. Arbor was puzzled. She only saw that woman blinking madly at Mo Lien and Duan Yu from the moment she walked into the exit. What was it if there wasn't something wrong with her? Liang Qingqing sputtered with laughter when she heard this. She hooked her arm around Arbor's shoulder and said with a chuckle, Right, there's something wrong with her eyes. Situ, he couldn't help but glance at Prince Mo sympathetically. Their little junior sister hasn't been enlightened yet. Prince Mo's path is long and arduous. As Liang Qingqing spoke, she reached out to take that thin booklet and flipped to the first page. She couldn't help but snicker. Oh, this auction house is a bit interesting. Look, it says here that the first auction item is an unexpected item. Ha! What could this unexpected item be? Could it be a phoenix egg? Ha 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 ha! Liang Qingqing joked and couldn't help but laugh. If this House of Treasures had a phoenix egg for auction, it wouldn't have caused such commotion. Who knows how big a fuss it will cause that the whole world will know. Duan Yu shook his head. Something unexpected. Arbor blinked and looked out the window. The auction hall instantly quieted down. A middle-aged auctioneer walked onto the stage with a chuckle, and a few strong men pushed an iron cage out. The iron cage was covered with a red cloth, temporarily blocking everyone's sight. The crowd below the stage began to clamor, each voice louder than the last. It can't be some giant Xian beast, right? That's really not a common sight. Xian beasts and whatnot are of no use to ordinary people like us. Take off the red cloth. Take it off. The incessant jeering and shouting also attracted Duan Yu and Situ Yi's attention to the window as they looked down. One auction house. They're making quite a big fuss. Could this first auction item really be some kind of Xian beast? Liang Qingqing asked with a wink. At this time, an enchanting girl walked onto the stage with a red card in hand. The card said, The first auction item is an unexpected item. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they hurriedly shouted, Let's start. Chapter 1203. Don't keep us in suspense. Take off the red cloth. Let this lord see what kind of unexpected item it is. Everyone be quiet. The auctioneer smiled as he raised his hands and pressed down slightly, making a quiet gesture. Tonight, the House of Treasures auction begins. Clang. After the gong sounded, the atmosphere in the hall was pushed to a boiling point. The first auction item, an unexpected item. The auctioneer maintained a mysterious smile and said, "Everyone can first guess what is inside the cage." "Stop guessing. Hurry up and take off the red cloth." "Not guessing, not guessing. Your father bid 100 cultivation coins." Before the auction started, someone had already bid, which immediately attracted many people's attention and was accompanied by roars of laughter. "You brat, aren't you afraid that the cage is filled with bird shit? When the time comes, you'll spend 100 cultivation coins to buy a piece of bird shit." Ha 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 ha. Everyone roared with laughter. "This lord will also accept bird shit." That person thickened his neck and roared, "Who asked this lord to be rich? Oh my, 100 cultivation coins, and you're pretending to be a lord here. Then I'll bid 200. 200 cultivation coins. I'll let you call me father." Ha ha. All kinds of laughter filled the hall. The auctioneer pressed his hands down and maintained a mysterious smile as he said, "Everyone be quiet for a moment. I will explain the details of the first auction item. The starting price of the first auction item is 1,000 cultivation coins. Every increment must be 100. There is no upper limit. We can begin now," the auctioneer said with a smile. "You're not going to take off the red cloth?" someone questioned. The auctioneer shook his head, "Not taking it off. It won't be too late to take off the red cloth after someone bids." Everyone, why did it feel so unreliable? If it didn't take off the red cloth, who would know what was inside? What if it was really like what others said, that there was bird shit inside? Then wouldn't the cultivation coins be wasted? In a moment, the originally noisy atmosphere in the hall quieted down. 1,000 cultivation coins was not a small amount. 1,000 cultivation coins could buy a lot of food. They still had to consider it. At this time, a fat-bellied landlord raised his hand. 1,000 cultivation coins. I request to see what is under the red cloth now." Tyrant. Everyone shifted their gaze to the landlord, their faces full of worship. That person immediately stuck out his fat belly and waved his hand with a smile. "Now you can take off the red cloth." He was just curious about what was under the red cloth. Of course. The auctioneer immediately nodded. His finger slid, and the two brawny men standing beside the iron cage immediately understood and lifted the red cloth. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. There wasn't any giant Xian beast in the cage. There was only a naked woman curled up into a ball. After the uproar, everyone looked disappointed. Sure enough, this unexpected item was just a gimmick used to cheat money. How could a woman with a frail figure be worth 1,000 cultivation coins? But the landlord was smiling and nodding repeatedly. Good, good, not bad, not bad. Although the woman was curled up, he could see that her skin was smooth and her small face was pretty good looking. This 1,000 cultivation coins was worth it. He could just treat it as getting himself a concubine. The landlord laughed, expecting that no one would fight over a female slave with him. He sat there complacently, thinking that the first auction item was his. Chapter 1204. At this time, the auctioneer had already transformed into a procuress. His words were sharp and shrewd as he spared no effort in promoting the woman in the cage. Everyone, don't look at her extremely delicate appearance. In reality, she's a level 4 mystic cultivator. But don't worry, everyone. Her mystic energy has already been controlled by the drug and can't be used. Think about it, a powerful mystic cultivator woman submitting at your feet. Haha, this feeling isn't bad, right? The reason why a procuress could become a procuress was that she was old, pretty, and greedy enough. This auctioneer was not to be outdone at this time. After his incitement, some of the people who weren't very interested originally started to raise the price and follow the trend. The fat-bellied landlord's expression started to darken. To be able to become a mystic cultivator, this woman's physical constitution is naturally much higher than normal women's. The auctioneer smiled vulgarly and vigorously promoted again. You don't have to worry about breaking her after buying her, right? It's definitely worth more than what it's worth. Liang Qingqing slapped the small table and abruptly stood up. Preposterous. Junior sister Liang, wait. Duan Yu called out to her. On the side, Situ Yi stared straight at that large iron cage with a strange expression. The atmosphere in the auction hall had already been thoroughly stirred up by this vulgar auctioneer. The auctioneer went up to slap that iron cage and loudly stimulated everyone's nerves. He shouted excitedly, "Now, is there anyone else who wants to bid? People who want to bid need to be quick. Our first auction items auction is about to end." The woman in the cage raised her furious gaze and glared fiercely at that auctioneer. Her gaze that resembled a wolf cub didn't have any power and even strangely carried a hint of flirtatiousness, causing the beasts in the hall to howl and drool as they continuously raised the price. "Hey, I want this little beauty. I'll bid 2,000 mystic currency. I'll bid 3,000, 3,500. The fat-bellied landlord's face completely darkened. 5,000. Situ Yi suddenly walked to the window and made a bid. Everyone in the room shifted their gazes to him, one after another, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Oh my, room number 8 bid 5,000. Is there anyone who bids higher than room number 8? If there isn't, then it's a deal." The shining 5,000 cultivation coins were about to be in his hands, and he could get quite a bit of commission from it. The auctioneer was grinning from ear to ear. 5,000 going once, 5,000. 6,000. The fat-bellied landlord angrily roared. Originally, he could have bought the concubine for 1,000, but now the price had increased to 6,000. He was really angry. 10,000. Situ Yi coldly reported a number. Everyone in the private room looked at him with a strange expression. This Situ, he shouldn't have done this. Cough, cough, cough. Duan Yu coughed lightly and asked, "Situ Yi, are you lacking women?" Situ Yi glanced at him and said coldly with a frown, "She's Junior Marshal Sister Lu. Little Junior Sister should recognize him." Everyone turned to look at Arbor. Arbor nodded in agreement. Come to think of it, Lu Yexin had fought with her when she was 7 years old. Oh no, she had beaten her up. It was at Quoto Village's gathering square. She had ruthlessly beaten her up. Arbor had already forgotten that she had beaten Lu Yexin up more than once. She had even beaten her up a second time at the inn. Strange, how did Lu Yexin end up in this state? Chapter 1205. Situ Yi sighed and said, "Little Junior Sister, do you still remember Qinghe Town?" Arbor nodded. Of course she remembered. That was where she first met the 7 fairies of the Holy Water sect. When she thought of this, her eyes dimmed a bit. Emo Yin reached out to hold her small hand to comfort her. She looked up at Situ Yi and asked, "Is it related to this matter?" "It's related." Situ Yi nodded. "That time, because of Junior Sister Lu's willfulness, we lost Senior Brother Wang. After we returned to the sect, all the brothers couldn't forgive her. So Junior Sister Lu left the sect and went out to train by herself." Situ Yi sighed again. "After that, we never saw her again. Then this time, they actually met here?" This truly surprised Situ Yi. Arbor was in the know, and she also remembered Senior Brother Wang's matter. Senior Marshal Brother Wang had promised her that he would stay in Qinghe Town by himself after dealing with the matters in the town. After they left, Senior Brother Wang probably chose to commit suicide by himself. No wonder everyone in the Heavenly Tao sect was unwilling to forgive Lu Yexin. They all blamed her. Because of her willfulness and mistakes, Senior Brother Wang was scratched by zombies and had no choice but to commit suicide. How could they forgive her? At the mention of Qinghe Town, Shang Kuan also felt lingering fear. They had sacrificed too many teammates in that operation, and many of them didn't make it back from Qinghe Town. Although their gains in the end weren't bad, they still felt uncomfortable every time they thought of such a great sacrifice. After that operation in Qinghe Town, Lu Yexin left the Heavenly Tao sect and went out to train until now. Arbor couldn't help but be astonished. She didn't expect such a delicate little girl like Lu Yexin to have the courage to carry a bundle and leave the sect at that time. Without the sect's protection, she was only a minor level 2 mystic cultivator back then. Going out to train really wasn't enough. In that case, she had left the Heavenly Tao sect for about 7 to 8 years. That auctioneer said she was now a level 4 mystic cultivator, so it could be seen that her constitution wasn't that great. No matter what, she's been offended all these years. It's enough to make up for the mistakes she made in the past. Situ, calmly muttered, "She's a disciple of my heavenly Tao sect. I must save her." Senior brother Situ is right, Liang Qingqing said with a nod. This group of people actually dared to treat mystic cultivator women as playthings and auction them off for entertainment. It's inexcusable. After Situ, he quoted the price of 10,000 cultivation coins. The fat-bellied landlord stopped. Everyone in the auction house looked at each other, as if they did not expect that this girl could be auctioned for the sky-high price of 10,000 cultivation coins. One must know that in this auction house, the prices were based on high-grade profound coins. 10,000 mystic coins were equivalent to 10 pieces of high-grade magnetite. Back then, the beautifying pill that Arbor had tampered with was auctioned for 103 pieces of high-grade magnetite. In everyone's eyes, this was a high price spouted by a nouveau riche who wanted to save face. The auctioneer was also very satisfied. When he thought of the commission that was about to enter his pocket, he grinned so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. After striking the small hammer 3 times, he loudly announced, 10,000 mystic coins. The guest in private room 8 has obtained the first auction item. It will be delivered to the guest immediately. Chapter 1206. Arbor looked up. Senior brother Situ, you're really paying. Situ, he couldn't help but be amused. What else? Of course it's to bring Liu Yexin back without spending a single cent. Arbor pursed her lips. When Duanyu heard this, he immediately felt that the little fellow was implying something. Speak, speak. What good idea did you come up with? This House of Treasures auction house opened in the Mo Kingdom capital in order to snatch business from my morning sunlight pavilion. Arbor leisurely took out several talismans and distributed them to everyone. Stick on invisibility talismans, go to their treasury, and take away all the goods. What do you think? Isn't it fun? Everyone looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Xiao Lin abruptly jumped up and clapped her hands with a chuckle. Fun, fun, fun. Sister, I also want to go. Arbor nodded. Then we'll be leaving 2 people here. The little monk shook his head while holding a teacup. Benefactress, what you're doing is wrong. Then are you going or not? The little monk nodded vigorously. I'm going. Everyone's mouths twitched. This monk was too lacking in moral integrity. Jojo, I'll go with you. Duanyu quickly took out an invisibility talisman and stuck it on himself. Can you see me? Senior brother Duanyu, where are you? Liang Qingqing called out. Duanyu's voice came from beside her. Stop pretending. You can clearly see me. Liang Qingqing laughed heartily. At this time, the private room's door was pulled open, and a female attendant wiggled inside. When she saw that Situ, he was the only young and handsome gentleman left in the private room, she couldn't resist sticking to him. This young sir, I brought that female slave over for you. Liu Yexin was wearing a piece of clothing and was being escorted inside by 2 brawny men. She was struggling nonstop, and her beautiful eyes angrily glared forward. When they suddenly landed on Situ, she couldn't help but be startled. Those 2 brawny men impatiently pushed her into the private room and politely cupped their hands at everyone before swiftly retreating. The enchanting female attendant still wanted to tease Situ, but after being swept by Situ-Yi's gaze, she couldn't help but purse her lips and walk out with a twist of her body. When she stepped out of the door, she was slightly stunned and turned her head to look around. When the door closed behind her, the waitress thought that she was overthinking things. She cursed Situ for being unromantic and walked away with a twist of her body. Outside the door, Arbor, Mo, Lien, Duanyu, and the 3 little radishes stood in a row. Unfortunately, they were covered in invisibility talismans, so mystic cultivators level 14 and below could not see them. Just now, Xiao Mu had already asked Mo Lien to use her divine perception to sense the crowd. In this auction house, there wasn't a single person whose cultivation was higher than level 14, so that at this moment, they were simply strutting around the House of Treasures. As long as they avoided bumping into other people. When they brushed past them, no one would notice them. Arbor waved at everyone, and they swiftly went up to the 3rd floor. The 2 brawny, dark-faced men guarding the staircase looked straight ahead and puffed out their chests with their heads held high. When our dear Xiao son walked past them, he even shook his little butt at them and made a face. 2 big idiots. Everyone snickered inwardly. They walked up the stairs so ostentatiously, but the 2 idiots didn't see them. It was clear how stupid they were. Arbor gestured at everyone, and they quickly walked to the door of the House of Treasure's large storeroom. Chapter 1207. 2 valiant and spirited guards were also standing at the entrance to the storeroom. Just as Arbor moved, Emolian held her small hand and stood still against the wall. A group of people, big and small, stood still against the wall, looking at a middle-aged man in a brocade robe who was slightly plump, walking past them. The middle-aged man coughed when he felt a chill on his neck, so he turned around to take a look. The corridor on the 3rd floor was completely empty. The 2 guards were standing guard at the stairway, so it was impossible for them to let even a fly up. Today is our House of Treasure's first auction. Guard it well, and don't let unrelated people come over. After instructing the 2 guards, he headed towards his lounge. After he left, Arbor waved the talisman in her hand and stuck it on her body. With a whoosh, she entered the storeroom from outside. With the wall-traversing talisman in hand, robbing houses was a cinch. When she turned to look, she saw that Mo Lien and the others had also transmigrated over. Our dear Xiao Sen's face was flushed with excitement. If it weren't for the fact that his sister didn't allow him to speak, he would be wishing for nothing more than a clap and laugh heartily. Duan Yu stifled a chuckle as he looked around. It had to be said that this House of Treasure stored quite a lot of good goods. Boxes of different sizes were placed on the dozen or so treasure shelves. There were miracle pills, cultivation techniques, mystic techniques, and many mystic weapons. Our dear Xiao son opened a box and took out a small black rod. He pressed both hands on the rod, and that rod sprang open and elongated. It really suited his small body quite well when he held it in his hand. Confiscated, Xiao Sun naturally stuffed the stick into his storage talisman and then began to pick and choose the things on the shelf. On the other hand, Xiao Lin flipped through the cultivation techniques and mystic techniques one by one. She stuffed the useful ones into the storage talisman and tossed the useless ones aside for the time being. The little monk silently chanted Amit Ba as he circled around the grain storage in the corner, diligently putting away the bags of grain into the storage talisman. When Arbor saw these 3 little fellows, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Mo Lien leaned closer to her and whispered, "This robbery is clearly a family heirloom." Duan Yu walked around the storeroom and searched for some items before walking over. "I'm done choosing. Don't let the rest go to waste. Although they're all junk, it's better to bring them back and distribute them to your family." Xiao Mu waved her small hand as she pointed at the remaining cultivation techniques, mystic weapons, and pills. She looked down on these broken things and only took away about 5 million cultivation coins and nothing else. Duan Yu waved his hand. "The Duan family is rich and doesn't need these things. Take them all." TSK. He couldn't be bothered to bring anything back for the Duan clan. Those fools from the Duan clan weren't even worthy of scrap metal. Arbor knew that he had a grudge with the Duan family, so he glanced at him and didn't say anything. He pulled Emolian's hand and said, "Take these away." Anyway, there were many people in the Hidden Night Pavilion, so they wouldn't complain about having too many things. Emolian nodded and took out a new storage talisman to clean up the remaining items. He only picked some slightly rare forging materials and didn't take anything else. Arbor tilted her small head and seemed to have thought of something. She took out a brocade pouch from her inner world and handed it to Emolian. "Lien, this is for you. I snatched it from Sikong Fulling." Emolian's hand paused as she took the brocade pouch, and the corner of her mouth imperceptibly twitched as she asked, "You really know Sikong Fulling?" Chapter 1208. When Arbor heard the hidden meaning in his words, she couldn't help but blink. I know her. This treasure is something that I snatched from Sikong Fulling." She was furious at the time. She wanted nothing more than to tear me apart. Right now, they were enemies, Duan Yu looked at Arbor exasperatedly. You rob her, so of course she was angry. Arbor puffed up her cheeks. It's useless for her to have it. Lien, take a look and see if it's useful. It was only then that Mo Lien looked down at the item inside the bag, and her phoenix eyes brightened. Glacial star sand. MHM. It's useful, right? It's useful. It's useful. This was an indispensable ingredient for forging a divine weapon. Jojo, you're so awesome. Mo Lien lifted the little fellow up at once, and the little fellow's cheers were covered in her palms. Shoo, shhh, softer, softer. Arbor glanced outside the wall. There were still 2 idiot guards standing guard there, sticking to the wall without moving like door gods. Mo Lien stifled a chuckle and pulled down her hand. Jojo, you're still missing one essential ingredient. Then I can help you reforge the feral into a divine weapon. You're a divine weapon master? Duan Yu nearly exclaimed, seeing that the little fellow was about to pounce over to cover his mouth out of reflex. Mo Lien reacted quickly and covered Duan Yu's mouth with a backhand. Softer. Arbor glared at him. What? Very surprised and pleasantly surprised, right? Mo Lien put down her hand and directly wiped Duan Yu's back. She harumphed and said, I'm a rare divine weapon master. Bullshit. Duan Yu rolled his eyes at her and grumbled. I'm also a rare concealed weapons master. Arbor covered her mouth with one hand, and a vivid and bright smile suddenly appeared on her stoic face. The 2 were instantly stupefied as they stared at her, without blinking. They muttered, smile, smile. The 2 of you aren't as strong as my sister. My sister is a talisman grandmaster. Qiao Sun had squatted down at their feet and raised his little head as he muttered. Yes, yes, yes. My sister is awesome. My sister is the best. Jolin nodded repeatedly. He helped the little monk tidy up the food in the corner. When he saw any good fruits, he would stuff a few of them into his storage talisman. The little monk was so anxious that he rushed over to snatch them. Xiao Lin smacked her bald little head. Don't snatch it. Leave some for Big Sister. You guys take it. Xiao Mu gazed at the 3 little radishes exasperatedly. She did not lack food at all. When Little Tree woke up, the food on Paradise Planet would be enough for her to eat for 10 lifetimes. Sister, here's a strange little box. I don't know what it's for. Jolin threw a box the size of a fist to Arbor. When Xiao Mu opened it, she saw that it was an unknown small seed. This, I've never seen it either. This should be a tree seed. Duan Yu glanced at it and said, It's probably useless, so throw it away. MHM, it probably isn't anything good since it was thrown in the corner. Jolin nodded and pulled the little monk over. It's all tidied up. Then let's go back to the private room. Everyone went down the stairs grandly according to the way they came and arrived at the door of private room number 8 on the 2nd floor. To give Situ, E, and the others a surprise, they all took out another wall-passing talisman and passed through the wall with a swish with a wicked smile. Senior Brother Situ. Chapter 1209. Situ, he was sitting on a cushioned bench, chatting with Liu Yexin, who had calmed down. He was suddenly interrupted by the little fellow's crisp voice. He hurriedly looked up and smiled at the people who had appeared. You're back. Senior Brother Situ, this is for you. Arbor tossed him a storage talisman, then gave Liang Qingqing one. Seeing that Shang Kun was staring at her, she felt a little embarrassed and reluctantly gave him one too. Heh. Thank you, little junior sister. Shang Kun was so happy he almost flew up. Little junior sister was actually quite a nice person after spending some time with her. She was just a little cold on the outside. Wow, so many pills. Liang Qingqing exclaimed. She held the storage talisman and couldn't bear to put it down. Little junior sister, this is the storage talisman you drew yourself, right? Situ, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he put away the storage talisman. He looked at Arbor jokingly and said, Junior sister, this isn't hush money, right? Arbor nodded very seriously. It was hush money. Later, when the people from the House of Treasures realized that their storage room had been emptied, they would definitely make a fuss. Let's stuff their mouths with hush money. Situ, he couldn't help but laugh. Liang Qingqing also laughed out loud. She pounced on Arbor and rubbed her. Little junior sister, you're too cute. Mo Lian hurriedly pulled Xiao Mu to her side. I won't let you touch her. Lu Yexin sat quietly at the side. Her eyes moved slightly as she looked at Arbor, then lowered again. Hey, Arbor called out to Lu Yexin. Lu Yexin looked up and nodded calmly at Arbor. Little junior sister. Arbor suddenly didn't feel like scolding her anymore. She pulled her up. Go change your clothes. There was a small room at the side. Arbor pushed her in and closed the door. She took out a set of clothes from her inner world and threw it to her. Change. Lu Yexin silently accepted the order. She turned around and quickly changed her clothes. Why is it like this? When I was training, I accidentally fell into an ambush. Lu Yexin lowered her head and said softly. Xiao Mu rolled her eyes at the sky. She strode to her side and poked her forehead with her finger. How did you temper your temperament after 7 to 8 years of experiential training? What happened to the courage you had when you fought against me? What happened to the stubbornness of letting the hyenas eat me? Where'd he go? Lu Yexin looked at her with a bitter smile. I was immature in the past. I've never seen someone as stupid as you. Training yourself on the auction stage. Arbor raised his hand and threw him a round core, ravaging thunder. Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you. There will definitely be trouble later. The boss of this auction house will probably come out. When that time comes, you know what to do. It's up to you whether you want to take revenge or not. After saying this, Arbor felt a little tired and turned to leave. Lu Yexin held the core, ravaging thunder. She lowered her head and bit her lip. Then, she pushed open the door and walked out. The two of them returned to the private room one after the other. Everyone looked at them curiously. Junior sister Lu, don't think so much. It's quite dangerous for a girl to train alone outside. You should go back to your sect in the future. Liang Qingqing advised. Lu Yexin lowered her head and didn't say anything. There wasn't a day that she didn't want to go back to her sect. She missed her father, but she didn't have the face to go back. Chapter 12:10. Situi sighed and said, Back then, everyone was young and impetuous. After you left, our senior brothers also regretted it quite a bit. Junior sister Lu, let's let bygones be bygones. This time, come back to the sect with me. Your father, Home Master Lu, hasn't been in good health these past few years. Don't you want to go back and visit him? Senior brother. Lu Yexin looked up abruptly. Situ raised his hand and patted her shoulder. All right, it's decided then. Liang Qingqing said with a smile, That's right. We're all senior brothers of the same sect. So what can't we talk about openly? Junior sister Lu, if you want to gain experience, there will be plenty of opportunities when the sect goes out for training in the future. Thank you, senior sister Liang. Lu Yexin nodded and looked at Situ. Senior brother Situ, I'll listen to you. Situ smiled and turned to look at Arbor. Little junior sister, you didn't know when you were gone. This auction house consecutively auctioned off quite a few decent pills. The next auction item is that prolongation pill. Prolongation pills are indeed good stuff. They're also useful for us cultivators. Liang Qingqing nodded with a smile. The little fellow pursed her lips disinterestedly. Seeing this, Duan Yu said with a chuckle, Our Jojo doesn't fancy it. Whoever wants to bid can bid for it. Liang Qingqing couldn't help but beam when she recalled that the storage talisman little junior sister casually tossed her earlier contained a lot of spirit pills and elixirs. That's true. Prolongation pills are quite precious to other people, but they probably don't have much use for our little junior sister. That's right. Useless things were all called scrap metal in Arbor's eyes. While they were chatting, the gong started again below. This time, the auctioneer gave an extravagant explanation of the prolongation pill's wondrous effects for a while. He could hear the hot-blooded cries of the idiots below. Hurry and start. What's the starting bid? I have to bid for this prolongation pill. That's right. If I can take this prolongation pill, I might be able to extend my life by a few years. This prolongation pill is effective for Mystic Cultivators level 15 and below. It's just that the higher the Mystic Cultivator's level, the lesser the increase in lifespan. Yes, I've heard of it too. Ordinary people like us might be able to increase our lifespan by 10 or 20 years. Dream on. At most, it'll be 10 years. While everyone was discussing enthusiastically, the auctioneer smiled and said, "The starting price is 100,000 cultivation coins. Each bid must not be less than 1,000. When this sentence fell, the enthusiasm of most people was suppressed with a swish. Hee, 100,000 cultivation coins. Don't joke around. That was equivalent to 100 pieces of high-grade magnetite. Who could be so rich and overbearing to take out 100 pieces of high-grade magnetite in one go? Only those large aristocratic families or nobles would have that kind of boldness. It was better for them to just sit back and enjoy the show. As for the life-prolonging pill, it was better not to think about it. TSK, it's quite expensive." Liang Xingqing clicked her tongue and said, "It can't be that it won't be sold, right? I think not everyone can afford this price. There are plenty of people who want something like a prolongation pill. Don't worry, it won't be sold," Situ Yi said with a faint chuckle. Sure enough, the moment he said that, a woman's voice sounded from the other end. 100,000. 101,000. Chapter 12:11. Once Arbor called out, everyone inside the private room turned to look at her in unison. Knock, knock. Huifeng opened the door and entered, stepping to the side to let in several attendants who were bringing tea. This time, it was finally not that woman who was blinking her eyes until they were spasming. The two male attendants very courteously served tea to everyone, and after inadvertently glancing at Mo Yin and the others, they quickly retreated out of the room. 105,000, 105,000. Right now, the person from private room number 9 is bidding 105,000. 106,000. Arbor leisurely took out a talisman from her sleeve and slapped it onto Huifeng's hand. "This is your share." Everyone's mouths twitched, and Mo Yin was exasperated. "The crown princess is giving you hush money. Take it." Huifeng was grinning from ear to ear as he repeatedly said, "Thank you, crown princess." With a flash, he closed the door behind him. "Jojo, didn't you look down on this prolongation pill?" Duan Yu felt that the little fellow's current expression was especially hilarious. Could it be that this child was a prop hired by the House of Treasures? She clearly didn't want this prolongation pill, so why was she blindly raising the price? Arbor glanced at them and explained. The voice of the one who called out the price next door sounded quite familiar. "Everyone, what kind of reason was this? The person from private room number 9 was bloody unlucky to have run into you." Mo Yin beckoned her over with a smile. "Come and drink some tea." The person from private room number 9 bid again. 110,000 mystic currency. 111,000. Arbor drank a mouthful of tea and leisurely announced the new price. Inside private room number 9, Ian was so angry that her fingernails nearly dug into her flesh. On the side, Sura was even more indignant as she pounded the table. "This person is crazy, right? She bids 1,000 more than us every time. She's doing it on purpose." Baoyan watched the show while munching on melon seeds. She couldn't help but grin. "I think the House of Treasures must have asked them to do this on purpose to raise the price." The purple-clothed woman blinked her watery eyes and nodded. She said softly, "Yes, I think so too. Miss, why don't you temporarily not buy this life-prolonging pill?" "No." Commandery Princess Ian shook her head solemnly. She was determined to obtain this life-prolonging pill. No one could snatch it from her. "You don't know how to appreciate my kindness." Baoyan pursed her lips and said, "Miss, let her be. Some people seem to be stubborn." 120,000. Commandery Princess Ian bid. In less than a second, the voice of 121,000 came from the private room next to him. Ian was so infuriated that she abruptly stood up, opened the door, and walked towards the door of room 8 next door. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by the waiter. The waiter smiled and said to her, "Guest, our rules here are that you're not allowed to harass other guests." What a joke! If the customers could discuss and solve the problem, then why would they open their doors for business? Why would they auction? Commandery Princess Ian clenched her fists. That purple-clothed woman also followed her out and said gently, "Miss, don't worry. If you are lacking mystic currency, I still have some here. I can lend it to you to make up the numbers." Commandery Princess Ian only felt her heart ache. Her monthly allowance was not much, only half of the princess's monthly allowance. Normally, she could only look at the items bestowed by the Queen Dowager, but could not sell them. So strictly speaking, she did not have a lot of money on her. This time, the money she could fork out to buy the medicine was at most $150,000. Chapter 12:12. Moreover, she couldn't possibly throw away all of her money for a prolongation pill. She still had to make ends meet. "It's fine, Mississippi," the purple-clothed woman smiled at her and said, "I still have 30,000 mystic currency here. If you don't have enough, you can use it to make up the number." Commandery Princess nodded at the purple-clothed woman and thanked her gratefully. Afterwards, she returned to her private room and didn't raise the price by a large margin. Instead, she raised it by 1,000. In the end, the other party was the person from private room number 8. She was here specifically to oppose her. She raised it a bit lower, but the other party started bidding higher. When the price soared all the way to 160,000, the auctioneer was grinning from ear to ear. Commandery Princess was so angry that her fingertips were trembling. She swore that if she found out who this girl was, she would definitely kill her. "Jojo, what if the person from private room number 9 stops bidding? What will you do?" Duan Yu couldn't help but ask in amusement when he saw her cheerfully raising the price. Arbor was slightly taken aback, but then he said unconcernedly, "I have 5 million mystic currency. At most, he would use the House of Treasure's money to buy that prolongation pill that he didn't really need." Duan Yu immediately cast a glance at Emolian, implying, "You gave it to her?" Emolian shook her head and said dryly, "While you were rummaging around for a good item, Jojo put away 5 million mystic currency. Duan Yu to 170,000. Commandery Princess Anne's heart was trembling when she called out this price. She decided that if the other party raised the price again, she wouldn't buy it. Moreover, the price had already soared so high. Even if the other party bought this prolongation pill, it would be an arduous but fruitless endeavor. "Why don't you add? Why don't you add?" Commandery Princess thought viciously. "Raise it to 180,000. I'll laugh at you." "Is that person crying?" Arbor suddenly asked. She could even tell that the girl from private room number 9's voice was trembling when she called out the price, as if she was sobbing. "Then she's definitely crying." Liang Qingqing burst out laughing. A small life-prolonging pill soared all the way to 170,000 cultivation coins. If this were to spread out, no one would believe it. Xiaomu nodded and said, "Then forget it. Let her buy it." Everyone's lips twitched. The auctioneer beamed with joy. 170,000 going once, 170,000 going twice, 170,000 going thrice. Deal. Congratulations to the lady in private room number 9 for obtaining an incomparably precious life prolongation pill. The audience below burst into thunderous shouts. Some people even stood up and applauded excitedly. It was as if they had bought the life prolongation pill. It was hilarious. Arbor glanced out of the window and shook his head. The people down there like a bunch of fools. Situ E and the others almost choked on their tea. On the other hand, Commandery Princess who was inside room 9, sat there stiffly, as if she had not heard the auctioneer's words. She was in a daze. 170,000 cultivation coins. 170,000 cultivation coins were equivalent to 170 pieces of high-grade magnetite. She had taken out 170 pieces of high-grade magnetite to buy one prolongation pill. Just one pill. Why did she want to cry? She did not feel any joy at all. For the sake of the Queen Dowager's birthday this time, she had simply put down her hard-earned capital. Commandery Princess sat there in a daze, her heart aching so much that she could barely breathe. Seeing that her miss was so angry that she could not speak, Sewer quickly soothed her. Chapter 12:13. The purple-clothed woman lowered her head, and her mouth twitched imperceptibly. This was quite a scam. Anyone who had spent 170,000 cultivation coins to buy a life-prolonging pill would probably feel the heartache of having to die. Looking at the petrified Commandery Princess, beside her, the purple-clothed woman suppressed her mirth and coughed lightly. "Lass, give Miss 20,000 mystic currency." Bao reluctantly took out a large bag of mystic currency from her sleeve and stuffed it into Commandery Princess Ian's hands. Commandery Princess might even feel the pain of breathing. She stared blankly at the bag of 20,000 mystic currency in her hand, feeling that it was very heavy. She had brought a total of 150,000 mystic currency with her when she came out this time. Not only did she spend it all at once, she even borrowed 20,000 mystic currency. She simply wanted to cry, but had no tears, especially when there were knocks on the door, and the auction house's manager, who had a genial smile, personally ran over to deliver the pill to her and even sweet-talked her. She really wanted to yell at that fatty, "I'm not buying it. I don't want to buy it. I'm regretting it. Okay?" But it was clear that that fatty was also a shrewd person. He had 2 burly level 10 body cultivators behind him to prevent customers from reneging on their bids. If she said that she wasn't buying it now, it would probably be even more humiliating. If the palace were to spread the rumor that Commandery Princess had bid for a prolongation pill for the Queen Dowager but couldn't afford it, would she still want her face? Would she still want to keep her dignity in front of the Queen Dowager? Honorable guest. The smile on the fatty's face faded a little and turned into a look of suspicion. It couldn't be another customer who had bid but couldn't afford to pay, right? Okay. Commandery Princess Ian's voice was hoarse as she shakily took out a large bag of mystic currency from her inner world. She handed it to the fatty along with the bag of 20,000 mystic currency that Bao Yin had given her. The fatty nodded with a chuckle. After taking the mystic currency, he placed a prolongation pill on a tray in front of Commandery Princess Yin. Honorable customer, please take care of your prolongation pill. Commandery Princess Yin reached out and shakily picked up a small, transparent cup from the tray, taking that pill in her hand. This was the prolongation pill that she had bought for 170,000 mystic currency. The fatty said a few more words of praise. Seeing that she looked like she had suffered a severe blow, he didn't say anything else and waved his hand to instruct the 2 bodyguards to walk out together. Commandery Princess Yin sat on the chair in a daze as she gazed dejectedly at the sky-high price pill in her hand. All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. I see there isn't anything else to see in this auction, so why don't we leave now? Commandery Princess Yin also truly did not want to stay in this sad place for too long, so she nodded and glanced at the purple-clothed woman. May I know Mrs. name? I will definitely return the 20,000 mystic currency to Miss after a while. My name, Xian. The purple-clothed woman blinked her phoenix eyes and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mississippi. It won't be too late to return it to me when you're more relaxed. My name is Shuayin. Miss Xian, Miss Princess. I'll be staying at the biggest inn in the city for the time being." Commandery Princess Yin agreed with a nod. Okay, after I raise the money, I will ask someone to come find you. No need to rush. The Commandery Princess looked at Commandery Princess Yin meaningfully. Miss Shuayin, then let's go out now. Okay, thank you, sister, for your help this time. Commandery Princess Yin was indeed quite grateful to this woman. Chapter 12:14. She had become a pitiful pauper overnight. Commandery Princess Yin took a deep breath and put away that precious pill before forcing a smile at the purple-clothed woman. Just as the 2 people stepped out of the private room one after the other, they heard a furious bellow. Close the door. No one is allowed to leave this place. The people chatting and drinking tea in private room number 8 exchanged glances with each other. It's here. The show is here. The auction item was pushed off the auction stage. The onlookers below stared dumbfoundedly at the middle-aged fatty who had suddenly scuttled onto the auction stage with a bellow. What's going on? Who knows? The middle-aged fatty was the person in charge who had just plundered the 150,000 mystic currency from Commandery Princess and was planning to deposit it in the storehouse. Who knew that when he opened the storehouse on the 3rd floor, he would be instantly stupefied. The entire storehouse had been swept clean, not even leaving behind a grain shell for him. His vision darkened, and he nearly fell to the ground. When he regained his wits, he quickly issued an injunction to close the House of Treasure's main door. A group of ferocious guards of the House of Treasures surrounded the entire hall, trapping everyone within. The doors to the private rooms on the second floor were knocked open one by one, and the guards politely yet unyieldingly drove the guests downstairs to gather at the auction venue on the first floor. The purple-clothed woman, Xinur, and Commandery Princess Ian's group were no exception. Commandery Princess Ian's face had stiffened from anger, and she couldn't resist lashing out. "Why are you forcefully keeping us here?" She didn't even want to stay in this auction house for a second longer. Her heart ached so much that she was about to suffocate. Xinur quickly consoled Commandery Princess in, "Mischievous, don't be angry. Let's follow them down and see what's going on first." Inside private room number 8, a brawny man cupped his hands at Mo Lien and company. "Everyone, please." The House of Treasures senior manager invites everyone to come downstairs for a chat. "Huh, your auction house is rather interesting." Liang Qingqing mocked with crossed arms. "You actually drove the guests out of the private rooms halfway through the auction? What are you trying to do? Can't you just openly rob us?" The burly guard rolled his eyes and politely and unyieldingly said, "This is the head shopkeeper's order. Please don't make things difficult for a small guard like me." "All right, since this is someone else's rule, let's go down and take a look." Situ stood up first, pretending that nothing had happened, and walked out of the door. The group of people followed him downstairs. When they reached the second floor, they just so happened to bump into Commandery Princess Hin and the others. Commandery Princess Hin looked at Mo Lien in a daze. Your Highness. Previously, when Sir was at the entrance of the House of Treasures, she said that she seemed to have seen His Highness figure. She didn't expect His Highness to really come. Duan Yu was originally walking with a grin on his face, but when his gaze landed on Bao Yin, who had shrunk back, his peach blossom eyes involuntarily narrowed. He pointed his folding fan at Bao Yin and questioned, "Why are you here? Where's your young master?" Bao Yin shrank towards the purple-clothed woman, Xinur, or stretched out her arm to block Bao Yin's path. She squinted her eyes and pretended to be puzzled as she asked softly, "Everyone, do you know our Beijing manners, young master?" Duan Yu raised his eyebrows at her and said with a toothy grin, "Not only do I know him, I even beat him up before. However, that punk escaped quickly, allowing him to avoid a calamity. Young master is naturally playful. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him." The Mischievous Consort of the Crown Prince. Chapter 12:15. The purple-clothed woman quickly curtsied in a very standard manner. Every grievance had its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. They were looking for Beijing manners, young master, so they couldn't be bothered to make things difficult for a frail woman. Duan Yu merely glanced at her before retracting his gaze and walking downstairs with Situ and company. Ian originally wanted to say a few more words to Mo Lien, but when she saw that he didn't even glance in her direction, she could only stand resentfully on the side and watch as the crown prince walked past her while holding his wifey's hand. She seemed to have thought of something, and her expression suddenly changed. Wait. Seeing that the crown prince and company were ignoring her, Commandery Princess Hin quickly caught up and shouted, "Crown Princess, just now, was it you? Was it you who bid?" She had clearly seen the Crown Prince Consort's group walk out of private room number 8 just now. Fuck, the Crown Princess was the woman who had tricked her. The young Crown Princess turned to look at Hin in bewilderment. "What are you talking about? Stop pretending." Hin was about to explode from anger. How could there be such a pretentious person in this world? If the Crown Princess had said earlier that she wanted to bid for the prolongation pill, I wouldn't have dared to compete with you. But you didn't say. How would I know? Arbor stuck out a small hand to stop her chattering. "Oh, it was you who wanted to bid for the prolongation pill. No wonder your voice sounded so familiar. Did I freaking run into 18 lifetimes of bloody misfortune? This crazy crown princess, could it be that she found her voice familiar, so she started bidding along with her?" Emolian smiled faintly as he led his young crown princess downstairs. They didn't gather at the venue, but headed straight for the tightly shut main entrance. Several guards from the House of Treasures who were going downstairs with them quickly stopped them and said sternly, "Everyone, you cannot go out right now. Our House of Treasures has been burgled, and the senior manager is currently searching for the thief, so—" Ridiculous. Hui Feng took a step forward and shouted angrily, "What kind of status does our His Highness have? Why would he fancy the few pieces of scrap metal from your House of Treasures? Get out of the way. Be careful, so as to have no eyes." Crown Prince Imo stood on the side, while holding his young Crown Prince Consort's hand. Both of them simultaneously put on an aloof face. Just like that, he looked at the guards of the House of Treasures with an indifferent expression. In fact, this expression of indifference was quite useful. When you don't want to reveal your inner thoughts, when you want to act pretentious and unfathomable, you can use a faint smile to cover it up. Situ silently lowered his head as he watched from the side, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Needless to say, the Crown Prince had just accompanied his wife to go to someone's storeroom and looted everything. This wasn't absurd at all. Commandery Princess Ian pulled her maidservant along as she hastily chased after the Crown Prince's party. She did not want to stay in this place for another minute. "It's fine, Miss Xuan," the purple-clothed woman consoled her. "It's just a small problem. We will be able to leave very soon." Commandery Princess Ian smiled at her. "Miss Xian, don't worry. I will find you very soon and return the 20,000 mystic currency to you. Miss Xuan, you and I are friends, so these are all trivial matters." The purple-clothed woman explained with a smile. Nowadays, the price of goods has skyrocketed. In the past, 10 pieces of high-quality magnetite of good quality could buy half a city. Now, Sai, it's not even enough to buy 30 days' worth of food. Moreover, it's such a precious prolongation pill. Chapter 12:16. Commandery Princess Anne felt a bit better when she recalled how precious the prolongation pill was. When she looked up, she saw a group of people surrounding the House of Treasure senior manager as that middle-aged fatty strode over. The middle-aged fat man glanced at them suspiciously. He stepped forward and cupped his hands politely. "You are. This is His Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess." Hui Feng explained with a taut face. "These two are the Duan clan's 4th young master and the Heavenly Dao sect's young sect master." When the middle-aged fatty heard this, he nearly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly rubbed his hands together and said, "I did not know that your Highness had graced us with your presence. Young sect master, 4th young master Duan, excuse me. Something happened to our House of Treasures tonight. I don't know which thief snuck into our warehouse and looted everything. That's why we have neglected everyone. I hope you don't blame us." Emol Yin waved her hand at him. "Can we leave now?" Of course, of course. How would this middle-aged fatty dare to stop them? He immediately had someone open the door and let them out. Commandery Princess Ian quickly followed after them. When she saw someone obstructing them, she berated, "How dare you? We are with His Highness." Emol Yin and the others didn't pay attention to her and boarded the carriage without consulting her. The middle-aged manager gave them a look and blocked Ian's group of 4. That fatty strode forward with a chuckle. Arbor sat inside the carriage and looked through the curtain. She then glanced at Lu Yexin, who was sitting in the corner of the carriage, and asked aloofly, "What are you waiting for?" Everyone looked at Arbor in confusion, unable to understand what he was saying to Lu Yexin at this time. Yet Lu Yexin's gaze shifted, and she looked up at Arbor with a questioning gaze. "Are you really going to make a move?" "Nonsense." Xiao Mu grumpily glared at her. "A man is not a man if he does not take revenge. Are you going to take revenge or not?" Lu Yexin clenched her fists. She considered it for less than a second before nodding vigorously. She lifted the carriage curtain with a whoosh and was met with the fatty's slightly stiff face. She looked at the fat man coldly and threw a round object at him. The corners of Arbor's mouth curled up. He raised his hand and shot out several streams of mist. Together with a layer of earth wall, the mist rolled and built a high wall around the fat manager. In an instant, there was a loud bang. All the brothers and sisters in the carriage looked at this sudden situation with a stupefied expression. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed for an instant. With the explosive force of the core-ravaged thunder, the fat manager, and the two lackeys beside him were all destroyed to the point that not a trace of hair could be seen. Ha ha! Lu Yexin suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. The depression in her chest was swept away, and she threw her head back and laughed. It's been a long time since I felt so good. Since when did he become more and more aggrieved by the day? Lu Yexin laughed so hard that tears rolled down her cheeks. Like an idiot, Arbor picked up a walnut and threw it at her head. Let's go. Liang Qingqing couldn't resist laughing. She walked up and rubbed Arbor's expressionless face in passing. Little junior sister, you're clearly helping junior sister Lu vent her anger, yet you're still putting on such a thunder face. You really make people worry to death. You don't say anything and always make people guess blindly. Right, little junior sister, you have to change your bad habit of talking for the entire day. Situ quickly expressed his approval. What do you know? Duan Yu irritably interrupted them and sneered. Aren't you tired of talking too much? Chapter 12:17. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Suddenly, they burst into laughter. Arbor snorted and had someone lower the curtain. Then, a dozen burly men rushed out of the House of Treasures, looking in horror at the several meters deep crater that had been blasted open by the core ravaging thunder. Due to the water mist and earth walls, this was only a small-scale explosion that didn't spread to other places. But this loud noise was enough to shake the entire Mo kingdom capital. The people inside the House of Treasures surged out like a tide. Without that fatty manager's command, the thugs were like ants on a hot pan, completely without a backbone. They could only look on helplessly as the customers rushed out of the House of Treasures entrance and fled in all directions. After Arbor and the others quietly left. Not long after, the son of the great king, who had secretly gone out, was welcomed into the House of Treasures' back door with a dark expression. When the crown prince received the news, he merely glanced at it indifferently before casually erasing the message on the Jade Messenger talisman. He turned his head and couldn't help but sigh softly when he saw the little fellow busily refining medicine under the light. Look at how anxious this little thing was. In reality, his poison simply couldn't erupt that quickly. He could still suppress it for a short period of time. Less than an hour later, Arbor stopped and ran to his side, muttering, I just knew that primary rank herbs were still lacking. I'm lacking 2 kinds of primary rank herbs. Take this antidote pill first. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Mystic Beast Forest and buy the primary rank herbs in Captain's possession. Then, we'll have gathered all the herbs needed to cure the devil grass's poison. What are you busy with? Sleep first. Mo Yin scooped her up by the waist and carried her to the bed. Mo Yin looked down at her and pursed his lips. You didn't remember me for a few days before. At that time, you called me Lord Husband. Arbor rolled her eyes irritably at him. Liar. I don't even remember you. So why would I still call you Lord Husband? Mo Yin. Can't say. Cough. Mo Yin put her on the bed and sat sideways on the bed. He raised his hand to tidy her hair. Because I told you that my name is Hubby. Arbor, do I know that you've tricked me like this? Aren't I very smart? He leaned over to look at her and said with a smile, Call me that again now. The little fellow's face was slightly flushed. She wanted to stretch out her little paw to push his face away, but when she saw his expectant eyes looking at her, she couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. My husband. She moved her little mouth, and just as she called out, she saw that bastard come up to her, hugged her, and covered her little mouth. He kissed her for a long time and really took away all the air in her mouth. How infuriating. Wasn't it just calling him husband? You're such a beast. Is it okay for you to do this? Jojo, I feel terrible, he said, looking at her piteously. You feel terrible. My ass. She was the one who felt terrible because he had taken away all her breath. Her chest hurt from holding it in. Yeah, everywhere feels terrible. Here, my whole body feels terrible. He leaned on her and kept rubbing against her until she started to feel terrible too. Her heart was thumping uncontrollably. She hated him to death. Jojo, when I kissed you before, you didn't have any reaction at all. Mo Yin winked at her. We don't have much experience. Shouldn't we practice more? Chapter 12:18. As he spoke, his handsome face grew bigger and bigger in front of her. It looked like he was about to kiss her again. Arbor quickly reached out and slapped his face. "Shut up." He looked at her innocently. "I didn't say anything." Looking at his innocent expression, Arbor couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. She suddenly pinned him down and hugged him as though he was emollient bolster. She pecked his chin with a stoic expression. "Time to sleep. See you tomorrow, my Lien." The man who had wanted to flirt with his wife instantly froze. He lay there stiffly for a moment. His body moved slightly, and he said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Jojo." The little fellow didn't respond. "Baby, hurry and get up." Arbor didn't make a sound. Her breathing also became gentle and soft. It was obvious that she had fallen asleep. Emollient. You can actually fall asleep in less than 3 seconds while lying on top of me. You. How infuriating. Wasn't he beautiful and charming enough? Why did this unromantic little girl fall asleep in less than 3 seconds while lying in front of him? He really wanted to bite her, but he was worried that he would disturb her sleep. Emollient looked at this annoying little thing with a worried expression. He hugged her waist and rubbed against her soft body. He sighed faintly. "What am I supposed to do with you?" He let his imagination run wild for most of the night. He didn't know when he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw the little fellow staring at him with a pair of big, longan-shaped eyes. Her eyes were round and round, as though she was looking at a monster. "Why are you here?" When Emollient heard this, he couldn't help but get angry. He directly pulled her soft and small body into his embrace and nibbled on her slightly puffed-up cheeks. Ask yourself. Arbor recalled that she had boldly pounced on him yesterday and pinned him down. She had hugged him like a bolster for the entire night, but she would never admit it. The little fellow blinked and slapped his hand away. She turned over and was about to sit up as she muttered, "What are you asking me about? All right, we should get up and set off." Suddenly, Arbor felt dizzy. He opened his eyes and looked strangely at the man who suddenly appeared above him. "Why are you pressing down on me? You've been on top of me the whole night. Why can't I do it for a while?" Emollient gritted her teeth and pointed at her eyes. "Look." "Yes." Emollient didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What do you mean, look good? I'm asking you to look at me. Do you know that I have dark circles under my eyes? I couldn't sleep well last night because you were on top of me." Arbor looked at him guiltily and rubbed his head. All right. I'll let you sleep well tonight." And then, what then? Arbor's eyes fluttered as he looked around. His small hand nudged his body. "It's getting late. We still have to set off for that small base in the Mystic Beast Forest in a while. I want you to press me back." Arbor's mouth twitched. He hugged him and shouted, No way. It's fine if you don't press me back, but you have to kiss me 3 times." Bargaining, Arbor rolled his eyes at him and quickly leaned over to kiss his cheek. "We're done kissing. Get up." Prince Emo looked at him with dissatisfaction. "Perfunctory. This time doesn't count. You still owe me 3 kisses. I'll make them all up next time." Chapter 12:19. She kissed him for nothing. Jojo was furious. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have kissed him just now. Regardless of whether she kissed him or not, she still had to make up for it 3 times. Prince Emo read the meaning in her eyes and almost laughed out loud. He hugged her and swayed her small body as he laughed. "Jojo, you're so cute." Humph. He carried her off the bed and personally picked out clothes for her to wear. When he bent down to help her put on her shoes, Xiao Yao's voice came from outside. Pulling the little fellow up from the bed, Emollient turned around and called out, "Come in. We'll go after breakfast." He patted her head and turned to head to the side chamber to change his clothes. His clothes were wrinkled from being pressed down by this little rascal for an entire night. He wouldn't be able to see anyone if he didn't change. His mental state was completely different on this trip to the Mystic Beast Forest. Previously, when he sent her to the Mystic Beast Forest alone, Prince Emo was all sorts of discomfort and disdain that they would be gone for too long. Now that the 2 of them were going together, he was melancholy again. His mother-in-law had only given them a 4-day deadline, and they could only go back and forth for 4 days. This trip was too short. During breakfast, Prince Emo secretly told his wife something. "Do you know who owns the House of Treasures?" "Whose?" Arbor bit on a steamed bun and glanced at him curiously. Seeing his secretive expression, she couldn't help but whisper, "It can't be opened by one of your brothers, right?" "You guessed right." Emolien was instantly speechless. "Why are you so smart? Children can't be so smart." "Humph, you're the child. The person behind this house of treasures is Brother Great King." Emolien fed her a mouthful of porridge before taking a spoonful himself. "Are you a bit surprised? He's always been poor, but he actually has the money to open a house of treasures this time." Prince Emo shifted his stool towards Arbor and whispered to her, "There's someone behind him." Arbor also lowered his voice. Who could it be? For him to be able to receive such a large amount of wealth in such a short period of time, it naturally wouldn't have appeared out of thin air. There must be a source. We'll know once we check. Arbor nodded. "I'll leave it to you." She wasn't the least bit interested in investigating things. Lazy. Emolien stretched out her finger to tease her in amusement. She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be extremely puzzled. "Why were you so diligent in cultivating before? I will never say it in this lifetime." Embarrassing that Emolien supported her chin with one hand and grinned at her. "Jojo, how do we get there? There are only 4 days to go back and forth. Of course, we'll let your stinky golden dragon take us there. The sooner the better." "You're the arrogant one," Yin Chi said angrily. Arbor rolled up his sleeves. "Come out." Okay. I'll let him take us there later." Emolien helplessly took her little hand. She was used to these two little fellows fighting each other whenever they met. "Can I beat him now?" Arbor turned to ask Emolien. Emolien glanced at his wife and shook his head sincerely. The little fellow immediately stood up angrily. "Forget it then." Yin Chi's angry voice sounded. "You're planning to beat me up whenever you can beat me, right?" "That's right. You, little Emo, I'm going to die from anger." Okay, don't be angry." Emolien was speechless. She coughed softly and pulled Arbor out. "Little Seven, come out." Chapter 12:20. A dragon tore through the air and appeared in front of them. It angrily swung its tail and pointed its butt at them. Look at him." Arbor grabbed Emolien's hand and gritted her teeth. "This stinky dragon." Emolien didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she pulled her to her side and comforted her. All right. Little Seven might look like he's lived for hundreds or thousands of years, but he's actually still a child among the dragons. Age doesn't bring wisdom." Arbor pursed her lips. Little Seventh, Yin immediately turned his head and glared at her angrily. "Little Emo." Okay. Emolien shook her head in amusement as she looked at these two little rascals who couldn't get along with each other. She reached out and carried Arbor, then flew up and landed steadily on the golden dragon's back. She raised a hand to pat Little Seven's head. "Let's go, Little Seven." Little Seven swung his tail and darted into the clouds. Not long after the two of them left, Gong Chong and hurried over and grabbed Xiao 11Z at the Eastern Palace's entrance. He asked, "Where's His Highness?" "His Highness just left." Xiao 11Z looked at him in surprise. "Manager Gong, what's the matter?" "Ah, the Great King summoned him for an urgent matter. His Highness won't be back for 4 days. Why don't you write a letter, and I'll find someone to deliver it to His Highness." Gong Chong and shook his head. "Forget it. 4 days isn't a long time. Let's wait for His Highness to come back." Xiao 11Z nodded obediently. Gong Chong glanced at him and asked with a benevolent smile, "Your Highness went out with the crown, Prince Consort?" Xiao 11Z nodded vigorously. "Yes." "Ah." Gong Chong sighed deeply. Xiao 11Z wanted to ask him why he sighed, but he didn't dare to. After watching Gong Chong leave, Xiao 11Z rubbed the back of his head, feeling a little confused. Emolien naturally didn't know that the Great King had come looking for him right after he ran away with the beauty. The two of them rushed towards the mystic beast forest, and the little golden dragon's speed was naturally fast. Compared to when he rode the eagle to the mystic beast forest in Arbor, the time taken was shortened by at least 2/3. Seeing that little Tsunder's footwork was pretty good, Xiaomu didn't make things difficult for Yin Xiaoqi's friend after that. The two of them set off early in the morning and stopped not far from the outskirts of the small base late at night. Seeing that it was getting late and the base's gate was already closed, the two of them started a fire on the spot, planning to make do for the night. Are you cold? Arbor shook his head and leaned on her, feeling a little sleepy. It's spring. How can it still be cold? With that, she curled up in his arms and said, Looks like you won't be able to sleep well tonight. Mo Yin chuckled softly, hugged her, and said softly, You still owe me 3 kisses. Sleep after kissing. No. Arbor drowsily spat out these 2 words, and it didn't take long for her to fall asleep. Mo Yin helplessly shook his head and took out a blanket from his inner world to cover her. He muttered to himself, She falls asleep so quickly every time. I wonder if it's on purpose. The next morning, Arbor opened her eyes and sat up. She dropped the blanket draped over her and glanced sideways. She saw that he was busy cooking a pot with his back to her. What are you cooking? You're awake. Mo Yin turned around and glanced at her with a smile. You're in luck. I stewed ginseng black bone chicken porridge for you today. Come and try it. It's been cooking for a long time. Chapter 12:21. Arbor hurriedly ran over and sat on a rock beside him. She took a spoon and poked into the pot. After taking a bite, her eyes lit up. It's delicious. Drink 2 more bowls. Mo Yin reached out and pinched her little cheeks. I have to get you back. Arbor drank a few mouthfuls of porridge and glanced at him. She raised her hand to wipe her face. How am I thinner? I'm about the same as before. Mo Yin laughed and shook his head. You're too different. Your little chin used to be round, but now it's pointy. Chamu stuck out her tongue at him and scooped up another small bowl. However, before she could take a sip, she saw an extremely fast figure flitting past them. The person reached out and scooped up the boiling pot of porridge into his arms, laughing loudly as he exclaimed, Oh my, it smells so good. This old man hasn't had breakfast yet. Arbor held a small spoon and stared blankly at the little old man who suddenly appeared in front of her. The old man wasn't tall and was chubby. He wore a minister's hat on his head and a linen robe on his body. There was a straw rope tied around his waist. He looked a little out of place. Mo Yin glanced at the old man. When Arbor didn't see him, his face darkened slightly. Who are you? Why are you stealing our food? Arbor stood up with the spoon and looked at the old man in confusion. The old man had already started drinking. He didn't even mind the heat. He blew on the porridge like a reincarnated hungry ghost. He finished a big pot of porridge in no time. Light up. After he was done, his beady eyes were still staring at the half bowl in Arbor's hand. Arbor instinctively hugged her small bowl and couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Little girl, I'll make a bet with you. If you can protect that bowl of porridge in your hand, this old man will agree to one of your requests. With that, he flashed in front of her and reached out to grab the bowl of porridge in her hand. Jojo, use the talisman. Whoosh! Arbor threw out a teleport talisman and instantly moved hundreds of meters away. The old man said with a laugh. Little girl, you have some tricks up your sleeve. He had already appeared behind her and pressed down on her head. What a fast movement and speed. As Arbor threw out a teleportation talisman, he threw out 60 binding talismans to trap the old man. In just a few breaths of time, the old man laughed and broke out of the binding glyph formation. Amazing, amazing. He's not inferior to Mu Xingqian, who's known as the #1 genius of the talisman aristocratic family in the Divine Prefecture. While the old man was smiling, his moves were extremely fast. Every attack was aimed at the bowl in Arbor's small hand. The old man was about to snatch the bowl from her hands. In her panic, Darling Xiao threw her head back and gulped down the small bowl of porridge. After she was done, she threw the bowl on the ground and said angrily, You didn't get it. The old man stopped with a dumbfounded expression. He stared blankly at her for a few seconds before suddenly laughing out loud. Mo Yin saw this from the side, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Okay. This old man is willing to accept his loss. What request do you want me to agree to? Mo Yin quickly moved to Arbor's side, tugged at her small hand, and whispered a few words to her. Arbor looked at Mo Yin blankly before replying. My request is that you must unconditionally stand by my side and support me in the future. Actually, Arbor was also puzzled. She didn't understand why Mo Yin would say this to her. Chapter 12:22. The old man glanced at Prince Mo and snorted. He found a rock and sat down. Humph, you're obedient. You just said what I asked you to say. Sly little girl. The old man rubbed his round belly before turning to look at Mo. He said with a spurious smile, All right then, this old man isn't someone who can't afford to lose. All right, do you two have any dry food? Give it to me. Although he had a lot of food with him, he didn't know how to cook. They had been hungry for 2 days. How miserable! Mo glanced at him and threw him a bag of wheat biscuits. He pulled his wife and walked towards a small base. The old man stood behind the two of them and looked at them meaningfully. He opened the bag and took a bite out of it. Alas, I didn't expect that I, the third elder of the Divine Lands Presbyterian Academy, would be reduced to eating dry food in this shabby place, he muttered as he followed the two of them. He followed them at a steady pace, neither too far nor too close. Arbor felt that the old man didn't leave. She turned to look at him and tugged at Emolien's hand. Who is this old man? Why does he keep following us? Ignore him, Emolien said lightly. He held her little hand and walked into the base openly. There was an idiot who wanted to make him pay the fee. Yes, he was thrown out by him. He should be massaging his old waist in the corner now that Arbor was familiar with this adventure base. She pulled Emolien all the way to the Mission Distribution Center. She had made an appointment with the Giant Bear Squad to buy all the primary herbs they dug up a month later. But it had been 2 or 3 days since the appointed date. She wondered if they were anxious. Arbor and Emolien walked to the Mission Distribution Center hand in hand. The closer they got to the place, the more crowded it was. There were many people there, and they were making a lot of noise. The two couldn't squeeze in at first. They stood outside the crowd and couldn't see the sign of the Mission Distribution Center. Arbor heard the voice of Gao Sheng, the captain of the Giant Bear Squad, from the crowd. We're not obstructing anyone. The herbs are piled up in the open space. No one usually goes there. Why are they taking up space? TSK, Captain Gao, you must be joking. That pile of herbs of yours is occupying the latrine pit, but not shitting. How many days have they been there? You're really looking forward to that little girl coming to collect those medicinal herbs. Ha 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 ha. The captain of the Proud Hawk Squad laughed mockingly at Gao Sheng as he hugged a gorgeous woman. Maybe he's just teasing you. That's right, that's right. 1 cultivation coin for a low-level herb. How is that possible? Although low-grade medicinal herbs also had the word medicine in them, to put it bluntly, they were really just grass. Ha 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 ha. There are so many in the Mystic Beast Forest, and you can have as many as you want. If you really purchase them like this, then the young lady's hard-earned capital will be gone. I think that girl is a liar. She won't come again. You're talking nonsense. Sister Gush shouted angrily. You're not her, so why are you making wild guesses about her? Maybe Miss Xiao was delayed for a few days because of something. Delayed? Ha ha. Only someone as naive as you would believe it. Maybe she took a peek and saw that you guys actually picked over 200,000 primary herbs. She was scared witless by your extravagance and ran away. Everyone roared with laughter. Chapter 1223. Gao Sheng's face flushed slightly red. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Could it be that the Proud Eagle Squad's captain's crow's beak was spot on? Miss Xiao saw that they greedily plucked over 200,000 stalks of medicinal herbs and was so scared that she didn't want to come. But when they were plucking back then, they only thought that the more they plucked, the better. In fact, they didn't have to charge her 1 mystic coin per stalk. The plump woman, Huagu, spat at the Proud Eagle Squad's captain. Scram, scram, scram. What does it have to do with you? This is our huge bear squad's business. You idle people really have too much free time. Isn't it because your trash piled up in the open space is in the way? That's right. If you don't take care of it by today, we'll have to help you take care of it. Ha ha ha. Everyone's mocking voices rang out, and they all looked at Captain Gao Sheng as if they were watching a good show. Gao Sheng gritted his teeth. You don't need to take care of it. We can do it ourselves. Captain. Suddenly, a melodious voice that seemed like the sound of nature landed in the ears of the huge bear squad members. They all turned their heads in disbelief, only to see a pair of exquisitely carved jade people standing outside the crowd. Their brows were drawn together like a painting as they stared fixedly at them. Sis Ge's eyes lit up when she looked over. Little Xiao. The little girl forcefully kicked aside the proud Eagle Squad members blocking her way and extended a small paw, waving at them in a friendly manner. Gao Sheng's tears were about to fall. This little grand aunt finally appeared. Arbor trotted all the way to Captain Gao and extended a small paw. He stood on his tiptoes and patted Captain Gao's shoulder. Captain, I'm late. I was delayed by something earlier. You've been waiting for a long time. Not long, not long. Gao Sheng's current mood was like a completely different person from his earlier gloomy mood. Now he was so happy that he wanted to fly. Captain, the little fellow looked up at him, but before she could speak, she was stopped by two slightly pleasantly surprised voices. Little Xiao, sis, little sixth Zheng and Princess Xiaomi ran over one after the other and circled around her, unable to restrain their joy. We finally waited for you. Arbor looked at the two of them, a trace of embarrassment appearing on his little face. You've been waiting for me here? These two slow-witted children. If she hadn't thought of returning to this small adventurer base in the Mystic Beast Forest, then wouldn't they have been weathered from waiting? Yes. The two nodded at the same time. Xiaomi's personal bodyguard, Gong Sunlai, slowly walked over. Hearing this, he crossed his arms and said, Princess Mi said that you will definitely come out from the forest. No matter what, I have to stay here and wait for you. Sorry for making you guys worry, Arbor said softly. It's good to see that you're fine, Xiaomi said with a smile. Then, she lowered her voice and leaned closer to her. All right, why did I hear that you picked up a phoenix egg? Is that true? Yeah, Arbor nodded. In the next instant, Xiaomi slapped him on the shoulder. Wow, your luck is too good. Where did you find it? Arbor pinched her sleeve. You might not believe it, but when I was walking on the road, it suddenly fell from the sky. Princess Xiaomi and Gong Sunlai's bodyguard chuckled at the same time. What the fuck? This was really unbelievable. Chapter 1224. Arbor speechlessly glanced at Princess Mi. I'll tell you about this later. After speaking, she turned to Gao Sheng and crisply called out, Captain. Captain Gao's face was overwhelmed by the favor. He always felt that every time the little girl called him Captain, it was especially familiar. Captain, little six, and I want to join. Captain Gao, has the matter been resolved? A gentle voice came from the back of the group. When Arbor heard this nightmarish voice, the expression on her small face suddenly changed greatly. She abruptly turned her head and stared fixedly at the white-robed man walking over like a wolf. His entire body was covered in white clothes, making him appear very noble and unsullied. His gentle, smiling face was brimming with a warm aura. No matter who saw it, they would feel that this person was very amiable and would be happy to get close to him. Heh, Fan Xioa, her big brother next door. Why are you here? A thin vine shot out from Arbor's sleeves and directly whipped toward Fan Xioa's face without any warning. Fan Xioa felt all the hair on his body stand on end, and he leaned to the side to avoid the attack. With a loud bang, the vine whip landed on a stool, directly whipping the stool into pieces. Arbor's figure had already rushed over like a little leopard. The wood spirit in her hand glowed with a faint green light, and she directly slapped it toward Fan Xioa's face. This slap was too heavy, and Fan Xioa felt that he might be disfigured by the little girl. He hurriedly activated a defensive mystic weapon to block it. As he dodged, he picked up a long sword and used it to block the little girl's wild bombardment of attacks. The little girl didn't fight in any order. Most of the time, she directly attacked with her small fists. After he dodged 2 or 3 steps, she suddenly stopped and actually smiled at him. This smile made all the hair on Fan Xioa's body stand on end. Previously, during the banquet, she had smiled at him like this and then used her killer move. Sure enough, when the little girl opened her hand, 5 streams of water drilled out from her palm and suddenly turned into 5 long snakes, rushing toward Fan Xioa without stopping. Fan Xioa turned pale with fright and immediately mobilized all the mystic energy in his body to open a defensive barrier. When the 5 streams of water hit the outer defensive barrier, the defensive barrier suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, he had used his own cultivation to form a defensive barrier, and the remaining water spirit energy did not immediately break his defense when it hit the defensive barrier. Fan Xiuhe gripped the sword in his hand and covered it with a wave of mystic energy. He swept it across and drew a half-arc bang. The 5 streams of water immediately exploded. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt the soil under his feet loosen. His entire body was abruptly grabbed by a giant hand that flipped out from under the soil. He lowered his head in fear and looked down. The giant hand made of mud rolled up and slapped down on his head. Boom! This slap directly made Fan Xiuhe spit out a mouthful of old blood. With a bang, he fell flat on his face and ate a mouthful of mud. Everyone present was silent and didn't make the slightest bit of sound. However, their eyes were filled with disbelief as they stared blankly at the little girl in front of them. They were very clear about the strength of the Fan family's young master, but they didn't expect that he would be so easily slapped to the ground by the little girl. Chapter 1225. Without waiting for the Fan family members to rush forward, Arbor appeared in front of Fan Xiuhe in a flash. The startled swan dagger instantly flew out of her conscious. With just a wisp of her spiritual perception, she quickly pressed it against Fan Xiuhe's neck. Still as useless as ever, Arbor paced 2 steps in front of him and glanced sideways at the few Fan family members who wanted to rush forward. She waved her hand at them and said, "If you dare to come forward, I'll slit open his neck right now and make him pew and spit out a lot of blood." The few Fan family members stared blankly at the young lady in front of them. They only felt that her current expression carried a hint of terror amidst her naivety. Even a little inexplicably morbid that she would do as she said. Everyone's hearts shrank. Fan Xiuming led the others to stand far away. He cupped his hands toward Arbor and said, "Crown Princess, how has my brother offended you?" Arbor glanced at him and said mildly, "Him? How has he offended me?" Fan Xiuming, "Why does he feel like he has nothing to say?" Cough, cough, cough. Fan Xiuhe, who was sprawled on the ground and beaten up by Crown Princess Dahai again, stared at Arbor with a slightly changed expression. Why did you? Why?" Whoosh! The sharp, startled swan dagger drew a red line of blood on Fan Xiuhe's neck. If it had been a little deeper, his head might have fallen off his neck. Fan Xiuhe was greatly alarmed, but he still maintained a big, brotherly smile on his face. Only because he was nervous, his fingers were already curled up. "Crown Princess." Yin quickly walked to Arbor's side and pulled her into her arms, stroking the back of her head to comfort her. The desolate aura that this child exuded just now was heart-wrenching. There must be something wrong with this Fan Xiuhe. Otherwise, Jojo would not be on the verge of losing control every time he saw him. "Fan Xiuhe, stay away from the huge bear squad. Never step foot in their midst. Otherwise, you will die without a burial ground. Do you understand?" Xiaomu turned her ice, cold small face over and indifferently gazed at that big brother next door. Fan Xiuhe's heart suddenly shrank, but he still maintained a trace of calmness on the surface. He didn't dare to nod because there was still a startled swan dagger at his neck. "Crown Princess, you must have misunderstood something. I'm here today to ask the Giant Bear Squad for a small mission. Are all of you from the Fan clan good-for-nothings?" Arbor looked at him coldly. "You're not allowed to ask the Giant Bear Squad for help. Withdraw your bullshit mission immediately. Also, get out of my sight immediately. I don't want to see you." This was really something that he didn't want to see. Fan Xiuhe's hands, which were pressed against the side of his robe, clenched tightly and revealed a somewhat embarrassed smile. "The Crown Princess has given a clear order. Xiuhe does not dare to disobey." After saying that, he stiffened his neck and looked at the startled swan dagger at his neck from the corner of his eye. He walked stiffly to the table in the Mission Distribution Center and quickly canceled the mission that he had just issued to the Giant Bear Squad, paying a certain amount of penalty for breaching the contract. Arbor gave a rare, faint smile. "That's good. In the future, don't let me see you sticking to the Giant Bear Squad like a fly, understand? Also, take good care of your own life. I'll be coming for you very soon." Fan Xiuhe only felt that this crown princess's expression hid an infinite amount of strangeness. Chapter 12:26. Arbor willed it, and the startled swan dagger flew back to her fingers with a whoosh. With a slight turn of the sharp dagger, it disappeared into her conscious with a whoosh. Fan Xiuming hurriedly rushed forward to support Fan Xiuhe and led the Fan family away with their tails between their legs. Xiao Mu gazed coldly in the direction they left in and didn't say anything else. Her small head twitched in Mo Lian's embrace as she looked up at him. "What is it?" Mo Lian didn't let go of her, only lowering his head to smile at her. "Are you feeling better?" Arbor nodded. After Fan Xiuhe left, she felt that the air here was much better. Every time she saw him, she would constantly recall that dark past. It was truly unbearable. Of course, she felt that this unbearable feeling would be resolved very quickly. Before she dealt with this Fan Xiuhe, she had to understand one thing. Was this Fan Xiuhe related to that Shantian Prefecture's prefecture chief? Her previous pitiful marionette-like life was mostly bestowed upon her by the Shantian Prefecture's prefecture chief. She suspected that it was because she had opened her mystic meridians at the age of 16 that the Shantian Prefecture's prefecture chief sent Fan Xiuhe, this smiling big brother, to her side. Thinking of this, darling Xiao couldn't help but shiver. Could it be like this? Or was she overthinking it? "Jojo, can't you tell me?" Mo Lian frowned slightly, reached out to hug her slender waist, and lowered his head to look at her. "I can't tell you about Fan Xiuhe." Xiao Mu gazed at him in a daze. Her pair of slightly morbid, pitch-black eyes that resembled an ancient well flickered, and she lowered her small head and said, "I can say it. Later, I'll tell you all about the enmity between me and Fan Xiuhe. Okay?" "Okay." While Mo Lian was pleased, his mood was also a little heavy. "Then you have to tell me about that strange old man's identity." Mo Lian was stunned, then smiled and pinched her little face. "Children shouldn't be so smart. You'll grow up faster if you're a little stupid. I'm going to be of marriageable age in half a month. I'm not a kid anymore." Arbor angrily slapped his hand away. "You have to tell me." "All right." Mo Lian smiled and nodded. "As long as it's something you want to know, I'll tell you anything." "That's more like it." The little girl looked at him with satisfaction. She suddenly remembered that she had been interrupted by that damned Fan Xiuhe while she was talking to the captain. She quickly turned her little head around and said to Gao Sheng in a crisp voice, "Captain, little 6, and I want to join the giant bear squad." Captain Gao was dumbfounded and flattered. He didn't know where to put his hands. Just now, the little girl's battle prowess was fully displayed. Such a strong little girl actually said that she wanted to pull her friend to join their unknown giant bear squad. What should he do? It seemed very inconceivable. Captain Gao looked at the little girl with a dumbfounded expression for a long time, then hurriedly nodded and said, Okay. Little fellow, if you want to join our giant bear squad, we naturally welcome you. It's just that." Captain Gao scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Our giant bear squad isn't that strong. Have you thought about it?" All the members of the giant bear squad fixed their gazes on the girl for a moment. In the early morning of this day, the giant bear squad was joined by 2 amazing members. Chapter 12:27. As for Fan Xiuhe's group, they didn't realize that 2 yellow-spotted butterflies were tailing them the whole way after they left. After joining Huge Bear Squad, all the members surrounded the new member. Arbor and Little 6th Zheng discussed enthusiastically and welcomed her incessantly. The Proud Hawk Squad members who were originally watching the excitement felt bored and wanted to disperse. Arbor suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute! Were you the one who said that I was a swindler just now?" Arbor suddenly stood in front of the Proud Hawk Squad captain. That captain had a tanned, old face with chapped skin for being exposed to the elements. But when he saw Arbor, he couldn't help but reveal a perverted expression. He took a step forward and pressed closer instead. "What? Does a little miss have some advice? What are you doing?" Everyone in Huge Bear Squad surrounded her in a huff, and the leader, Captain Gao, pushed the Proud Hawk Squad captain away with a slap. "Stay away from our Xiao Qiao." Classmate Mo who was blocked outside the encirclement by a group of burly, huge bear squad members, looked at his wife across the human wall, feeling extremely stifled. What to do if his wife was too popular? I'm here to collect medicinal herbs right now. Captain, how many medicinal herbs did our squad collect during this time? There are all kinds of primary level medicinal herbs. But you don't need to give us 200,000. Here, Arbor handed Captain Gao a money pouch. Here are 100,000 high-grade mystic currency. Keep it well. What? Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at this extravagant nouveau riche squad member, simply not daring to believe their eyes. 200,000 low-grade mystic currency and 100,000 high-grade mystic currency weren't on the same level. Just like low-grade magnetite, it was only suitable for mystic cultivators level 1 to level 4 to absorb, while high-grade magnetite could be absorbed by mystic cultivators level 12 and below. As for Arbor's level 14 cultivation realm, high-grade magnetite wasn't of much use to her. What she needed were supreme-grade magnetite. Supreme-grade magnetite mines were very rare on Seacombe Planet, so the production of mystic currency generally stopped at high-grade mystic currency. The captain of the Proud Hawk squad blushed, and he muttered, "I don't know where my luck came from." He was about to leave with his tail between his legs. Siska stood in front of him with her hands on her hips. "Hey, are you going to swallow all the words you said as slander, Xiao Xiao, into your stomach? Do you see that?" Xiao Xiao gave our captain 100,000 high-grade cultivation coins and told him to keep it well. "Are you still calling her a liar now? Liar your sister. Have you ever seen a swindler pay a deposit? Fine. Let's go." The captain of the Proud Eagle squad felt that he was in the wrong. He led his squad past the crowd and hurriedly ran away. Sister Gus sneered and scolded him for being a coward. Then she ran to Arbor and happily said, "Xiao Xiao, there are so many medicinal herbs. Is it to help you transport them home?" "No need, I'll collect it myself." She simply took a new ebony purple storage talisman and followed Captain Gao and the others to an open space before throwing all the primary-grade medicinal herbs inside. "I'll just take some time to slowly organize them," Arbor thought to herself. She turned and nodded her small head at them. "Thank you all very much." Captain Gao and the others repeatedly waved their hands. There was no need to thank them for this. This was what they should do in the first place. They all felt a bit embarrassed after receiving so much reward. Chapter 12:28. This nouveau riche teammate was so generous, it was obvious that he was helping them. "Since there's nothing else, why don't we return to the city together tomorrow?" Captain Gao thought it was a good idea. They had been out for almost a month, and their teammates were already exhausted. They should return to the city to recuperate. Besides, they had a lot of mystic coins on hand now, and they had basic living expenses. Thus, he nodded at Arbor and said with a smile, "All right, let's return to the city together." Xiaomi ran over with a smile. "Since that's the case, Gong Sun Lai and I will return to southern Xiao Nation first. See you in a few days." Hence, Xiao Mu nodded. "Then be careful on your way back." "Don't worry, I'm very powerful." Xiaomi assumed an attacking posture. Behind her, Gong Sun Lai immediately rolled his eyes at this princess. "All right, princess, don't show off blindly. You only have that one mystic skill. It's better not to take it out and make a fool of yourself." Arbor's mouth twitched. Didn't I hear that Southern Xiao Nation's king's famous mystic skill has 18 moves in one set?" Gong Sun Lai chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Xiaomi angrily jumped to his side and kicked him. "Cough, I'm not laughing." Gong Sun Lai held back his laughter and explained, "Each of the great king's 18 mystic skills has a name. When it comes to Princess Xiaomi, the 18 moves are combined into one, and it's just that one move. All right, the first time she was tested, she even said with conviction that this is called not forgetting her roots. She started from the foundation and worked her way up step by step. The great king even praised her for her talent, and that she could take on a great responsibility and inherit the legacy of Southern Xiao Nation's royal family." Xiaomi coughed dryly and pretended to look around. She lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes. 3 months later, the great king tested the princess for the second time and discovered that she was still using the same move. The great king's expression began to turn heavy, but he still praised her for practicing it well. She painstakingly practiced it just for this one move. Xiaomi, the Gong Sunlight said with a faint smile. 3 months later, the great king tested her for the 3rd time. When she was still using that one profound skill and only knew how to use that one move to block the attacks of others. The great king fainted on the spot. Everyone laughed. Xiaomi glared at Gong Sunlight and said, I'm just taking the essence, do you understand? Although it's only one move, it doesn't matter how many moves there are, only how good they are. Sister Gu said mockingly, I didn't expect the renowned great king of southern Shao Kingdom to impart to you a set of 18 mystic skills. You actually wasted such a precious treasure? Xiaomi angrily stomped her feet. What are you laughing at? He's already practicing diligently, and he's even combining the 18 moves into one, extracting the essence and discarding the dregs. When Arbor heard this, he actually nodded his head in agreement. That's right, the number of profound skills has never been a factor. It's only a matter of how deep one's comprehension is. If I can combine the 18 moves into one move, then it will definitely be the best of the best. It will definitely be very powerful. Everyone was speechless. Ha ha ha. Gong Sunlight grinned and nodded. She's so freaking powerful that she can't even beat a level 5 mystic cultivator who's 1 level lower than her. What was he supposed to do about this? Arbor patted her shoulder. Continue practicing. You can do it. When you master the 18 moves into one, you'll definitely be unrivaled. The background music strangely turned into ha. Chapter 1229. After parting ways with the princess of the southern Shao Kingdom, darling Xiao still followed beside Emolian with a strange expression and asked, why can't they stop laughing? Is it very funny? Emolian hugged her small body with a smile and nodded. It's funny. Darling Xiao was unconvinced. I've only learned one type of archery technique, and there were originally 5 different archery techniques in it. Later, I mastered all of them into one type. Every time I shoot an arrow, the time limit can be shortened by at least 2/3. You even comprehended an explosive arrow archery technique on your own. When we practice, we adjust the cultivation technique according to the actual situation to comprehend deeper and achieve the goal of constantly striving for perfection. What's wrong with that? They shouldn't laugh at Xiaomi, darling Xiao huffed. Emolian was truly about to die from laughter at this darling. Darling, she's not you. Emolian pressed his forehead against hers and laughed uncontrollably. What she said about mastering through a comprehensive study is complete nonsense. She only practiced one move out of the 18 moves, and she's the type that hasn't mastered it yet. Arbor was instantly speechless. Is that so? Emolian nodded while holding back her laughter. She looked at her serious expression and said, do you think everyone is like you? Seeing a cultivation technique and mastering it on your own, condensing several moves into one. These all require talent and aptitude. Normal mystic cultivators just follow the cultivation technique and mystic technique. Why would they think so much like you? Arbor nodded, seeming to understand. So that's how it is. Still, they shouldn't laugh at her, Arbor said with a snort. Okay. Emolian glanced at her with a smile. Jojo, let's find a place to stay and have a good night's rest. We'll leave tomorrow. In any case, it's still early. Arbor nodded. Suddenly, she heard the poison-tailed butterfly Queen Xiao Xiao softly call her by her ear. Master. Is there news? Arbor asked with rapt attention. No, Master. The 2 butterflies that were sent out to scout for information were killed by someone. She couldn't enter Paradise Planet now, so she couldn't talk to Xiao Xiao face to face. Speaking of which, the 2 of them could only talk through spiritual awareness. She had asked Xiao Xiao to release those 2 yellow-spotted butterflies to keep an eye on Fan Xiuha, but she hadn't expected him to be so cautious. But I know where they died. Does Master want to go and take a look? Very close? Yes, it's in an abandoned wooden hut outside this small base. All right, let's go take a look. Emolian had been watching her quietly. When she saw her look up at her, she smiled at her. What's wrong? Let's go somewhere. 15 minutes later, Arbor and Mo Lien arrived at an abandoned wooden house. When he pushed the door open and entered, there was no one around. Mo Lien narrowed her eyes. There was the aura of a great spiritual master. His gaze fell on a piece of black muslin in the corner. It seemed like it was used to cover one's face. Arbor quietly looked at it. There were 2 small puffs of yellow powder on the ground. The yellow-spotted butterflies had probably been shattered by a palm strike after they were discovered. There really is someone behind Fan Shioha, Arbor said coldly. That person might even be a great spiritual master. He was extremely cautious and wouldn't even let go of the smallest butterflies. As long as he thought it was dangerous, he would destroy it with a pinch of his fingers. Arbor's eyes unconsciously outlined a middle-aged woman with a pair of gloomy eyes who covered herself behind a piece of black muslin. Chapter 12:30. She suddenly opened her eyes and involuntarily shuddered. Mo Lien hastily pulled her into his embrace and stroked her back soothingly. "What's wrong, Jojo?" Arbor shook her head. It's nothing. There aren't any clues left behind here. Do you want to send someone to stay here and keep watch?" Arbor nodded. The people who came into contact with Fan Shioha should be very cautious. I reckon that this place won't appear again. Let's go back. I'm a bit tired. Seeing that her expression was indeed a bit tired, Mo Lien held her by the waist with heartache and drifted out of the shabby little wooden hut. After a good night's sleep, the next morning, after washing up and going out, she saw that the huge bear squad was already waiting outside. Little Six Zheng, dressed in black, stood nimbly and vigorously under the morning light. He turned to smile at her and nodded. Mo Lien grabbed his wifey's hand and cast a sidelong glance at little Six Zheng. When Captain Gao saw her come out, he immediately grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Xiao Xiao, are we going back by Flying Eagle?" "Okay." Arbor nodded. In any case, there were still 2 days left from the 4-day time limit that her mother had given them. They could still make it if they slowly ran back by Flying Eagle. Okay. The squad members walked outside in a hubbub. Arbor glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw that fatty and strange old man that she had previously encountered at the base's entrance. Knitting her brows slightly, Arbor looked up at Mo Lien. Seeing that his expression didn't change at all, she didn't say anything either. The two hopped onto the Flying Eagle and followed the huge bear squad back to the Mo Kingdom capital. Arbor sat on the eagle's back and gently leaned against Mo Lien's body, watching the eagle ascend into the sky as if it was dispersing into the clouds. Only then did she organize her thoughts and say softly, "Mo Lien, do you believe that miracles exist in this world? I once had a very long dream. In the dream, I died once. That kind of feeling was so real that you almost couldn't believe it." Following her dreamy voice, Mo Lien only felt that his breathing had also stopped. He completely didn't want to understand what his Jojo had died once meant. He didn't want to think about it. As soon as he thought about it, he felt like his heart had been sliced open by a knife and was about to be cut out. He suddenly tightened his arms around her waist. "What do you want to say, Jojo? I know that corpse puppets can erupt. I know that corpse puppets can grow. I know that everything will go according to the dream I had, and it will proceed slowly and in an orderly manner. It's just I don't want to go back to that dream. Mo Lien, did you know? In that dream, someone had been controlling my life the entire time. I'm like a puppet on a string, a puppet without any thoughts of its own. I'm being pointed here and there by others, living my own miserable life according to other people's thoughts." Mo Lien's pupils contracted as she recalled the pieces of information she obtained when she searched Lu Yiji's soul. Yes, someone had always wanted her Jojo to lead a good life. Someone had always been spying on her in the dark, wanting to destroy her hard-earned happiness. Him, how could he allow it? In that dream, I was captured by Fan Shioha. He broke all my limbs. Jojo. Mo Lien looked at her in horror, and his hands involuntarily hugged her waist tightly. It was as if he wanted to embed her deeply into his embrace at this moment and protect her firmly. Chapter 12:31. He asked me, "Arbor, why is your inner world different from other people's? Your cultivation level is clearly lower than mine, so why is your inner world bigger than mine?" He used some small hammers and nails to hit me all day and night, studying my inner world, try to find out my secret. Jojo, Emolian, hugged her tightly, hugging her slightly trembling body. Don't be afraid. That person will never hurt you again. Because I'm here. Emolian leaned over and rubbed his head against the back of her furry head. I won't allow anyone to hurt a single hair on your head. Arbor turned his head and looked at him with a slightly dazed gaze. He nodded and said softly, I know that it's just a dream, and it won't happen. But sometimes I feel as if those things are happening to me, as if I'm in the same situation. Every time I see those enemies in my dreams. When Xiao Mu recited the enemies in her dreams, her eyes would flicker with specks of starlight. I just want to stab them to death, one stab at a time. I won't let Fan Xiuhe die so easily. Arbor looked at Mo Lien and asked softly, Don't you think that this version of me is very scary? Mo Lien shook his head heavily. I don't think so. I just feel that this version of you makes my heart ache. He held her little hand and pressed it against his thumping heart. He sighed softly. Jojo, it hurts here when I hear you say this. It doesn't matter if it's a dream or not. He reached out and cupped her little face. Suddenly, he lowered his head and kissed her lightly on the lips. All of this is in the past. It won't happen to you again. I swear that I'll use my life to protect you, my Jojo. My love. He murmured softly and hugged her in his arms. Unknowingly, the two's fingers were tightly intertwined. Even when the afternoon sun shone on them, they didn't relax at all. That fat old man is the third elder of the Academy of Elders in China. He's here to find me. Mo Yin held her little hand and said mildly, No matter what happens in the future, Jojo, we won't be separated, okay? Xiao Mu's mind was a bit fatigued after digging into the secrets buried deep in her heart with him. She had already drifted into dreamland, as though she couldn't muster up any energy to continue the conversation. Mo Yin saw that she was about to sleep, so he put the matter of the third elder in China aside. He raised his hand to caress her smooth forehead and gently planted a kiss on it. He murmured softly, Go to sleep. Everything will be fine when you wake up. This was a kind of mental exhaustion, not because she wanted to sleep. It was as if, after saying all this, she had walked through endless darkness and was finally pulled back from hell with great difficulty. Right now, she especially wanted to sleep comfortably under the sun and the warm sky. The cries of eagles glided by. The war eagles mounted by the huge bear squad flew one by one across the clear and comfortable sky, flying in the direction of the Mo kingdom capital. Arbor's lips curled up slightly. She nuzzled against Mo Yin's chest and adjusted to a suitable sleeping position. His heartbeat was strong and powerful, like a lullaby, urging her to fall into a defenseless sleep. It seemed that with him by her side, she felt that she could have no misgivings. Chapter 12:32. His vision was hazy, as if he was looking at things through a thin layer of mist. The second young master stumbled as he parted the bead curtains strung together by golden beads. He stared blankly at a pot of begonia blooming beautifully on the shelf, somewhat lost in thought. There was a spotlessly white walnut-inlaid bed in the bedroom, as well as the extremely familiar-looking brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the desk next to it. An unfinished pot of hot tea was steaming with white smoke. Why did all of this look so familiar? Outside the beaded curtain, there seemed to be someone talking on the other side of the screen. The second young master moved closer. When he saw that hazy and familiar figure under the floating white veil, it was as if something had struck his heart. He was completely stunned. This back view. Why was this back view so similar to him? He only heard a soft voice say, with a chuckle, Exon, don't tell me you've really fallen in love with that woman and want to marry her. Don't forget who you are. Your father will never allow you to marry such a good-for-nothing woman. If you want to marry, shouldn't you marry a girl from an aristocratic family like me? That woman is of no help to you at all. When the second young master heard that woman's words through the thin white veil, he didn't know why, but his fists actually clenched tightly. TSK. A disdainful voice sounded. The second young master suddenly widened his eyes and shot a glance in that direction like lightning. Where was he? Was he in a dream? Why did it feel like he was actually there? It was as if he was looking at himself from his previous life and talking to someone. Xin, say something. You're thinking too much. He heard his own voice faintly transmitted through the floating white veil. His current mood became very perturbed and complicated. He took a step forward, as if wanting to rush over and stop himself from saying what he was going to say next. However, it was as if he was frozen in time and space, trapped in a small space. He could only look at them, but couldn't go forward to touch or stop them. Don't say it. Don't say it anymore. The second young master inexplicably felt as if his heart was about to be squeezed. It was as if he was looking at himself in his previous life and realized that if he continued to say those heartless words, it would cause something irreversible. If it were you, would you marry a cripple with 4 limbs as your wife? The cold voice continued. She's just a little pet that I raised. She's a pet. Of course, I'll tease her when I'm happy. When I'm unhappy, I'll just ignore her. Just wait and see. She will obediently call me master in the future. The woman giggled. Her laughter was like a demonic sound that pierced into his ears. The second young master looked at everything in front of him with a blank expression. He saw someone push out a wooden wheelchair from behind a long cabinet. The wheelchair rolled along, as if every step was stepping on the tip of his heart, causing his eyebrows to shrink slightly in pain. He heard the woman's laughter. She said mockingly, Xin, your little pet heard what you said. He could clearly see the subtle changes in his previous life's expression under the moonlight. When he wanted to rush over and take a look at the person who had lowered her head and curled herself up in the wheelchair, it was as if he stepped on empty air and his whole body fell down. Chapter 1233. He instantly woke up from the soft couch and straightened his body. His forehead was covered in cold sweat as he stared at the pitch-black night. The thin blanket covering his stomach slowly slid to the ground. Was that a dream? Why did it feel so real? Omega Katoku got up from the soft couch. His body swayed slightly, and he almost bumped into the cabinet at the side. He pressed his swollen head and leaned against the window frame. He took a breath of the cool air outside, and his fingers couldn't help but curl up. Who was that person in the wheelchair? Why did he give him an indescribable sense of familiarity? Why did he make his heart tremble in pain? Master. Wang Cheng's voice came from below the window. He didn't seem to understand why his master would run to the window to get some fresh air in the middle of the night. The second young master didn't pay attention to him. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the distant dark void. There it was as if there was another him coldly watching him. After Arbor returned home, under his mother's exhortations, he finally behaved properly for several days. For her coming-of-age ceremony, the entire Chiao family was as busy as a spinning top. From the guest of honor to the assistant, not a single person could be missing. She was the only one who had nothing to do. From time to time, she would check on second uncle and brother Xiao, whose injuries. Other than that, there weren't any major issues. The two of them woke up the day after she left for the small base. Now, their injuries were gradually recovering. However, whenever Zhou Yuan of the Zhou family was mentioned, they would constantly curse him as a little bastard. At that time, the Zhou family detained eldest Aunt Xiao Wenxiu and cousin Pu Rulin at home. That day, father brought Di Yuan to their house. Without saying a word, the two sides started fighting. Di Yuan perfectly threw the two 11th-layer body cultivators of the Zhou family away and gave them a good beating. Father rescued eldest aunt and her daughter. When he saw their miserable state, it was said that the siblings, uncle and nephew, hugged each other and cried on the spot. That little bastard Zhou Yuan was still cursing on the side. He actually accused cousin Pu Ruolin of not being a woman. Infuriated, father immediately asked Governor Pang Dehai to come forward and divorce cousin Pu Ruolin and Zhou Yuan on the spot. When Arbor heard his second uncle talk about this, he couldn't believe his ears. She understood her father too well. He was an indecisive and soft-hearted person. How could he possibly be so resolute as to have her cousin and Zhou Yuan divorce on the spot? She did not know where this Zhou Yuan had come from to be able to anger her father to this extent. He could also be considered talent. His cousin was also a strong-willed person. At first, his father had planned to bring the orphans and widows back to live with him, but his cousin was unwilling. Eldest aunt had a small house on Hualing Street, which was secretly bought by the mother and daughter a few years ago. After leaving the Zhou family, Pu Rulin stayed with her eldest aunt, Qiao Wenxiu, in the residential house on Hualing Street. From second uncle's words, it was likely that Zhou Yuan felt that he had been forced by his wife's uncle to divorce his wife dejectedly. After thinking about it, he felt that he had lost face. Thus, every 2 or 3 days, he would find people to cause trouble on Hualing Street, causing cousin Pu Rulin and eldest aunt to be unable to rest in peace. Arbor watched as second uncle swallowed a pill and handed him a bowl of water to drink. Second uncle, your body has just recovered. Being angry will harm your body. Be careful. Jojo, you haven't seen that little bastard's face. If you saw it, I guarantee that you would go up and give him 2 slaps. That's right. I hate that there was someone who stopped us that day. Otherwise, I would have beaten him to death long ago. Chapter 1234. Qiao also said angrily, that's a person who can't get any more despicable. Okay. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he comforted Brother Xiao, who, watching him swallow the pill. In these past 2 days, that Zhou Yuan still brought people to Hualing Street to cause trouble? Arbor asked curiously. How can he not cause trouble? When can he not cause trouble? Every day, he comes barking like a mad dog. Qiao angrily slammed the table. Wait until I recover. I'll definitely give him a good beating. Isn't he going to marry some Gao family's daughter? Why does he still have the time to make trouble for cousin? Arbor couldn't help but ask as he had the little girl come in and clean up the medicine bowl. That's right. That hateful guy clearly abandoned his wife to climb up the social ladder and marry that Gao family's daughter, Gao Chi-Chi. He even keeps slandering cousin for having an affair. I've never seen someone as despicable as him. From the father and son's conversation, Arbor understood that this was a big scumbag. I'll have Xiao Yao go take a look later. It's fine, you two should rest first. She herself had been grounded by her mother, and before her hairpin ceremony, her mother wouldn't allow her to go out as she pleased. However, sending that quick-witted girl, Xiao Yao, to take a look was still feasible. Xiao Hu's eyes lit up, and he casually said, tell Xiao Yao to be careful. Although those 2 11th layer body cultivators are injured, they're still quite powerful. Arbor turned his head and carefully looked at Brother Xiao Hu. Brother Xiao Hu, wait until you recover. I'll refine 2 mystic breakthrough pills for you to take. You can properly raise your cultivation. Xiao Hu immediately beamed with joy. Good. Little sister, I actually feel that my body has completely recovered. How about in 2 days? Arbor looked at his anxious expression and couldn't help but shake his head. Let's talk about it after you recover. There's no rush. Turning his head, he saw second uncle anxiously looking at him from the side. He couldn't help but laugh. Second uncle, I'll refine 2 body-tempering pills for you. Okay. Second Uncle Qiao answered with a grin. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't envious when she saw her elder brother soar all the way to a level 9 mystic cultivator after taking 2 mystic breakthrough pills. Second Uncle Qiao was grinning from ear to ear at the thought that he would be able to make some progress soon. After Arbor left the father and son's ward, he instructed Xiao Yao to check out the situation at Hualing Street. The little fellow kicked off her shoes and lay down on the couch by the window. Not long after, she saw a pale white figure come in through her window with a whoosh. He pounced on her side and kissed her affectionately. Annoying. Arbor reached out a finger and tapped the guy's forehead. Prince Amo looked at her innocently and reached out to grab her finger. Jojo, I've been chatting with those old guys for half a day after the morning court. I haven't even had a mouthful of hot porridge yet. I'm so hungry. How about having Choju cook some noodles for you? MHM. Prince Amo nodded and leaned against her as he whined. Jojo, my head hurts. Arbor wordlessly crawled to his side and pulled his head into her embrace. She rubbed his head with her fingers. If my mother sees you like this, she'll definitely be stunned. Prince Amo nudged his head in her embrace. How am I? You look like a rascal. Amo Yin burst into laughter. She flipped over and pulled out a small rectangular box from her sleeve. This is your husband's present for you. Hurry and open it. What is it? Arbor opened the box. Chapter 1235. She saw a phoenix hairpin with flowing light lying there quietly. The hairpin was inlaid with a row of resplendent gems with a gentle luster. This is a defensive spirit tool. Arbor didn't show it on her face, but she was extremely touched inside. How long ago did this guy make this hairpin for her? He made it himself for her to wear at her coming-of-age ceremony. For your coming-of-age ceremony. Emol Yin propped up her chin with one hand and tilted her head to look at her with a smile. I'm fine with it, right? Humph. Arbor gave him a sidelong glance. He narrowed his beautiful phoenix eyes and looked at her. Wife, your husband is so good to you. Don't you plan to come over and kiss your husband? Xiao Mu placed the hairpin inside the slender box. Suddenly, she hugged his head and kissed his face with a smack. Prince Emol looked at her with silly amusement. Jojo, look good. Come here and let me hug you. Idiot. Arbor glanced at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then pulled him up. Coincidentally, they saw the maid Chiuju enter with a tray and curtsied to the two. Arbor took the bowl of hot noodle soup and handed it to the crown prince. Here, you can leave after eating. If mother comes later and sees you here, let's see how you explain yourself. Then I won't be able to finish it in my lifetime. Prince Emo picked up the noodles with his chopsticks and ate, sneaking glances at her. Arbor glanced at him speechlessly. Oh, right. Didn't you ask me about Sikong Fulling before? What happened to her? Prince Emo almost choked on the noodle soup. Arbor hurriedly took a brocade handkerchief from the side and wiped it. What are you doing? Nothing. Prince Emo glanced at Arbor rather guiltily and pretended to ask casually. Are you good friends with her? Of course not. I snatched her glacial star sand, so she must hate me to death in her heart. If we meet again, it's already good enough that we don't fight. If we fight, I won't go easy on her. That's good, that's good. Prince Emo grinned and picked up a few more noodles in a good mood. Arbor looked at him suspiciously. Are you hiding something from me? I'm fine. I'm fine. Emo. Lotus. Prince Emo turned his head to look at his little emperor baby and immediately admitted defeat. Okay. I'll tell you, but you can't be angry. Previously, when I flew to the Mystic Beast Forest to look for you, I couldn't find you. I smelled your scent on Sikong Fulling's body, so I captured her and brought her back. Arbor's eyes widened. Why did you capture her? Arbor glared at him angrily. Don't tell me you caught her because she's wearing too little fabric and want to feast your eyes on her. What? Why would you think that? Emol Yin pulled him into his embrace and said exasperatedly, Why would I look at her? She's so ugly and can't even compare to one of your toes. Why would I look at her? Arbor's eyes swiveled. Then why did you capture her? I interrogated her about your whereabouts, but she wasn't willing to say anything at first. What she said after that was all lies. So I threw her into the dungeon. After that, I forgot about her. Arbor's mouth twitched. And she's still in the dungeon now? Should be. Prince Emo simply didn't remember this person after that. Arbor silently lit a candle for Sikong Fulling. Then when should I go see her? Chapter 1236. Wait until after your coming-of-age ceremony. Emol Yin reached out to fix her hair. It's been so long anyway. She should be used to it. Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. Could it be possible to get used to this dungeon? No need. Since I don't have anything to do tomorrow, I'll sneak out. Mother won't notice. Let little sister keep a lookout for me. Emol Yin's eyes lit up, and he immediately hugged his wife without letting go. He smiled and nodded. Okay. Then let's go swim by the lake and listen to some songs or something. Bah! Arbor pushed him and snorted. Forget about swimming by the lake and listening to songs. If a mutated fish monster suddenly appeared in the middle of the swim, that wouldn't be wonderful. How could there be such a coincidence? Emol Yin hugged his wife and dawdled. Just for a while, I'll send you home in 2 hours. Xiao Mu poked his head with her finger. You're so nosy. Just as they were talking, Xiao Yao returned. As soon as she entered, she angrily bowed to Arbor and Emol Yin. Your Highness, Crown Princess, I've already asked around. That Zhou Yuan, It's just as Second Master said. He's a big slut through and through. You want to make trouble for Miss Pooh again today. Fortunately, the guards that Master left their help to block him. The two really clashed, and Miss Pooh sprained her hand. Is it serious? It's all right. I left some medicine for Miss Pooh. It should be fine after 2 days. Xiao Yao couldn't help but say angrily. But that damn slut keeps making trouble for her. If this goes on day after day, I don't know how Miss Pooh will live. Xiao Mu creased her brows. Go over there again tomorrow. Give Pang Dehai my visitation notice and have him go with you. Arrest all the troublemakers. After 2 or 3 times, no one will dare to make trouble again. Is this feasible, miss? Of course it's feasible. Arbor smirked and said, have Lord Pang lock them up in jail and find a few people to scare them. Okay, Xiao Yao will do it tomorrow. After Arbor sent that annoying guy away with great difficulty, he began to make the devil grass detoxification pill. The next day, Arbor brought the little girl Jolene over and had her stay in his room while he slipped out of the house. After being cooped up at home for several days, Arbor jumped over the back wall with light steps and saw Prince Mo standing there with a smile in his white casual clothes. Arbor jogged over and naturally reached out to hold his arm. I've been waiting for a long time. Not too long. Mo Yin winked at her. How is it? Did Mother find out that you slipped out? It's fine. I'll let little sister block it for me. Arbor held his hand and said, let's go to the dungeon to see Sikong Fulling first. This Sikong Fulling, I've checked her identity. She's quite special. She's actually the holy maiden of the demonic sect. Mo Yin stroked his chin and said, previously, when she was in prison, she even used a flute, and she really almost escaped. That flute is the nightmare demonic flute. Back at the small base, I almost fell for it. The two rode back to the Eastern Palace, whispering to each other as they hurried in the direction of the dungeon. Just as they stepped through the dungeon doors, they heard a heart-wrenching shout. I demand to see your boss. Why am I locked up here all day? I've told him everything. Why won't you let me go? Chapter 1237. Sikong Fulling. Arbor's voice suddenly drifted into her ears from the other side of the wooden prison door. At first, she thought she was hearing things, but in the end, when she turned to meet her gaze, she couldn't resist pouncing over. Just as she grabbed hold of 2 wooden pillars, she was struck by a bolt of lightning and retracted her hand. She shouted angrily, It really is you? Stoic face. Stoic face. Hurry and let me out. Let me out. The little stoic looked at a certain person who was hopping around angrily from across a row of prison cells. She then turned to look at the crown prince who was strolling over slowly. Let her go. Let her go. At the crown prince's command, 2 youths in black immediately ran over. They nimbly walked to the stone wall and pressed a switch. The prison door in front of Sikong Fulling abruptly sprang open. She hastily flew out with a whoosh and stood in front of Arbor and Mo Lien. I already said I didn't grab Stoic Face. Are you sick in the head? Locking me up in the dungeon for so many days, fuck. His Highness the Crown Prince casually threw a set of black robes at Sikong Fulling's face. So ugly. Hurry and put on your clothes. It's useless to show anything when you're so ugly. The Crown Prince gruffly grabbed Arbor's small hand and turned to walk outside. Jojo, I didn't look at her. Ugly. Arbor's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for Sikong Fulling. She was also quite unlucky. She didn't know if she was blind when she was walking, but she actually ran into a willful and unreasonable guy like the Crown Prince. Sikong Fulling cursed all 18 generations of the Mo family's ancestors and bellowed angrily behind them. Give me back my flute. Running into this pair of freaking fiends was truly her 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck. The nightmare demonic flute fluttered through the air and landed on Sikong Fulling's outstretched, fair hand with a whoosh. Simply infuriating. Stoic face, hey, stoic face. Sikong Fulling wrapped herself in that black robe and jumped in front of Arbor to block her path. Facial paralysis, let me ask you, where exactly did you run off to after we separated that time? Do I know you that well? Why are you asking so many questions? Arbor glanced at her indifferently. Startled, Sikong Fulling curled her lips and said, You heartless stoic face. After all, we've eaten wild game, gnawed on dry rations, and spent the night together. To think that she was worried that something would happen if she wandered around the forest blindly. Seacombe Fulling thought of something and suddenly waved her hand in front of her eyes. Eyes? I can see it. Arbor's face was expressionless, but his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Could it be, during the period when she was possessed by the disaster-courting talisman, she even met Seacombe Fulling? What eyes? What happened to your eyes? Emolian heard some clues and reached out to hold Xiao Xiao's little hand, looking at her with a puzzled expression. When he caught this little fellow, Arbor had actually already recovered half of her 5 senses. I don't know what she's talking about. Arbor pulled her little face with a solemn expression. No one could tell that her little stoic expression was crumbling under her stoic face. What a joke. She wouldn't tell anyone that she had lost her 5 senses like an idiot. You don't remember? You're the one who doesn't remember. Arbor waved her little hand at her. Hurry up and leave since I'm letting you go. If you don't want to leave, then go in and stay for a while longer. Seacombe Fulling wanted to slap this stoic face to death. I'm hungry. Don't tell me you won't give me food after imprisoning me for so long. Chapter 1238. Arbor glanced at her reluctantly. Lightning. Lightning immediately appeared beside her and bowed respectfully. Crown Princess, take this person to Morning Cloud Restaurant for a free meal. Arbor pointed at Seacombe Fulling. Then let her go. Don't eat too much. It's a waste of food. Seacombe Fulling. Emolian suppressed a smile and held the little fellow's hand as they walked out of the Eastern Palace's small dungeon. He looked down at her with a smile. Wifey, your husband sees that the weather is clear today. Let's go to Juzi Lake to play. Your husband will send you back. How about that? Arbor pinched his face. What if your mother-in-law finds out? Emolian pursed his lips and leaned over to whisper in her ear, if mother-in-law finds out, you'll take the blame. Xiao Mu's eyes abruptly widened. You. Emolian chuckled and held her little hand as they ran. I have to maintain a good image in front of mother-in-law, so I'll have to trouble my wifey to take the blame. Pooh! Arbor spat at him and rolled her eyes at him. Mother even asked me to stay at home and embroider a small item for you. A brocade pouch. Emolian's eyes lit up, and he looked at her happily. Jojo wants to embroider it for me. Arbor shook her head. No. Then what did you embroider? Emolian started to imagine, and she looked intoxicated. Did you embroider something on my clothes? Arbor pursed her lips. Do you think you can still wear your clothes after I embroider something on them? Don't worry, your husband doesn't mind at all. Emolian looked at her happily. Jojo, just tell me, what did you embroider? Arbor strode forward quickly and didn't even look at him out of the corner of her eye. Jojo kept him in suspense. She definitely wanted to give her husband a big surprise. Emolian's figure flashed, and he arrived beside her. He held her small hand and said, Ciao, ciao. No matter what you embroider, I like it. Arbor glanced at him and coughed lightly. I embroidered a flower. When Emolian heard this, he immediately looked at his baby in surprise. Jojo, you can embroider. Arbor, a lotus flower, Arbor said seriously. It's for you, Emolian. He suddenly had a bad premonition. What was going on? Embroidered on the pouch? Arbor shook his head. I told you it's not a purse. Sleeves? Arbor still shook his head. Emolian asked carefully. Then where did you embroider it? Of course it's on your underwear. Arbor glanced at him with a disdainful look that said, You're so stupid. The corners of Emolian's mouth twitched. My underwear? Good. I don't have to wear it to meet people. Why are you so stupid? Arbor lifted his little hand, stood on tiptoe, and hit him hard on the head. Emolian. Following his baby's downward gaze, young Master Emo looked down and suddenly exclaimed, Underwear. Xiao Mu nodded solemnly and gave a rare explanation. Mom said that she wanted to embroider a personal item for you. I thought about it and could only embroider a flower on your underwear. Emolian, you don't like it? Darling Xiao frowned and looked sternly at the man who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Emolian hurriedly shook his head like a rattle drum. I like it very much. Chapter 1239. I embroidered a lotus flower, the little fellow emphasized again. Mother said I'm talented. It's my first time embroidering, but my embroidery looks pretty decent. Darling Xiao felt exceptionally proud when she mentioned this. Her mother also said that her needles were especially steady and that the things she embroidered were also quite exquisite. She beamed with joy and told her to practice this skill more. Haha, her silver needles were used to kill people, not for embroidering. I embroidered a lotus flower on all of your underwear and even used different colored threads to embroider it. White, red, yellow, and green, there's everything. Do you like it? Emo Yin suppressed her laughter and nodded seriously. She held her daughter's small hand and gazed at her with infatuation. Darling, you're so good to me. I really like it. Hui Feng, who was hiding in the shadows, had long squatted down from laughing. Fuck, Crown Princess, did you come here to be funny? What white, yellow, blue, and green? You probably only know how to embroider one kind of flower, the lotus flower, right up. Moreover, he felt that his master had a talent for comedy. As expected, this couple was destined to be a family of oddballs. That Arbor's eyes curved, and he nodded in a slightly better mood. I knew you'd like it. When I'm skilled at embroidering, I'll embroider your outerwear. Okay. Emo Yin was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Embroider anywhere is fine. What color of lotus do you like? Black. I also like dark ones. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu nodded and said, Dark is good. Dark heart suits you. Emo Yin. Strange. Why did she feel like these words didn't seem to be praising her? Hui Feng, who was laughing so hard that he was slapping his thigh in the shadows, suddenly discovered a wisp of medicinal power shooting toward him. Hui Feng hastily rolled on the ground to avoid it and cried out, Wah! The medicinal power instantly pervaded his entire body. Hui Feng had a bitter expression and coughed repeatedly from choking. Your Highness, what kind of medicinal power did you use on this subordinate? Don't you like to laugh? Why don't you stay here and laugh for 4 hours? The Crown Prince said coldly and left with Xiao Qiao. He tossed the dumbfounded Hui Feng to the ground. Not long after, the secret guards of the Eastern Palace discovered that their leader was standing at the entrance of the small dungeon, laughing nonstop like a fool. The two of them left the Eastern Palace, and together they rode the same horse to Zhuzi Lake behind Fu Mountain. You really arranged a small boat. Arbor's eyes lit up. That's right. I've already said that such a spring day with hundreds of flowers blooming is especially suitable for a lake tour. Emo Yin reached out and hugged her waist. With a leap, they jumped lightly onto a small boat. The small boat slowly drifted into the river. The lake water was dark green. A few days ago, you refused to go back with me and insisted on staying here to cultivate. Emo Yin snorted. Do you still remember? Arbor shook her head very sincerely. Emo Yin pinched her small face. Scoundrel, you worried me to death. Arbor took out a small bottle from her sleeve and handed it to her. This is a bottle of antidote pills. Carry it with you, and it can cure thousands of poisons. It's a new one that I made recently. For poisons on the level of the devil flower, 1 pill can cure them. Jojo, you were worried about me. Emo Yin scooped the little fellow into her arms and rubbed her chin against her small head. Don't worry, I'm fine. The poison has already been cured. Arbor took the opportunity to check his pulse and turned to glance at him. Chapter 1240. You don't have anything to hide from me about your body condition, do you? She looked at the man with a serious expression, as if she would bite him to death if he dared to hide anything from her. Emo Yin quickly shook his head and lowered his eyes as he replied, No. Arbor raised her small hand and patted Emo Yin's head as if she was petting a puppy. That's good. Emo Yin pulled her hand down and laughed helplessly. Jojo, in this situation, why are we talking about poison? Shouldn't we be drinking tea and chatting happily? Arbor poured him a cup of tea, then looked at him and smiled. Husband, please have some tea. Emo Yin's eyes moved, and he reached out to take the teacup with a smile. Wife, it's rare that you don't have to cultivate, and I've thrown away all the trivial matters. Today Bam! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the lakeside, abruptly interrupting Emo Yin's words. The two of them stood up hand in hand and looked towards the lakeside. In the distance, they saw a group of people gathered there, and only saw a crowd of people moving about. Do we really encounter some fish monster? Emolian thought of what Jojo had said before, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This little guy couldn't have jinxed it, right? It's fine, it's fine. Everyone disperse, it's fine. A young man's voice came from afar. Wow, it's an alchemist refining pills by the lakeside, and his furnace exploded. Are you an alchemist from the Alchemy Guild? Ah, it's actually someone from the Alchemy Guild? Wang Yoji. A familiar voice fell into Arbor's ears. She looked from afar and saw two familiar people from the Alchemy Guild. It's them. Emolian also nodded. At this time, he naturally saw the two people who had squeezed into the crowd. It was Alchemy Guild's Master Hua Feng and the old-fashioned girl, Chun Huiran, the young man who had blown up the lakeside into a deep pit, and a piece of the embankment was slightly tilted, appeared in front of everyone with a face that was blackened by the explosion. You bastard. Chun Huiran's voice drifted over with the wind. I already told you not to casually refine pills outside. The guy who blew up his furnace every day and had to refine pills every day couldn't help but throw the face of the Real Dan Alliance outside. I just happened to obtain a new pill formula in the past 2 days. All right. Let's talk when we return to the Alchemy Guild. Master Hua Feng shook his head and turned to look at Wang Yoji. It was a good thing for this young man to work hard, but after 3 years of hard work, he couldn't even make a single successful elixir, and his furnace exploded every day. Was it really suitable for such a talent to stay in the Alchemy Guild? Fortunately, the triennial alchemy competition was just around the corner. When the time came, those who couldn't even make a single pill would be kicked out of the Alchemy Guild. Grandmaster Hua, please give me another chance. The young man hugged Grandmaster Hua's leg with tears flowing down his cheeks, causing the onlookers to sigh with emotion. Being an alchemist was also quite tough. He was despised by his seniors for exploding his furnace in alchemy, and he had psychological pressure himself. Alas, he still had to take the test of the competition every 3 years. If his alchemist level didn't improve for 2 consecutive years, he might be kicked out of the Alchemy Guild. It was hard to do anything. Emolian pulled Arbor back to sit down and said with a bored face, "How dare he come and disturb us for no reason? He can refine pills anywhere, but he came to the lakeside. He might have his own reasons." Chapter 1241. Arbor thought for a moment and coughed lightly. For example, because his furnace often explodes, he needs to be near a water source to ensure his safety. Otherwise, if it burns up, he won't have anywhere to hide. Emolian, now what kind of weirdo is this? You mean he originally planned to jump into the lake once his furnace explodes? Arbor nodded his head. Emolian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Reaching out, he pulled the little fellow over and fed her the warm tea. Forget it. Let's ignore those idle people. We finally managed to steal half a day of leisure time. Why don't you accompany your husband and have a good chat? Ichem? Darling Xiao's little face was wooden. Swallowing half a mouthful of tea, she looked up at him. These few days, I've been very idle every day. Emolian's eyes brightened. Then how about I come to visit you every day? If I say no, can you not come? Emolian hurriedly shook his head. No, she couldn't be bothered with him. Arbor cast a glance at him. The two of them gently swam along with the lake water, talking about all sorts of things for who knows how long. He said that he would send her home after touring the lake for 2 hours, but in the end, he carried her for 4 hours. By the time he stealthily sent her back, the sky was already dark. Her little sister was sitting in her room with her little mouth pouted. Seeing her return, she didn't even glance at her. Liar. He said that he would be back in an hour, but in the end, he let her pretend for more than 4 hours. She was bored to death. When Arbor saw that his little sister was angry, he hurriedly took out a lot of pastries and snacks from his inner world and went over to coax her for a while. Foodies were very easy to coax. After a while, she couldn't maintain that stern face and was beaming with joy. Xiao Lin happily ate the food she gave her. As she ate, she said, Elder Sisterly came to visit you today. Not long after you sneaked out, you almost let the cat out of the bag. Mother found out that you weren't in the room." Arbor stared blankly. Elder Sisterly? In her memory, there seemed to only be that. The third miss of Deputy Minister Li's family, Li Xiui? Yes, that's her. Luckily, she was quick-witted and realized that the person in the room was me and not you. She even helped me coax Mother away. Jolin tilted her little head and chuckled. Arbor nodded. What did she say? He said that he was here to see Big Sister and to thank you. The way he spoke was so strange that I couldn't understand him. Xiao Lin puffed up her cheeks. She said she's getting married at the end of the month before my sister. Oh, she embroidered a handkerchief for Big Sister. She said it's a humble item, but her heart is sincere. She hopes Big Sister will like it. Jolin took out a small box and stuffed it into Arbor's hands. He blinked and said, I just opened it. It's beautifully embroidered. Arbor nodded and put away the box with the silk handkerchief. Sister, are you very familiar with Miss Li? Yes, she's not bad. She finally got rid of that lazy dog, the son of the great king, and married into a good family. All right, you can go back to the court to rest. Arbor raised her hand and rubbed her younger sister's head. After sending Xiao Lin away, Arbor washed up and went to rest. In the next few days, when she had nothing to do, she would stay in the room to draw talismans and refine pills. Most of the time, she would be embroidering flowers. Yes, embroidering lotus flowers. That's right, she only knew how to embroider one type of flower. At first, Mother praised her for her talent. But 3 days later, seeing that she only knew how to embroider one lotus flower, Mother didn't say anything else. She leisurely welcomed her wedding ceremony. Chapter 1242. Early in the morning, after she finished bathing and changed her clothes, she quietly sat in the East Room and waited. The entire coming-of-age ceremony proceeded methodically under the auspices of her father and mother. Xiao Zhongbong and his wife had already welcomed the guests of honor into the venue. When the music started, they saw their daughter dressed in formal attire, walking over from afar. The husband and wife looked at each other, their eyes filled with emotion, but even more so with emotion that their daughter had already matured. The guests of honor who came to attend the coming-of-age ceremony were the family members of the entire Mo Kingdom capital's influential officials. Xiao Zhongbong cupped his fists and said some pleasantries before announcing the official start of his daughter Arbor's coming-of-age ceremony. After a round of greetings, 8th Princess Mou, who had volunteered to be Miss Xiao's assistant, was the first to walk out. She solemnly bowed to all the spectators. The 8th Princess turned around, her eyes blinking at Arbor before she picked up a comb and combed her hair. Arbor surprisingly didn't have the slightest bit of impatience after performing a set of tedious etiquette. It wasn't until Madame Ren picked up the hairpin that Mo Lien had personally made that a slightly panicked announcement came from outside. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. Everyone was slightly startled, but since they were all madams and young misses who had seen the world, they stood up calmly and faced the entrance to bow in unison, loudly paying their respects to the Queen. Empress Zhao walked in from the front door while being escorted by people. She was wearing a wide-sleeved brocade gown and a multicolored phoenix coronet, looking awe-inspiring. You may all rise, Empress Zhao said indifferently before walking up to Arbor. She carefully sized her up from head to toe before nodding slightly. She extended her right hand, and elderly nurse Hua Xian immediately stepped forward and opened the lid of a long jade box. She bowed and took out a purple jade hairpin, respectfully handing it to Empress Zhao. This is the Heavenly Phoenix purple jade hairpin that Her Majesty the Empress Dowager used for her coming-of-age ceremony back then. Queen Zhao's fingers lightly brushed that hairpin as she smiled at Xiao Mu, and it was even personally crafted by the late king. When everyone heard this, they could not help but let out a series of gasps. This Heavenly Phoenix purple jade hairpin, heavens, they had heard of it before. It wasn't as simple as an accessory. It was something that could save one's life at a critical moment. It was said that it could withstand all attacks below the divine realm 3 times. And it was this Heavenly Phoenix purple jade hairpin that had indeed saved the Empress Dowager's life. Such a divine item that could save her life twice. The Empress Dowager actually bestowed it to the Crown Princess without blinking an eye. Just how much did he value this little Crown Princess? Xiao Zhongbong and his wife were slightly terrified. "This item is too precious. Your Majesty, my daughter." Empress Zhao raised her hand to stop the couple from speaking. She took the Heavenly Phoenix purple jade hairpin and slowly lifted her sleeve to fix the little fellow's crown. "Thank you, grandmother." "Thank you, mother." Arbor raised her head, her eyes brightening as she looked into the distance. Prince Mo was standing there with narrowed eyes, secretly peeking at his little wife. His Jojo had come of age. Crown Prince Mo only felt that his heart was pounding nonstop. At this time, his eyes had long blocked out all the people present. Only that slender figure entered his eyes and entered his heart. "Ha, I'm not late, right?" A laugh came from afar. Everyone looked strangely at that person. The Mu family's seventh master, Mu Jingrui, had actually come uninvited. When Xiao Zhongbong and Wei Ziqin saw this person, their expressions changed slightly. Wei Ziqin even grabbed Arbor's small hand tightly. Chapter 1243. Although Mu Jingrui's appearance appeared very strange, he did not interrupt the hairpin ceremony's proceedings. Instead, he chose a seat and sat down, looking at Arbor with a smile. Mu Jingrui's aura was powerful, and even the white-haired elderly man following behind him appeared to have an extremely high cultivation. The muscles on the elderly man's arms bulged as he stared at Arbor like an eagle. The duo's appearance instantly caused many people present to lower their heads and restrain their auras. This was the frightening aspect of an expert's aura. Mu Jingrui of the Divine Province represented the Divine Province's Talisman Patrician family. Compared to the Talisman Patrician family in the Mo Kingdom on Seacombe Planet, the difference was like heaven and earth. Mu Jingrui's appearance only caused the atmosphere to turn solemn for a moment. Soon, the hairpin ceremony resumed, and everything proceeded smoothly until the ceremony was complete. Arbor and Prince Mo met each other's gazes from afar for a long time before they quickly left under their mother's gaze. When Arbor's astonished gaze flitted past Mu Jingrui, she was slightly puzzled, but she did not say anything and merely nodded at him aloofly. After she returned to her room, Xiao Yao walked up and said with a grin, "Miss, are you tired? Take off your clothes and rest for a bit." "I'm not tired." Arbor shook her head aloofly and sat down by the window. She reflexively caressed the lustrous jade bracelet on her wrist that was hidden deep inside her sleeve. "Morong Sun, I'm coming of age today. And you, where are you?" Arbor's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head, allowing Xiao Yao to swiftly remove the ornaments on her head and braid her hair into a simple braid. "Madam." Two calls came from outside the door. Wei Ziqin walked in and glanced at her with a bit of panic and unease. Jojo, what is it, Mom?" Arbor put down the fine-toothed comb in her hand and looked at Wei Ziqin in confusion. "Come with me." Wei Ziqin took her little hand and held it with a lot of strength. Seeing his mother's strange expression, Arbor stood up and comforted her. "Mother, what's the matter?" "Don't ask. Come with me to your father's study. You'll know when you get there." Arbor was baffled. Seeing that his mother was hemming and hawing, he didn't ask any further. He changed into a set of plain clothes and followed her out to his father's study. As soon as she entered, she saw the Mu family's seventh master sitting on a round-backed chair in his father's study. When he saw her enter, he smiled at her. Although Qiao Mu had a faint favorable impression of this seventh master Mu, who she had sparred with before. But now, he had openly brought people to visit his father and sat in his father's study. On the other hand, his father was standing timidly to the side. Suddenly, Qiao Mu felt a bit of disgust towards him. What was this? The upper three provinces' special sense of superiority over the lower star domain. Just like the middle six prefectures, they could do whatever they wanted in the lower star field, and they could do whatever they wanted. That was why they could attack the Holy Water sect without hesitation, because they coveted the holy water. Because they had that kind of strength back then. Arbor's gaze chilled, and Mu Jingrui caught the subtle change in her expression in that instant. He couldn't help but be taken aback. The little girl suddenly didn't like him. Why? Chapter 1244. At this time, Imo Yin, who hadn't gone far from the marquis of Juan's estate, looked at this uninvited guest who suddenly jumped onto the carriage with impatience in her eyes. "Your Highness, it's him?" Huifeng pursed his lips tightly as he glowered at the fat elder who abruptly jumped onto Her Highness's carriage without any rules or etiquette. Mo Lien raised her hand to stop him from continuing and said indifferently, "It's fine. You may withdraw first." "Your Highness, do you really want to continue staying here? Second elder came to find me earlier, and I've already made things clear to him. I need at least another year before I can leave. Is there such a thing to be concerned about in the secular world of the lower star domain?" The fat elder sighed and said, "His Majesty is about to completely lose his patience." The fat elder glanced at him. "Moreover, the sacred fire in your body is about to awaken. Even the ancient Mo Lien's seal can't suppress the sacred fire's awakening. When the time comes, the seal will break and the sacred fire awakens, and the two will merge, directly restoring your cultivation to the God realm. The lower star domain simply can't tolerate you. Heavenly law also won't let you off. Right now, the reason you can move freely under heavenly law's nose is entirely because of the suppression of Mo Lien's seal on your body." The fat elder sighed and said, "You're the one who inherited the most ancient lotus seal in the entire Mo clan. What are you still attached to in this secular world branch family of the lower star domain? Back then, if it weren't for the internal strife in the divine province and the political situation being shaken, His Majesty the Emperor would have." "All right, that's enough." Mo Lien coldly interrupted third elder's words. "I already made it very clear to second elder last time. I still need another year. During this year, I won't leave or go anywhere." The fat elder heaved a long sigh of relief. "Oh, Your Highness, but the seal on your body will inevitably break on its own within 3 months. How long will you be willful for? Aren't you also well aware? When you comprehend the third layer of the Death Lotus seal, the breaking of the seal will be unstoppable. Even if you secretly suppress it with all your might, it's still useless." Mo Yin coldly turned her head to look at the fat elder in front of her. "Third uncle, I can't go back. At least not now. You brat, you said you." The fat elder sighed with melancholy. He looked at him and shook his head. "You're just as stubborn as your mother." The fat elder sighed again. He took out a small black pagoda the size of a palm from his pocket and threw it to the elder. "Carry it with you. It can hide the God realm aura that is about to be released from your body." The fat elder straightened his body and squatted in front of Mo Lien, advising earnestly, "I'm telling you, child, if heavenly law were to discover you, it would be a very troublesome matter." "Uncle, that's right." The fat elder waved his hand and looked at the picturesque young child in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh worriedly. "Look at you, child. Azo's experienced, you've trained your heart to be wild. If you marry a wife in the lower star domain, will your father admit it? Who needs him to admit it?" Mo Lien sneered. "He doesn't need to intervene in my affairs, and I don't need his approval to marry a wife." Third elder was speechless when he heard this. He pointed a trembling finger at Mo Lien and shook it. Father and son are both the same. Chapter 1245. Mo Lien's thin lips were pursed into a straight line, her expression incomparably cold and hard. The fat elder shook his head and said, "Although that little girl's talent is indeed not bad, this is far from enough. Your Highness's status is extremely honorable. Even the daughters of the first wives of the 6 major families of the Divine Prefecture with outstanding constitution and aptitude are not worthy of you. What's more, a little girl from the lower star region. Your Highness is playing with fire. Even if you marry her in the lower star region now, the Emperor of the Divine Prefecture will not recognize this marriage. Who knows? He might even vent his anger on the little girl." Mo Lien's cold gaze suddenly fell on the fat elder. "If that person dares to lay a hand on my Jojo, I will make Jojo lose a single strand of hair. I will overturn the entire Divine Prefecture." "Oomph. What's a small and lousy Divine Prefecture? If I, Jojo, like her, I will naturally offer her with both hands." The fat elder was stunned for a moment, then shook his finger at Mo Lien and sighed. "You're exactly the same as your father back then. No one would believe that you're not father and son. All right, all right, I won't say more to you. Anyway, you know what you're doing. Once you're done, hurry back to the divine prefecture. If the heavenly Tao opposes you, it's not a laughing matter. Previously, you stayed in the lower star region because your body was suppressed by the seal and the divine realm aura was not broken. Now, things are different, child. Third uncle, I understand. All right, don't blame me for being long-winded. I've already met your adoptive father and mentioned this to him. The fat elder was a little angry at the mention of this. You didn't see his constipated expression at that time. It was as if I was going to snatch his son away. He even took 3 steps back, as if he was about to stop breathing. Was it that exaggerated? This monarch of the branch family of the lower star region was too infuriating. He was entrusted to look after young Master Gu, and after 20 years, he actually wanted to seize the emperor's son. What a strange person. Mo Lien glanced at the fat elder with a slightly serious expression. You got a grandmother and mother. No. The fat elder glanced at him. I only look for your adoptive father. Sigh, I'll leave this matter to you. We'll have to leave sooner or later. Your Highness, since you were 3 years old, the Institute of Elders of the Divine Land has come to visit you through a special passage every year. You should have known that you would have to leave the lower star region sooner or later. Mo Yin pursed her lips and remained silent. It hasn't been easy for the great emperor. Ever since your mother fell into a deep sleep, His Majesty has been under a lot of pressure. Didn't Wu Shuang say that he was about to marry a new wife? Isn't that woman about to move into Morning Sunlight Palace? Don't listen to that brat Wu Shuang's nonsense. The fat elder blew his beard and glared. His Majesty's feelings for your mother have not changed in the past 20 years. Sigh. Child, you have to believe me. The fat elder hurriedly said, You will know when you return. The fat elder raised his hand and patted Mo Lien's hand. The little girls matter. I don't need him to care, Mo Lien said angrily. He can't even control his own wife, and he dares to control me? The fat elder felt that if the emperor was here, he would probably raise his hand and strangle his son to death. Okay. The fat elder couldn't control him, so he simply waved his hand and said, I will stay here for a while. If you need anything, you can find me in the courtyard. Chapter 1246. At the same time, in Xiao Zhongbang's study at the Marquis of Jiyuan's estate, Arbor's cold gaze flitted over 7th Master Mu and the white-haired elder. With a flick of his sleeves, he sat down in front of them. The white-haired elder behind 7th Master Mu knitted his brows and couldn't help but say angrily, How dare you be so impudent and rude in front of 7th Master Mu? Arbor's cold gaze swept over the elder without any warmth. My time is limited. I'll give you 7 minutes. You. The white-haired elder was enraged. Just as he was about to flare up, 7th Master Mu reached out to stop him. Jojo. Mu Jingrui looked at her calmly and said, I believe that with your intelligence, you should know the purpose of our visit today. I don't know. Arbor's voice was strangely indifferent, mixed with a few traces of indifference. The white-haired elder was instantly enraged. How can you not know? He turned to glare at Xiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqin. Didn't we agree that day? On the day of the ceremony, we will tell her the truth. Wei Ziqin covered her face and choked out. I don't know how to say it. Arbor's heart had long sunk to the bottom of the valley along with his mother's soft sobs. She didn't even dare to delve into the cause of this panic. She stood up and coldly ordered them to leave. Since you're hemming and hawing and don't want to say it, then there's no need to. Chunying, see the guests out. Mu Jingrui stood up and sighed at her cold back. Jojo, you've already guessed it, haven't you? Jojo, you have such great talisman talent, but have you never doubted your origins? The talisman lineage is passed down from generation to generation. It's very rare for someone not from my Mu family to have such outstanding talisman drawing talent. Arbor's back was facing Mu Jingrui and the white-haired elder. Her back was already completely stiff. Your surname is Mu, and you're called Mu Qiao. You're a child of the Mu family of the Divine Province, Mu Qiao. My surname is Qiao. As long as my surname is Qiao, my surname will always be Qiao. Arbor said coldly before turning around to leave. The white-haired old man couldn't hold back his anger. He jumped up and said angrily, "You don't know what's good for you. If you weren't a member of the Mu family, do you think you would have such a good talent in drawing talismans? You're able to break through to become a high-level talisman master at such a young age? That's because you inherited your biological father's talisman talent. Arbor abruptly turned around. This was the first time Mu Jingrui had seen such a resolute and austere expression on the little girl's face. My talent has never been related to your Mu clan. She knew very well that her talent in talismans came from the Golden Talisman Jade Tome. As for the Golden Talisman Jade Tome, although she didn't remember how it was stored in her sea of consciousness, she was absolutely certain that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with the Divine Prefecture's Mu clan. Mu Jingrui looked at her with a complicated expression. "Jojo, we can understand that you can't accept it right now. But that is indeed the case. You are the long-lost child of the Divine Prefecture's Mu clan." He took out a jade pendant with a red string hanging from his waist. "This is half a jade pendant. Your foster mother also keeps the other half. Together, it's enough to prove your identity." Arbor was expressionless. Her eyes, which were like a dry well without any ripples, stared coldly at Mu Jingrui. In that instant, he only felt his heart tremble and his entire body turn cold. This child was seriously too cold. Her gaze didn't seem like she was looking at a relative at all. It was clearly like she was looking at an enemy who spoke without thinking. Chapter 1247. "Then let me ask you, where's my birth mother?" Arbor asked coldly. Wei Ziqing's grip on Xiao Zhongbang's hand paused. Mu Jingrui was also taken aback and instantly shut up. After a while, he said, "Jojo, I can't tell you about your mother for the time being. There are some misunderstandings here that cannot be clearly explained in a few words." Mu Jingrui sighed. "I was entrusted by your grandfather to come find you. Jojo, you have to know that your grandfather has never given up on searching for you all these years." Ha. Arbor expressionlessly let out 2 chilling laughs. "Then let me ask you again, what if I go with you? What identity will I use to go back?" "Jojo, our Mu family has set up a spatial talisman matrix in a place in the Mo Kingdom capital that connects the Lower Star Domain and the Divine Province's Mu family. Only our Mu family can activate it. It can be transported once every 6 months, and no more than 5 people can be transported at a time. When the time comes, we can use this spatial talisman matrix to transport back." Arbor gazed icily at the man in front of him. That bone-chilling gaze made Mu Jingrui seem to see his sister-in-law through her in an instant. That cold, arrogant, and aloof woman whom he had respected for many years. But it was very clear that the little girl in front of him was even more heartless than his aloof and arrogant sister-in-law. She seemed to really not like the Mu family. "Ridiculous. You want me to follow you back to your family with my tail between my legs like a stray dog?" Arbor's expression did not change in the slightest when he read these words without any warmth. "Why should I listen to you? Child, don't be unable to tell good from bad." The white-haired elder roared angrily. Arbor waved his hand, and a green vine burrowed out from his sleeve, lashing out at the elder's face without warning. "So what if I'm unable to tell good from bad?" Smack! Mu Jingrui's figure flashed and appeared in front of the elderly man. He reached out and firmly grabbed the vine whip, feeling a slight pain in his palm from the whip. Mu Jingrui's eyes widened. When he turned his head, he saw Arbor send out a wave of mystic energy towards the white-haired elder. "Jojo!" Mu Jingrui was shocked. The intensity of this profound energy was actually boom. The old man was hit head-on by the profound energy. Although he tried to defend himself, he was still knocked out of the study by Arbor's profound energy. He directly rolled down the stairs and fell rather tragically. "You'd better not challenge my patience." Arbor's face was cold. "You're already so old. Don't make yourself look bad." A level 14 mystic cultivator. While Mu Jingrui was shocked, great joy also surfaced in his eyes. This child actually leaped to become a level 14 mystic cultivator at such a young age. Her talisman talent was also not inferior to Stardust. It could be said that such a young genius with such achievements was clearly superior to the current eldest miss of their Divine Province's Mu family. What Divine Province's Mu family? It has nothing to do with me, Arbor said with an icy expression. He raised his hand and said, Chunning, see the guests out. Yes, Mississippi. Chunning hastily flashed in from outside and respectfully bowed to 7th Master Mu and Mu Jingrue. This way, please. The old man stood up with a face full of dirt and grime, his expression displeased. Simply preposterous. Chapter 1248. As a member of the Mu family, this little girl's talent was indeed pretty good, but her natural disposition was too arrogant and proud. Compared to their family's considerate, gentle, and generous eldest miss, she was simply too lacking. Jojo, Mu Jingrue, was speechless. He simply didn't expect that Arbor would actually refuse to acknowledge them. Arbor turned around and swept his gaze over the two without the slightest warmth. Ask yourself honestly, if I wasn't a level 14 mystic cultivator, if I wasn't a high-level talisman practitioner, if I wasn't such a gifted little genius, would you still take me back? As he spoke, he sneered mockingly. Family also needs to pay attention to fate. Now, it seems that I'm not fated to be with the Mu family. Please, I won't see you out. You. The white-haired elder was furious. Do you know what kind of existence the Divine Province's Mu family represents? If you don't have the family's protection, you won't be able to go far in the future. Could it be that your sights are only limited to a tiny lower star domain, a mere Mo Kingdom's crown princess? The white-haired elder furiously said, Do you know that if you return to the family with your talent and status, you can even take back your original engagement? You don't need to compromise and marry the crown prince of a tiny lower star domain. Old Bai, Mu Jingrue coldly shouted. We'll discuss the engagement later. Right now, we're talking about bringing Xiao home. What bullshit engagement? I won't acknowledge it. If you dare to insult my Lien again, I'll turn you completely into a dead man. The little fellow's sudden outburst of coldness sent chills down people's spines. A frog at the bottom of a well. The white-haired elder was so angry that he panted heavily. Your original partner could have been the young master of Ming Province in the upper 3 provinces. Scram! Arbor threw a handful of poisonous sand over, directly blocking the elder's chattering mouth. Xiao Zhongbong and Wei Ziqin dazedly looked at their daughter. Chunying, what are you spacing out for? See the guests out. After saying this, he didn't spare Mu Jingrue and the white-haired old man another glance before leaving the study with a flick of his sleeves, leaving behind the white-haired old man with a rather unsightly expression. Mu Jingrue looked thoughtfully at Arbor's departing figure and didn't say anything for a long time. Wei Ziqin and Xiao Zhongbong looked at each other. After a long time, Wei Ziqin seemed to have been poked by something. She pulled her hand away and said hurriedly, I'm going to see my daughter. Wei Ziqin rushed to the door of the room in Arbor. She stopped and stood there in a daze for a long time. That was until Xiao Mu opened the door and met her eyes at the doorway. Wei Ziqin followed her in quietly and sat on the edge of the bed in Arbor. She looked at her and said softly, Jojo, you should calm down now. I've been very calm this whole time. Arbor said mildly. Do you blame Mom for keeping you in the dark? Wei Ziqin anxiously reached out to grab her little hand. Arbor's mind was actually in a mess. She was completely unprepared for today's incident. That Mu family's 7th master came to tell her that she wasn't a member of the Qiao family and that her surname was Mu. This was truly laughable. Jojo, I'm sorry. Mom, what do you have to be sorry about? Arbor turned to look at Wei Ziqin and said seriously, if not for Mom and Dad taking care of me all these years, I might have been long gone. Chapter 1249. No, you're not allowed to spout nonsense. Wei Ziqin's tears immediately flowed down, and she reached out to touch her daughter's face with trembling hands. Jojo, are you still willing to call me Mom? If you're my mom for a day, you'll be my mom forever. She had been on tenterhooks for a long time, but the haze was instantly lifted, and she saw the light. Jojo didn't blame her at all. Wei Ziqin covered her mouth with one hand and sobbed for a while. Arbor wrapped her arm around her shoulder and patted it lightly. Mom, just ignore the words of an idle person. Wei Ziqin shook her head. That person is your seventh uncle. As she spoke, she took out half of a jade pendant tied with a red string from her pocket. This is what your biological mother left for you. I'm giving it to you now. Arbor didn't take it, and her little hand even shrank back a little. Wei Ziqin was stunned, and she looked at her with tears rolling down her face. Jojo, you're not blaming her, are you? No. Arbor indifferently spat out these two words with an icy gaze. Although I only spent 2 to 3 months with your mother, I know that she loved you dearly. Wei Ziqin wiped her tears and said, she had just given birth to you, and her body was extremely weak. At that time, an enemy came looking for her. To protect you, she handed you over to me. Mom, Arbor interrupted her. Then tell me, who is my biological mother? Wei Ziqin suddenly stopped talking, and her expression also calmed down. She shook her head and said, I swore before Miss that I wouldn't tell her. Before Miss led the enemy away, she told me that your surname is Mu. But to be honest, Mom and your father have always lived in Kwoto Village with you, so we didn't know much about the outside world. It wasn't until we went to the capital and heard about the talisman aristocratic family, the Mu family, that we vaguely had some guesses. Jojo, do you blame Mom for not telling you? Arbor shook his head indifferently. Mother, my mind is in a mess right now. I don't want to say anything. Wei Ziqin grabbed her little hand and said anxiously, Child, don't blame your biological mother. She didn't want me to tell you because she wanted you to live peacefully and not be blinded by the hatred of the secular world. She doesn't want you to embark on a path that only lives for hatred. Arbor nodded obediently, but his expression was somewhat cold. I understand, Mother. No, you don't. Wei Ziqin's heart was about to break when she saw her indifferent expression. You can hate anyone in the Mu family, but your mother is the only exception. Arbor did not speak for a long time. Wei Ziqin saw that she looked a little tired, so she got up and wiped her tears. Then you should rest well. Mother, then do you know that perhaps because of my biological mother, I've long been targeted by someone? Wei Ziqin's footsteps paused, and she froze in place. What do you mean? Arbor began to understand a little now that those things that happened in her previous life were really not some special coincidence. Her identity was special, and there was simply someone who didn't want her to return to the Mu family in the Divine Province. So since the age of 7, she had already been targeted. In a dark corner that you can't see, there's a pair of eyes that has always been staring at me, Arbor said with a cold expression. Before this, I couldn't figure it out. When did I ever offend someone from Shuntian Prefecture when I was 7? Until today, I finally understand. Chapter 1250. The identity of the Mu family's daughter has brought me disaster from the moment I was born. Arbor's eyes are extremely cold as she looks ahead, a sneer on the corner of her mouth. You didn't tell me anything and let me live my whole life in ignorance. My hatred, from the moment I was born, I can't hide from it. Wei Ziqin stares at the child in front of her in a daze. When she talks about the Mu family, there's not the slightest bit of affection, but more of disgust. The disgust in her eyes is about to flow out. What a joke, a family that has never cared for her even a little bit. Why should she care about them? Even all the disasters in her past were caused by them. Mother, overprotection is actually a kind of harm. Arbor indifferently says, because a lot of times, if we are not strong enough, then it's still the same as before. Even if we want to live the rest of our lives peacefully and smoothly, there might be someone who doesn't want us to live well. Jojo, did something happen that Mother doesn't know about? Arbor shakes her head and doesn't say anything else. After Wei Ziqin leaves with a trace of apprehension, Arbor has been sitting in front of the bronze mirror in a daze, looking at herself in the mirror. Her ears are constantly replaying the conversation with Wei Ziqin. Why is he so sure that I'm a member of the Mu family? You look 50% similar to your biological mother. Those who knew your mother would be able to recognize you at a glance. No matter who you are, Arbor looks at the faint image in the bronze mirror and coldly says, I will make you pay for this. It's enough to fool her for a lifetime. If anyone still wants to meddle in her life, no matter who it is, she will make them die. After sitting in a daze for a while, Arbor feels a slight headache, so she gets up and walks to the bedside. She hasn't been sleeping well. It seems that even when she's in a dream, it's very uncomfortable. However, when she opened her eyes and saw Mo Lien's enlarged smiling face, her mood inexplicably improved for some reason. Chow Chow, you're really lazy. You slept until late in the morning. He poked her little face with his finger and lifted her up from the bed. What happened? He reached out and rubbed her face. It's only been one night. You haven't seen me for so long that you're looking at me like that. Jojo himself did not know how adorable those eyes were. It was as if they were glued to his body and could not be pulled away. Arbor reached out and hooked his neck. Emolien, I didn't sleep well last night. She must have missed me. That guy shamelessly said this and carried her in front of the bronze mirror. Seeing that she was reaching for the Heavenly Phoenix Violet Jade hairpin, he hurriedly pushed her small hand away. He had spent so much time making a phoenix hairpin for Jojo's coming-of-age ceremony, but his grandfather had snatched it away from him. Just thinking about it made him unhappy. Emolien threw the hairpin into the brocade box. I'm not wearing this. Why not? Grandmother gave it to me. Emolien glanced at him angrily. You're not wearing it even if grandmother gave it to you. Well, the one I gave you. Jojo, why didn't you sleep well last night? Seeing Xiao Yao walk in, Arbor reaches out to pat Emolien. Prince Mo reluctantly put down the comb in his hand and handed it to Xiao Yao. Didn't you say that you missed you? Prince Mo's eyes lit up when he heard this. You really missed me. I'll tell you that I'm done for the day. If you don't, it means that I haven't finished yet. Chapter 12:51. Arbor expressionlessly said, I was lying to you. Xiao Yao giggled. Crown Prince. Oh no, his darling was getting better at tricking people. Look at how formidable this little trick was, making his heart soar one moment and then drop to the bottom of the valley the next. His entire person and mood rose and fell with her, floating up and down. Ugh, his heart really hurt. Emolien swayed and leaned to her side, saying, Darling, let's not go to the lake today. How about we go hiking instead? I want to go out for tea with Miss Lee today. Who's Miss Lee? Was it more important than accompanying your husband? Emolien's handsome face was sour as he gazed unhappily at his little wife. Then I'll go with you. When Arbor heard this, she was immediately displeased. We're having a gathering with close friends. What are you going to do? You're sitting there like a national treasure, and the girls can even whisper to each other. Being disdained by his wife like this, the crown prince was also displeased. He reached out to carry Arbor, who had finished combing her hair, and rubbed against her soft little body. Go together, or climb the mountain with your husband. Choose one. Anyway, they were all people of the pugilistic world, so they didn't pay attention to things like male and female etiquette. Originally, their Seacone planet was more lenient towards mystic cultivators. Prince Mo made up his mind to follow his wife the whole way, leaving Arbor unsure whether to laugh or cry. This person was very vexing. I even invited senior sister Liang and the 8th princess. Why are you joining the fun? This was a gathering for us girls. Prince Mo pursed his lips. If you don't bring me, I'll tell Mom. Xiao Yao burst out laughing and quickly went out to prepare breakfast for the two darlings. Arbor rolled her eyes at her. They don't bring husbands. Then have them bring all of them. What's there to talk about in a tea house? Why don't we go hiking in Fu Mountain and roast game together? Arbor thought that hiking in such fine weather wasn't a bad idea, so she reluctantly nodded. You're so annoying. Then go and contact them. She wasn't happy that she had to inform everyone. Prince Mo nodded happily and poked her little head with his finger. Okay. We'll leave in an hour. After saying that, he went out in high spirits and instructed people to take care of it. Arbor's gloomy mood from yesterday was swept away as he watched the crown prince roll out with lanterns and colored banners. He looked out of the window and muttered to himself, different situations call for different measures. There's no need to ruin your mood for some idle people. She glanced at the fair and tender little face in the bronze mirror, and her mood relaxed a little. She got up and walked out. At this time in her previous life, she was still frowning miserably day and night because she had yet to open her meridians. Compared to this, The current her was simply too blessed. In that case, what was there to complain about? Life went on, and she had to look forward. What was there to be afraid of? At most, she would just deal with whatever came her way. Jojo. As soon as she walked out of the courtyard, she saw Qiao Zhongbong and Wei Ziqin welcoming her. Father, mother. The little fellow greeted them in a crisp voice. Seeing that she was in a rather good mood, Wei Ziqin's heart relaxed a little. She hurried forward to hold her daughter's hand and said, Little Mo told Mom that he's going to take you out to play later. This is good too. Go out and relax. Don't think too much. No matter what, your dad and Mom's Jojo, our precious daughter. Arbor nodded her little head. Chapter 1252. After His Highness the Crown Prince organized it, the original gathering of four sisters inexplicably turned into a 10-person outing in Fu Mountain. Besides inviting Miss Li's fiancé, Pei Yidao, the young master of the Count of Jianan's estate, he even thoughtfully invited Miss Li's sister-in-law, Pei Jia. It was best for sisters-in-law and sisters-in-law to get closer. It would be best if they didn't have time to steal his wife. His Highness also very considerately found companions for his 8th sister and senior sister Liang, who were single. They were the State Duke of Qing's estate's second young master, Shi Guangyun, and the Royal Guard's commander, Hui Feng's second brother, Hui Fan. The 4-person outing of the best friends became a 9-person outing. When the Crown Prince was about to set off, he ran into his 12th brother, who insisted on dragging the Song family's Song Shoutai along. On Arbor's side, the little monk bawled and hugged her thigh the entire way. She had no choice but to drag the monk out with her. Our dear Qiao's son hadn't returned from the academy yet, so Xiao Lin and Xiao Yao went to visit their cousin, Pu Rulin. As a result, the group of 12 people encountered Duan Yu, Sid Yi, and Lu Yexin, who happened to meet on the way to Fu Mountain. What started out as 4 people drinking tea turned into a 15-person outing and barbecuing. The group sat together in an extremely spacious and luxurious carriage, drinking tea and chatting wittily along the way. Qiao Mu was speechless as she fiddled with the little monk in her hands. She pinched his small ears and rubbed his small face before teasing him. We're going to eat barbecued meat. It's not like you can eat it. This little monk can eat vegetables and mushrooms. Who's going to roast mushrooms for you? Arbor rolled her eyes. Liang Qingqing couldn't resist picking up the little monk. Little junior sister, where did you pick up such an adorable little monk? He's too adorable. Benefactress. The little monk wriggled his little arms and legs, trying his best to crawl back into Arbor's embrace. Liang Qingqing rubbed his cheeks, grinning from ear to ear. This little fellow is too interesting. How old are you, little monk? This little monk is 4.5 years old. Ha ha ha. Look at that serious little face of yours. It's so fun. Liang Qingqing seemed to have found her favorite toy. She hugged the little monk and couldn't bear to part with him. The little monk, however, was very disgusted and kept throwing her hand away. He struggled with his little hands and legs, wanting to throw himself into Arbor's arms. Mo Yin was very happy when he saw this, and he cast an extremely friendly gaze at senior sister Liang. Then he drew close to his wifey and said with a smile, Qiao Qiao, when we arrive later. Sister-in-law. Mo sure interrupted their conversation. Hence, Xiao Mu looked up in his direction. When they first met, this silly prince kept trying to get close to her and was almost thrown out of the carriage by his elder brother. Big brother, why don't you let me talk to sister-in-law? Mo said angrily. What else do you have to say? Mo Yin glanced at her brother with a hint of disdain. That's all you've got. You're just thinking about Tao, What peach? Arbor blinked. Eldest sister-in-law. The mention of this poked at Mo's sore spot. He immediately pulled a long face and said, Big brother is so mean. He's so petty that he won't even let me look at the Tao, that you gave him. He wasn't like this in the past. Mo Yin pursed his lips and said to Arbor in a low voice, Give him 2 peaches and stuff his mouth. He's been nagging about this peach for about 7 to 8 years. Chapter 1253. Eldest brother, you're still mocking me. Mo huffed. Mo Yin helplessly glanced at him and shook her head. The youth was wearing a dark-colored, narrow-sleeved, short-collared robe today. His black hair was casually bundled up, making him appear to be in high spirits. His looks and talents were good, and he was also intelligent and sensible. It was just that he was still a little uncertain. It was no wonder that when she told Royal Father last night that she wanted to entrust the country to you, Royal Father revealed, and the sky is falling expression. She wished for nothing more than to hug his thigh and wail bitterly. In reality, although you was still young, some of his views and insights were quite profound. He was a good child. If he was slowly nurtured with time, he would definitely be a wise ruler of the country. 1 year's time was a little rushed, but it wasn't impossible to nurture this child. But now, it seemed that even 1 year's time was almost gone. Here, Arbor raised her hand and took out a plate of juicy peaches from her inner world, beckoning everyone to come up and take them. She had thrown some of these peaches in her inner world, but after some consumption, there weren't many left. Thinking of Paradise Planet that was still in a sealed state, Arbor felt somewhat melancholy. She also didn't know when her little Chio-Chio would wake up. She kind of missed those noisy little fellows. Eldest sister-in-law, it's so delicious. Song Shout-Eye turned around and nearly swallowed his own tongue when he saw the 12th prince's appearance. You rascal, is there a need to reveal an expression that looks like you're about to cry because it's delicious? Arbor also couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Seeing his pitiful appearance, her heart couldn't help but soften. She took out a few more peaches from her inner world and gifted them to him. Keep them well and eat slowly. Eldest sister-in-law, you really likes eldest sister-in-law. Emolienne spread open her fingers and pushed away that fellow's face that was pouncing on her. Scram! Eldest brother, you're actually this kind of eldest brother. The entire carriage was laughing and giggling, and the atmosphere was extremely good. The carriage turned onto the mountain path of Mount Fu. Because the carriage was too large, they alighted and planned to walk up the mountain. It was just past 7 in the morning, and the weather was clear and sunny with a gentle morning breeze. Everyone gazed at the distant green mountains, feeling extremely good for a moment. The MO capital's defensive fortifications could be considered the most perfect defensive fortifications on the entire Seacone planet. Currently, Southern Bailey, Northern Wei, and other countries were also building similar fortifications. If the corpse puppet situation could be controlled and slowly improved, everything would be perfect. Everyone walked up the mountain while talking and laughing. Not long after they left, several horses and carriages arrived at the foot of Fu Mountain. The vassal prince of Anan was dressed in crimson riding attire. He dismounted from his horse in high spirits and tossed the horsewhip in his hand to the manservant beside him. The girls walked down from the carriages one after another. They looked up at the hillside and whispered to each other, "Your Highness, you have a good idea. How can this flower appreciation festival be as interesting as a spring outing?" The one who spoke was a young man with a flattering smile. Everyone glanced at him in disdain, revealing mocking gazes. "Fifth young Master Zheng, has your Zheng family been doing well recently?" A fat young man smiled as he looked at the 5th young master of the Zheng family. As soon as he said this, a few people laughed. Fisk, young Master Su's words aren't right. As the saying goes, even a rotten ship has a 3-inch nail, not to mention the dignified Zheng estate. It's impossible for it to collapse so easily. 5th young Master Zheng's face flushed red. Chapter 1254. Thus, everyone followed suit and mocked him, causing his face to turn as red as a monkey's butt. Fatty Wu Shaoan, couldn't stand it anymore, and he couldn't resist cursing, "You don't need to gossip about the Zheng estate. Let me tell you, 6th young master is my brother. No matter what, you shouldn't ridicule the Zheng estate's people out of consideration for 6th young master." When everyone heard this, they also recalled that Zheng family's young prodigy, 6 Zheng, and they couldn't help but shut their mouths in boredom. When the vassal prince of Anan saw this, he didn't say anything else. He turned to look at a young girl standing gracefully among the young ladies and said with a smile, "After you, commandery princess." Ian nodded and leisurely made her way up the mountain with small, light steps while maintaining her graceful and luxurious bearing. The vassal prince of Anan's eyes flickered, and he immediately walked up alongside her. he said with a smile. If Commandery Princess feels tired, I can order people to carry you up in a small sedan. Commandery Princess, Ian replied softly. Thank you for your concern, Vassal Prince. We are out for a walk. If we don't climb the mountain and rely on a sedan for everything, wouldn't it lose the meaning of a walk? Commandery Princess is right. The Vassal Prince of Anan chuckled and said with a nod, Then let's go up. Supposedly, if we reach the summit before noon, we can see Fu Mountain's marvelous scenery under the red sun. It is indeed so. Ian smiled faintly and said, Fu Mountain's scenery has always been very good. If Vassal Prince is free, there is no harm in coming here for a walk. The two people led the way as they chatted and laughed. Behind them, 7 to 8 orioles and swallows jostled behind them, winking at each other in disdain. Look at her. She looks so smug. If the Queen Dowager hadn't adopted her, how could she have her current glamorous and dignified appearance? Wouldn't she still have to curl up in the declining marquee of Su An's estate like a pitiful worm? A noble lady couldn't stand Commandery Princess Ian's pretentious appearance and couldn't resist commenting sourly. Oh my, isn't this the miss of the Liu family? Why are you so envious? This sour stench is truly overwhelming, and I can't even block it. The third miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate, Su Mingzhu mocked. Third sister, Su Mingxin, the younger concubine-born sister, saw that she was going to stir up trouble again. With just a few words, the young miss of the Liu family was glaring at her angrily. Su Mingxin couldn't help but reach out and pull on her sleeve. Su Mingzhu angrily flung her fourth sister's hand away. Am I wrong? What a joke. That was Commandery Princess Ian, the Queen Dowager's favorite. How could she not hug her thigh tightly? It was one thing for these idiots to offend Commandery Princess Ian, but they shouldn't let the Commandery Princess misunderstand that she, Su Mingzhu, was also picking on her and speaking ill of her behind her back. Miss Liu glared angrily at Su Mingzhu several times before turning her face away and ignoring her. The other young ladies were like stars surrounding the moon, hugging a veiled woman who raised her head and smiled fawningly. Feng Yin, didn't you say that second young master would come today? Second cousin brother has something urgent to deal with, young Feng Yin said proudly. However, when he glanced at those girls from the corner of his eyes, he couldn't help but feel cold and mocking. These idiots, how could they have the right to have a crush on her second cousin? After walking for about an hour, the group of people walked for a long time. Suddenly, they heard Commandery Princess Ian exclaim, and everyone looked over. They saw a large group of young men and women sitting in a circle on the small slope at the top of the mountain. When they saw them walking over, they also turned to look at them. Your Highness, what a coincidence! Chapter 1255. Commandery Princess Ian smiled excitedly. Heavens, could this be fate? The two people did not have any agreement, yet they met without any warning. What was this if not fate? Evidently, this hilarious Commandery Princess had completely treated the crowd around the Crown Prince as background scenery. It's His Highness. His Highness the Crown Prince is also here. Miss Liu, Su Mingzhu, and the other young ladies all looked over with flushed faces, as if they had seen something excited. The Vassal Prince of Anan laughed heartily and was the first to greet with cupped fists. Greetings to His Highness. Is His Highness bringing the Crown Princess on an outing? The 12th Prince is also here. Brother Guangyun, everyone, sorry for the disrespect. Mo Lien reflexively swept him a glance before nodding dryly at him. Shi Guangyun and the rest stood up to greet and exchange pleasantries. During this time, darling Xiao, senior sister Liang, Duan Yu, and the rest did not even lift there but as they sat there calmly and continued to eat. There was already quite a bit of roasted game on the plate, and several large pieces of rabbit meat were currently flipping on the grill. The aroma wafted over as oil sizzled out. After walking for an entire morning, it was already close to noon. The vassal prince of Anan's entourage was rumbling with hunger, so their eyes involuntarily focused on the food on the grill. It was too sumptuous. Other than roasted pork, beef, mutton, and so on, the Crown Prince's entourage had also prepared all kinds of fruits and vegetables. They really knew how to enjoy themselves. However, After waiting for so long, no one from the Crown Prince's entourage invited them to sit down and eat together? Was this appropriate? Shouldn't they play together and share their food when they met by chance on the mountain? Arbor discovered that a flock of orioles and swallows were staring at her with very strange gazes. How could she know that they were waiting for her to invite them? Among the women, her status was the noblest. As long as she invited them, the others definitely would not have any objections. Eighth Princess, Mischievous was about to go crazy from holding back her laughter. According to her interactions with them, these people were probably going to die. Her little sister-in-law definitely did not think of inviting them at all, because they were not familiar with each other. The smile on Mischievous' face widened infinitely. Arbor's gaze swept across the group of women one by one. He raised his hand and gave the little monk a radish stick, stuffing it into his hand. He calmly took half a rabbit leg and said to Mischievous and the others, "Eat it while it's hot. Don't waste it. Benefactress, you can roast the mushrooms. It's delicious. Do you want some minced meat? I'll give you some minced meat roasted mushrooms. It smells good." Arbor winked at him. "No," the little monk angrily shouted. "This little monk is a vegetarian." Liang Qingqing saw that he was extremely cute and couldn't help but reach out to touch his little bald head. "Little monk, why don't you renounce asceticism?" "Nonsense." The small monk opened his small hands and forcefully pushed Liang Qingqing's palm away. Why would this little monk want to renounce asceticism? How can you marry a wife if you don't renounce asceticism? Liang Qingqing teased. Hurry up and renounce asceticism so that you can marry a wife when you grow up. When the little monk heard this, he looked up pensively. Before he could say, "Marry a benefactress," Mischievous stuffed a radish stick into his mouth. "Don't. You should continue being a monk." When the vassal prince of Anan and the others saw that they were completely ignoring them, they couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. The commandery princess's eyes flickered. Just as she was about to step forward, a masked, gray-clothed man suddenly appeared in front of her and hacked at her with a saber. "Be careful, commandery princess." Chapter 1256. However, the vassal prince of Anan, Cho Fu, strode forward and fiercely embraced commandery princess Ian's slender waist with his ape arms. He hugged her tightly and pulled her into his arms. This action was truly done in one go, and it was very manly. However, the two were not husband and wife after all, and they had never been engaged. This kind of overly intimate action appeared extremely strange in everyone's eyes. Many of the noble ladies covered their mouths with their hands in shock. Ian was also a bit alarmed and furious. She originally wanted to struggle, but the vassal prince of Anan's iron arms encircled her waist firmly, so she could not break free for a while. Amidst everyone's cries of shock, vassal prince Cho Fu swiftly struck the gray-clothed person's chest with his palm. The gray-clothed person did not even grunt, merely retreating a step after the vassal prince of Anan's palm strike. In the span of a breath, the person charged forward fearlessly, looking as if he was going to kill commandery princess Ian with a single strike. Ian's cultivation was not high to begin with, so she had yet to recover her wits from this sudden assassination. She reflexively shrunk into the vassal prince of Anan's embrace, her fair and petite hands clutching the lapels of his robes tightly. The gray-clothed person and his three subordinates had cornered the vassal prince of Anan inside their encirclement and attacked the vassal prince simultaneously. However, the vassal prince of Divine Courage hugged commandery princess Anne's waist with one hand as he moved back and forth inside the encirclement to fend off those people's attacks, occasionally swinging his sword in retaliation. Meanwhile, Arbor's group was standing far away from them. When a gray-clothed assassin swiftly appeared on the scene with several people, Arbor's group's first reaction was quite laughable. That was, they scrambled to put away the grill, plates, and meat, moving them back to prevent the dust from the fight from contaminating the food. That was why everyone was expressionless when they saw the vassal prince saving the damsel in distress. After moving the food and utensils to a safe distance, everyone sat down on the lawn and continued to drink tea and eat meat calmly. After the vassal prince of Anan stabbed that gray-clothed person with his backhand, The gray-clothed person quickly waved his hand and left swiftly with the assassins. Everything happened so quickly that it didn't even take 5 minutes to finish a cup of tea. Duan Yu shook his head speechlessly. Your acting is too fake. With this bunch of people's intelligence and their fake acting, they simply couldn't fool Duan Yu, Sid Yi, and the others. Prince Amo smiled and said, It's fine. Just treat it as an after-dinner entertainment. What entertainment? I don't understand. Liang Qingqing didn't have many tricks up her sleeve. She didn't know what these people were talking about. He only knew that the people in the imperial court were very calculative. Arbor creased his brows. After glancing at Yin and the vassal prince of Anan, he retracted his gaze and told Liang Qingqing, Ignore them. A bunch of clowns. In order to win the beauty's favor, the vassal prince of Anan actually arranged such a baffling scene of a hero saving the beauty. It was really hard for people to have a good impression of him. On the other end, after the vassal prince of Anan soothed the frightened commandery princess in gently, the farce finally came to an abrupt end. The vassal prince of Anan volunteered to escort commandery princess in back to the palace. However, commandery princess Yan's gaze kept drifting toward Arbor's side, gazing at the crown prince in a daze through the crowd. Chapter 1257. However, it was a pity that no one in Arbor's group was paying attention to her. After they finished eating, they felt that they had rested enough, so they packed up their equipment and continued swimming deeper into Fu Mountain. When Ian saw that no one was asking her if she was injured or frightened, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Soon, the vassal prince of Anan used the excuse that the commandery princess had been frightened to cancel the activity and order everyone to return home. Meanwhile, he sent commandery princess back to the palace as a matter of course. After the farce with the vassal prince of Anan ended, Arbor's group continued to stroll around merrily until the afternoon before dispersing. Arbor, who had not slept well the entire night, was a bit tired at this time. After getting on the carriage, she found the crown prince to use as a pillow. She had only wanted to close her eyes and take a nap, but she didn't expect that she would fall asleep soon after leaning against the crown prince. Emolian stroked the back of her head before taking out a thin brocade blanket to cover her stomach. The little monk was sprawled on the ground on his back. He had long fallen asleep from exhaustion after playing for the entire day. Emolian simply had the carriage driver stop the carriage by the roadside so that his Jojo could catch up on some sleep. Arbor slept for a full 2 hours before waking up. When she saw that her carriage was still at the foot of Fu Mountain, she couldn't help but be speechless. You didn't leave. The carriage's swaying disturbed your sleep. Emolian brushed away the strands of hair that had drifted across her face. I'll send you back now. Arbor nodded and yawned. When she turned around and saw the little monk sleeping soundly with his limbs spread out, she couldn't help but find it amusing. This little fellow had also tired himself out for the entire day, so she would just let him sleep a bit more. The carriage driver exhaled before driving the carriage away from Fu Mountain and into the city. Emolian took out the tea and snacks that he had prepared beforehand from the carriage compartment and fed his wifey for a while. Arbor seemed to have thought of something, and she couldn't help but ask curiously, Emolian, why do you think that vassal prince of Anan did that? He wants to marry commandery princess Yin as his wife. He likes her. Emolian couldn't help but laugh. What's there to like or dislike between them? At most, it's about benefits. The little guy curled his lips and was about to take a sip of tea when he suddenly felt the carriage stop. She almost spilled the tea that was about to reach her mouth. The crown prince's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He hurriedly grabbed her small hand and helped her stabilize her body. What happened? The coachman's driving skills were quite good. He wasn't usually so reckless, driving the carriage so bumpy. Your Highness, yes. The coachman's tone was filled with surprise and helplessness. Arbor lifted the curtain and saw a carriage stopped in the middle of the busy street. The woman standing in front of the carriage with her hands on her hips and 4 or 5 palace guards behind her did look familiar. Emolian, come and take a look. Who is this? He looks familiar. Arbor couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Prince Emo moved his head to her side and looked outside. His face darkened almost instantly. Seeing his expression change instantly, Arbor couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who is this person?" Fourth Princess Mo Shuang. It was this woman who was blocking the middle of the road. She simply didn't care about the Wang clan's dignity at all and completely disgraced the Mo clan. Mo Yin was about to lift the curtain and alight from the carriage with a dark face. Chapter 1258. Mo Yin's handsome face darkened. Just as he was about to get off the carriage and berate her to stop, he heard the fourth princess, Mo Shuang, abruptly shout, "Do it!" For to 5 guards in the procession surged forward, trying to break through the carriage in the middle of the road. The passers-by hurriedly moved aside, all of them looking at that woman strangely. Arbor leaned against the carriage window, watching with great interest. From time to time, he would tug at Mo Yin's sleeve and ask, "Mo Yin, guess what's inside that carriage?" Prince Mo's expression already couldn't be any darker. He practically didn't need to guess to know what this fourth princess, Mo Shuang, was blindly excited about. There had to be a peerlessly handsome man inside this carriage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much effort blocking the road to rob someone and also trying to break the carriage, because the fourth princess, Mo Shuang, was completely uninterested in anything other than handsome men. Her greatest hobby in this life was to collect all kinds of handsome men. It would be best if she could bring all of them back to her princess residence to raise. If it weren't for the great king fiercely cutting her monthly allowance, this fellow reckoned that her princess residence would soon be unable to accommodate any handsome men. Everyone knew that this was definitely an oddity in the Mo kingdom capital. This princess's strange anecdotes could go on for 3 days and 2 nights without stopping. At this time, seeing that she had blocked a carriage and was in a deadlock with the other party, several commoners who recognized the princess all stopped in their tracks and looked over curiously. However, they were well aware that this princess's temperament wasn't very good, so they couldn't help but provoke this fellow. Everyone only silently hid in a corner to watch the show. Before long, they saw the carriage wall being pulled open with a bang, and a figure flew out with a whoosh. His feet tapped lightly on a stall, and he was already rapidly flying in Arbor's direction. Wow! The crowd of onlookers all revealed expressions of as expected of a handsome man, and swept disdainfully at the fourth princess, Mo Shuang. Heavens, sure enough, Princess Mo Shuang was snatching handsome men on the streets again. This temperament of hers probably wouldn't change, even if she died. Arbor was leaning against the window of the carriage, watching the show. Suddenly, the carriage stopped in the middle of the road, was pulled apart, and a person flew out from it. She glanced around and couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this the Qin Estate's Grand Duke Zi Qin Xian? Mo Yin is the Qin family's first Qin. I saw it. Mo Yin's handsome face was dark, and he was so angry that he didn't want to talk. He raised his hand and hugged Arbor. Dong! His carriage was kicked from the outside, and a figure rushed into the carriage in a panic. When he saw Arbor, his eyes suddenly lit up. The moment she opened her mouth, she screamed in panic, "Jojo, save me!" His figure flashed and pounced toward Arbor in the carriage. Scram! Prince Mo kicked out without hesitation, aiming for the man's face. Eldest Qin quickly dodged to the side, rolling and crawling into the carriage, hiding behind Arbor. "Jojo, save me!" Before Qiao Mu could speak, she heard the carriage driver's blood-curdling scream from outside. Then, the carriage curtains were forcefully torn apart, and a woman fiercely jumped into their carriage. She didn't even see who was inside the carriage before she angrily rebuked, "Where did this little witch come from? Get out of the way!" Impudent! Mo Yin was furious and coldly rebuked her. Fourth Princess Mo Shuang instinctively shuddered, but when she saw the crowned prince sitting in the carriage, her pretty face instantly turned pale. Today was over. Sleep was over. Chapter 1259. Heavens, heavens! Why was the crown prince here? Mo Shuang covered her mouth with her hand and revealed a shocked expression. She then swept her gaze over Arbor and finally recognized him. "It's you." That day, she had barged into her father's palace and begged him to grant her the eldest young master. At that time, her father had been imprisoned by the demon law in the main hall because of this damned crown princess. sitting in her father's bedchamber and eating leisurely, Gong Chong, and didn't dare to offend her. Mo Shuang's scalp was about to explode. She finally understood that her brainless act of barging into the crown prince and crown princess's carriage. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. Usually, when she saw the crown prince, she would run as far away as she could. But she didn't dare to be impudent in front of this crown prince. If she offended the crown prince, her days would be even more difficult. Crown prince. Mo Shuang smiled embarrassedly and took a step back. She didn't dare to step forward again, but her eyes couldn't help but linger on the eldest young master, who was huddled in the corner. The eldest young master was meekly and weakly huddled in the corner of the carriage, hiding behind Arbor and biting his fingers. This young master is so scared. Look as he looked pitifully at Arbor. Arbor only glanced at him and couldn't help but turn his head back. The eldest young master was stunned and wondered in his heart. Just now, Mu Xiaobao's glance, did it have a hint of disdain? Arbor really does have a lot of disdain. A grown man was actually chased like a dog by this fourth princess, Mo Shuang, who had no cultivation at all. It would be strange if she didn't despise him. Xiaobao. The eldest young master raised a lustrous claw and carefully tugged at the ribbon under Arbor's sleeve. Slap! Mo Yin slapped his hand away and hugged Arbor to her side. She glared at the eldest young master with a warning gaze. Get out of the carriage immediately. No, I won't go. This crazy woman is here. If I get out, I'll be captured by her. I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. Mo Yin looked at eldest young master's expression and wanted to slap him to death. What the hell was he pretending for? With his cultivation, how could he be so powerless when facing a woman with no cultivation in a place like the lower realms? No one would believe it. Little treasure, don't be noisy. Xiao Mu forcefully swung her hand, smacking the eldest young sir's head loudly. Mo Yin, eldest Qin, was speechless. In the next second, the little fellow raised his leg and kicked fourth princess Mo Shuang, who had changed her expression, out of the carriage. Eldest young master clapped and cheered excitedly behind her. Amazing, amazing. Little treasure, beat her, beat her. Arbor leaped out of the carriage. A pair of cold, electrifying eyes filled with pressure swept across the street. Those passers-by who were hiding in the corners to watch the show jumped in fright and hurriedly shrank their heads back into the corner. In less than 2 minutes, they heard banging sounds on the street, accompanied by fourth princess Mo Shuang's pig-like screams. Stop, 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 stop. Mo Shuang's guard were just about to make a move when the crown prince lifted the curtain and walked down from the carriage and glared at them. Who dares to make a move? Those guards immediately rolled on the ground in fright. Who would dare to care about the princess's life or death? They themselves were about to die from the crown prince's cold glare. Arbor sent a flying kick. Chapter 1260. Fourth princess Mo Shuang screamed in horror, her eyes bulging out of their sockets. In the next second, the crown prince consort kicked the large plate in the face. It flew out with a whoosh and smashed fiercely into a nearby stall. With a loud bang, the auntie who was watching the commotion from under the stall was scared out of her wits, and she scrambled out from behind the stall. Turning back, the auntie looked at the fourth princess, who was sprawled on the ground, with fear in her eyes. Fuck, this is too tragic. Fourth princess's nose was bleeding profusely, and her eyes were swollen from that icy, stoic little girl's slaps, looking like 2 walnuts hanging from her eye bags. She looked as wretched as one could imagine. Arbor pattered over to fourth princess Mo Shuang. The fourth princess was so frightened that she retreated backwards. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she subconsciously covered her face with her hands, shaking them and screaming, "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me!" Who's the little demoness? Arbor shouted with a cold expression. Not to mention fourth princess Mo Shuang's stupefied expression. Even Mo Yin, who was walking over in the carriage, couldn't help but facepalm. Speak. Who is? Fourth princess swallowed her saliva while trembling. Looking at the little girl's stoic face, she replied wittily, Me. Uff. Eldest young master leaned against the carriage with one leg slightly bent. He propped his chin on his hand and shook his head repeatedly with a sigh. So worrisome. After all this time, it turned out that little treasure, this child, had hit her because someone had called her little demoness. To think that he had naively thought that our dear little treasure had finally been enlightened and would fly into a rage over a handsome man, that Arbor swept a glance at Fourth Princess. Why did you barge into someone else's carriage? Mimi. Fourth Princess looked at the little girl, stupefied. Speak. Arbor shouted angrily. The audience. Why did they have the urge to laugh? Did they even need to freaking speak? How bad was this little girl's eyesight to not see that Fourth Princess had charged into her family's carriage to capture the handsome eldest young master of the Qin estate, robbing people in broad daylight? Do I look like I'm that easy to rob? Arbor raised his foot and pretended to kick him. The Fourth Princess hurriedly moved her buttocks backward, brushing against the ground as she stepped back. She stretched out her hands and waved them repeatedly. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Don't hit me, I wouldn't dare. I won't rob again. Prince Amo didn't say anything and just laughed at the side. Eldest young Sir Qin jumped off the carriage and walked towards Arbor with a slightly melancholic expression. How blind must this lass be to think that the Fourth Princess riding the carriage was a robbery? Arbor turned around and glared at him. Let's go. Eldest young master was speechless. Feeling wronged, the eldest young master pitifully looked at Arbor and said, Xiao Bao, we've been together for many days. Can't you treat me a little better? Nonsense. Who is Xiao Bao? Arbor's little face was cold as he said to the eldest son expressionlessly, I don't even know what you're talking about. Eldest young Sir Qin. Oh my, this damn lass. She was still trying to deceive him at this point. Now, even that dumb woman Yang Fengyan knew that she was the Mu Xiao Bao who had previously snuck into their Qin estate. This little fellow was so stubborn. Arbor swept a glance at him before turning to trot to the crown prince's side. I want to eat small wontons.